Lunch. I trust you will have a pleasant flight.
You hear that? The captain, positively ordering us to enjoy the flight. Didn't say expected time of arrival either. We will arrive in Munich at 12:30.
And we will. Isn't it nice to know that we're being protected by a confident pilot?
I didn't like the heavy sense of humor much. It's raining over England.
You're in a very disagreeable mood, Jason.
This isn't a pleasure trip, my darling.
I know.
Can you see them from where you're sitting?
Relax, Jason. They can't get off before we reach Munich.
I think you're taking this far too lightly.
Nonsense. When the time comes.
Yes, when the time comes.
The man's getting up.
What?
The man getting up and coming this way. Don't look up.
I see him.
He's rather nice.
You don't know anything about him, do you? He's deadly, my love. Deadly is Adam Kane.
My name's Adam Kane.
Springbok Radio presents Adam Kane.
Tailspin.
Some things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on springbokradio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on springbokradio.com, contact Dave Dupria on Johannesburg 011 678 5176. Or for outside South Africa, 2711 678 5176. Or email Dave at springbokradio.com.
Die volgende klassieke advertensie van Springbok Radio se verlede kom met die vergunning van die Springbok Radio Bewaringsvereniging van Suid-Afrika.
Wat jy in die lewe wil hê, doen dit nou. Jy bereik net wat jy wil, as jy daarby hou. En suiker is die regte ding, grote energie. As jy na die zoethoogtes reik, doen dit nou met suiker energie. Suiker is die regte ding, grote energie. As jy na die zoethoogtes reik, suiker is energie. Energie.
I don't see why we need to fly an whole army over there.
Hardly that.
It's a courier's job, Viv. One man, much safer.
Perhaps.
But that's not the way you're going to do it.
That's not the way you're going to do it. They can't afford to risk one man. It's too important.
Yeah, that's what you keep saying. A list of agents. Why couldn't they just pop it into the post?
Should I suggest that to Devonish, do you think? It's a list of 2. Not just one, but 2 communist spy networks in Western Germany. The agent who managed to get his hands on it is a frightened man. He'll hand it over to our courier tomorrow afternoon. That's you. You bring it back here. Quite simple.
So why do I take a bird along?
Clever that. 2 lists, 2 couriers. That way at least one list reaches Curzon Street.
And one probably doesn't.
They don't know yet, Adam, that our agent has the list.
They know. They always know. They probably know that I'm the poor Burke you're sending to pick it up.
Clever topso, don't you think? Using the girl as the other courier? They won't suspect that.
They will.
You're getting older, you know that?
What do you mean?
You didn't used to be quite so pessimistic. It's a sign of old age.
Who's the bird?
That's another sign of old age.
What is?
It's taken you over 20 minutes to ask that question.
I've heard about you.
Yeah?
The whole of DI6 has heard about you. You're a famous man, Adam Kane.
That's a pity. A spy don't like being famous much.
As long as we keep it in the family.
Yeah. You never know who's in the family these days.
They said you were a cynic.
And they were dead right.
This is my first operation, you know.
That makes me feel a lot better.
I have to start somewhere, don't I?
Yeah, well, I'd rather you weren't starting with me, that's all. Nothing personal, of course.
Of course.
Right then, that's settled. You do what I tell you the first time I tell you. Got it?
Oh, yes.
And we don't know each other on the plane. Going there and coming back.
Fine with me.
And I say who carries which list back.
Of course.
Are you sending me up?
Whatever gave you that idea?
Nothing. Come on, we've got a plane to catch.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Don't be put off by the build.
Muscles of steel round that thin little chest, you mean?
Nothing thin about it. He has special suits made to hide it. He's built like an ox.
Oh, dear. That's a disappointment. Do you think he's alone?
It's hard to say. He likes working alone, but they've probably sent another agent on this trip. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a girl.
Why do you think that?
No good reason. That's what I would have done, that's all.
Make it easier then, won't it?
What do you mean?
You take care of the girl, and I'll settle Adam Kane.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look below you on the right-hand side of the aircraft, you will see the outskirts of the city of Munich approaching. We will land in exactly 15 minutes. It might interest you to know that we are exactly 30 seconds ahead of schedule.
What do we do now?
Nothing.
Oh.
He contacts us. It's safer that way. He can see when it's safe.
I see. He knows what we look like, does he?
I hope so.
You hope so?
Yeah, because if he doesn't, then we might as well catch the next plane home.
Wouldn't you like to buy me a cup of coffee?
Didn't they give you an allowance?
Just an expression. I'll pay if you like.
Come on, we go Dutch.
My, you are clever, Jason.
It's obvious.
But it must make you feel so superior. Being right, I mean. The girl's very pretty.
You think so?
You hadn't noticed, of course.
She's a target, my love, nothing more. I have no feelings for her, or Kane.
Hardly.
What's that mean?
You have feelings for Kane. I know you do. You hate him.
No.
You hate him. Why?
No, I don't hate him. Not anymore. I might have done once, but not now.
Then why the change?
Because now he's totally in my power. Now I'm going to kill him. He's as good as dead. And I don't hate dead men.
I don't really understand why we have to be strangers on a plane, and yet now that we've landed, it doesn't matter.
Neither do I.
Oh, I see.
You don't, but it doesn't matter. Have a coffee?
I don't think so.
You know, you're a nice-looking bird.
How kind of you to notice.
How'd you get into this business? What's so funny?
You lovely old-fashioned thing, you. What's a nice girl like you doing in a horrid business like this?
It's not a line. I'm just interested, that's all.
It's my business, Adam Kane.
Fair enough.
We're being approached.
Yeah, I saw him.
You've got your back to him. How on earth
There's a mirror behind your head. That's why I picked this chair.
In uniform?
Yeah. He's the pilot that flew us in.
You don't think he's the one who's...
Why not?
The restaurant is very full today. Is this chair taken?
Help yourself.
Thank you.
You flew the Bavarian aeroplane, didn't you?
You were my passengers?
That's right. Very nice trip.
Oh, thank you. A charming compliment from a charming lady. You have eaten? Perhaps you will join me.
Just coffee, thanks. We're going home again on the next plane.
Oh, but so am I.
You're flying back again? Straight away?
And then back here again. It was a routine trip. 4 times across the English Channel. We call it the yo-yo. He cannot meet you.
What?
Your contact cannot meet you. He's been watched.
And now?
I have the lists. One in the briefcase at my feet. I shall leave it there when I get up. And then another in the folded newspaper on the table.
What's happened to him?
They found him.
I thought they would.
For all I know, he's already dead. I don't know what happened to him. He gave me the list this morning.
Before you flew into Heathrow?
Of course.
Then why didn't you hand him over in London and save us a trip?
Because this is the way it had been arranged.
You just got to obey orders, haven't you?
He isn't the only one. Where are you going?
To see a man about a dog. Take care of the lady, Heinrich.
Klaus!
Klaus Weber.
I know. You told us on the plane.
Adam, everything all right?
Oh, yeah, lovely. The bloke's been burnt.
What?
Chopped, blown. They're onto him.
Dear heavens, what are you going to do?
Come home. I've got the goodies.
But I thought you said that...
Yeah, I know what I said. His friend brought them.
Friend?
The pilot.
Oh, you mean Weber?
No, Weber.
Yes, Weber. He is genuine.
Then I wish he was a bit brighter.
What do you mean?
He had them with him at Heathrow, but he brought them to Munich to deliver.
Did he really? Well, you know what the Teutonic mind is like. No harm done. You have them, do you?
I said so.
Jolly good. I'll be waiting for you. See you in a couple of hours.
I was worried. If the original agent had been grasped, then they were close behind us. In fact, they should be breathing down our necks already. Curzon Street was in a flap about the lists. That meant they were pretty important. So the KGB wanted them back, badly.
There he goes.
Are you quite sure that he made the drop?
One list in the briefcase. He left it on the floor next to Kane's feet. The other one is in the rolled-up newspaper on the table.
We can take them now.
No, we can't. Kane's too good. We take them the way we decided.
It's risky, Jason.
Far less risky than an open fight in the airport cafeteria. I don't know that girl, but Kane certainly won't go down easily.
You're the boss.
Exactly. I haven't followed those blasted lists across the channel twice to lose them now.
All right.
Lovely, thank you.
Can I fasten your seatbelt for you?
Would you like to?
You know something?
What?
I think I might fancy you.
How lovely.
If you stop being so bleak and sulky.
I can't help it. It's the relief.
We're taking off.
That's what I mean. Relief. It's been a bit of an anticlimax, really, hasn't it?
It ain't over yet.
Yes, but here we are, on our way home. Job's done and not a shot has been fired.
It was all wrong. They couldn't be that stupid. I'd never underestimated the KGB, and it had kept me alive for longer than I deserved. But the girl was right. The plane lifted from Munich and set a course for Heathrow, and not a bleating thing had gone wrong.
When, Jason?
Over the channel. We're still crossing Germany, then the Dutch coast. We take them over the sea.
Yes, much better.
The German Air Force is trigger-happy. I don't want to be shot down in flames.
No more do I, Jason, darling.
And we operate exactly as planned, and precisely when I give a word.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're now crossing the Dutch coast. If you look down to your right, you will see the Hook of Holland passing below us. As you see, there's a heavy cloud bank gathering. It is still raining over England. We will arrive at Heathrow Airport in exactly 25 minutes. I trust you will enjoy the rest of your flight with us.
Excuse me a second.
Where are you going?
To have a word with our friend Weber.
They won't allow you in there.
I think they will.
They're very fussy about people on the flight deck, what with all the hijackings.
How do you know?
I used to be an air hostess on Air Britannia.
I've seen you before.
Hallelujah! I thought you'd never remember.
All right. Wait here. I won't be long.
Jason, he isn't there.
Who?
Kane, the girl sitting alone.
And he's in the toilet or something, just as well.
He would have had to pass us.
No, he wouldn't. Not at both ends of the plan. Come on. This is it.
I'm frightened.
Too late for that now. You know what to do. Come on!
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilansberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000, or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, 2 worlds in one.
There's nothing to worry about, Mr. Kane. England will soon be below us.
Yeah? How can you tell?
Heavy cloud, yeah? There's always heavy cloud over England. I remember from the war.
Which war?
Last war. The 110s, fighter bombers.
Hello. But you're not old enough.
Thank you, but yes, I'm old enough. I was 16 in 1944.
16? And they let you...
No, not let. They made me fly. It was that or going to the Russian front. I was a good pilot.
Well, let's hope you still are.
Yes, I think so. 47 is not old.
Well, you don't look it.
Again, thank you.
How did you get mixed up with the B&D?
German intelligence? No, I was never with the B&D.
Then, I mean, how did you...
Come by the lists. I work for you. The English. Yeah, it's quite safe to talk. So the co-pilot is wearing earphones. All he can hear is the radio.
DI-6?
Correct.
Why?
Very hard to explain. I told you I flew bombers, fighter bombers. It meant that I had to drop my bombs at a very low altitude. I frequently saw the effects of my work. I think 16 is a very impressionable age, huh?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Small token of recompense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right then. I'll leave you to fly your aeroplane.
Oh, no, excuse me, sir. I'm afraid you cannot get...
Who are you?
Doesn't matter. Please raise your hands. Both of you.
I know you.
Again, it doesn't matter. Captain, I'm taking over command of your aircraft. You will do exactly as I tell you.
You can't let him back.
You have no hope, my friend. One man armed with a gun against all of us.
I'm not that stupid, my friend. My assistant is outside this door. She, too, is armed. If you offer me any resistance, she will start to shoot your passengers, one by one.
What do you mean, delayed? I see. You mean you can't trace it. Now, listen to me, whoever you are. That aircraft is vital to Britain. Vital, do you hear? I want it found and brought back to Heathrow immediately. I don't care how difficult it is, and I don't care how you do it, but I want that plane, and I want the people in it, all of them. I want them alive. Now, get to it.
Right. That'll do for a start. Now that the radio is totally smashed, you can't call for help, can you?
And you cannot radio your demands to the authorities.
I have no demands that the authorities need to know about.
Yeah, I didn't think you had.
Clever man, Mr. Kane. I have never underestimated you.
You're Jason.
I didn't think it'd take you long to remember. Jason, yes. And I have a little score to settle with you, but it can wait. I want those lists, please.
And when you've got them, what happens to the plane?
That'll be taken care of.
If we go down, you go with us. If we land at Heathrow, you get nicked. You can't win, Jason.
Oh, but I can. Captain Weber, do you know what this is?
It looks like a chart.
Exactly what it is. A chart. A chart of Eastern Europe. You will find an airfield marked on it.
Yeah, I see it.
Good. It's a deserted wartime airfield. You'll take us there and land.
That will not be possible.
Why not?
I have no way of knowing the condition of the field. This is a large aircraft. If the runway is not long enough, then we will crash.
It's long enough. It's all been worked out.
Europe is under heavy cloud. I will need a radio beacon to follow.
There are enough beacons marked on that chart. Use the one nearest the field. When we get there, we go down under the clouds and you can see where you're going.
It's too dangerous.
Right. Then I will start shooting your passengers, one by one, until you agree. Well, Captain Weber?
You'll have to do what he says.
You see, Kane is the clever one. Listen to him, Weber.
I thought it was too good to last.
Yeah, so did I.
The passengers are being very good, I must say.
That's because they don't know that anything's up yet.
They suspect. They always do. There's an atmosphere.
How do you mean?
When you've flown as long as I have, you feel it.
Yeah, well, I'll take your word for that.
I'm sorry we had to hand over the lists. I felt safer with those. We still had something to bargain with.
Yeah.
You're very calm.
I've got a feeling, that's all. Klaus Weber's up to something.
For all our sakes, I hope it's something good.
Do be careful, you two.
That's the lady with the gun.
I don't think I like her very much, Adam.
Jason told me about you, Mr. Kane.
Has he?
In fact, he's told me exactly what to do with you.
And what's that?
If there's any sort of trouble at all, then I shoot you first.
That's a relief.
And then your lady friend. So you two had just better behave, hadn't you?
Hello. Now listen carefully and don't interrupt me. What? I said don't interrupt this suspense of Dickens. I want G7 emergency. That's right, G7. We are picking up the emergency transmission from that aircraft. We assume that it's been hijacked, but the emergency transmission is giving us a very uneven flight pattern. It seems to be flying in large circles over Essex. I've cleared all traffic from the area, and I want you people to stand by. That's right. The moment he looks like landing, then we move in. And for heaven's sake, don't make a mess of it.
How far? We're getting close to the beacon now.
Good.
Soon I will have to descend below the cloud. If it is too low, then we shall probably crash.
If it's too low, you can get clearance for one of the commercial airports.
No, that is impossible.
Why?
Because you've broken my radio, that is why.
He's going down.
How can you tell?
I can feel it in my ears.
Yeah, I think I can too.
Down into East Germany.
I hope not.
That's where he wanted to go.
Yeah, only...
You two, sit quite still and shut up. Do you hear me?
Oh, yeah. We hear you, darling.
Funny. Jason said you were tough, Adam Kane. Right at this moment, you don't look very tough to me.
Cloud is low.
Keep going down.
I haven't been able to get a barometer reading. I cannot trust my altimeter.
Keep going down. The cloud has to break sometime.
It may not. It may be right onto the ground.
No, it isn't. There, I saw a break.
Yeah, break.
You can see the ground now. The airfield should be to your left somewhere.
Yeah, I can see it.
Where?
There, those trees. There's the boundary.
Then get down onto it and don't waste time.
I must pass over once.
Why?
I want to see for myself the condition of the strip, the wind direction.
No, you don't. No more chances. Put the plane down now.
We're landing.
Yeah, keep an eye until that.
But where?
Look out the window. What do you see?
Trees. They could be anywhere.
Right. That bird's not sitting down and strapping herself in.
I noticed. She's going to be off balance when we touch down.
Right.
Coming up.
Now, I've got your gun, sweetheart.
It won't do you any good. We've landed. We're in East Germany.
Yeah?
Look, you can see the cars coming across the fields towards us.
Yeah.
Adam, cars. Dozens of them all round the plane. Someone coming up to the hatch. The hostess is opening up. Shall I stop her?
No, let them in.
Adam Kane, where the devil are you?
Over here, old love. Come and collect the bits and pieces.
It was quite simple, really. The heavy cloud, he had no way of telling where we were going. It simply flew in circles.
Yeah. But just how did you find that old airfield in Essex?
I told you. During the war, I used to fly Messerschmitts. That was one of my targets. Even in the cloud, it was easy to find.
Jolly well done. Those radio messages help too.
Radio? But I thought they smashed the radio.
Yeah, they had, the main radio. But since all the hijacking, we have had an emergency reserve radio that broadcasts the identification of the plane over and over. A continuous message on tape.
We were able to plot you from the ground. We guessed which field you were heading for. Now we have the lists and Jason and his girlfriend nicely locked up.
And you didn't need me at all, did you?
Oh, Adam, what a sad thing to say. Of course we needed you.
Viv.
Yes?
This bird's too bleat and sulky for her own good. Better send her back to being an air hostess.
My Name is Adam Kane is written by Dale Cutts and directed by Margaret Heel.
My name's Adam Kane.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a flash of a knife and a woman's scream, and ended up with a new kind of love and a woman's tears.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
You ever notice how when the sun goes down, the chemistry of the whole earth starts a new reaction? The flowers close with the shop doors, sunshine leaves town with the buses, and the birds settle down like the dust covers on the department store counters. At night, perfume replaces the flowers, neon takes up the task of the sun, and the birds that take flight are the hearts of people looking for love and the good tomorrow. Someone said the night is a mantle that covers the weary and a cave of excitement for the adventuresome. He forgot to add that the night is also a mask for the evil. I was out making my rounds, covering my beat for a story. I talked with a bootblack here, a hat-check girl there, a head waiter or two, assorted cabbies, and came up with nothing but a few shreds of scandal that were better left unreported. When I turned onto Harding Street, there was a story for me, ready-made. But it was a story I was sorry I had to report. A woman was lying on the sidewalk with a frightened look in her eyes. The shoulder of her dress was ripped open, and there was a red stain growing on her side. I walked up to the edge of the crowd that seemed to pour out of nowhere, and I pushed my way through. I'm from the press, Charlie.
Oh, hello, Randy. Didn't even look at your face.
What happened, Charlie?
Said she was waiting for a taxi. There were 3 or 4 people with her. Before she knew...
He just slashed at me.
Try to lie quietly, will you, lady? It'll be better. Now you know. The 14th case like this in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know all about him. They call him the Slasher. Like a good newspaper man should, I got the names, the places, the what, why, and how, and then I phoned them in. Whoever did it moved into the darkness so fast nobody could get a good look at him. And the man the whole police force had tried to find for 3 weeks had come and gone like a vampire phantom. And another woman, they were always women, lay on the ground wounded. The whole thing disgusted me, and after the police had cleared things up, I went into Mike Creshaw's place for something cold to take the hot, dry taste out of my mouth.
Yeah, wouldn't that curdle your hair?
Yeah?
Right on this very street. I'd like to get my hands on that screwball. Just one hand. I'd fix him so as he wouldn't be able to cut paper dolls.
I hope they catch him soon.
Why don't you newspaper men do something? You got the power in this town.
Well, nobody knows what he looks like, where he comes from, or where he goes. What would you do if you were a newspaper reporter?
Well, now that you mention it, I don't know. But sometime, somewhere, they're going to catch him. And things are going very bad with this gent. Very bad indeed. Yeah. Let me put a head on it.
Thank you. Mike, tell me, where'd you get those new murals on the walls?
All right, huh? Yeah, we had them done just last week. The place looks like a magazine cover, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Look at those legs.
Who did them?
Oh, some joker named Rick. Rick Bennett. Works over at the Hofbrau now. I got him the job. Me.
That's pretty good-looking art for a bar.
Hey, you owed us a tab. We let him pay it off that way.
What's the matter with the face of that girl, the one on the right?
You know, I've been wondering about that myself. I think he must have made a mistake somewhere. What do you think?
Maybe he did make a mistake.
Yeah, but look at that shape.
Rick Bennett at the Hofbrau, huh?
That's the guy. Does sketching.
Thank you, Mike. I'll see you later. I didn't tell Mike what I was really thinking because it sounded too far-fetched to be true. But that mistake on her face looked to me like a scar. Why would a guy paint a scar on a beautiful woman's face? I dropped into the Hofbrau to get a look at this Rick Bennett. He was sitting in a corner booth with a pad of sketching paper, some charcoal, and some pastels. None of them were busy. I walked over. How much does a sketch cost?
$1.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a deal. Here's your buck.
Caricature or serious?
Oh, serious. I'm going to give this to my girl.
Don't waste your time. Turn your head, will you? A little more. Okay.
You been around here long?
3 weeks.
Been here all night?
Just came in 10 minutes ago.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. I'm an orphan. I got 3 teeth missing. I was a shot put champion in high school, and my favorite food is liver and onions. Anything else?
No, not right now. He finished the picture in a few minutes. Without a word, he handed it to me. It was a perfect and talented reproduction, except for one thing. Down the left side of my face was a long, jagged scar.
It's my trademark. Want your buck back?
No, not especially. This is the strangest trademark I ever heard of. And the reporter hears of a lot of strange things.
What? Hey, you a newspaper man?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, give me the sketch. Yeah. There. It's clean. No scar. And here's your $1 back. This one's free.
Oh, thank you. I get this preferential treatment just because I'm a reporter?
That's right. If I'm going to ask a favor of somebody, I have to use better manners. If you don't mind, I thought maybe you could help me.
What's your problem?
I came here looking for a girl. Yeah. Ever seen her?
No.
Her name is Selma Vasic. She's beautiful. Too beautiful for her own good. She sings and dances a little.
Well, I don't dance.
Well, maybe you've been in a nightclub somewhere and she danced by.
Can't seem to place her.
It's the most important thing in the world that I find this girl. Being a reporter, you get around. You should know a lot of people.
I do, but I'm afraid she isn't one of them.
Selma's somewhere in Chicago. I know it. I'm not leaving this town until I find her.
All right, calm down. Why do you want to find her?
You ever hear of love? You know, boy meets girl. We had a little quarrel. Boy loses girl. She left. But I want to see her and make it all up to her.
Got an extra copy of her picture?
I got hundreds of them. I can give them to you in watercolors and oils and tempera and pastels and mud, plaster, or blood.
And if I happen to see her?
You tell her Rick Bennett, the love of her life, is looking for him. And Rick Bennett hasn't forgotten and that he's got something for her.
There was something about his recent appearance in town and his morbid interest in scarred flesh that made me creep a little along the spine. It seemed to me that for her own good, I might be wise to look up the girl whose name on the picture read Selma Vasic. But where do you start in a city of 5 million with just a picture and a suspicion? And I remembered Bennett had said Selma Vasic was a dancer. I knew nightclub entertainers got jobs through agents, so I began looking up every agent I could find at that hour. On my 12th one, little Al O'Brien, I got a nibble.
And now it seems to me, Randy, if you dyed this hair brunette and plucked those eyebrows a little and starved this girl for a few weeks, she'd be a dead ringer for a dame on the floor show at the Blue Marlin.
Are you sure?
Oh, of course, you'd have to change the name, too. The dame at the Blue Marlin is called Honey Kane.
The Blue Marlin was 5 minutes from Little Al's by cab, and I journeyed over. It was a drab joint needing paint and a new B in the sign and better liquor. I cased the chorus once, spotted Honey Kane, and went in the stage door. I caught her just coming off the floor.
All right, one side, Buster.
Selma.
My name is Honey Kane.
Didn't it used to be Selma Vasic?
Go on, stop bothering me before I call some of the boys.
All right, maybe I made a mistake, honey, but if you are Selma Vasic, I have a message from Rick Bennett.
What connection do you have with Rick Bennett?
Well, not much.
All right, come on, here. In the prop room. I want to talk. All right. So I'm Selma Vasic. Now, who are you and what's with Rick Bennett?
I'm with the Chicago Star. My name is Randy Stone. I met Rick tonight. He said he was looking for you. I was lucky enough to find you.
I hope he's never that lucky. Mister, that guy is crazy. He's been following me from one city to another for 3 years. Never catching me, but always following.
You know him?
Yeah, we grew up in the same neighborhood. He fell in love with me when he was 5 years old. I was 4. Laugh. I don't blame you.
Well, I fell in love when I was 3.
I did all my dating with Rick until I was 17. Then I went for another guy. Alfred Dimitri, his name was. One day, Dimitri ran his car into a tree. I was in it, and my head went right through the windshield. That was the last I saw of Dimitri. But Rick stuck by me. I was months recovering. I never did fully.
You'll be all right, Selma. Honest, you will. You'll be okay.
I won't. Look at me. I look like an old witch, one side of my face slashed open with an ugly scar.
It doesn't make any difference. People love you for what you are.
Love me? People won't even look at me. Oh, Ricky, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I might as well kill myself.
Don't say that, Selma. I meant it when I said it. It won't make any difference to me. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. I'll always take care of you. I love you like nobody else could.
Oh, Rick. Rick, please be nice to me. Please.
Oh, don't worry any more about that scar, Selma. If it's the last thing I do in this world, I'll fix it. I promise you.
Word, because as far as I can see, the scar's completely removed from your face.
Oh, there isn't a trace of it left. Look at me. I'm supposed to be a beautiful girl.
You are?
Don't make fun of me. You know how I lost the scar? Ricky worked like he never worked in his life. For 16 months, he sweated over his first important oil painting to enter into a competition. He was poor and hungry and couldn't even buy enough oils. And he won the competition, $5,000.
And that was the money that fixed your face?
It took every cent.
It was quite a sacrifice.
Rick never had another success. He just went on struggling, and I couldn't stand it anymore.
Couldn't stand watching him suffer or never having anything for yourself?
Why lie? It was mostly not having anything myself. Guys were beginning to look at me in that sweet way all over town, and all of a sudden I knew how to get money. Get up on the stage, behind the lights, become a rich, famous star. So I threw Rick over and left town. He's been chasing me ever since.
You wouldn't consider going back to him?
Go back to him, me? What have I got to bring him now? I'm not the same girl he was in love with. I haven't got the scar on my face anymore. I've got it inside. I'm another person. And the names for it aren't very nice. When he sees what I've turned out to be, I think he might want to kill me.
You really think that, Selma?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Selma, would you rather I didn't tell Rick where you are?
I'll pray for you every night if you don't tell him.
All right, it's your life. I took it slow and thoughtful back to the Hofbrau. Rick was strange and Selma was strange, and the whole world seemed tortured at the moment. I guess I should never have poked into their lives, but I couldn't escape the feeling that there was something about Rick Bennett that bore looking into. At the Hofbrau, they said he went home to his rooming house. I went there.
Oh, Stone, the newspaper bug. What are you doing here?
May I come in?
Sure. You want another portrait?
No. I think you know why I'm here, Bennett.
Yeah. I don't suppose you had any luck.
As a matter of fact, I did. I found her, just like that.
You found Selma? Selma, you found her? Well, where is she? Come on. Well, come on. Where is she?
I can't tell you.
Can't tell me after I've been looking for months and months for her? Well, come on. Spit it out, will you? Don't waste time.
If you'll sit down and be quiet, I'll tell you about it.
You tell me about it right now, or I'll tear you inside out.
This is going to get you nowhere.
Talk. Talk! I'll break every bone you have.
Now, you want to get up and talk sense now?
All right. Don't tell me. I never needed anybody before. I don't need anybody now. All right, don't tell me. I'll find her myself. When I do, she'll wish she never saw me.
Put down that knife, Bennett.
Yeah? You come within a foot of me, reporter. You'll be sliced in half now. Get away from that door. Go on, move!
He ran out of the room, the knife still in his hand, and his face a picture of twisted madness. And as he closed the door, for the first time I noticed the room was filled with dozens of pictures of Selma Bassett. And every one of them had a long, jagged scar painted on the face. I realized at last what I didn't want to. Rick Bennett was the slasher.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Of Duffy's Tavern. The welcome mat is out at Duffy's, and your host will be the ungrammatical Archie, played by Ed Gardner. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but he'll be represented by his charming daughter, Miss Duffy. Clifton Finnegan and Eddie the waiter also will be on hand to join in the mischief with Archie. It's top Friday evening listening later tonight with Duffy's Tavern over most of these NBC stations. And a reminder, this Sunday on NBC, it's The Big Show, an hour and a half of the best in comedy, music, and drama. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
As I stood in Rick Bennett's miserable room looking at the scarred picture of Selma Bassett everywhere, my first fear that he was going to run right out and find her disappeared after a little thought. Rick Bennett had no way of knowing where I'd interviewed her. I didn't think he should be running around the streets with a knife in his hand, so I called the police.
Central Division, Sergeant Friends.
Sergeant, my name is Randy Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star. Can you take something down? Height, about 5'11". Weight, about 170. Late 20s. Hair, black. Eyes, gray, I think. Last seen wearing a dark blue suit, no hat, no gloves. His name is Richard Bennett. He's the slasher. He's the slasher. I just tangled with him, and he was carrying a knife. Also, I ran into him 2 blocks from where a woman was slashed tonight. And also, I've talked with him long enough to think that he thinks he's got a good reason for slashing people.
Who'd you say this was?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
You sober?
Yes.
Where does this Bennett guy live?
Well, he used to live where I'm calling from now, but I don't think he'll be back here.
Okay, Stone, thanks for the tip-off. We'll get an all points out on him right away. Shouldn't be hard to pick him up.
After that, I jumped into my car and headed for the Blue Marlin to have another interview with Honey Kane, alias Selma Bassett. The neons were out when I got there, but a grizzly old man with a red face was mopping the floor.
Everybody's gone home, mister. Open again 5 tomorrow afternoon. Come back then. Really be twirling then.
Look, Pop, I'm trying to get a hold of one of the girls in the show.
Who isn't? And who you calling Pop?
All right.
If I could land something better than mopping floors, I'd want to get a hold of one of them myself.
Oh, please. Look, her name is Honey Kane. Do you know her?
Sure. I do it up in my tears and haul out my Cadillac and take her out champagne drinking every night. Go on, beat it. I got my mopping to do.
Where can I find out where she lives? I've got to get in touch with her.
Try Julius. He knows those things.
Julius?
His stage manager. Real short, yellow-livered guy. He don't let me stand in the wings and watch the last show. Wouldn't hurt him nothing doing that.
Yeah. Where can I find him?
In the hobnob across the street. Being a big shot.
I found Julius across the street being a big shot. It was intermission for the little orchestra that was playing there, and he was standing behind the vibraharp playing lost chords. A bored bartender and a drunk passed out in an empty booth were his audience. Nobody looked up when I came in, most of all Julius, but he did answer me.
Yeah, I'm Julius.
I just came from the Blue Marlin. The janitor there said you could help me.
Yeah? He's a dirty old man.
I'm trying to locate one of the girls in your show.
A lot of people are, brother. Now, why don't you...
I went all through that with the janitor. I don't want to go through it with you. Now, my name is Stone. I'm a reporter. I'm on a story. I want to talk to Honey Kane. Do you have her address?
Yeah, Mr. Reporter on a story. I got her address. But I ain't handing it out to you. You talk too smart. You move too quick. And you're sort of a jerk. I just don't like you.
And I don't like you, mister. Well, I want that address, and I'm going to get it. How I get it's up to you.
Wait a minute.
Tell me where Honey Kane lives and make it fast.
All right. Let go of me. Got a book. Keep it on me all the time. I always know what you guys who go prancing around for dames want to know.
Come on, get it out.
I don't need to. I remember hers.
Yeah?
1312 Commodore, apartment 16C. Honey never gave me no tumble. You guys must be doing some good, huh? Yeah, she'll get around to me before long.
What guys?
You're the second one been around here asking for Honey tonight.
Who else was asking?
A wise guy just like you. Came in 15 minutes ago. He talked smart, too, and was sort of a jerk. But he wasn't with no newspaper. His name was Bennett.
Rick Bennett. Where's the phone? When Rick Bennett had run from his room with a knife in his hand, I didn't think he had any way of locating Selma Vasek, but I'd underestimated his ability to trace my steps. Maybe it was because he'd been looking for her such a long time he knew the ins and outs. Anyhow, he was on the right track and she was in danger. I phoned back to Central Division and told him the whole setup, and then I went over to the address Julius gave me. Her room was in the back on the 3rd floor. 2 uniformed policemen were already there inspecting the ripped bedspread and the slashed furniture. Selma was nowhere in sight.
I'm Sergeant Knight. You the guy who phoned in about this?
Yeah, that's right.
If he's on foot, he ought to be somewhere around the neighborhood.
What do you figure?
Came up here, took her with him, maybe. I don't know. You can never tell what this kind will do until they do it. We need a description on her. Can you fill it in?
Well, about 5'4", dyed blonde hair, 100 pounds, 25, maybe.
Anything else?
Yeah, she might be wearing a slash like all her pictures.
Where can I get those?
Rick Bennett's rooming house. Here's the address.
Charlie.
Yeah, Tom.
You better hop to this address and pick up some pictures of the girl. And get out a pickup on her as soon as you have a good description.
Right. See you.
Okay, Stone. Thanks. We'll give you a buzz when we pick him up. Or her up, or something. You'll want the story.
Yes, I'll want the story, Sergeant. I suppose I wanted the story. I don't know how I felt. Maybe I was seeing things like Slasher Found. Art student revenges himself on prodigal sweetheart. It wasn't a story for the papers. It was a case history for a psychologist. Something that had come under chromatic shock and the byproduct of sadism. It was 4:30 in the morning, and I didn't like the story or the night or the people, so I went home to my own apartment to get away from everything.
Hello, Mr. Stone. I didn't know where else to go.
I didn't get away from anything. It was Selma Vasek, without makeup, without coat, and without hope. She looked pretty well shaken. How did you get in here?
I called the paper and told them I had a story for you. They gave me your address. Then I woke the manager and told him I was your sister.
Sister, huh? That's a good one.
Yeah, I know I don't look like anybody's sister. But I had to come somewhere. Why did you tell Rick where I was?
I didn't tell him. I don't know how he found out.
I was just coming up the stairs to my place when I saw him on the landing. I turned around and came here. Let me stay here for a while, then I'll go away.
He's out looking for
And
him.
I'm scared of him. I'm scared to death.
Well, you ought to be scared. Right down to your double-dealing roots, you ought to be scared. The boy loved you once with everything he had and every way he could. Look what you made him. Look what you did to him.
I know it.
Yeah, all because of you. He was probably a nice kid once with nice, normal, warm feelings. Now they might have to shoot him down before they bring him in. If they get him without that, he'll have to be trotted off to the state institution to see if they can pin him back together again. What did you come here for?
I came here because you're the only man. The only man who's ever talked nice to me since Rick. I guess I better go.
No, stay. I'll phone the police and tell them you're safe. You can't go out now. There's a chance you'd run into him before they pick him up.
Thanks, Mr. Stone. Thanks.
Sure. You want a drink?
No, thanks.
Well, I do.
Stone,
It's Ricky.
Oh, boy.
Let me in! Let me in, Stone! Let me in!
Look, there's a phone. There's a phone in the next room. Dial O. Talk low. Tell the police.
He'll kill me.
Stay in that room. Lock the door. Keep quiet. Go on.
All right, I'll do it.
All right, just a minute. Oh, hello, Rick. Well, you've had a big night.
Where is she, Stone? Where's Selma?
I thought you went out looking for her.
I did, and believe it or not, I found out where she works and where she lives, but she isn't at any of those places.
Oh, that's too bad. Have a drink.
Listen to me, wise guy. You phoned her or warned her that I was after her, and you know where she's hiding. Now tell me. Tell me where she is, Stone, or I'll carve you up.
The same knife I'd seen him grab from the table in his room was still in his hand. This time it looked about 3 feet long and several shades shinier. He held it waist level, cupped in his right hand, and he walked toward me. I didn't know whether to take a chance and try to get at him or stand my ground and try to argue him out of it. Either way, he was a madman. He had a knife, and he looked like he was going to use it.
Ricky, stop it.
What? Selma.
I'm the one you want, not Mr. Stone. He's never done anything to you. I'm the one who's hurt you.
Selma, use your head.
You shut up, Stone. She's right. Come here, Selma. You changed. Your eyes are tired. You're different.
Yeah,
You're
Ricky.
different.
Yeah, I'm different.
But you're still you. I used to love you, Selma. Now I hate the sight of your pretty face. Pretty face.
Pretty face? Do you call this pretty?
Yeah. It's still pretty enough.
Stop it, both of you.
Let him go, Mr. Stone. I deserve it. Well, Ricky?
Yeah. You deserve it, Selma, and you...
Well, go ahead, Ricky. There's nothing anyhow. Nothing.
I can't, Selma. I can't do it. I've looked for you all this time. I've wanted you so much. And hated you so much for the thing you did to me. I can't, Selma. I still love you.
Well, that did it. I've run into some weird ones in my time, but this was the topper. I put in a call to police headquarters. The same people answered.
Central Division, Sergeant Friends.
Sergeant, Randy Stone again. I got your boy for you. He's in my apartment. The address is...
We're drunk.
What? Hey, what is this?
We picked up the slasher a half hour ago. And, brother, your description. He's blonde, short, wore a light suit, and drove a tan convertible. Sleep it off, Stone.
But I tell you, I got him right here. He almost slashed...
Almost. Yeah. We caught our guy doing a job.
But...
Sleep it off, Stone. Good night.
Yeah, that's how mistakes almost happen. But that isn't all. A psychiatrist examined Rick Bennett. He prescribed love, affection, honesty, and rest. He said it might take a long time. And Selma Bassick said she didn't have anything to do for the next 50 or 60 years. So the last I saw of the two of them, they were looking around for a preacher. Me, I looked around for a moral. I hate to say it, but I can't think of anything else. A definition of love. Love is so close to hate, and hate is so close to love, that if you find yourself hating someone you love, you're liable to love someone you hate. That makes sense? Love never does, people. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced, edited, and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by E. Jack Newman and John Michael Hayes, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Rick Bennett was played by Jeff Corey. Selma was Joan Banks. Others in tonight's cast were Sid Miller, Nestor Paiva, Jerry Hausner, and Lou Krugman. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen in the Warner Brothers picture Breakthrough, co-starring with David Bryan and John Agar. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Frank Lovejoy. Tonight ends our present cycle of Night Beat. In the very near future, we're hoping to be back on the air with a new series. Would you watch your local paper for the time and date? And meanwhile, if you've enjoyed our stories as much as we've enjoyed bringing them to you, perhaps we'll hear from you. Until then, good night.
Enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you dial and write. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Join Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment tonight on NBC.
NBC presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Sometimes the stories of the night have their beginnings on the day side. This one did. It was less than a dozen hastily written words on a piece of paper when I first saw it. My city editor Farley's words, all black and white in the light of day. It took the night to add the color and the shadings, to give them perspective and make them come alive. It wasn't quite 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the lights on Michigan Avenue were on. And I was going to work with Farley's words folded in an inside pocket. Specifically, I was on my way to meet a man named Riley Johnson. More specifically, Mr. Johnson owned a small plastics manufacturing plant on the south side. Most specifically, Mr. Johnson was giving the plant to his employees. I haven't met a real live humanitarian in weeks. This I had to see.
Yes, can I help you?
I'm Randy Stone, Chicago Star. I'd like to see Mr. Johnson.
Well, he's busy at the moment, Mr. Stone.
Can I wait?
Yes, if you like. Have a chair.
Thank you.
News travels fast, doesn't it?
That's what everybody says. How does it feel to be an owner?
Oh, I wouldn't want to be quoted, Mr. Stone. I really have no opinion at all.
A guy hands over a business to you and you have no opinion? That's almost a story in itself.
I think it's up to Mr. Johnson to make statements to the press.
Ah, you see, you do have an opinion.
Hey, Edie, can I see Johnson?
I'm afraid it'll be a while. This gentleman's waiting. This is Mr. Stone, Mr. Guthrie.
All right.
How do you do?
Mr. Guthrie's our plant foreman. Mr. Stone's a newspaper reporter, Jim.
Oh, you Randy Stone?
That's right.
I'll see if Mr. Johnson can see you now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I read your column every once in a while, Stone. I like it.
Well, so do I, every once in a while.
What are you going to write about Johnson?
I don't know yet. Got any suggestions?
Plenty, but you couldn't print any of them. You know?
No. Man gives plant to employees like man bites dog. That's news.
Stick around. He may bite a dog, too. I don't trust him. I don't figure his angle yet, but I'll bet he's got one. I'll bet it's a Lulu. Oh, good luck, Stone.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson will see you now, Mr. Stone.
Fine. I'm Randy Stone, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I know. Sit down. Close the door, too. Not that she'll miss anything.
He didn't look up when I came in. Riley Johnson was drunk from years of drinking. His florid face was all puffed. The pink flesh stretched tightly across it. The gaze he finally directed at me was fluid and colorless.
Now, let's get each other pegged right from the start, Stone. If you expected a wide-eyed visionary, you could save yourself a trip.
Well, it's too late to save the trip. I understand you're giving your plant to your employees.
I already have. Everything's signed over. And get this. I'm no philanthropist, so don't be writing any fine motives into it.
Well, I haven't written anything into it yet.
Just cut out all the humanitarian stuff out of it and get the facts straight. I'm just giving them one big headache back for the many little ones they've given me. Let them try to run it. All the little people working together for their common good. They'll murder each other.
You could have sold the plant and saved all those lives.
I'd have sold it if I could have kept enough money to matter. Let them kill themselves. One of their inalienable rights. Empty. There goes a nice kid. Well, that's it. That's your story. Take it or leave it.
I bet you've got some cozy plans for your retirement.
Yeah. I'm gonna get drunk. You going back uptown?
Yeah.
I'll hook a ride. I can't drive a car. I'm a menace. Ask anybody.
I'll take your word for it. He hooked the ride as far as a walk down a flight and saved saloon. Before the night was over, I tried to write the story about Riley Johnson. No humanitarian stuff, just facts. And leaving out the undertones, the things Guthrie said, the things Edie didn't say, it became a simple one-line story. Riley Johnson, Southside Plastics manufacturer, gave his plant to his employees yesterday. I went to bed at dawn still wondering who was giving who the business. Oh, dear. Yeah.
I'm afraid I've awakened you, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, I'm afraid you have. Who is this?
I'm Edie. At the plastics plant, remember?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I hate to bother you with this, but have you seen Mr. Johnson recently?
Well, recently, I've been asleep. Last time I saw him, he was doing a half-gainer into a basement bar and grill, but that was 12 hours or so ago.
You must mean the foxhole.
Might have been a foxhole, I don't know. On South Shore Drive?
Now, that's the one. I'd called there. That is, I kept calling until it closed around 3. Tincher, he's the bartender, said he left there the middle of last evening.
Maybe Tincher knows. I don't.
Mr. Johnson's a sick man, Mr. Stone. His drinking, it's an illness with him. I'm very worried about him.
Yeah, well, maybe he's worth worrying about, but
I'd be apt to think he was, Mr. Stone. He's my husband.
I didn't know.
I don't think Riley knows anymore either.
He didn't come home last night, then?
He hasn't been home in years. But that's unimportant right now. I have to locate him, that's all. Guthrie says the employees, that is, the people here at the plant, are planning some sort of farewell party or something here today, and, well, he ought to be here.
Yeah, well, the chances aren't good that I'll run into him anywhere, but if I do, I'll give you a call.
Would you? I'd be very grateful. I'll be at the plant all day. And I'm really sorry about waking you, but it is morning.
That's all right. I'll get back to sleep, okay. I dreamt a lot, and it was a big dream about getting back to sleep in the daytime. Edie's call at 7:30 a.m. was some sort of psychic cue for the kid across the hall to get a toothache and yowl his head off. This touched off a chain reaction. By noon, I threw in the towel and took my curled lip and jaundiced eyes out in search of food. Curiosity took me all the way to the foxhole, dark and musty and open for business.
Well, Riley will be back. Yeah, he's never very far away from here. This place says home sweet home to him. How's the egg, huh?
You're a better bartender.
That's good. I wouldn't want this trap to get a reputation for fine food, you know? It classes up the clientele.
Well, you can't have that.
No.
You seem pretty sure Riley will be back.
Oh, sure. He had a hat full of dough last night. I relieved him of most of it. When he knows what he's doing, I'll give it back.
Hey, you know him pretty well. What's he trying to prove?
Boozing? Well, I don't know. He sure don't like it sober. He'll talk okay, but not about himself, you know.
How about Edie, his wife? You talk about her?
Never heard him mention her. Oh, I know her, all right. I know who she is, anyway. Never seen her. But she calls pretty often. You're funny, too, what gets into dames, huh?
Her name anything.
All she ever wants to know is he okay? She even gave me his doc's phone number. I call him when Riley pulls his fold act. You want another egg, huh?
Not till Easter. Riley folds a lot?
All the time. Every time the doc says, this is it, he can't take anymore, but Riley keeps blasting away at the bottle. He don't care, but, oh, she does. She's one of those, there's good in everyone dames, you know? Real kind. For this, he don't come home ever.
You're wrong, Tincher. He's home now.
Well, a boy Oracle.
Hiya, Johnson.
Well, make a move, Tincher.
Oh, sure, why not?
I got a message for you, Johnson. They're planning something for you at the plant today. Maybe you ought to show up, take a few bows.
You ever read the kind of bills the boy Oracle here writes, didn't you?
Now, take it easy, Riley.
Full of big talk about the little people. The little people with their big hearts. And the big people with little hearts. The old cockeyed world is full of do-gooders, cheek-turners. Let's all get together and smile through our tears. Love will find a way.
What do I owe you, Tincher?
85. Thanks.
Well, it's been fun. Can I use the phone?
Well, help yourself. It's over there.
Riley slipped and fallen from the glory road. Let's all help him back on his feet. All the Edie's and the boy Oracles and the rest of the lot.
Johnson's Plastics Company.
Oh, Edie, it's Randy Stone.
Oh, Mr. Stone. I haven't found Riley yet. I'm just beside myself.
Well, he's at his natural habitat, the foxhole.
Oh, thank God. Is he all right?
Well, I wouldn't plan on him showing up at the plant.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I didn't really expect him. Thanks, Mr. Stone. Thanks for calling, anyway.
Sure. Bye, Edie.
Goodbye.
This was the second time I'd left Riley at the foxhole. It got easier every time. Outside, the sun shone and life went on. I knew the real story was all the things I didn't know about Riley and Edie. Maybe I'd never know them. Right then, they didn't seem important. I say right then because a couple of hours later, when I checked in at the paper, all the things I didn't know became very important. Riley Johnson's employee-owned plastics plant blew up right in their faces. It was still smoldering and still burning, but under control when I got there. I found the fire captain over by a pile of rubble.
Happened right around 1 o'clock. About half the employees were out to lunch.
The rest of them?
Took them to the Mercy Hospital. We're pretty sure we got them all out.
Was anyone killed?
Oh, not outright. One woman's supposed to be in the worst shape. Wife of the owner, according to a couple of workers.
Edie Johnson?
Johnson, yeah, I think that's the name.
I don't suppose you know yet if it was an accident or not.
The arson boys are checking. We ought to know before too long.
Well, if someone blew it, they did a real thorough job.
Yeah, kind of complete.
Missed the fireworks, Stone.
Oh. Guthrie. Hey, you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Lucky, too. The doc says these are just superficial. I'm walking along, and all of a sudden I'm not walking. Feels like a truck hit me in the back. Then I wake up, the darn thing blew me clean out of the plant. Ever hear of such a lucky thing?
Well, that much is good, Guthrie. I understand that Edie's pretty bad off.
Bad off? Yeah. I guess you could call it bad off. Told you Riley had an angle. Edie's blind.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Loyal Americans have always stood behind our fighting forces through all the years of our country's history. Whatever the need, the folks in the home front have always responded generously. Today, the need is for blood donations for members of our armed forces in Korea. The prompt use of blood plasma on the battlefield and whole blood in military hospitals saves the lives of many casualties. General Matthew B. Ridgway, Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Command, has said, "Every American who has given blood can and should feel he personally has contributed directly to the saving of the life of an American boy." Today, with the reserve of blood plasma virtually exhausted by GI requirements, an emergency exists. The Department of Defense is calling for an immediate stepping up of blood collections. This is an opportunity for you to have a part in this program, a program vital to our fighting men in Korea. Call your Red Cross chapter or local blood donor center for an appointment to make your donation of blood for the armed forces. All types of blood are needed. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Guthrie swallowed hard and looked away. After a while, he began pushing at the bandage on his arm, a little too hard because it hurt him.
Isn't that a rotten break? Edie, of all the people in the world.
Yeah, that's rough. That's real rough.
She used her eyes. Really used them to see good when nobody else could see it. You don't know her, Stone. She's the greatest.
Everyone seems to think so.
If she'd only set up a beef about it, build a case for herself, I'd almost feel better about it. But she won't. She'll take it. Just like she's taken every raw deal she's had. And all her raw deals begin and end with the same loss.
I talked to the fire captain. They'll know in a while if it was an accident.
I don't think it was. This whole deal smells like Riley. He'd hand you something that was loaded.
Well, he might. But even if they find out the blast was planned, it doesn't mean that it was Riley.
What's the matter? You building a case for Riley?
No, why should I? I don't know him well enough to build him a drink, even.
Nobody knows him, except Edie.
And she loves him.
Yeah, she does. How could she?
Edie's the only one who can answer that.
Oh, I've asked her lots of times. She knows I love her.
Did you expect Riley at the plant this morning?
Yeah, he was supposed to be there. We planned a little thing in his honor.
A little thing like an explosion?
Look, there are simpler ways to get rid of him, Stone. I wouldn't blow up a plant full of people to get to him.
No, I don't think you would. Any more than I think Riley would blow it up to get to Edie.
Unless he was after more than Edie. Huh, Stone?
It wasn't far from the Mercy Hospital to the Foxhole. I figured somebody ought to tell Riley, just in case he didn't know about Edie, and just in case he'd care. Tincher was half-seated on a bar stool, and at first I thought he was all alone, until he nodded across the room. Riley was lying flat, fit to the curve of a booth, and a man was bending over it.
He pulled a real fold this time.
His doc?
Yeah. Yeah, he's been working over him quite a while. I don't know how you keep a guy from taking on such a load. If I didn't let him have it, he'd get it somewhere else. A guy don't know what to do.
When did it happen?
Well, not long after you left. He just ups and keels over. Had a devil of a time locating the doc, too.
I think you better locate an ambulance, didn't you? Might as well get him to a hospital.
Yeah, okay. Oh, Doc, this is Randy Stone. He knows Riley.
I don't think you'll know him much longer, Stone.
This is the last one, huh?
Yeah, looks like it.
You think he'll come around at all?
He might. He's fooled me before.
Yeah, I know. Might have a good reason to fool you this time. Look, I don't know what it'll mean to him, or if you can tell him even, but there was an explosion at his plant, and his wife is the worst off. She's blind.
Where is she?
Mercy Hospital.
That's where I'm taking him. I'm on staff there. Yeah, sure, I'll tell him if I get the chance.
I get nothing but busy signals, Doc. Maybe there's a run on ambulances right now, huh?
Well, it's that. We can't wait for one.
I give you a hand, Doc?
Yeah, in the back seat if your car's got one. I'm in a coupe.
The doc took over when we got to Mercy Hospital. I took one more look at Riley as they wheeled him into the room. His face wasn't puffed and pink anymore. It was gray and very old. Edie and Riley were just a few doors apart now. It was hard to imagine they'd ever been closer. I wondered about them as man and wife, what kind of life they'd shared. Riley, a guy so bent on his own destruction he wanted to destroy everything around him. Guthrie, a third part to a triangle, or was there more to it than that? And Tincher, could he have an angle? How did these people relate to each other, really? Who was the heavy? I didn't know. I called the fire captain I'd talked to earlier. No report from the arson investigators. He said he'd call me at the hospital when he got word. I waited outside Riley's room for the doc.
Oh, Stone, I hoped you were still here. Riley's come around. He wants to talk to you.
Did you tell him about Edie?
Yes, I did. Go on, go in there for a minute or two.
Will he make it, Doc?
Not a chance, and he knows it. I'll be back. I have to check something.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Riley.
Boy, Oracle. I'm in a fine fix. You're the best I can come up with.
The doc said you wanted to see me.
I never wanted to see you. Right now, I don't have much choice. Maybe I should have made a friend along the way. Believe me, if I had a friend, I wouldn't be asking for you.
Okay, so we're real pals. Now, what do you want, a friendship ring?
Find that lousy Tincher. Tell him he didn't put a thing over on me. He never could, and he never did.
I got it. I suppose you'll understand.
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Understand? He should. He's not satisfied that I practically kept him in business with my regrettable taste for whiskey. Got to steal me blind.
I'll tell him.
Thought I wouldn't remember. I remember plenty. Plenty. I had a fistful of dough last night. Thinks I don't know. He took it. Just tell him I know, that's all.
He's told me about your dough, Riley.
What does that prove? He's one of your little people, I suppose, with a big fat heart. Brother, you don't know anything about people, not anything.
You said you had a couple messages, Riley.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? Well, the other one's for you. Get out.
Yeah, sure. Oh. Hi, Doc.
How is he?
Oh, he's normal, I guess. He doesn't change much in my book.
Stick around, will you? I want to see him, and then I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, I'll be around. I'll go down to the drugstore and get some coffee. The first cup of coffee did nothing for the tight knot I was using for a stomach. I wanted a phone call from the fire captain to point the blame for the explosion. I couldn't figure Riley. Did he fold because he couldn't handle any more alcohol? Or because he couldn't blow up a place without having a reaction to it? I stayed with the coffee, but it didn't produce any answers.
I tried to see him, but they wouldn't let me in.
Sit down, Tincher. The doc will be down in a little while.
Yeah. I just locked up and came over.
Have some coffee.
No, thanks. I didn't know what else to do. I got these flowers. Then I forgot to give them to the nurse. Silly, I guess, huh? Flowers, huh?
Why beat yourself? The flowers are fine.
You know something? Hospitals sort of make me crawl. I get nervous just walking in the door. I don't know. Everything's so clean, smells clean. Funny, I got nothing against being clean, but it gets me, you know?
Yeah, it seems a little impersonal, but I guess it isn't.
Yeah, well, golly, I almost forgot. Riley's dough. I wanna get it back to him, see? Remember I told you I took it off him last night?
Yeah, yes, I remember.
Well, you give it to him, will you? You're gonna see the doc, huh? Oh, give him the dough and the flowers, too, huh?
Sure, that's the way you want it.
Yeah. Tell Riley I'll be back when he's feeling better.
I'll tell him.
See you.
Okay. It was beginning to get me, too. I paid for the coffee, scooped up the fat wad of money and the thin bunch of flowers, and went back up to Riley's floor. The nurse at the desk took the flowers and told me that Edie was about the same, whatever that meant. That's when the doc came out of Riley's room and motioned me down to the waiting room.
Got a cigarette, Stone?
Well, sure. Here.
Thanks. Well, he's dead.
Well, Tincher will feel bad, I guess.
I think Riley thought as much of Tincher as he did anyone.
Oh, yes, he thought Tincher was great. That's why he wanted to see me, to tell me the barkeep had stolen his money from him. Here's the roll. Tincher brought it. He just took it to keep Riley from throwing it around.
Yeah, I know. Tincher's all right. I'll give the money to Edie.
Yeah. What kind of a guy was that, Doc? I've seen a lot of guys go out. A lot of bums, too. I never saw one who didn't go a little soft at the end. This guy goes still spouting his hate and yakking about a friend who conned him, he says.
There isn't much doubt about Riley's character. He was a long way from the Good Samaritan. You knew him a day. I've known him for 10 years.
I'd like to know what made Riley run.
The answer isn't very simple, but I'll simplify it. 5 years ago, Riley Johnson was a regulation sort of a guy. No stronger, no weaker than most. You can't measure what the brain men call moral fiber. But it's safe to assume Riley had his share until he got kicked over.
And who did the kicking?
Edie.
Edie?
Yeah, she's all sweetness and light, unless you happen to know her, which I do. I could tell you a lot of things about Edie, none of them very savory. But mostly, she doesn't like a man. She likes men. Parades of them.
Like, maybe Guthrie?
Well, he's one of them for now. It goes on. Riley couldn't take it, so he left. Made friends with a bottle. And that's it.
Oh, that's great.
Telephone call for Mr. Randy Stone. Come to the second floor desk, please.
Wait here, will you, Doc?
Oh, sure.
Hello, it's Randy Stone.
Oh, yeah, Stone. You wanted the report from the arson boys. Just came in.
Well, what's the verdict?
Clogged gas line to one of the burners. It's been bagging up gas for who knows how long. Long enough to blow up anyway.
You're calling it an accident, then?
That's right. That's all it was, just an accident.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Cap. Thanks for calling.
You bet. Bye.
Bye. That was the fire captain, Doc. The explosion at the plant was an accident.
I'm glad it wasn't Riley.
Yeah, I guess I am, too. Lovely little vignette, isn't it? The Johnson story. Riley's dead. Edie's blind.
No, not for long she isn't. They do some big things now, you know. They can transfer the cornea from healthy eyes to bad ones.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I know, but...
Edie will see again. With Riley's eyes.
He did that?
Last thing he did. Told me to tell her to take a good look at herself.
It wasn't quite 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the lights on Michigan Avenue were on. The traffic was taking on that rush hour look, and most of Chicago was getting ready to call it a day. Another day was giving way to another darker night. This was where I came in just 24 hours before. I still had the slip of paper Farley had given me, and it read, Riley Johnson, Linton Avenue, South Side, giving plant to employees. Might be a story. Yes, Farley. It was a story. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Haidt, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Ed Begley, Gene Bates, Paul Frees, Sidney Miller, and Shep Menken. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday, enjoy sparkling comedy and musical variety with Inside Bob and Ray. And for pictures of Bob and Ray, the winners of radio's coveted Peabody Award, be sure to get this week's issue of Life magazine. Tomorrow evening, enjoy Western Song and Adventure on The Roy Rogers Show. You'll hear another story from the Double R Bar Ranch in Paradise Valley. Also, tomorrow evening, the Mario Lanza Show stars Mario Lanza and Lisa Kirk in 30 minutes of your favorite songs. Dragnet, Authentic Adventure is next on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a bloody brawl in the darkness of an alley and ended in the glare of a fight arena with the winner and still champion, Old Kid Death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
All that people need to make them happy, said Juvenile, are bread and circuses. And up to a point, I suppose the old Roman cynic was right. The promoter of the Metropolitan Arena probably never heard of Juvenile, but he would have agreed with him 100%. His fight club is a cut-rate monument to what the old Romans meant by circus, a place where gladiators meet regularly in combat. Its marquee flashed in the gathering twilight as I cruised past and crossed Madison and went up Clark, taking my time, for the night was young and the waking nightlife of the jukebox taverns might offer an incident for a story. But there was no inspiration there, so I kept going, cut through a cheap rooming house section and headed for the office. I stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A burst of footsteps pounded up from behind, and a man, his shirt blood-spattered, his head bleeding, jerked open the door and piled in beside me.
Get going. They're after me. Hurry, please.
Who's after you?
They got guns. Step on it.
I ran the light, noting several figures in my rearview mirror as they stopped running and turned toward a car at the curb. I made several turns as my passenger kept looking back. And finally, satisfied that we'd lost them, he leaned back, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from his face.
Lost him.
He was a stocky, heavy-shouldered guy, rather good-looking in a rugged sort of way. The ridges over his eyes were thick with old scar tissue, and there was a dent in his nose. The ear facing me seemed in good enough condition, but the mark of his profession was on him unmistakably.
Oh, thanks, pal. Thanks an awful lot. Dirty rat.
There was more than just one of them. I counted 3.
Oh, 5. I took care of the other 2. The rat I mean is the one who hired him to do the job.
Who?
Marty Bannon.
Bannon?
Yeah. Some louse must have tipped him off where I was staying.
This the same Marty Bannon who was up before the grand jury last month in that gambling investigation?
You must read the papers.
Oh, more than that. I covered the story.
A reporter?
I'm Randy Stone, the Chicago Star.
I'm Gunnar Evans.
Yeah, I know. I saw your name on the marquee at the Metropolitan. You're fighting Pete Madigan tonight.
That's right. You've seen me fight before, huh?
Oh, yeah, but not lately. Not since you started your comeback. Last time I saw you was over 5 years ago when you nearly lifted the crown from the middleweight champ.
Say, which way you going?
Well, right now we're heading to the hospital.
What?
Oh, look, you've got to get to a doctor.
Not that. I'm okay.
Now, you look it.
It's just a scratch, I tell you. Don't let a little blood scare you.
All right. Oh, there's a cop there by that street lamp.
No,
tell
keep
him
going. Please, I haven't got time.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Stone, I appreciate you helping me, but if I go to the cops now, they might hold me while they're investigating. I'll lose $2,000.
Your purse tonight?
More than just that. It's dough I put up to guarantee my appearance. Every dime I could scrape up. Look, I better get out.
I'll drive you to the arena.
So, thanks, but I'm going home first. Gotta pick up my manager.
I'll drive you there. I'm in no hurry.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Keep straight ahead. I'll tell you when to turn.
Good. What's Marty Bannon got against you?
I'll tell you someday, maybe.
Works for a gambling syndicate, doesn't he?
Works for it. He is a syndicate.
I wondered.
Turn to your left.
You, owe him money?
The house right there on the corner.
Okay. The apartment house where Gunnar Evans lived was probably a very classy joint around 1910. I wondered what had happened to those fat purses he'd collected when he was one of the 5 ranking middleweights in the world.
What had happened that he'd had to return to the ring to be a living punching bag for youngsters like Pete Madigan.
Well, thanks again.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just a little dizzy, I guess.
Now, wait a minute. Come on, now, no fooling. You got to see a doctor.
I tell you, I'm okay. I'll be all right.
Well, you better let me go up with you.
Stone, I appreciate all you've done, but you don't have to worry.
Okay, but you can't fight tonight. Not with that gash in your head.
Heck, I can't. Dan will fix it up. You just keep your mouth shut.
Dan?
My manager, Dan Morgan. It's above the hairline. They'll never notice. You coming to the fight?
You bet, and I'm going upstairs with you now, too.
I'm telling you.
And I'm telling you. Now, let's go. So we went up to his apartment together. He leaned against the doorbell like he was tired. When the door opened, he nearly fell in.
Gunner!
She was a little blonde with a baby face and eyes that were rhapsodies in blue. She shrunk back as he reached out to steady himself as though she didn't want him to touch her. And somehow the music in those big blue eyes vanished.
What happened?
Nothing much. Some hoods tried to jump me. I did all right. A friend of mine, Connie, Randy Stone, my wife. Come in.
Connie, is that him? Hey, Gunner, I've been looking all over for you. What the Sam Hill happened? I told you to... Wait. Holy smoke, what happened to you?
Don't get excited. I had a little trouble.
Yes, in the large economy size. 5 thugs jumped him.
What? Now, don't worry about it, will you? I'm all right. Just need to sit down. Randy Stone here helped me get out of it. Some of Bannon's hoods, I think, Dan.
If you ask me, you better call a doctor.
Nobody's asking.
Well, he's hurt.
Will you shut up? I keep telling him I'm okay, and he keeps hollering for an ambulance. Lay off, will you, Stone?
What makes you think Marty did it?
Who else? He tried to proposition me into taking a dive, didn't he? He owns Madigan body and soul, don't he? He even told me he'd do something to me if I turn him down.
Gunner.
Well, why did you turn him down?
For $500 I should take a dive? For 500 lousy fish? Come.
Well, why not? How far can you go? You think you're still a big shot, a headliner? Well, you're nothing but a has-been.
Now, take it easy, Connie. Gunner,
I told him to take it. I told him. How long can he last? I'm sick of being broke all the time. We needed that extra 500. Why didn't he take it?
Because I'm going to beat Madigan, that's why.
Oh, you fool. What good is it? You'll never hit the top again. If you can't think of yourself, what about me? What about the kid of yours?
Billy's your kid, too, now. Don't you forget.
My kid? Oh, no. Don't wish him on me just because I'm married to you. I'm sick of playing nursemaid, do you understand? And I'm sick of living like this.
Wouldn't be if you hadn't ruined me.
What?
You've stripped me of every cent I had, threw it away on parties, closed gambling, made me sell a little business I had to pay your lousy debts.
Why, you cheap, punch-drunk bum.
Now, stop that, Connie.
I don't have to take that talk from him or you or anyone else. I'm through, do you understand? Through, as of now.
She almost ran from the room, burst into an adjoining bedroom, and disappeared. Gunner Evans stared at the closed door for a moment and then sat down slowly by the table. His face was gray and tired as death itself. Old Dan Morgan shook his head sadly and gently pulled Gunner's head forward so he could have a better look at the cut on top.
Billy asleep, Dan?
Yeah, I put him to bed before you came in. I hope she doesn't wake. That don't look good, Gunner.
He still got that cough?
He's better. I lit the vapor lamp by his bed. He'll be all right in a day or two. You know how kids are, sick one day, up to next. Hand me that bag there, will you, Stone?
Oh, sure.
Here, thank you.
Connie.
Yeah?
Where you going with that suitcase?
Connie!
Well, that's the end, I guess.
Oh, she'll be back, Gunner. You know how she is.
Yeah, I know.
Now, be still. I want to fix this.
No. I want to take a look at Billy. Maybe he's uncovered.
A young kid?
5.
She's not his real mother, huh?
No. Billy's ma died when he was 2. Gunner married Connie 6 months ago. Thought the boy needed a mother. Some mother. She hates the little fella.
It's a shame.
Well, Aggie and me, we never had any children ourselves, but if we ever had, I'd want him to be like Gunner's boy. What a kid. Smart. I don't get it. How can any woman, even a gold-digging little witch like Connie, not want him? Still sleeping, huh?
Yeah. I'll have to see if I can get one of the neighbors to stay with him while we're gone.
Sit down. I'll get my bag.
What about it, Dan? Don't you think this is a job for a doctor?
Will you keep out of this?
Gunner, I was going to tell you, maybe you shouldn't fight tonight.
Dan, for the love of Mike, don't you let me down, too. Every cent I got is tied up in that forfeit. $2,000.
Well, I don't like the looks of it, but... Okay. You don't think you've lost too much blood?
Nuts. Get to work. Time's running out. We gotta be at the arena pretty soon.
Yeah, very well. Hold still now. This stuff is gonna sting.
Go on. I only wish I knew who tipped Bannon off where I was staying.
He stole a piece of cotton. There.
Oh. Here. You didn't mention it to anyone, did you, Dan?
Of course not. Skin clips, a little jar of alcohol.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
You mean you moved out of here and you were living in a rented room?
He was only there the last 2 days. We were afraid something like this would happen if they knew where to find him.
Somebody must have tipped them off. They ain't bloodhounds.
Must have been a fluke. Somebody must have seen you around there. Collodion, a brown bottle.
Yeah. Why would Marty Bannon go to all that trouble to keep you from fighting tonight? The odds are 5-1 on Madigan, aren't they?
Maybe they are, chum, but Bannon don't bet on anything that isn't a sure thing. Thought he could buy me for a lousy $500. Well, he was wrong.
Easy, I'm almost through.
I figured it was safer to claim I run out and divide my $2,000 forfeit money with that dumb punk of his.
Oh, for Pete's sake, what about the police? The boxing commission?
I opened my yap and they started an investigation. Cancel a fight. And who's hurt? Bannon? Nah. What can I prove? I need that dough, Randy. I need it bad.
I watched the savage gash in Gunner Evans' head close up and vanish under the magic touch of Dan Morgan's fingers. When he finally combed the hair over it and put away his tools, I was almost convinced that my concern had been overdone. Dan's fighter looked as good as new.
Now, you go into that bedroom and get a half-hour's rest, Gunner. Try to sleep.
But I gotta find a sitter.
Forget it. I'll call my wife. Aggie will be glad to come over.
Oh, that'd be swell. I'd sure appreciate it, Dan.
She'd be tickled to do it. You know how crazy she is over Billy.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, why not leave him with us until you get straightened out?
I'll think about it.
And Billy can always find a home with Aggie and me, Gunner. I only wish I had him for keeps.
Not a chance.
You better get some sleep while you can. You need it.
Yeah. I'm going. Oh, thanks, Stone. Thanks a million.
I went down into the street, got into my car. I lit a cigarette thinking of what was to come and hating it. Gunner didn't have a chance. The odds were all against him to start with. But now Marty Bannon and his thugs had guaranteed it. The more I thought about it, the sicker and angrier I got. I knew Marty's address from the last time the police had visited him. Maybe he ought to know he wasn't having himself a private party with Gunner. Maybe he ought to know that if he got too rough, I might just invite the 800,000 star subscribers. So I started up and headed northwest. Maybe I could put a scare into this mug. Bannon lived in a single penthouse apartment in the medium high rent district. I pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, a small peephole opened. An eye gave me a fishy stare, and the door swung wide.
Well?
How are you, Marty? Remember me? Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, yeah, one of those poison pen artists. What do you want?
A little talk.
About what?
About Gunner Evans.
Come in. All right, spill it. What's in your mind?
Who is it, doll baby?
Shut up.
Well, I like that. I only asked a simple... You.
Gunner's wife stood in the foyer entrance. Like Bannon, she was in evening clothes, wearing a gown that showed everything but good taste. When I saw, I knew who had tipped Bannon off where Gunner had been hiding, and who had sent those goons on a murder trail. It was Connie herself.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on The Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th.
I wanted to see Marty Bannon about the fix he was trying to muscle through on tonight's fight between Pete Madigan and Gunner Evans. But when I saw Connie gun his wife in Marty's apartment, I knew my words would be as useless as rain on Lake Michigan. It was she who'd betrayed her own husband and told Bannon where his thugs could find him. Her big blue eyes widened when she saw me and then hardened into chips of ice.
You get around, don't you, Stone?
Yeah, but it'd be tough trying to keep up with you, baby.
Connie, I told you to stay back.
What are you worrying about, Bannon? Gunner Evans is bound to find out sooner or later. Probably sooner.
Who cares? I'm through with that dumb ape, and he might as well know it now as any time.
Let, dollface. I got enough to worry about without having a punchy mad dog on my trail. Too many big deals coming up.
What's the matter, Bannon? You don't think he's got enough against you already?
He can't prove a thing. You value your health, you'll forget you were here tonight.
I thought you were smarter than that. The guy who fools around another man's wife is like a rented tuxedo. He never knows who's going to spill something on him.
Be sure it ain't you. Now get out.
Well, maybe I had done some good. I didn't know. At least he'd know now that somebody else knew what was going on. He'd drop the rough stuff, the fight would go on, and if he tried anything afterwards, it would be dangerous. I went back down to the lobby, walked out into the street. A taxi had pulled up to the curb, and the passenger was paying off the hacky. As I turned and stepped out onto the sidewalk, he turned around, and a cold chill hit me. It was Gunner Evans.
Stone, what are you doing here?
Well, I bet myself that you'd win tonight, and I came here to make sure I'd have a chance to win the bet.
You won't, so forget it.
Why not? Why did you come here?
Go home, Stone. One second.
No, wait a minute. What are you seeing Bannon for?
Out of my way.
You're supposed to be taking a nap and resting up. Why'd you come here?
Take the $500. What else?
Why? After what Bannon's done to you, after what you said, why? Why?
You have to think and lie in there. What was I gaining being so big and noble? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Your self-respect?
You can starve on self-respect. Look out. You can see your kid go hungry, your marriage go in the rocks. I got nothing to gain and everything to lose. So I'll take the $500. What does it matter? I'm washed up. I might as well face it.
But you can quit clean. You don't have to wind up crooked. You can get a job, do something else.
What? The only thing I ever done except fight is drive a truck, and I can't do that now.
Why not?
Because I'm half blind, you fool.
You're what?
Oh, I can see you well enough for anybody else who's close up. You don't have to see like an eagle when you're throwing leather. But I can't pass no truck driving test.
Well, I didn't know.
In the elevator.
I didn't know.
Nobody knows, not even Dan. You don't fight over 400 fights without losing something. With some guys, it's their brains. With others, their hearing or their teeth or their kidneys. With me, it's my eyes. Yeah, and my teeth, too. And the way things have been going, my brains, for all I know.
All right. Now, come on back home, kid. You don't need Bannon's dough. It smells.
No, but I need my wife. If I can find her and tell her I took Bannon's offer, well, she might come back. Get out of the elevator door. Move. I'm not breaking up my marriage for any $500. Bannon's on the 14th floor, ain't he?
Yeah, the 14th floor. Wait.
You coming along for the ride?
You're making a bad mistake, Gunner, going to Bannon's. It's the worst thing you could do. Now, come on.
Oh, preach, Stone. I'm sick of it. I made up my mind. Sure, I know it's the end of the trail. So what? I never hit the championship gravy, and even when you do, it ends up like this lots of times. No dough, no eyes, no brains.
You still got brains enough to lick this thing, Gunner, believe me.
Where's the button? Well, Stone, it's different when you're young. The promises sound good. The world looks good. You read the stuff they print about you in the paper, you're great. Sure, it gripes me that everybody seems to be making off their fights except you. The gamblers, the crooked managers, the shady promoters. Of course, they ain't all that way. There are some pretty good guys, like Dan Morgan. He's the first honest manager I ever had. But there's so many of the others. So you bust your fingers. You can't sleep for nights on account your hands are like two big hearts, beating with pain pumping through them instead of blood. You get your teeth knocked out. You can't breathe on account of your nose is busted. The years go by and where are you? What do you got?
Now, one day you wake up and the fires inside you are out and you're like a furnace full of clinkers. You're an old man. That it?
Yeah, an old man. You know how old I am? 33.
Gunner, I wish you wouldn't.
Let go of me.
All right. If you must, you must. But before you ring that bell, there's something something you should know about what you're going to find in there.
Yeah? What? What is it? What are you trying to say?
Okay, Marty. I'll meet you right after the fight. Then we can... Gunner!
Connie!
Marty, it's Gunner!
Open up! Open up, Connie! Open up the
Gunner,
door.
it's no good. She's not worth it.
I'll kill the rat.
Come on, get a grip on yourself. Gunner!
Get away from me. Connie! I'll bring it down for help me.
Gunner, for the love of Mike.
I told you to let me go.
Listen to me.
You asked for it.
Whatever time had done to Gunner Evans' legs, it certainly hadn't affected his punch. I went out like a shattered light bulb. When I came to, I was sprawled on my back in front of Bannon's penthouse apartment. The door was still locked, but I could see through it like it wasn't there. For the simple reason that the main part wasn't. The entire middle panel was smashed through. Only the frame remained. I got up slowly. My jaw hurt, and my brain was full of angry bees. I stepped through the broken door and looked around. I saw them. Connie and Marty lying at opposite sides of the living room. Their heads were twisted at curious angles, their necks purplish and swollen. And they were both quite dead. I found a telephone, I called the police and sat there a while, trying to brush the fog away. My head throbbed as I tried to remember something I felt was important, but I couldn't quite recall. And then suddenly it came to me. The fight, the Metropolitan Arena, Evans versus Madigan. That's where he'd be. That's where I'd find the gunner. I stumbled to the elevator, went downstairs, found my car, and drove out to the arena. Hi, is Gunner Evans here?
Is he here? He's fighting tonight. Don't you see the signs?
Yeah.
You're just in time for the main go, mister. Ringside? I got one on the aisle, row 5.
Here's my press card.
Say, what's going on anyway, you know?
Meaning what?
I mean, him coming in just a little while before the semifinal was over. His manager and the promoter was tearing their hair.
You say the main go's about to start?
Bell for round 1 rang 30 seconds ago. You're covering the fight, better get on in.
I headed down the main aisle to the press section at ringside. What was going on in that ring brought me to a standstill more than once before I finally got to the ringside and began easing my way around the gunner's corner. I couldn't take my eyes off him. The gunner was tearing into Pete Madigan with a slashing fury that brought the crowd to its feet and kept it there. This fight wasn't going to last any 10 rounds. I could see the gunner's manager, Dan Moran, standing at the ring apron, pounding it with his fist.
Cross him, let him have it!
How are you, Dan?
Stone.
He's terrific.
I don't know.
Mott said, jab him now, jab him. That's a boy.
What do you mean you don't know?
I've been trying to get him to box, but he won't. Look at him.
He's fighting Madigan's fight. He can't last. His legs won't take enough for 10 rounds. Something's the matter with him.
Yeah, something's the matter, all right.
When he finally showed up, he looked funny, acted funny. Something's happened. I don't know what.
Hook him! Hook him! He's wide open! Turn up, baby! Watch it! Watch it! That's the ticket. Jab him, Dizzy!
All right, boys. Get that stool in there fast.
Okay, Dan.
Take his mouthpiece out. My gosh, he shouldn't be breathing like that after only 1 round.
Dan, I want to tell you something. Gunner's in trouble. He's terrible trouble. Any minute the police...
Listen to him. Something's the matter with him. Look, Randy, do me a favor. Go back to Gunner's dressing room and have a look at Billy.
Who?
Billy. Gunner's little boy. I put him to bed there.
What is he doing here? I thought your wife...
Yeah, but Gunner showed up there just before he came here and took Billy with him.
Why?
Maybe he's afraid Bannon's hoods might break in the house and take it out on Billy. I don't know. Now, go on, will you?
Okay.
I gave one of the boys a buck to keep an eye on him. Make sure he's okay.
All right, don't worry. I went back down the ramp into the dressing room. Billy was sleeping on the rubbing table between several training gloves, big as pillows to keep him from rolling off. Dan had covered him with an old bathrobe and pillowed his curly head with some folded towels.
Cute little fella, ain't he?
It's a wonder he's been able to sleep through all this noise.
Yeah, but I guess he was just real wore out.
Yeah, I reckon he was.
There's the buzzer for round 2.
Yeah, well, I'll go up and have a look.
Okay, mister.
I walked up the ramp, down the aisle toward the press section. Round 2 was a facsimile, it seemed, of round 1. How many rounds could a man go at this pace? He was pressing Madigan every second, a slashing, ripping attack, like a madman, I kept thinking. Like a bulb that flares more brightly than it ever has before the instant before it goes out. Gunner Evans was fighting the greatest fight of his career and the last fight of his career. And then he was down. Gunner Evans was down.
Bank! He wasn't even hurt. Take some time.
It certainly seemed that way. Gunner lay sprawled on the canvas like a puppet whose strings had been cut.
He didn't stir as the referee's voice came through the pandemonium.
7, 8, 9, 10,
I walked down the aisle through a now hushed crowd. Nobody moved. When I finally got to the ringside, Dan and his 2 seconds were still working on Gunner. A scared, haunted look had begun to deepen the furrows of Dan's wrinkled face. Presently, the commission doctor climbed into the ring and knelt beside the fallen fighter. After a while, he looked up, pointing to the patched-up wound on Gunner's head. It had oozed some blood, but now it had stopped.
This man was hurt before the fight.
Yeah, he cut his head. I told him he shouldn't fight, but he insisted on going on.
In heaven's name, why?
He had a $2,000 forfeit posted.
$2,000.
How bad is it, Doc?
His skull was fractured before he entered the ring.
You mean that...
He's dead.
We went back to the dressing room, Dan and I. I tried to tell him what had happened at Bannon's apartment, but he didn't seem to hear. He shuffled along, his head bowed, his eyes red. We stared at the sleeping child, and I asked Dan, Gunner have any relatives?
I don't know. None that I know of. No. Gunner didn't have any kin.
You mean Billy's alone?
Alone? Of course not. He's not alone. Billy's got me and Aggie, ain't he?
Well, then you better take him before the police get here. Here. Take him home with you.
Yeah, poor little fella. He must be tired. Didn't open an eye. Yeah, I'll take him home. Don't want to take any chances. There's cough coming back.
You going to keep him, Dan?
Huh?
You said you wanted him, didn't you?
You mean?
Gunner would have wanted you to have him.
Billy.
He's yours, Dan. For keeps. Your son. Well, 4 a.m. and another edition about to go to press, another sunrise about to dawn. The death of one cycle, the birth of another. Or maybe it's all one, like time itself. Well, I'm not going metaphysical at this hour. But I can't help thinking that Gunner Evans maybe wasn't such a failure after all. In a way, he's still punching, he's still alive, with a new set of dreams and a future ahead. Yep, in his son. I guess basically that's why our children mean so much to all of us. Like the philosopher said, they're our only chance for earthly immortality. I'll have to get married one of these days. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Gunner Evans was played by Don Diamond. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs, get your programs here. Wednesday evening brings you other great adventure mystery programs on this NBC station. Be sure to hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, Richard Diamond starring Dick Powell, and Dangerous Assignment with Brian Donlevy. That's Wednesday night for more stellar action-filled programs. Be sure to listen. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC.
Criscos Radio Newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. Now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. Before Durward Kirby brings us the latest world news, I want to tell you a little story about Sergeant Louis Newbar, who is stationed at Fort Douglas, Utah. Sergeant Newbar, it seems, just doesn't like to be crowded. So, for a long time, he's made it a practice to get up a little earlier than the rest of the soldiers in the barracks so he can shave ahead of the washroom rush. The other morning, he was awakened by noises coming from the squad room. Time to get up, he said to himself, and drowsily threw the covers back and hustled down to shave. He carefully finished the job and then returned to the barracks, for some reason or other not feeling as though he'd had enough sleep. And when he re-entered the barracks, the truth dawned on him. No wonder he felt as though he hadn't slept enough. It was only 1 o'clock in the morning. The noise he'd heard was some of the boys just coming in. And now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
American heavy bombers picked up the air offensive against Western Europe this morning, Byrne. Our flying fortresses blasted targets at Brunswick, one of Germany's major manufacturers of aircraft engines, as well as an important communications center. The fortresses were escorted into their target by formations of American and British fighters. Early reports say there was heavy anti-aircraft fire, but practically no German fighter plane opposition. Our Liberators and other planes also bombed the French invasion coast. In London, Britain's Air Minister, Sir Archibald Sinclair, says that air supremacy over Germany, to blast open the road to Berlin, now lies within the grasp of the Allies. He says that our historic aerial offensive is producing visible, measurable, and progressive results. However, Sinclair cautions that Germany is still capable of striking back in heavy force. General Arnold, the United States Army's air chief, has commended the 15th Air Force in Italy for last week's raids on German aircraft plants. He says that those attacks laid the foundations for final and decisive operations in the future. In Italy, the heaviest artillery duels in 10 days have broken the lull on the Anzio beachhead. British troops have broken up a series of small German attacks, and other Allied troops have mopped up a number of Germans who wriggled through the lines near Cassino. From Russia, Premier Joseph Stalin has sent a message to President Roosevelt predicting that the time is near when the Allies will defeat Hitlerite Germany. On the Russian battlefronts today, the Red Army is racing over the approaches to Pskov and nearing the outskirts of the town itself. In Moscow, a special Russian atrocity commission has made a full report on the brutality of German occupation forces at Kiev. The commission is holding Field Marshal von Manstein, the German commander in southern Russia, responsible for 195,000 murders in the Kiev area. Finland's parliament held a secret session this morning, presumably to discuss chances for an acceptable separate peace with Russia. And there is also a report that Sweden will do its best to provide Finland with food if the Finns get out of the war. On the other side of the world, there is good news in our war against the Japs. First of all, the Navy Department reveals that our submarines have sunk 14 more Japanese merchant vessels. And in New Delhi, Admiral Mountbatten has issued an order of the day to his forces in Burma, saying that their complete victory on the Arakan front has given the Japanese a crack they will remember. In the Southwest Pacific, American air and naval forces have delivered another heavy blow to Japanese shipping, destroying or damaging 29 Japanese planes, 34 barges, and 2 cargo ships. And the Japs admit that they lack sufficient aircraft to cope with the growing Allied offensive actions. In this hemisphere, in Buenos Aires, the police say that they seized documents of the German Transocean News Agency to prove that it was connected with spy rings in countries bordering Argentina. Also, the Tokyo radio, by the way, has come forth with one of the best of the war's wisecracks. Unconscious variety, that is. After telling of new American successes, the Jap announcer asked, "What shall we do now?" And then solemnly answered his own question by saying, "Now is the time that the people of Japan should stand up with resolute determination, glaring at the enemy." Well, some Marine probably has the answer to that one with, "Glare ahead, brother, we're coming in anyway." And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernardine, I believe you have something of interest for our listeners.
The other day I was talking to a woman who runs a cooking school, and we got to comparing notes, particularly about Crisco. She said she'd just never seen so many dyed-in-the-wool butter users who were being won over to Crisco for cakes.
Well, that wasn't any surprise to you, was it, Fern?
No, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who's noticing it. Really, friends, don't you think butter for cakes got to be kind of a habit? Why, with Crisco you can make some of the best-tasting cakes you ever put in your mouth. Full of flavor, wonderful texture, and light as a feather. Like the maple walnut cake I made yesterday. You just add chopped walnuts to a regular yellow layer cake batter. And for the frosting, use a boiled icing with maple syrup in it. Anyway, the cake was delicious. As good as any butter cake ever thought of being.
And what about that lighter cake secret of Crisco's, Vern?
Oh, yes. Why, friends, do you know that with Crisco, you can make a lighter cake than with any other shortening, even the most expensive? It's amazing to think a shortening can make that much difference. But you just try a Crisco cake and see. See if you ever tasted a cake quite as light or one that was quite as good.
Now, Bernardine, how about another story?
This is a story about the Red Cross, Durward. Not long ago, Red Cross relief representatives were standing on a dock under a hot African sun and watching a large gray refugee ship move in through the harbor. There were children on board, 300 or 400 young refugees from Greece. There were adults on the ship, too, many of them ill, others forlorn and bewildered. They had seen their country ruthlessly devastated by the Germans. For most of them, everything they'd ever owned had been lost. They had only the baggage they carried. One very old lady refused the assistance of a young native boy who ran out to help her. She was afraid to let her few pitiful belongings out of her sight. Then there was a little girl, blonde and blue-eyed and not more than 6 years old. She had no baggage at all. All she owned was on her back, a shapeless dress made from an old burlap sack. As the refugees streamed onto the dock, Red Cross workers passed among them, distributing refreshments and clothing and making assignments for temporary homes. The little girl in the burlap was given a new Red Cross dress. She didn't know what to say. She hugged it to her and stared at the Red Cross worker with unbelieving eyes. It had been so long since she'd had anything pretty or clean or new. The next day, though, the Red Cross workers were surprised to see the little girl still wearing her ragged gunny sack dress. "Where's your new dress, dear?" the Red Cross lady asked her. "Did you lose it?" The child was silent for a moment.
I heard the door softly close behind me. Without turning around, I knew it had been a trap. Then I heard another sound. A gun was slowly being cocked. I realized that this was the end of the line. Payoff time. Yeah, little Mike had finally solved the case. The hard way.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Jeff Chandler. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode which we call The Case of the Corresponding Corpse.
Have a seat, Mr. Lima.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Shayne. It was good of you to wait for me in your office this evening to see me.
Oh, you sounded pretty upset over the phone.
Oh, I am, senor, I am. It is all so bewildering, I do not know what to do, where to turn. Then the thought occurred to me that perhaps someone like you could help me.
Well, you're not the only one who's bewildered, Lima.
Senor?
I'm in the dark, too. You still haven't told me what this is all about. All you said over the phone was you wanted to see me right away.
Ah, but of course. You must excuse me, Senor Shayne. It is just that I have been so upset. You see, I flew up from Havana this morning.
Oh, is that your home down there?
Yes, it is. I have extensive holdings in and around Havana and have lived there for a little more than 2 years now.
You up here in New Orleans on a vacation?
Oh, no, indeed, senor. I came up because of my friend Julian. His last letter sounded so urgent, I felt I must...
Look, Lima, do me a big favor, will you?
Why, of course, senor. What is it?
Start from the beginning. I'm way behind.
Oh, but of course, senor.
Now, you live in Havana.
Yes.
You have a friend here in New Orleans named Julian.
Yes.
What about him?
I have not seen Julian since I went to Havana. And then I have not heard from him. And then suddenly yesterday I received a letter from him saying he was in danger. He wanted me to come up here right away.
Uh-huh. Is he in danger?
Julian?
Well, that's who we're talking about, isn't it?
Oh, but of course, senor. Now, remember, I received this letter from Julian only yesterday.
You said that once.
When I arrived here, I went at once to Julian's address. And, Senor Shayne, it is impossible. I cannot believe it.
Can't believe what?
Senor, they told me Julian has been dead for 2 years.
In a moment, we'll return to the New Adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the corresponding corpse.
like to think I've heard just about everything. When a little character named Lima waltzed into my office from Havana and told me he'd just gotten a letter from a man who'd been dead for 2 years, I must admit it rocked me back a little. Judging from the expression on Lima's face, the whole experience had rocked him, and plenty.
I tell you, it is not possible Julian is dead, Mr. Shayne. There must be some mistake.
Well, look, Lima, maybe somebody else wrote that letter to you.
No. Julian was my friend. I knew his handwriting like I know my own. And the things he said in his letter proved to me beyond all doubt that it was Julian who was writing.
Well, in that case, it looks like your friend's alive now.
But no, senor. They tell me he's dead.
Well, now, look, he can't be both.
Well, I know it sounds insane, senor. But it is impossible Julian is dead. And yet, they tell me it is impossible for him to be alive.
Just a minute.
Now, that is where you come in, Senor Shayne.
Me?
Yes. I want to hire you to try and find Julian, if he, as I still hope, is alive. And if he is dead, then I want you to find out that, too. Here is my telephone number.
I don't know. It looks like a pretty crazy assignment.
For $100.
I'd find the job not half so crazy.
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me the address where Julian used to live, and then drop in here at the office tomorrow. I may have something for you. Of course, I wasn't nearly as sure of that as I sounded. The next morning, I went to the address Lehman had given me, the place where his friend Julian had lived. It was a little ramshackle 2-story building near the waterfront. On the first floor were 2 shops, and up above them were a few furnished rooms. One of the shops had a sign over the door which read, Yi Fang, Tropical Fish. Not a very nice thing to say about yourself. I went in, and a chubby little gent with horn-rimmed glasses and a broad grin waddled up to me.
So, good morning. You like buy some fine tropical fish?
No. What I want's a little tropical information.
Yes, have many good guppies. See, all tanks to left, guppies.
Yeah, lots of guppies. Now,
Yes, everybody buy guppies.
Not quite. Now, look, a guy named Julian used to live up over this shop.
Yes, you like guppies?
Well, I haven't anything against them, but about this Julian...
Yes, joint ancestors.
Yeah, how long ago?
Yes, you like buy some guppies?
No, I don't like to buy some guppies. How long ago did Julian die?
1-2 years ago.
What happened to him?
Yes, do not know. One day they tell me he is dead. So... Mister, you sure...
No guppies. The king of the guppies bowed me gracefully to the door and out. The shop next door also had a sign out front. This one read, A. Valdane, Passport Service. Inside, a tall, thin gent sitting on a high stool greeted me as I stepped through the door.
Come in, my friend, come in. A. Valdane at your service. Perhaps a little passport information?
Not today.
Expert passport photos, too. Reasonable.
What I want is...
Information.
Yeah, how'd you know?
Walls, my friend. You're the first man who, to my knowledge, has ever walked out of the place next door without a bowl full of guppies.
You know something? For a moment, it looked like Yi Fang was going to keep his record intact. Well, you probably heard what or who I was talking about then. The guy named Julian.
You too, hmm?
What do you mean?
There was a loony little guy in here yesterday claiming Julian was alive.
Oh, Lima. Look, did you know Julian very well?
No, only slightly. He lived in one of the rooms upstairs. That's about all I knew about him.
And there's no doubt about his death, huh?
Not as far as I know.
Now, how did Julian die?
Well, Julian was quite a water lover. He used to go out on a little boat a lot. One night, a storm came up out in the Gulf. The next morning, they found Julian's boat floating upside down. No Julian. No Julian ever since.
Did anyone actually see him drown?
Who's running around during storms watching people drown?
Yeah, you got a point there. Look, did you know any of Julian's friends, who he ran around with, anything like...
Well, like I say, I didn't know him very well. He had a girl whose name was Celeste. They used to hang out at Maxim's bar a lot.
Okay, anyone else?
Not that I can... No, wait. I did see Julian talking to the professor a couple of times.
The professor? You mean the old drifter over on Exchange Street?
Yes, that's the one. Character who knows just about everyone. Will gladly tell you all about them for the price of a drink.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thanks, Valdane. I headed for Maxim's bar where Valdane had said Celeste and Julian used to spend some time. On the way, I got the feeling I was being followed, but I couldn't spot anyone. I don't know, maybe it was just my imagination. When I got to Maxim's, I asked the bartender about Celeste. Found out she dropped in almost every day. So I sat down at a table and waited. About an hour later, a girl who answered the bartender's description of Celeste came in and sat down. I eased over to her table.
Hello.
Hello. Can I join you?
Why not?
Thanks. You used to be Julian's girlfriend, huh?
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Have your fun.
Fun? I'm afraid I don't get it.
What are you trying to do? Make me feel like a big heel or something?
Here, look, Celeste.
Sure, I play up to the boys now, you and the others. A girl's got to get along. But I was Julian's girl. Don't you forget that. Sure, I was his girlfriend. What do you think I've been trying to forget for 2 years? Him, Julian. Now you come along and throw his name up to me.
Look, Celeste, I'm not trying to make you feel like a heel, and I'm sorry if mentioning his name's made you feel bad. Julian's not alive, then.
Are you kidding? Of course he's not alive. He's been dead for 2 years.
That's all I wanted to know, Celeste. Thanks. I was beginning to think Valdane knew what he was talking about when he said Lima was slightly off his trolley for thinking Julian was still alive. But I still had that other lead Valdane had given me, the professor over on Exchange Street. I found the professor at his usual corner, sitting on a packing crate, holding forth to a few bewildered floaters. He was a scarecrow of a man, dressed as always in a dilapidated cutaway coat, open-toed shoes that weren't designed that way, and a wing collar with no tie.
So I say, gentlemen, that the curse of our age, our civilization, is our mechanistic, high-speed, materialistic approach. Aesthetics is a forgotten word. The love of beauty for its own sake has paled before the ruthless march
Hello,
of...
Professor.
Mr. Shayne, how do you do, sir? Indeed, it's been quite some time since you last visited this humble thoroughfare.
Yeah, still educating the masses, huh?
Yes, trying in my own feeble way to impart some small yearning for the higher things into the unfortunate souls. A discouraging task, to be sure.
Look, could I talk to you a minute?
Certainly, certainly. We will discuss this subject further at some later date, gentlemen. I must now grant a private audience to my friend here. Will you join me on this humble crate, Mr. Shayne? Or shall we adjourn to more comfortable surroundings where we may, perchance, partake of some small but cheering...
I want your answers to make sense. We stay here.
I question greatly the merits of your decision, but will yield temporarily to your puritanism. What is it you want?
You remember a guy named Julian?
Julian? Of course I do. Charming scoundrel, and a generous one. In the old days, he used frequently to purchase cheering libations for me in return for small but useful bits of information which I was able to donate.
Yeah. Look, what did Julian do for a living anyway, Professor?
Mr. Shayne, it was not what Julian did for a living, it was whom he did.
Oh, I see. Julian was quite a boy to work all the angles, huh?
His talents along those lines were tremendous. He had a small but efficient organization and based a very successful career on assorted projects such as blackmail, connivery, forgery, and an entire line of bunco enterprises, which showed Julian to be a man of great imagination.
Any of Julian's old outfits still around?
I have heard one of them is. I don't know.
And Julian?
My dear sir, Julian died 2 years ago.
Yeah. You don't have any reason for thinking otherwise?
Certainly not.
Okay, Professor, thanks.
Not at all, Mr. Shayne. I'm always glad to help, even if at some discomfort to myself.
What do you mean?
Simply that I suffer from a peculiar condition of the throat. Excessive conversation, particularly when helpful information is involved, dries out the delicate membranes and causes...
Yeah. Okay, Professor. Here you are.
I accept your voluntary contribution, sir, not merely for myself, but in the name of all disconsolate and thirsty humanity. And I thank you.
So now I was fresh out of Leeds. I'd gotten nowhere. Limo was waiting for me in my office, and when I told him that as far as I was concerned the case was closed, his face fell a mile.
But, Senor Shayne, you cannot mean that you will not help me anymore.
Look, Lima, Julian died 2 years ago. So a couple of days ago, you say you got a letter which you think was written by him.
I do not think. I know.
Yeah. Look, there's something I don't quite get about you. You say you and Julian were friends. Yet from what I hear, Julian was quite an unsavory character. Blackmail, bunco, etc.
Well, perhaps Julian was a little weak where money was concerned. But he was always a good friend to me.
There's another angle about this that interests me, too, Lima. You told me you suddenly acquired some holdings in Cuba a couple of years ago. And Julian was a blackmailer.
What are you talking about?
You, got those holdings legitimately, I'm sure.
Well, of course I did. Mr. Shayne, I'm not hiring you to make foolish insinuations about me, but to find Julian.
You're absolutely right, and I'm telling you, Julian's dead.
No, please. You must keep looking.
Look, it's no use, Lima.
Please, Mr. Shayne. Please, I beg of you. Money is no objection with me. You must keep on looking for Julian.
You sure have a lot of faith that he's alive, Lima. Okay, I'll take one more crack at it. I went back to the waterfront and into Valdane's passport place. I was hoping there might be some other lead he could give me, something he'd forgotten before. But he just laughed at me. So I left. Then, as I was walking along the sidewalk, a little character sidled up to me.
Shayne?
Well, yeah, who are you?
You're looking for Julian, Shayne?
Julian? I was, but no more. Why?
Why no more?
Because it's sort of silly to look for a dead man.
You're wrong, Shayne. Julian's alive.
He's what?
I'm telling you, Julian's alive. I saw him with my own eyes, only yesterday.
In a moment, we'll return to the new adventures of Michael Shayne and the case of the corresponding corpse.
It all started when a little guy named Lima from Havana told me he'd gotten a letter from a friend of his, Julian, here in New Orleans, saying he was in trouble and asking Lima to come up. When Lima arrived in New Orleans, they told him Julian had been dead for 2 years. He didn't believe it, so he hired me to find Julian. I went to the address where Julian used to live, a 2-story building with 2 shops downstairs and some rooms upstairs. Yi Feng, who sold tropical fish, said Julian was dead. So did a gent named Valdane, who ran a passport service next door. Celeste, Julian's girlfriend, and the character called the professor were also unanimous that Julian was dead. So there I was, walking along the sidewalk, ready to give the whole thing up when a little guy sidled up to me fast.
I'm giving it to you straight, Shayne. Julian's alive.
Look, who are you anyway? What's your angle?
Well, just call me Joey, and put it down I'm a pal of Julian's. Now, I heard it around you've been looking for him. So I thought if maybe there might be something in it for him, and for me, of course, I could tell you where to find him.
Look, there'll be plenty in it for both of you if I find him.
Well, okay, I'll take a chance. When I bumped into Julian yesterday, he wrote his address down on a piece of paper for me. Here it is.
Okay, thanks. Incidentally, have you by any chance been following me around the last day or two?
Me? No. Why?
I'll skip it. Thanks for the information. I took the piece of paper and compared it with a sample of Julian's handwriting Lima had given me. It matched. I headed for the address on the piece of paper. And again, on the way over, I had the feeling I was being followed. But like before, I couldn't spot anyone. Julian's address turned out to be just a block away from the place where he used to live. The door to the room was ajar, so I pushed it the rest of the way open and went in. Yeah, there was someone in the room, all right. But it wasn't Julian.
What are you doing here?
Well, Julian's girlfriend, Celeste. So maybe Julian isn't as dead as you tried to make me think before, huh?
I don't know what you're talking
quit
about.
stalling. Come on.
All right, but I was telling you the truth before. I didn't know then that Julian was alive. Just an hour ago, he called me and told me to meet him here. I came right over. He was here, Julian, my Julian.
Where is he now?
Well, he said he had some things to do, that he'd meet me later at Maxim's bar. Why do you want to know these things? Who are you? And
Doesn't matter who I am. You've already told me what I want to know. Just one more thing. What size guy is Julian?
Why, he's short.
A short guy, huh? Okay, Celeste. Thanks a lot. And all of a sudden, the trail had gotten very hot. I went down the stairs and outside, and as I started down the sidewalk, I was thinking about what Celeste had told me, that Julian was a short guy. I started checking off the people I'd been running around with lately. The professor and Valdane, both tall men. And Lima, Yi Feng, king of the guppies, and Joey, the guy who'd slipped Julian's new address in my hand a little while ago, they were all short guys. And then I remembered my feeling about being followed. So I decided to find out who it was. I turned a corner, slipped into an alley, and waited. I waited 15 minutes, but nobody came along. I finally gave up and went into the store next door and over to the payphone. Lima, this is Shayne. Well, looks like you were right after all. Yeah, about Julian being alive. Now, look, calm down, will you? Look, meet me at my office in 15 minutes, and I'll tell you all about it. I went outside and continued down the street. As I approached Julian's old address, I spotted Yi Feng and Valdane both lounging around in front of their shops.
So happy gentlemen maybe would like to buy some fine... Oh,
so is you.
You don't sound very happy about it.
I do not like people who do not like fine guppies.
Look, I told you I've got nothing against guppies. I just... Oh, skip it.
Still running around looking for dead men, Shayne?
Yeah, Valdane, only suddenly one of them isn't so dead anymore.
Julian? Don't tell me he's come to life.
Don't be too surprised if he did.
I'd be very surprised.
You know, you sound awfully sure about him being dead.
Do I? Well, I didn't kill Julian, if that's what you mean. Didn't know him well enough. Matter of fact, if you're really interested, I wasn't even around when he died.
Oh?
For the last couple of years, up until a few weeks ago, I've been sort of a guest of the state, shall we say.
Penitentiary, huh?
Well, if you want to put it crudely, yes.
Well, I'll tell Julian hello for you when I see him, Valdane. That may be before long. "15 minutes later, I pulled up in front of my office. I climbed the stairs and went in. I was expecting that Lima would be waiting for me, but he was nowhere in sight. Then I spotted it on my desk. A little slip of paper. I picked it up and read it. "Shayne, I've learned that you are looking for me, and I want to talk to you. Come to my old address at once and wait for me there. Julian." Yeah, Julian at last. I slipped the note in my pocket and waited a while for Lima, but he didn't show up. So about 9 p.m., I went over to Julian's old address. Both Yi Fong and Valdane's places were closed for the night. I went up the rickety outside stairway, in the door, and down the hall to the door at the end, Julian's old room. He'd told me to wait for him. That meant he wouldn't be there yet. The door was unlocked. I opened it and went in. The room looked lived in, not like it had been vacant for 2 years. Then I heard the door softly close behind me. Without turning around, I knew it had been a trap. Then I heard another sound. A gun was slowly being cocked, and I realized this was the end of the line, payoff time. Yeah, little Mike had finally solved the case the hard way.
In a moment, we'll be back with the thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was in Julian's old room with a gun at my back and a pretty strong hunch as to who was holding that gun. One look over my shoulder told me my hunch was right.
Hello, Shayne. You can turn around now.
Hello, Valdane. So you're my boy, huh?
I'm afraid it's the other way around, my friend. You're my boy.
Yeah. Well, it was beginning to add up to you, Valdane, once I got all the figures together.
Huh? Just what were the figures, Shayne?
Figure 1. Lima suddenly comes into extensive holdings in Cuba 2 years ago. Now, just suppose it hadn't been quite legal, that he'd hired someone like Julian, for example, to help him. Maybe a little forgery to help him acquire those holdings.
Well. You added the first column of figures very accurately.
Thanks. So then maybe Lima starts getting blackmailed by the guy who'd done the forgery for him. What Lima never knew was that Julian had a few boys working for him. That it was one of those boys who'd done the forgery, not Julian. A boy named Valdane.
You're a little sharper than I thought, Shayne. I hadn't figured you'd tumble to that.
Well, you very obligingly tipped me off to it a little while ago.
I did?
Mm-hmm. You told me you'd been in jail for the last couple of years. And just got out a couple of weeks ago. Lima told me he hadn't heard from Julian for 2 years until he got that letter a few days ago. So it added up that the letter supposedly from Julian was actually written by you, just as you'd written the other blackmail notes before you went to prison.
Well, I can see I did the right thing when I decided to put you out of the way, Shayne. You were getting too close to me.
It was pretty neat, too, Valdane, the way you...
And you're getting too close to me now. Get back, Shayne.
The way you hired Joey to tell me Julian was alive. And you even got Celeste to help you.
Yes. Yes, I've been keeping her consoled in the absence of Julian. She very obligingly left that note in your office telling you to come here. Well, that's just about the story, Shayne. And you've stalled all you're going to.
Well, it was worth a try. Incidentally, was it you who was following me while I made the rounds looking for Julian?
No, it was I.
Lima. Hey!
Drop that gun, Valdane. Drop it. Now.
Lima, how'd you know to come here?
Very simple. When you telephoned me to meet you at your office, I went there and found the note signed Julian, telling you to come here. I came over right away, and I've been waiting in the next room.
Oh, look, Lima, Julian really is dead.
I know that, senor.
Huh?
I killed him 2 years ago.
You what?
Lima. Don't move, Valdane. I thought Julian was the one who had done the forgery for me and was blackmailing me. I did not know there were men working for him. I killed him and the blackmail note stopped. Then when I got another one last week in the same handwriting, I realized it had not been Julian after all. I came to New Orleans.
You hired me to find Julian and then followed me, huh?
Yes. I hoped that in your investigation you would uncover a member of Julian's organization, the real blackmailer. And you did. It is Valdane.
Lima, I won't blackmail you anymore. I swear.
It is too late for that, Valdane. It is too late for you to do anything but die.
I started trying to circle around toward Lima, but I never got there. Valdane dove at him about then, but too late. The slug caught Valdane in midair and flopped him down on the floor. He lay still. Lima stood there for maybe 30 seconds, alternately looking down at Valdane and then up at me. There was a faint suggestion of a smile on his face, not a very pretty smile. And finally he turned to me and took a step toward me.
So?
Now look, Lima.
You are next, Senor Shayne. Your job is done. And mine will shortly be finished also.
Now, wait a minute.
I will not wait. It will be now.
Who is making noise and frightening guppies, please?
Get back. I should get away from you. Thanks, Chief-Funk. Thanks a lot.
I do not understand, please. What is commotion all about?
You know, you just did me a big favor, Yifang. You took Lima's eyes off me just long enough for me to clip him.
But I do
How'd
not...
you happen to come barging up here anyway?
I live back of shop downstairs. Suddenly, I hear big noise from upstairs. I do not like guppies to be frightened. I run up to see what causes big noise.
You got here just in time to stop another big noise, too.
I have become very enraged when guppies are frightened.
Oh, you know something? I'm glad you do. Look, Yifang, do me a favor, huh? Sell me about a dozen of those guppies of yours first thing in the morning.
Ah, so very happy to hear, Sam. You finally decide you like guppies.
Oh, you converted me, brother. Yeah, from now on, I'm an ardent guppy fan. Believe me.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday and written by Bob Reif. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
She closed my office door behind her, started walking slowly toward me. Her lips looked warm. Her eyes looked cool. Matter of fact, everything about her looked awfully good to me, except for one thing. That big black gun she was pointing at my belt buckle.
The New Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Wandering Fingerprints.
Yeah, what'll it be, Bud?
Huh? Oh, nothing. I'm just waiting for somebody.
Nothing. Look, Mac, you're in a bar. People usually drink in bars. That's what we're in business for.
Okay. Give me a bottle of pop.
Oh, what?
A bottle of pop.
That's what I thought you said.
Look, Junior, do you mind?
No.
Thanks.
Mike Shayne?
Yeah.
I'm Ziegler. Bring your drink over to the table here.
Okay.
Been waiting long?
No, just a couple of minutes. Well, let's have it. You said on the phone they'd be doing it.
There could be.
Well, look, Ziegler, let's not play guessing games. What's your pitch?
You and I are going to be partners, Shayne.
Partners? What do you mean?
I've got a little proposition you're going to go for.
You know, you sound awful sure of yourself.
Oh, I am.
Well, let's have it.
All right. Know anything about electrolysis?
Look, I'm no chemical engineer.
I am, sort of. Enough of one to have figured out this process.
Look, will you do me a favor? Start at the beginning.
All right. I've got a process by which I can transfer fingerprints.
You can what?
Transfer fingerprints. From one place to another. Any place.
You're nuts.
Am I?
It can't be done.
Don't take any bets on that, Shayne. You'd have to pay off.
Look, I tell you, it's impossible.
It's simple, if you know how. So you dust the prints with a certain chemical powder. You follow me? You take a picture of them, then make an electrolytic plate from the negative. Then dip it in acid. Then you make a mold from liquid rubber. And there you are.
Where?
With a little rubber stamp of somebody's fingerprint.
Look, I don't know anything about this chemical double talk you're giving me, but the whole thing's impossible. You just can't...
Like I say, don't take any bets. Now, here's where you figure. We're going to start a little fingerprint service. We sign up various clients. They all pay an initiation fee, a large one, as a matter of fact.
Just a minute. What do these people get for signing up?
Well, it's not so much what they get if they sign up. It's what they get if they don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Their fingerprints turn up in the wrong place.
Exactly.
Beat it.
Now, Shayne, that's not a very wise attitude.
If you think I'm going to be a front man for a blackmail racket...
That's an ugly word, Shayne, but that's more or less your job. To locate promising clients for me.
I said beat it.
You know, you're not being smart at all.
Look, maybe you didn't hear me.
All right, I'll give you a little time to think it over. But you'll come around.
Yeah? Don't you take any bets on that.
Oh, you'll come around, all right. Because, you see, you have no choice. And before very long, I think you'll see exactly what I mean.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the Wandering Fingerprints.
Well, you run into all kinds, I guess. But that day, I'd hit the jackpot when a character named Ziegler told me to meet him in a bar and offered me the charming job of being a front man in a friendly little blackmail setup. I still didn't believe he could transfer fingerprints like he said, but he sure seemed convinced of it. I turned down his deal in a hurry. He implied I was making a large-sized mistake. Then, as I sat at the table watching him leave, I saw him stop at another table near the door. There was a cool-looking brunette sitting there alone. Ziegler said something to her and jerked his head in my direction. The brunette favored me with a long, cold frown. Then Ziegler left, but the brunette kept dissecting me with her eyes. I got the hunch that she was in the deal some way with Ziegler. Finally, even though the expression on her face was pushing me back, there was just too much there for me to stay away from. So I picked up my glass and went over to her table. Hello?
The answer is no.
What? Did I ask?
What else would you call it?
Look, maybe we'd better run through this again from the beginning.
Why?
Well, maybe we'll come out with a different answer. One that makes a little more sense.
The answer will still be no, and that makes plenty of sense to me anyway. Good night, Mr. Shayne.
Well, I sat there with my mouth open while she walked out the door. And I was one puzzled guy. What that little conversation was all about was way beyond me. Either I'd missed a few key words here and there, or else the girl was passing up a great career as a mind reader. The bartender came over to the table about then and started picking up the glasses, so I left. It was still early, and I suddenly felt like doing a little of the town. So I called a redhead I know and asked her if she was busy. She wasn't, so we took in the town. The next morning, feeling chipper as a school kid on Saturday, I tripped down to my office, opened the door, picked up the mail on the floor, and started for my desk. Then I stopped. The chair behind my desk was rocking slowly back and forth, and it was occupied.
Hello, Shayne.
Well, Inspector Lefevre. Inspecting again?
Sit down.
Yeah, thanks. You decided to move your headquarters here, or is this a social call?
Wrong twice.
Well, it's early yet. I'll sharpen up. Now, let's see. What could it be this time? Murder? Maybe robbery?
Robbery.
Arson?
Huh? Robbery.
Hey, look, I was kidding.
I wasn't.
No, wait a minute, Lefevre. What goes?
You know an old family named Chartier, Shayne? I live in the quarter.
Chartier? No, why?
Sure.
I said no.
Haven't paid any social calls on him lately? Say, last night?
Look, I told you I don't know him. Why would I be paying him a call?
Just trying to give you a break, Shayne, but you won't even go halfway.
What are you talking about, Lefevre?
I'll tell you. Last night, the Chartier home was broken into. Bunch of jewelry was stolen.
What's that got to do with me?
I don't know yet. Maybe plenty. We found your fingerprints there.
My Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Inspector, there must be some mistake. My fingerprints couldn't have been there.
Shayne, fingerprints are sort of a hobby with us. There wasn't a mistake. They're your prints. How come?
I don't know how come. Oh, no, it couldn't be.
You're pretty hard to convince.
Well, that's not what I meant. I meant... Skip it. It'd sound like it was right out of a book.
What would?
Look, Lefevre, I didn't rob the Chartier home. Give me credit for more brains than that.
I had given you credit, Shayne. That's what puzzles me.
Hey, any idea what time the robbery took place?
Between 12 and 1.
Yeah, you know, I'm awfully happy to hear that.
Mm-hmm. Alibi?
Yeah, I had a date with a redhead.
Yeah. You happen to remember her name?
Of course, she's a friend of mine. Patty Baddock-cookin'.
Patty Baddock. Now, Shayne.
Look, could I make up a name like that?
You could. We'll check it.
Yeah, I know you will, Inspector.
And, keep in touch, huh?
Yeah, I know. Don't leave town.
Mm-hmm. One more thing.
What is it?
How about a little shot of oil for your chair?
Well, as usual, the inspector left me with a lot of questions and no answers. Not even an answer about the squeaky chair. I sat there for quite a while trying to figure out another logical explanation. And I finally gave up. Because as far as I could see, there was only one answer. Ziegler was able to transfer fingerprints. And he'd taken this very quaint way of proving it to me. I spent a little while in a half-hearted search for a can of oil and gave up. I guess I must have been staring unhappily out the window for maybe 15 minutes when I heard a slight noise behind me. I turned around and looked up. There, standing beside my desk, was my friend Ziegler.
Hello, Shayne.
You again.
Me again. You had a visitor a little while ago, didn't you? Inspector Lefevre.
So?
What did he want, Shayne?
He just heard a new joke and had to run right down here and tell me.
I think he wanted to tell you about that robbery at the Chartier place. And about your fingerprints being there.
Okay. I don't know how you did it, but...
It's very simple. I told you. My process.
Yeah, your process. Look, you may not realize it, but I was just lucky enough to have an alibi for last night. If I hadn't...
Oh, but I do realize it. I know you had an alibi. And that's just the way I wanted it.
You what?
Certainly. I didn't want you to get into trouble. This time.
Look, I don't get it. But I don't want to get it. This little game you're playing, it's not going to work. I told you once, I'm not going to be front man for your blackmail pitch, and I still mean it.
You know, you are hard to convince. Well, I guess I have no other alternative.
What do you mean?
Oh, just that I'd hate to have the same thing happen to you that happened to Al Metcalf.
Metcalf?
You have heard of Al Metcalf, haven't you?
Yeah, I've read about him in the papers. He's on trial for murder.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that...
I'm just pointing out that Al could have been a partner of mine. He had the same opportunity you have. But he was difficult about it. He turned me down. Cold. So?
But they've got a case against him. It's 3-2. He'll be found guilty.
Oh, yes, indeed. And it's interesting, isn't it, that most of the case against him is his fingerprints at the scene of the crime.
You mean you You planted them?
I wouldn't want that to happen to you, Shayne. So don't keep me waiting any longer.
You don't exactly leave me much choice.
Right. So you're my boy, Shayne. From now on. And don't ever forget it. Inspector Lefevre's already had you on the carpet for robbery. Think of the fun he's going to have when he gets you for murder.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the Wandering Fingerprints.
Well, it all started when a character named Ziegler offered me a partnership in a fingerprint-planting blackmail corporation. I declined without thanks, so Ziegler promptly planted my fingerprints at the scene of a robbery, thereby bringing Inspector Lefevre into my office for an antisocial call. The inspector left after a few minutes to check my alibi, and then Ziegler dropped in. He told me he could, if necessary, plant my prints at the scene of a murder, like he said he'd already done with a guy named Al Metcalf, who, as a matter of fact, was facing a murder rap right now. Well, that sort of weakened my opposition. Ziegler pronounced me his boy. He told me to meet him that night in the same bar, and he'd give me my instructions then. After he left, I grabbed the phone and called Inspector Lefevre.
Homicide, Lefevre.
Shayne, Inspector.
Yeah. There is a Patty Batterkirk.
Now, wait a minute.
And you were with her last night. So you're in the clear in that robbery, I guess.
Thanks.
I don't get it at all. Say, incidentally, what's Patty so mad at you about?
That's not what I called you about, Lefevre. Look, you're holding a guy named Al Metcalf on a murder rap.
You've been reading back issues. Metcalf's been our guest for weeks.
Well, it's a bum rap, Inspector. Metcalf's innocent.
Really, Shayne?
I tell you, he's innocent.
Shayne, I'll make you a little proposition.
Yeah.
You run your business, we'll do likewise.
Look, I'm trying to tell you Metcalf's fingerprints were planted at the scene of the murder.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it sounds phony, but it's the truth. There's a guy named Ziegler who can transfer fingerprints. He transferred mine to the scene of that robbery, and he framed Metcalf for this murder the same way.
Shayne, you're missing a real good bet. The pulp magazines are just crying for guys who can come up with stuff like that.
Okay, but I'm telling you, Lefevre, Metcalf's innocent. And what's more, I'm going to prove it to you. All of which was easier said than done, of course. I went over to the library and spent an hour or so reading up on the Metcalf case in the papers. I copied down the names of most of the people involved, and then I started out. The first guy I tried was a pawnbroker.
Sure, no doubt about it. Metcalf's the guy who bought the gun from me. The gun that killed Joey Krause.
I checked off the pawnbroker's name and went to see the woman who had been the dead man's landlady.
I saw this Al Metcalf go into Mr. Krause's room that night, just about 5 minutes before the shot was fired. And Metcalf was the only visitor Mr. Krause had that night.
The next guy I tried was a character named Dixon, who used to be a pal at Krause's.
Motive? Sure, Metcalf had a motive. A girl named Bunny. She was Metcalf's girl. Then she got to running around with Krause. So Metcalf knocked off Krause. But take my word for it. Don't go bothering Bunny, 'cause she's my girl now.
Yeah, all the answers were the same. Al Metcalf was guilty. He really had killed Joey Krause. Well, about then, I got on the trail of a very interesting thought. Wild, but interesting. But also about then, my watch said 8 o'clock, and I was due at the bar to meet Ziegler. So I didn't have any more time for meditation. But I knew that somehow, some way, I had to find a weak spot in Ziegler. Something that'd give me a club, too. And then I thought of a gag that might just possibly give me that club. It was old, but it could work. Ziegler was sitting at his table waiting for me. As I walked over to him, I could see he didn't look very happy.
Sit down, Shayne.
Yeah, thanks.
You're late.
A little.
I don't like people to be late. What kept you?
Look, in case you don't know it, I work for a living.
What kept you, Shayne?
I was conducting a little investigation.
Who for?
Me, okay?
Shayne, you have quite a few things to learn about working for me. Your attitude, for one thing. It'll have to change. But we'll let that go for now. I've got a list of people I'm going to give to you. I want you to contact each of them and sign them up. You can start...
Cigarette?
Thanks.
Here's a light. Help yourself.
Thank you. Now.
Oh, just one thing.
What is it?
The girl.
What girl?
The brunette who was sitting over near the door the last time I talked to you here.
Oh, you mean Susan.
Do I?
What about her?
That's what I'm wondering, where she fits in.
Well, let's just say that you and she and I will be sort of in business together.
I see.
Why?
Well, just that after you left, I went over to her table.
Well?
Yeah. I thought we might make a little light conversation, but she wasn't having any.
She can be difficult. Shayne, all this talk about nothing in particular, I somehow get the impression you're trying to stall me. And that would be very foolish, Shayne.
Yeah, Ziegler, I've been trying to stall, but it hasn't worked, so I'm not going to stall anymore. Okay, give me that list. I'll go to work. He grinned, gave me the list, and left. Yeah, I was right. I wasn't going to stall anymore. Because that stray thought I'd started working on before had come back. And what brought it back was my remembering I'd taken my drink over to Susan's table that time before. Yeah, I was pretty sure I had the answer now. But pretty sure wasn't sure enough. I scooped up my cigarette lighter and went down to police headquarters. I dropped the lighter off in one of the offices so that the boys could admire it. And then I went to see Inspector Lefevre. Oh, that boy just loved to swing back and forth in desk chairs. He was at it again.
Come down to tell me why Patty, what's her name, is mad at you, Shayne?
I came down to tell you I was wrong, Inspector.
About Patty?
No, about Al Metcalf. He's guilty, all right.
Well, now, that's real good to know.
Look, Metcalf's fingerprints were at the scene of the murder, huh? Where were they?
Plastered all over the place.
Yeah. Now, my fingerprints were at the scene of that robbery at the Chartier house. Mm-hmm. Where were they?
Why?
Believe me, Lefevre, I'm asking you the $64 question. Where were my prints?
On a glass.
Yeah. Thanks, Lefevre.
No charge. Oh, you leaving?
Uh-huh. I got to see a girl named Susan.
Need any help?
No, this is sort of a private deal.
Sure you don't need any help?
Sure. There is one thing, though.
What's that?
A chair of yours could stand a shot of oil, too. I walked out before he could think of an answer, but I had to hurry. I picked up my lighter and a few interesting facts with it and went back to my office. I sat there for a few minutes trying to figure out how I was going to find Susan. But I needn't have bothered, because just about then my office door opened. In came Susan. She closed the door behind her and started walking slowly toward me. Her lips looked warm and her eyes looked cool. Matter of fact, everything about her looked awfully good to me, except for one thing, that big black gun she was pointing at my belt buckle. Well...
You just won't take no for an answer, will you, Shayne?
Let's not start that double talk again.
I tried to tell you before it was no deal.
Look, do you have to keep pointing that gun at me? And what's no deal?
The setup with Ziegler.
Oh, I think I get it now. You don't like the idea of anyone else working with you and Ziegler, is that it? Well, look, Susan, I don't like the idea...
You've got a great sense of humor, haven't
you?
Humor?
I don't think it's very funny.
Neither do I.
Look, maybe I'm stupid, but none of this makes sense.
Stay where you are.
None of that little palaver we had the other night in the bar made sense either.
I said stay where you
So
are.
you're working with Ziegler. I still don't see why...
Oh, I'm working with Ziegler. That's a laugh. You're the one who hate. Hey, get back.
Too late, sweetheart.
Let go of me.
That's better. That was too big a gun for a lady to be carrying around anyway. Or aren't you, lady?
Oh,
hey, no, not that. Now, look, stop it, will you?
All right.
That's better. Now, let's get this thing straightened out. You're not working with Ziegler?
Well, of course not. He threatened to plant my fingerprints and implicate me in a murder.
Well, I'll be... You too? Oh, sucker. Meet a sucker.
You see, I could have been implicated, too. It was all innocent enough, but I could have been made to look bad.
Yeah, we're both in the same boat. Matter of fact, it's sort of nice in here.
You can let go of me now.
But I still don't see how Ziegler could have gotten that glass with my prints. I thought you took it. Hey, wait a minute.
You can let
that bartender. The one who was so anxious for me to buy a drink. He came over to our table and picked up the glasses right after you left. He gave it to Ziegler. He's our boy.
Oh, Shayne.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I seem to have a hold of you. Maybe...
Maybe we better wind up this Ziegler business, huh?
Yeah. Well, with an incentive like that, how could I lose? I charged over to the bar, but the bartender I was looking for was off duty. I got his address, though, and went over.
Yeah, what's all... Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me. You don't want to beat it, and I'm coming in.
Hey, cut it out. What make you...
Jim? Ziegler.
Close the door, Jim.
Okay.
And Shayne, back up against that wall over there.
Well, looks like I hit the jackpot, Ziegler.
Yes. And it's such a pity, too. Because this machine isn't going to pay off with anything except a slug.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was. I'd figured out the whole deal, but at the moment it looked like there wasn't much future in being a genius. One look at the bartender and Ziegler showed me they didn't think so either.
So you figured out my little scheme, eh, Shayne?
Yeah, lucky me.
You know, I thought the mention of the Metcalf case was going to keep you in line.
You pulled that one out of the headlines and tried to make me think you had something to do with it.
It seemed to work for a while, anyway.
Yeah, until I found out Metcalf really was guilty.
We're wasting time, Ziegler.
The rest wasn't too tough. I have to admit it was a pretty slick little scheme.
I thought so.
Planting that glass with my prints, and then making me think you'd transferred the prints from one place to another.
Ziegler.
Oh, incidentally, you were so interested in the general subject of fingerprints, you got me interested in them, too. Yours.
Mine?
Uh-huh. I got them off my cigarette lighter. Remember, you used it.
Clever.
And the boys down at headquarters did a little checking for me. I found out a couple of cities are interested in you. Topeka, for one. A bunco charge there, I think. You're always a man for a fast deal, huh?
You're very thorough, Shayne. I admire it. But... all right, Jim.
Yeah.
The bartender picked up an empty bottle. Then he held it by the neck, swung it onto the side of the table, and broke it. That left him with a jagged stub in his hand. He started toward me with it. I don't like broken glass, but there wasn't much I could do. I raised my arm in front of my face.
Take care of him, Dykes. Well, Shayne?
Well, Inspector Lefevre. How'd you know?
When the boys reported to me that you'd brought in some fingerprints belonging to this guy, Ziegler, I thought maybe we better find out what was cooking. So we tailed you. Right into the oven.
Inspector, would you believe it if I told you I was awfully glad to see you?
Yeah. Shayne.
Yeah?
It's a good thing you didn't need any help. Huh?
No comment. Well, that was just about that. Lefevre told me I was in line for some $500 from Topeka. The reward posted for Ziegler. So I was really on top, and I went busting back to my office to tell Susan to pick up where we left off. Susan. Huh. When I got there, she was gone. I waited, but she didn't come back. I'm still waiting. You know, somewhere along the line, that girl must have read the old fable about getting somebody else to pull hot chestnuts out of the fire for you. Not that I minded that so much, but at least she might have flipped a few shells my way. Oh, well. There's always Patty Baddock cooking, I guess.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. And it's just that, night beat. Plodding, pounding pavements, always looking for that story that beats with the pulse of the city at night. There's a bite in the air. A penetrating drizzle goes through your bones. Tired, pallid faces look out at nothing through the streetcar windows. I turn up my collar and try to remind myself it's spring, but there's nothing warming in the thought. The city's got her makeup off and her hair down. Downbeat. I wander through the loop, walk through the deserted cavern of concrete that by day is LaSalle Street. Its tall gray buildings walling me in like giant tombstones. Just for a minute, I feel like a kid in a graveyard. And like a kid, I reach for the light spilling out through the big plate glass window. There they were, the ones who inhabit the caves by night. A night army of cleanup women, busy like so many beavers with their mops and waxers, polishing the brass, the elevator doors, the mailboxes, the stairs. I watch the one nearest to me, dipping the brush, sloshing the suds, and wiping them up. She was old, white-haired, and small, not much bigger than a child. She seemed tired. She stopped, and then she looked up and saw me. She smiled. I winked at her. She took a deep breath like a sigh, and she turned back to her pail. But she never made it. Let me in! Hey, you in there! Let me in! The other little beavers saw her, sprawled across the pail, and rushed to her, blocking my vision. Then one woman stood up, terror on her face. It wasn't much of a story, just an item for the obits. Mrs. Martha Orloff, age 62, scrub woman, death by natural causes, heart failure. Natural? What's natural about killing yourself with a scrub brush? The police came and took the body away, and the little beavers went back to work, and in half an hour you wouldn't have known it had happened. Yeah, you stand in the presence of death and you come up with a 2-line obit. That's all it would have been if the other scrub woman hadn't stopped me on my way out of the building.
Oh, mister, please.
Yeah?
Please excuse, but somebody should tell him.
Who?
Mrs. Orloff's boy.
Oh, the police will take care of that.
I don't think it right boy should learn his mother is dead through police. I would go myself, but they're very strict here. I would lose job.
Okay. What's his name?
I don't know. She just called him my boy.
All right, I'll find him.
Mister, please.
Now, what's the matter?
I don't know what to do with her stuff.
What stuff?
In her bags, in the locker.
Oh, okay, let me see. Mrs. Orloff shared a locker with 3 other women. The police had taken her purse, but her cardboard treasure chest and her coat they left behind. I opened the box. In it was a crushed corsage she'd picked up off some littered corridor, and a picture postcard that had caught her fancy, the Eiffel Tower in the sunlight. And a pair of latex knee pads. They'd been issued to her, but she never used them. Even DuPont can't change the habits of a lifetime of drudgery. I left the cardboard box in the locker, but I took a coat. It was a shabby coat, but it was clean. In one pocket was a sack containing a sandwich, 2 slices of black bread with a little mayonnaise in between. In the other pocket, a pair of white gloves mended in the fingers and a door key pinned to the lining of the pocket with a safety pin. It's a funny thing. 4 million people in the town. They work to death, play to death, drink to death, and you rub shoulders with them every day. But you only meet a handful. I don't know why I felt drawn to Martha Orloff. Maybe it was because I was the last person she smiled at. I went over to her flat. She lived in Polish Town in a little walk-up tenement, the 2nd floor back. It was very late. In deference to the fire laws, a 20-watt bulb burned uncertainly in the hall. A heavy smell of cabbage and cooking grease lingered in the air. I knocked again and louder. If anybody was inside, they should have heard me. I didn't want to wake up the whole building, so I unpinned the key from her pocket. I opened the door, and I flicked on the light. It was Mother Hubbard's cupboard. It was bleak to the bone. 2 rooms with a kitchenette curtained off with faded cretonne. A little canned milk, a little black bread, 1 boiled potato, no rug on the floor. 1 cot with a lumpy mattress, and 1 poor withered geranium trying to live without light. But no sign of any sun, nothing in the place belonging to man or boy. But in the sideboard drawer there was something interesting. A package of money order receipts crisscrossed with rubber bands. Hundreds of them, all for the same amount, $2, and issued about a week apart, and all made out to the polio fund. And with the receipts, a personal letter from one of Chicago's richest women thanking Martha Orloff for her charity. An old lady scrubs floors, and every 2 weeks, every week, $2 go to the polio fund. Why? Well, the answer was right in front of me. All I had to do was look up. On the wall, a picture of a sickly, spindly boy about 12 years old, with braces on both legs.
Look, you no good bum. I told you don't come... Oh, I thought you are Stanley. What you doing here?
Who are you?
Never mind who I am. I'm janitor. What you doing in Mrs. Orloff's flat?
I'm looking for a son.
Stanley?
Well, if that's his name, that's who I'm looking for.
Ah. You from the police?
I'm a newspaper man, Randy Stone. I came to tell him that his mother died tonight.
She died?
Yes. This his picture?
Yeah, that's Stanley. Die. I'm not surprised. She worked to that all time. Scrub. What for? I tell her a million times. What for you work, Martha? Let that big hunk son take care of you. But no, he big lazy bum. Too good for work.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the same kid?
Oh, that picture take 10, 12 years ago. He all cured now. He walk good like me, twice as strong as me.
Well, that's fine. I'm glad to hear it. Well, would you notify him that his mother is dead?
Me? I don't tell that no good nothing.
All right, okay, I'll tell him. Where do I find him?
I don't know nothing about Stanley Orloff. I not want to know nothing. It's just as good. Maybe she did. Just as good. All right, mister, you go now.
Without another word, he walked me down the stairs, ushered me out, and closed the front door, leaving me out there with the cold and some puzzled reactions. I stood in the recess of the doorway and tried to make up my mind. Should I forget about Stanley Orloff or not? The police would reach him somehow or other. They'd tell him. But then I'd never fill in the sketchy picture I had of a kid in braces and a scrub woman buying a money order every week for the polio fund. Yes, an old lady dies in front of you, and she's no longer a stranger. You've got an obligation, so you find her son and you tell him. But where do you look? Yes, the letter in the sideboard drawer for Mrs. Genevieve Hall. The polio fund should know where Stanley Orloff was. I went back up. This time I was quieter. I opened the sideboard drawer, got the letter. Only, when I went to shut it, it stuck. I tried to force it. The kid's picture fell to the floor. I stooped to pick it up just as the door opened.
What are you doing with Stanley's picture?
What's that? A girl stood in the doorway. She was tall, high cheekbones, and a broad forehead. Anybody else wearing a Beacon bathrobe would have looked lumpy and misshapen, but not her. This is a very active place tonight.
You're the man from the newspaper, aren't you?
Yeah, Randy Stone.
I have to talk to you, but be quiet. Papa'd be mad. He thinks I'm in bed. What'd he tell you about Stanley? Did he tell you Stanley was no good?
That's a pretty good summation.
Everybody says he's a bum. Well, if he is, it's her fault.
Her?
His mother. I'm glad she's dead. Always waiting on him, babying him, picking him up when he fell down. Why, he could walk a long time before she knew he could. And then when she found it out, you know what she told him? Stand on your own feet now, she said, and be a man. As if Stan Orloff wasn't more man than anybody on this block.
Haven't you got your little drama miscast? Seems to me the heavy in the piece is a bug by the name of poliomyelitis.
I don't know what that means. Probably smart talk, meaning you don't like Stanley like the rest of them.
Oh, but you do.
You bet I do. Stan could have been anything in the world. He's that smart. Just because he don't take any old job that's handed him, they say he's a bum. Because he wants to be something. To get out of this hole and live like a human being, they say he's no good.
Oh, but it's all right for his mother to break her back to support him, huh?
I don't like you.
Well, miss, you're just going to have to get in line.
I thought you were here to help Stanley, or I wouldn't have come up to talk to you.
Look, I don't know Stanley Orloff. I don't know his mother, unless watching somebody die constitutes an introduction. I came to give him a message, that's all. Now, if you'll tell me where to find him, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry. I guess I didn't mean that about his mother. Just I get so mad. And I guess because I miss him.
Where does he live?
I don't know. He'd never tell me. Moved out of here 2 months ago. But he ran around with a fella for a while. I didn't like him. We had a fight about it. This fella runs the Ace High Club, but it's not a club. It's a pool hall. Maybe you could find Stan there.
What's the fella's name?
Brannigan. Ace Brannigan.
Thank you.
Oh, if you do find him...
You want me to tell him that a certain tall, black-eyed girl is still around, is that it?
I guess I was wrong. I guess I do like you.
Olga! Olga, you upstairs?
It's Papa.
You come right down there.
She ran out of the flat like a frightened rabbit. I started to leave before I got thrown out. When I noticed that Mrs. Orloff's coat had fallen to the floor from the chair where I'd put it, it didn't seem right in a flat as frugally neat not to hang it up. I opened the closet door, and I suddenly felt guilty. Guilty for having eaten a square meal, and guilty for having a pair of $12 shoes. In the closet was one dress, and one pair of shoes half-soled, an all-black straw hat with a pink flower on it, a pair of slippers with one toe out, and a bathrobe, and a clean flannel nightgown that had been mended so much it looked quilted. The wardrobe of Martha Orloff. I closed the door. I picked the kid's picture up and I started to hang it back on the wall, and then I saw it. A bank book pasted to the back of the picture with a Scotch tape. A bank book belonging to Martha Orloff with a balance of $50,006.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's more mystery later this evening with 2 rough and tough crime fighters. That's the amazing Mr. Malone, a daring private detective equally proficient at romance or solving murders, followed by The Man Called X, starring John Lund, who travels to all the dark and mysterious corners of the world, combating the evils of international intrigue as an intrepid soldier of fortune. Yes, there's action and adventure every Friday here on NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Martha Orloff, miser. Yes, my little obit that had been growing so nicely into a human interest yarn had fallen flat into a cliche. How do you figure it? A scrub woman in Polish town with a bank balance of $50,006. But there were some angles that didn't fit. Like that glorifying letter from Mrs. Genevieve Hall praising her generosity, and those fiddling little weekly donations to the polio fund. Well, maybe Mrs. Hall had the answer. As I waited for a butler to wake her, I thought how ironic it was that I was sitting in a mansion on Lakeshore Drive waiting to discuss Martha Orloff. If Chicago had an aristocracy, Mrs. Hall would have been at least a duchess. She was strictly first family. Her father built an industrial empire on the lake shore when Mrs. O'Leary's cow was still a calf.
Mr. Stone, I tried to be friendly with the press, but was it necessary to waken me in the middle of the night?
I thought so.
Well, young man, get on with it. I'm no girl, you know, to be lollygagging in the parlor all night. What is it you want?
Mrs. Martha Orloff died tonight.
So?
You wrote her this letter. She was one of your regular contributors, sent $2 every week.
Oh, of course, that dear little Polish woman. You say she died?
Yes, of heart failure. Tell me, what did you know about her?
What do you mean, Mr. Stone? She was a generous, hard-working woman.
And her son?
He was stricken with infantile paralysis about 10 years ago. He had a slow recovery, and the fund took care of him, like so many others.
And those $2 donations?
Well, that should be clear even to a journalist. She wanted to pay us back naturally for what we'd done for him. She dedicated her life to it. We didn't want to take her money, but we couldn't refuse. I happen to know she went hungry many times, but she never failed to send the $2.
Or did she? I mean, did she go hungry?
Why, of course she did.
You're sure?
What are you trying to do? Take a simple act of charity and twist it into
Oh, no, please, relax. Mrs. Hall, I'm only trying to understand why Mrs. Orloff left a bank account of $50,000.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Well, see for yourself. Here's the bank.
Young man, I've been around a few years, and I know human nature. You can show me 20 bank books, and I still won't believe it. If she had any money, she would have given it to us. Why, last year when the polio fund fell short of its quota, she took it as a personal disaster. And you know what she did about it? Instead of resting her tired old heart on her days off, she baked pies and sold them in her neighborhood. She made $25 that way, and she gave every cent of it to the fund. Now, have you any more questions?
Yes, Mrs. Hall. You take contributions from the working press? The night was almost gone, but I couldn't quit. I had to have the full portrait of Martha Orloff and my story, my $50,000 story, and the elusive threads that would tie it up into a column of linotype. I went into a little all-night beanery and had a bite to eat. While I was waiting for the coffee, I dug out the bank book again. $50,006. A lot of deposits. How did she do it? Now, wait a minute. There were a lot of deposits, all right, but it didn't add up. The book was practically full. There were pages of deposits, and there were just about as many withdrawals. At one time, her account got up to $50, and then she drew it down to $6. She left it that way for a long time, 11 months. And then these 3 big deposits within the last month. $25,000, $10,000, $15,000. Maybe Stanley Orloff had the answer to that one. The Ace High Club was sandwiched between a Polish theater and a second-hand store off Division Street, and militarily speaking, off limits. Business wasn't very brisk. One lone pool player was shooting a lethargic game. On the other table, a bull-necked individual was rolling dice. And against the wall, in a tilted chair, a mildewed club member was dozing under his hat. And over them all, a green glow hung like mold. One dice player looked up.
What's on your mind, John?
I'm looking for Guy.
Yeah? Yeah. Lots of people looking for guys.
What's your point?
4. Cop?
A newspaperman. I'm looking for Stanley Orloff.
Never heard of him.
I was told I could find him here.
No dice. I gotta get that cushion fixed.
Yeah, do that. He looked at me in a cold, dead way. He was lying. That was obvious. It was also obvious that the interview was over. A drowsy individual was sitting up now, very alert. The pool player had transferred his interest from the game to me. And since I prefer to make an exit under my own steam, I walked out. But it didn't matter, because now I had an angle on the bank book. The money was hot. Stan Orloff was hot, and he was hiding out. And Mrs. Orloff had stashed the dough for him, protecting him even to that. All I needed to wrap up the story was a record of 3 stick-ups corresponding in amount and date to the 3 deposits. I grabbed a cab for the police station. It was a dull night in robbery detail. Sergeant Doyle was happy to break the monotony by dragging out his record.
Olson, Upstein, Otteson. No, Randy, no Orloff.
Well, how about suspicion of robbery? You ever bring him in for questioning?
No.
I don't get it. There's got to be an Orloff.
What do you want, facts or fiction?
Let me see those unsolved robberies again.
Now, look, Randy, if you're using this information to criticize the police force...
Oh, Doyle, relax. Did I ever say anything against the boys in blue? Okay, then, now, the month of May.
Here. Here's a heist. Mink coat, some jewelry.
What was the value?
No. This stuff was recovered. Here's one. A chain store for $600.
Not enough.
Here's a gas station knocked over for $150 in the till. Never got a line.
No. 3 stick-ups, big ones.
You want a big one? All right, here's a big one. $50,000.
Now, that's too big. Now, what about 25, 15, 10?
What do you want me to do? Make change? What's wrong with $50,000 in one piece? What are you working on, anyway?
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Yeah. Maybe it isn't 3. Maybe it is 1. Where was it?
What?
The big stick-up.
Oh, that one. That was a candy store.
Candy store? $50,000?
That's right. I don't mind telling you, that's one robbery I'd feel very happy if we never solved.
Well, that's a twist. How come?
Candy store. A guy by the name of Burke runs it, but it's a front. He's a bookie. We know he's a bookie, but we can't get anything on him. So a guy comes along and sticks him up for $50,000, and Burke comes yelling to the cops. Said it was his life savings.
Was there a suspect?
Yeah, but we couldn't hold him. Insufficient evidence.
Because you couldn't find the dough?
Yeah, that's right.
And his name was Stanley Orloff?
Oh, you're a stubborn guy, Randy. There's no Orloff on the record. Huh?
Oh.
Well, all right, that's all.
All right, thank you, Sarge. Oh, hey, what was his name?
Who?
The suspect on the candy store heist.
Well, let me see. Brannigan. Yeah, that was his name. Ace Brannigan.
Well, thank you. The meeting of the Ace High Club was still in session. The 3 members were just as I left them. Now, good evening, Mr. Brannigan.
Well, so now you know my name. That's real polite.
I'll be brief. Are you sure you don't know where Stanley Orloff is?
You're making me out a liar. Look, I told you before, I don't know him.
Well, all right. If you should get acquainted with him, will you give him a message for me?
Yeah? Like what?
Would you tell him that his mother died tonight? I went back to Mrs. Orloff's flat. I let myself in quietly and waited in the dark. All the threads were there now. If my hunch was right, all I had to do was wait and the story would tie itself up. Pretty soon I heard what I was waiting for. Footsteps. One dragging a little, like a limp. I couldn't see them. I was in the kitchen, but I heard them. The man with the limp walked across the room to the sideboard.
Ace, it's gone.
What do you mean it's gone?
The bank book. I had it right here, stuck on the back of the picture.
What are you trying, Orloff? A fast one?
Why should I do a thing like that?
I don't know. Maybe you think the use of your old lady's bank account is worth more than 10% of $50,000. Or maybe because you're going to inherit all that dough, you got ideas it belongs to you.
Oh, I wouldn't do a thing like that, honest, Ace.
Yeah. Then it's your old lady. She got wise to the whole setup.
But how could she? She didn't know the account was still open. I told her I took her last $6 months ago. Well, that book's got to be around here someplace.
Then find it.
Is this what you boys are looking for?
Huh? Oh, it's you again. Still looking for a guy?
I found him.
Give me that bank book.
It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Stanley now. An interesting angle. An old lady dies and her son inherits the proceeds of a stick-up.
Yeah, and it's all legal. Now, give me that book.
I think I'll keep it. Police might find it interesting. They might jump to the same conclusions I have.
That dough's mine, and I'm going to have it.
Well, sure, it's yours, but you're going to have a tough time getting it. You'll have to go to the cops and tell them how you got it and how come it's in somebody else's bank account.
Are you going to hand it over, or do I take it the hard way?
I didn't have any rebuttal for the gun he turned on me. I handed him the book as the door opened.
Olga, here you come back.
It was the janitor. He didn't see Ace and the kid. They'd stepped back into the shadows. He held a piece of paper out.
Olga say you friend for Mrs. Orloff. Maybe you take care of this paper, huh?
Sure, I'll take it. What is it?
I keep it for her, 'cause I'm on ground floor. She's always afraid there'll be fire. It get burned and... Stanley, what you do here? You not satisfied you kill your mother?
All right, Grandpa, you said your piece, Blow.
Who you are?
Blow.
Oh, this is terrific.
What's so funny?
Here, read it, Ace. The last will and testament of Martha Orloff.
Huh?
She leaves all her worldly goods, everything, to her favorite charity, the Polio Fund. And that means along with her other dress and her pair of shoes, the bank book.
What does it mean?
It means, Stanley, boy, that you can't touch this dough, either one of you.
But it's...
Yes, it's legal. You bet it's legal. As legal as an English barrister. Ace's face went white. He wasn't very bright, but he was bright enough to know that I had him by the tail feathers.
What are we going to do, Ace?
Do? Who's going to know about the will?
But they know, and... Oh, no. No, Ace, I don't want any part of that. I don't want
Shut up. All right, Snooper, you open it. And watch your step.
Ace moved against the wall, his gun concealed, but he had a perfect beat on me. I opened the door, and there was the prettiest sight I've ever seen. 2 big, ugly cops, and one of them was Sergeant Doyle.
Randy, you finally got me into the act. Which one of these guys is Orloff?
Oh, that's him, over there.
Thanks. Stanley Orloff?
Yeah?
Sorry, but we got bad news for you. Your mother died tonight. The body's at the county morgue.
Well, it's 5 a.m. It's milk time. I should go home, but I haven't finished my column. There's one item left to write. What makes it tough, I've got a choice. One way I write it might make the front page. Bookie, hoodlums, swindle. The other way, it only amounts to an obit. Oh, but what an obit. I was tempted to tell the cops about the 50 grand, but, well, they'd only give it back to the bookie, and then nobody wins. Yeah, it's dough thrown down a muddy track. The suckers don't know it, but all their little $2 on the nose and $2 to place and show is really gonna buy something. Yeah, I got a full portrait of Martha Orloff now, framed in gold. $50,000 worth. Martha Orloff, patron of Polio Foundation, leaves fortune. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by John and Gwen Bagney, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Myra Marsh, Paul Dubov, Ed Max, and Lou Merrill. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Joan Crawford and Robert Young in Warner Brothers' Goodbye, My Fancy. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood.
And enjoy the very best in radio. Be sure that you're dialing right. Seems like the very best in radio. Morning, noon, and night is from this station. Morning, noon, and night, NBC.
Hear the amazing Mr. Malone tonight on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star, which is as good a way of making a buck as any if you like walking and nobody's hiring mailmen. Yeah, I'm real bitter tonight. It all began with a column I wrote, a few months ago, about a fire in a little nightclub over on the north side and the panic that followed. Afterwards, I couldn't get that panic out of my system. Human beings reduced to the level of animals. All they had to do was walk calmly out of the building. But no, they tore and smashed and clubbed and clawed, not caring about anything but their own precious skin. And so 3 people were trampled to death. It griped me, and I wrote in my column that we were all a lot closer to the jungle than we realized when human beings could act so vile and so ugly in the face of fear. A couple of hours later, the galley sheet of the column was tossed on my desk, and, as usual, the proofreader had found a dozen mistakes in my spelling. But something else was added. Across the story was written, "Too bad the human race doesn't come up to your standards. Signed, Fraser." I don't know. Maybe I was feeling a little bad about the column myself, but it kind of got under my skin. I put in a call to the proofreader's desk to have Mr. Fraser drop around. I'd hardly hung up the phone when a little dame about 70 years old, 5 feet tall, but hard as nails, came down the aisle. Pencils sticking out everywhere from her gray hair and her celluloid eyeshade firmly in place.
Mr. Fraser's been dead for 38 years, but if you don't mind talking to his widow...
Now, sit down. I just called you over to punch you in the nose.
Oh, you want to do it here, or should we go down to the alley?
I'll take a rain check. It's too soon after Mother's Day.
You burned me up, putting yourself on a pedestal. Shame on you.
Well, you weren't at that fire. You didn't see those nice human beings tear at each other like tigers.
And you've never really been afraid, have you, Mr. Stone?
Oh, I don't know.
Of course you don't know. That's what makes me sore. You don't know what real panic can do to you. It can tear you apart. It can poison you.
Don't kid me, Fraser. You've never been afraid of anything in your life.
Oh, not much I wasn't. You ever hear of the lakeside? No, that was when you were still in Cotton Triangles. Well, it was a vacation ship, and it tipped over in Lake Michigan, and I was on it. And let me tell you something, laddie boy. I tore and clawed and ripped with the best of them. Sure, I was ashamed afterwards, but it left me with something more than shame. It left me with understanding.
Well, maybe.
The only way to understand hunger is to go without food. You won't ever understand fear until you've really been afraid. I mean afraid in every drop of blood, in every nerve. Then you'll understand it. And maybe you'll climb down off that pedestal. Now, is there anything else you wanted to say to me?
No, but thanks for letting me talk myself out.
Okay. See you around. Oh, and another thing.
Yeah.
You spell like a 2-year-old. I before E except after C. Will you please remember that?
She was a doll. I wasn't going to argue with her about anything, spelling or fear. Except that, being a strictly no-hero type guy, I'd still like to see the day that anything could turn me into the savages I saw at that fire. And that was the end of it. For a few months, anyhow. Until I got the letter. This letter was on top of the pile. Nothing unusual about the envelope. No return address. Postmark, Winona, Illinois. Dear Mr. Stone, I am mailing this letter so that you will receive it on May 24th. It is important that you receive it then, because after that you would not receive it at all. You see, sometime between the evening of May 24th and the following morning, I am going to kill you. Oh, anonymous. Well, yeah, that figures. Going to kill you. I realize you will instantly decide that I am a harmless crackpot. Oh, instantly, brother, instantly. And I am counting on that to keep you from going to the police. Let me assure you that I have no motive for killing you. I know you only through your newspaper column, and you know me not at all. But then what motive has the hunter of the fox beyond the excitement of the kill itself? Brother. I selected you as my victim because as you walk the city at night, you make a very excellent target. And also because, obviously, from your writings, you are an intelligent man. Well, flattery's going to get this kid nowhere. I am writing you about my plans because I want you to spend every second constantly on guard. I want you to wonder about your fate, wonder when it will happen, and how. A knife, a gun, poison. Whatever way I choose, I assure you, I will trap you in a most unusual fashion. Well, thank you and good night. And I tossed the letter from Winona, Illinois, into the wastebasket. Everyone who wrote a column got one of these every so often. The world was filled with such goofs. By the time I started on my night beat that evening, I couldn't even tell you the exact words of the letter. By the time I made my regular stop at Gus's beanery around 9, the letter from Winona was gone from my mind. The beanery was empty. I went over to the counter.
Evening, Mr. Stone. Hey, your paper called. Kindly give the switchboard a ring.
Ah, thank you. What's the soup du jour, if I may be so bold?
What's always the soup du jour at this establishment? Whatever won't go down the garbage disposal, mixed with liberal amounts of Lake Michigan's finest.
You make it sound heavenly. A large bowl. I'll call it. As I dialed the paper, I idly watched the seedy little character push his face against the restaurant's plate glass window and then come slowly into the place, shuffling uncertainly. Then the gal at the paper answered, and I turned to the phone.
Chicago Star.
This is Stone. What small crisis are we faced with tonight?
Oh, Mr. Stone, you had a long-distance call. Let me see. Here it is. From somebody in Winona, Illinois.
That letter.
You say something?
No. Go on.
Well, the party seems terribly anxious to reach you. He left a number to call in Winona, said if he didn't hear from you within an hour, he was coming into the city to find you. That was almost 2 hours ago.
Did he leave his name?
No, just a phone number. 1836. But like I said, he called 2 hours ago, and he said that if...
Yeah, I know.
Well, you might try him, though. He really seems desperate to find you.
Oh, well, good for him. Thanks, kid. As I hung up the phone, I noticed that my stomach muscles had tightened ever so slightly, and the palm of my hand was just a little damp. I called the Winona number like a real sucker, and the phone rang on and on at the other end. And I got the mental picture of some wild-eyed loon sitting in a dark room, hearing the phone ring and shrieking himself silly at having fooled me. And then I turned and started walking back to the restaurant counter. I noted that the seedy little character who'd come in while I was on the phone, with every seat in the restaurant empty, had chosen the seat next to mine. There he was, nursing a cup of coffee right next to my bowl of soup. I kind of smiled inwardly at the odd little feeling that gripped my knees for an instant and was gone. I sat down beside him, looking at his reflection in the long mirror behind the counter. A watery-eyed, moth-eaten little character in a frayed coat. I salted my soup, reached for the spoon, and then I realized humorously that the feeling that had been in my knees was now in my wrists. Let's face it, Randy, old boy, old kid, old top, this is undoubtedly the killer, and he has unquestionably spilled strychnine into your soup. I grinned to myself, wondering why the grin kind of caused my lips to ache. And then I dipped my spoon into the soup. Only, you know, it was a little funny how he'd chosen the seat next to mine. with a whole restaurant at his disposal. The spoon of soup was on its way to my lips, and that odd feeling had now settled in my elbow. Ah, knock it off, I thought. Act your age. You're a big boy, Randy. Drink the soup. But it was an amusing thought. I mean, Winona was only 40 miles from Chicago, and he would have had time to get here by now. Ah, the soup, kid, yeah. Well, the soup had reached my lips, and my eyes automatically went to the big mirror. He was staring straight at me, expectantly. I put the spoon down. Gus, come over here, will you?
Sure. What can I do for you, Mr. Stone?
My soup got cold. How about another bowl?
Sure thing. It's a break for the cat.
Oh, no, not the cat.
Huh?
Why not the cat, friend?
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'll be going.
Now, 1 second. Why not the cat?
Fine soup like that? I sure wouldn't mind if the soup wasn't so warm.
Why?
That bowl of soup. You were away. It drew me like a magnet. It became the most wonderful thing in the world, sitting next to it, inhaling its spicy aroma. Oh, it's frightening how one's values change. It's very frightening. I'll be going now.
No, wait a minute. The soup is fine for me, Gus. Serve this gentleman the hot bowl and see what else he'll have.
Sure, Mr. Stone.
I always made my own way. Sometimes everything gets out of hand. But really, I don't want charity.
Well, take my word for it, sir. I owe it to you. I left the beanery a little after 10, feeling like an idiot junior grade. Back to work, wandering the lonely places of the night, looking for my story. The railroad yards where kids in overalls flipped off the freights and brushed the straw from their jeans, thinking, Chicago, here I am. Past the produce markets beyond the loop where trucks were already coming in and loading their crates of fruits and vegetables. Through the narrow canyons of the downtown financial district, deserted, empty. The night wind whipping the scraps of paper that was so vital yesterday into the gutter. But tonight the story wasn't there. It wouldn't come. Tonight something was gnawing at me, and I kept pushing it away, trying to shame it out of my system. But I couldn't shake it. Finally, I stopped in at a gas station. It was closed for the night, but the phone booth was open. But Winona 1836 was never going to answer. Then the newspaper again to see if they'd heard from him.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stone. I was trying to reach you. He came in all right more than an hour ago.
He's there now?
No, he hung around a while. He seemed so agitated. Then he said he'd find you himself and left.
What does this character look like?
Gee, how would you describe... Well, average-looking fellow, only excited.
Oh, great. Mm-hmm. Listen, if he comes back, you very quietly dial P051313. You understand that?
But that's the police.
You catch on fast, baby.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's more mystery later this evening with 2 rough and tough crime fighters. There's the amazing Mr. Malone, a daring private detective equally proficient at romance or solving murders, followed by the man called X, an intrepid soldier of fortune played by Van Heflin, who travels to all the dark and mysterious corners of the world, combating the evils of international intrigue. Yes, there's action and adventure every Friday here on NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
After the gal on the switchboard had told me that my chum from Winona was now in town, I stayed in the phone booth in the deserted little gas station to call the police. A crazy man somewhere in the dark city looking for me. No, I wasn't having any.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Give me Captain Barton.
Barton speaking.
Oh, Captain, this is Randy Stone of the Star.
Yes, Randy.
Look, some screwball is out gunning for me. I think I need some help.
A little slower, Randy.
I got a letter from this guy. I thought he was just a crank, but
I can't understand you. Talk slower. Relax, Randy. This doesn't sound like you.
Well, it is me. It's me, all right. Now, look, I don't know who this guy is or when he'll decide to move in. But it's not so good for the nerves, Captain.
Now, wait a minute. Start from the beginning.
And then I heard the sound. Someone tapping on the glass door of the phone booth. I turned. It was dark, but I could see his face, wild and excited.
Hear what I said, Randy? Do it slow, Randy.
I don't even remember hanging up the phone. I felt my throat closing up. He was a slight fella, his hands hammering against the glass door. They looked extraordinarily white and strong. I opened the door quickly.
Thanks. Sorry to have to cut you short like this. But, boy, I think this is it.
Huh?
Her pains are coming every 3 minutes now. The doc said when they start like that, to call him quick. Man, am I nervous. It's my first kid, you know.
He was nervous. I started walking fast, trying to find a cab, so that I could get to the police station and make that lughead Barton understand what was happening. Only none of the cabbies ever bothered with this neighborhood this late at night. Warehouses, small factories, lofts, everything shuttered up for the night. 100 times I'd walked this street without ever realizing how completely lonely it was. A figure was coming the other way. Without even thinking, I crossed the street to the other side. And the figure went on. Now I wasn't wasting any time telling myself what a dope I was. I wanted to get to that police station fast. There were no cabs, but a block ahead was a subway entrance. I hurried toward it, all my nerves jangling. I figured maybe a cigarette might make me calm down. I ducked into a doorway, struck a match. As the match burst into flame, I saw I wasn't alone.
Waiting for you.
For me?
You, the Bonnie Prince Charlie. Harry S. Truman, the man on the flying trapeze. Anybody with a pack of cigarettes and a social conscience.
Here, take the whole pack.
I thank you, for you have made me king of the night. Now, till dawn, I will stand here and let the galaxies entertain me. Sagittarius, the Pleiades, Perseus, the tiny North Star, dancing all of them to the music of our thrashing earth.
Oh, fine, great, thanks. See you around. I kept on walking, thinking, Riley, any other night, what a kick I'd have gotten from shooting the breeze with a guy like that. Poet of the darkness, his study, any alley, any doorway of the city. But tonight, all I wanted was to reach the subway up ahead and get to the police. And then I was standing before the subway entrance. But it was dark, and across the entrance was the sign, closed after 10 p.m., Fullerton Station open. Fullerton Station, that was 4 blocks across town. Everything was against me tonight. The whole city was against me. Every building and every street. For the first time in my life, it was all strange. I hated it. I hurried toward Fullerton, through an area of condemned tenements now being torn down for a housing project. Everything broken and shattered against the night. But beyond the ruins, the lights of Fullerton Street, the subway, safety. The word had never meant much to me, but now it meant everything. I was walking very quickly, trying with all my willpower to keep from running. My heart beating too hard inside me and my nerves feeling them tighten. And I stopped. I looked around me frantically. Not another soul. The bulldozers and other heavy equipment standing alone in the streets. The smashed buildings, nothing else. And then I realized the voice was coming from the building just to my right. An ancient, sprawling apartment house. 2 upper stories already demolished, but the lower part still standing. I rushed over to the building. The windows were boarded up, but the boards were rotting, and I tore one aside. Are you in here?
Yes, please help me. Hurry. Trap. Falling. Timbers. Hurry.
I ran to the arched entrance of the building, also boarded up. Even in the darkness, I could read the large sign nailed across the front, Condemned, Danger. I tore the boards aside, and I went into the building. It was like looking into a cave. The faintest moonlight from outside revealed broken floors, smashed walls, and narrow hallways leading off in all directions.
Hurry. Whoever you are, please hurry. I can't hold out much longer. Can't.
I looked through my pockets for matches. There were none. I'd given them to the philosopher. Have any idea where you are in relation to the entrance?
No. Came in by the drywall place. You won't collapse.
Oh, look, fella, I can't find you in the dark. I'll go for help.
No, please don't leave me alone. Can't hold out much longer. Timbers getting me down. Don't leave me.
All right, but keep talking. I'll try to follow your voice. You tell me if my footsteps seem to be getting closer.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
I went down what had apparently been the main hallway. Rooms arched off in every direction. I stumbled. I crashed through rotting floors trying to reach. Empty room after empty room. Some dimly lit by the moon, most of them in deep, suffocating darkness. Keep talking. Your voice sounds closer.
Okay, yes. You seem closer to me.
I'd gone down at least half the length of the building. Once I looked back, and the front door seemed so far off now. It gave me a strange feeling.
Think really supposed to fix on you, don't you? You never know when it's going to catch up to you. How or where. Mister, why did you stop?
Why did you say that?
What? I don't get you.
You never know when fate will catch up to you. How or where. That's what the letter said.
What letter? Mister, what are you talking about? You step on it, mister. Hurry.
How long have you been here?
Oh.
Answer me.
Hours.
Why didn't somebody else find you? Why did you wait for me?
Mister, can't answer questions. Anything else? Come on, will you?
But I couldn't move. The blackness seemed to close me, and I started having trouble breathing.
Come on. You're close now.
Close, yes. His voice seemed to be right ahead of me.
Come on.
Or behind me.
Come on.
Where was it? Was he waiting for me there in the darkness, waiting to spring at me, a gun in his hand or a knife?
Come on. What are you doing? Hurry.
His voice didn't sound right. It didn't sound right. He was only pretending to be hurt. He wasn't hurt at all. Oh, no, stop it, Randy. Get a control of yourself. You gotta help him. But no, I couldn't move. My legs had turned to stone. I couldn't budge them. Completely at his mercy, this crazed man. I'll trap you in a most interesting way. What was that? I thought I heard a movement. He was coming for me through the darkness. I had to get away.
Sit down, Randy.
Yeah, thanks, Captain, thanks.
Hey, you look terrible. What's happened?
Well, I started telling you over the phone. This crazed loon sent me a letter saying that he was going to kill me. He was going to trap me.
I know all about the letter. The guy's right in the next office.
The next office?
Sure. He came into town a couple of hours ago. Send Mr. Harris in. He was here when you phoned. I was just kidding you along, and then before I could tell you, you hung up.
But he couldn't be.
Mr. Harris, this is Randy Stone, the man you've been trying to reach.
Oh, Mr. Stone.
You? You're the one who sent the letter?
Oh, no. No. I'm the tenant there at the sanitarium.
Sanitarium?
Yeah, for the insane. It's a private one in Winona. I should have known better, but, well, he seemed so rational at the time.
What are you talking about?
The letter. You know, the letter, he gave it to me. He asked me to mail it as a favor to him. Said he was sending you a letter of appreciation for your fine column.
But wait.
Oh, I know it's against all the rules to mail the letters without the superintendent reading them, but, well, like I say, he seemed so rational, and then after I mailed it, then he told me what he'd written. Well, that's why I've been trying so desperately to reach you. Because I could get fired if it ever came out that I...
You mean he's up in Winona, locked up?
Oh, sure. Sure, you don't have to worry about that.
Captain, get a car and for God's sake, hurry. Yes, the poor guy in the abandoned apartment was still alive when we got to him, but no special thanks to me. I felt like such a fool, I didn't know how I was going to live with myself. And then I remembered somebody. And even if it was just a little after 3 in the morning, I went calling. When she saw who it was, she reached for a coffee pot to bang me on the head, but when I told her about tonight, well, she added water and put the coffee pot over a high flame instead.
So you had to wake me up to tell me what a bum you are, huh?
Yeah, no different from the others. Clawing, tearing.
And just why should you be different, lover boy? You a special design or something? After the Lord finished with you, he threw away the pattern?
Okay.
Don't you get it yet, brain? We're all in the same jungle. And fear is what keeps us there. And the only way we're ever going to get out is hand in hand.
Well, that sounds great, but what about me? How do you ever get over feeling like a worm?
Oh, there's a way. I'll give you some of this poisonous brew, and then I'll whisper the secret into your little pink ear.
It wasn't much of a secret. All she did was send me down to the office, back to the typewriter, to put it all down, every word, and in the first person. And you know, maybe it's the same with fear as it is with a lot of other things. As soon as you stop hiding it, as soon as you share it around, the sting is gone. But, brother, fear is a deadly weapon that makes the atom bomb look like a squirt gun. Maybe the day we all stop being afraid, maybe that's the day the new world they all talk about will officially begin. Anyway, I guess the article I wrote was okay because when it got back to me from the copy reader's desk, scrawled across the front in that bold, angry hand was, "Welcome back to the human race, but your spelling is atrocious." Okay, Fraser, I love you too. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by... And now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in... Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. And like most newspapermen, I hardly ever read a newspaper. A glance at the headlines, a quick look at the box leads, and we've got the roundup. I guess we take the world pretty much for granted. The idea that each day's news isn't really news. It's just a repeat of last week's auto accident or political speech or murder. Only the names are different. It's history. Or what some people think history is. A chronicle of battles and speeches, of victors and vanquished, of winners and losers. And all in black and white. Nothing gray, nothing in between. Tonight's headlines screamed, crazed father kills child and wife. History? Who won and who lost? Who was the victor? The father who killed? Who were the defeated? The mother and child? The noise of our city room sent me into a fighting crouch. A newspaper office is no place to be off guard, especially with Ann Wilton around. Ann was one of those impeccably groomed women who was always dressed to make the world look at her and envy. She was one of our woman's page feature writers, and she used it as a bludgeon against every man on staff, particularly me. She never stopped trying to make me feel like I was personally responsible for keeping her on the woman's page. But tonight, she didn't say anything. She was looking at the front page, the headline, Father Kills Child and Wife. That's why I stopped beside her desk.
Oh. What do you want?
Afraid I'll read your newspaper? I can buy one for a nickel, you know.
Why did you say that?
Well, the way you folded it up when you saw me standing here, there's nothing in that that's secret.
Well, you startled me. What's so strange about doing something quickly when you're startled?
Well, for a woman who rips male reporters apart with her adjectives, you seem awfully tame.
Oh, please, go away and take your cliches with you.
Oh, now that's better. For a minute, I thought you'd sent your claws out for the remainder of the season.
You're so smug, so safe.
What?
So sure you're safe.
What's up, Ann?
Nothing.
No, this is different. What's the deal?
There's no deal. Nothing's up.
What, that headline in tonight's paper?
You wouldn't understand, Randy.
Did you know that woman, her child?
No.
The man?
I told you no. It isn't anything I can't handle.
Now, don't give me that a woman can take care of her problems as well as a man can routine. We all can help each other.
I've no right to ask you.
Oh, you're not asking. I am.
No one has a right to ask it.
Okay, I quit.
Randy, I need it. It wouldn't take very long.
Well, name it.
I need a car to pick up my children. You know I have 2 children.
Little boy, little girl.
I have them in a nursery school all day. Only sometimes, just lately, I don't take them home until after dinner. After they eat dinner at the nursery school.
Well, can't your husband do it?
He's busy. He works late. Tool and die makers put in long hours these days.
So long he hasn't time to pick his children up for dinner?
Well, I didn't really tell you everything. We've separated, Randy. We've been separated for 3 or 4 weeks, and he doesn't even know where the kids are all day. I don't want him to. I'd be afraid to have him know.
Afraid?
Oh, he's a vindictive man, Randy.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Ann. You're taking that headline too personally. That doesn't happen every day or even every month.
But it happened, didn't it?
Well, yes, it happened.
Randy, have I impressed you as the hysterical type of woman, the overly emotional?
Ann, I've looked upon you as the Chicago Star's answer to Gibraltar. Solid Gibraltar.
Then why do you question my reactions now?
Well, there's no warning. Usually these things give signs of happening, you know. A black eye on the wife, you know, signs.
I guess I've assumed too much. Just forget it, Randy.
What are you afraid of, Ann?
I told you.
I think you're afraid of accepting help, too.
Don't say that.
You're afraid it's weak as much as you're afraid of your husband.
I don't like... Well, maybe you're right.
All right, come on, Ann. Your kids are waiting. While we drove there, Ann Wilton didn't say much. I never questioned it because I didn't expect her to talk. You don't expect a strong-willed woman to talk much when one dreary day she shows up with a whimper in her voice. She was meant for a world of law and order. She could function in that kind of system all right. But the violence she thought was hanging over her head frightened her, like a child is frightened. 3 frightened children. A son, a daughter, and the mother. Ann stepped out of the car and waved a couple of short gestures toward the nursery school building. In a few minutes, her 2 children came out and walked toward her.
Would you have thought that was strange? Would you have thought it was odd that two children who hadn't seen their mother all day would walk to her and not run? I don't think so. The kids did resent her a little. She'd kept them hidden. Anne hustled them into the car, and we drove off while she made up for lost time.
Darlings, did you miss me today? Did you miss Mommy while she was working? Oh, this is Randy Stone, sweethearts. Both of you are my sweethearts. He's a reporter like Mommy. Oh, take off those sweaters, you'll roast. I hate to see my two babies so hot. Mommy hates to see them so hot and uncomfortable. Aren't they beautiful children, Randy? Aren't they worth protecting against anything? I mean it, against anything.
And that's the way it went. Ann Wilton did all the talking, and she didn't stop except to put the kids to bed. When she came back into the living room...
Randy, do you mind waiting just a little while longer?
Well, anything to keep me away from our night editor. What'll you do when I leave?
Oh, I'm beginning to feel better. I was jittery, I guess. That headline made me jitter, I suppose. Made everything seem worse than it was. I was just frightened.
Well, you're terrified, Ann.
I said frightened.
Now, don't evade it. Don't evade it. This is an emotional blockbuster. You better take a long look inside before it tears you apart.
Oh, that's easy to say, Randy. Very easy. But it takes a woman a while to recover from the shock.
You mean that her husband isn't everything Louisa May Alcott said he should be?
That he was capable of such betrayal.
You sure that's the right word, betrayal? You have 642,000 more to choose from.
Precisely the right word, betrayal. That's exactly it. He betrayed me, betrayed his children.
How?
Oh, you know what I'm talking about. You've been around, Randy. That's how he betrayed me. Another woman. That's how he got even with me.
Ann, you're making this guy out to be a member of the Black Hand Society. You make it sound like he's been on a vendetta against his own family.
A man killed his wife and child today. Is that vendetta?
Yeah, but look at the man. Don't just set up two situations and say they're the same. Just because the same number of people are involved doesn't make it the same problem. Your husband is different from the man
I'll tell you why he betrayed me. Because of my love for the children. Because he resented the fact that I loved them so much. He envied them. He hated them.
Did he ever say he hated?
Oh, he didn't have to. You don't have to say hate. It's in the eyes, in the voice, in the way a person moves.
Well, I always wait until they say it. It saves a lot of wear and tear on my irrational thinking.
Oh, every day in a dozen different ways. He was always complaining about the kids interfering with this or the other.
Well, every father does that once in a while.
Randy, he made me make a choice. One night, one evening, I remember, and oh, how I remember it. He made me make a choice. My little girl was upset. I don't know about what. I think I'd argued with her that morning. She was upset, and my husband and I, we were going out in the evening. I said maybe we'd better stay in, and he said we'd planned on going out that night, that he came first. Well, I guess I couldn't stand him from then on.
Well, I still don't see what he did wrong.
I didn't think you'd understand. He made me make a choice. No man should ever force his wife to make a choice between him and the children.
Well, that's not the way it sounded.
Well, I told you I couldn't help but resent him. But that's how it started. Until, finally, he betrayed me, Randy. He betrayed us to get even.
Did he ever actually threaten your life, Ann?
He betrayed us.
Ann.
What?
Did he actually threaten your life?
Oh, it isn't my life I'm worried about. It's the children's.
Well, has he threatened them?
Not exactly.
Well, has he?
Why pretend? Yes, he has. To me, often. He's often said he wishes he was rid of them, finished and rid of them, that we'd never had children. And once he actually threatened them, actually did.
I think you better call the police.
And tell them what? What can I tell them, Randy? Impressions, feelings? Is that any kind of evidence? You've been a police reporter. Does that count?
Well, maybe I can help. Swear out a warrant. Get him examined by a psychiatrist.
No. I won't have my children slapped all over the papers.
Well, you can't go on living in fear.
If I have to, I will for them.
Well, take some kind of action, or leave the city.
Oh, no, not until our divorce comes up. I need his support for them. I mean financially. Not for myself, but for them.
Well, separate residences are expensive.
He does all right. He does well enough to find another woman. There's enough money to amuse her, enough for that.
Where does he work?
The Mason Engineering Company. He works late. That's how it started. He worked too late. Imagine me, of all people, me, being fooled by that I'm working late routine. And then he'd say he was going bowling. That's great. Me being made a fool of by that.
I'll see you later, Ann. I'll call you in an hour.
Wait a minute. Where are you going? You're not going to see him, Randy. You're not, are you?
Well, what can you lose? Running and hiding like this isn't going to make your children any healthier or happier.
Oh, it's just until the trial, until I sue for divorce.
Oh, that could take months.
Randy, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you told me.
I'm afraid of... when he got off the job. It's a night job. After he got off and you'd talk to him, I'm afraid he'd come here looking for the children.
He won't do anything to you.
Well, not to me, to them. He'd kill them. Don't you realize that?
Oh, Ann, don't beat yourself
Their
for
own
that.
father will murder them. Come back, Randy. Please come back after you see him. Please, Randy.
Okay. Okay, Ann, I'll come back. After I talk to your husband.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. On a hot summer day, nothing teases like a thirst, that's for sure. It hankers to be satisfied and just won't stop pestering you until a cool, foaming glass of smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer comes along. And then, happy things happen to hot, thirsty throats. For Pabst Blue Ribbon cools, satisfies, refreshes. No wonder we call Pabst Blue Ribbon a sociable beer. It gets on so well with you, with your friends, with your good summer foods like, listen.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans.
Farmer's Treat.
Borden cheese.
Ritz Crackers. Swiss Frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother, smoother, smoother flavor. Finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother, smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, be sure to pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you buy it, it's always the same smooth, sociable, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
When an attractive, sharp-witted woman suddenly appears confused, when a strong-willed woman suddenly becomes hesitant and indecisive, and when a silent woman becomes talkative, there is nothing to do but help. Ann Wilton turned to me for help. She fought me in the city room for 1 year, but tonight she turned to me for help. A simple thing. All she wanted was a lift home for herself and her 2 children, except this ride meant we were running from a husband who was capable of killing the children, who could, who might. Ann believed it, and I was almost convinced. I had an idea about how I could help, but before I did, I wanted to know Ed Wilton myself. Maybe it's a habit from newspaper reporting. Verify your facts. I went to see Wilton at his job. When he took time out for a cigarette, I approached him. He was a tall, lean man, rather good-looking. His face was intelligent, if there is any such thing as an intelligent face. But he looked worried, like he had a problem to solve, only he couldn't quite remember what it was. Oh, hello. You're Ed Wilton?
Yes.
You have a few minutes?
Sure. Smoke time.
My name is Stone, Randy Stone.
You write that column on the Star.
Yeah, that's the one.
Excuse me, I have to get back to work.
You smoke awfully fast.
Nothing personal against you. You write a good column.
We just don't have anything to talk about.
Oh, I think we do. But only if you want to.
That's the point, Stone. I don't want to.
Why not?
She sent you over, didn't she?
No. No, it was my idea.
I don't have any reason to think you're lying. But anybody who does something because they've talked to her...
You really don't like her, do you?
Doesn't make any difference now.
Do you like her?
Is it hard to understand? It shouldn't be for you, Mr. Stone. You don't think people have to be one thing or another. At least you don't write that way.
Well, thank you for the tribute, but what does that have to do with you liking your wife?
Like and dislike can go together. You feel very strong about a person. Feel strong against it. You can love
and hate.
My wife doesn't have any room in her thinking for both. If there's one, the other goes out. One or the other, but not both.
Well, I don't think she hates you, Wilton, at least not from the way she talks.
She doesn't want me around. That's a hard thing for a man to say, that his wife doesn't want him. She told you anyway, it's no secret.
Well, she told me... She said that you rejected her, Wilton, that you tossed her over for some woman you met when you were working nights.
She told you that? Do I strike you as the kind of a guy who'd run out on his wife and kids?
I don't know what kind of a guy you are, Wilton. I don't know where you came from, what you know, what you want out of life. That's knowing somebody. And you're not telling me anything.
All you have to know for right now is, do I make sense?
Well, that's hard to tell for right now.
Okay. She said I met the girl when I should have been bowling, or when I claimed I was bowling after work.
As she did.
I bowled once a week. The same night every week. Exactly the same time and same place. All she would have had to do was pick up a phone and check. Or come down here and see.
Didn't she?
Never. Not once. She only believes what she wants to believe.
She only believes what she wants to believe. He didn't say it vengefully or with rancor. He didn't say it to hurl a charge against her to make up for the one she'd hurled at him. Only I didn't want to accept it. I didn't want to believe that his logic was sound and reasonable. I didn't want to believe that he lived within reality and that she was only partially there, because if I admitted that, if I'd really accepted it at the moment, the obvious point had to follow. If she spoke of her husband murdering her children, and if her husband was this rational, the imminent threat of death to her children could come from only one other person. From the mind of the mother. It was too grotesque, and I had to be sure. I didn't know what I'd do when I was sure, but I had to have proof. I went back to the apartment.
Would you like a drink, Randy?
No, thanks.
I don't want one either. I'd like a cigarette, though, but I'm all out. I would have gone down to the corner, only I was afraid.
Here.
Well?
Well, what?
Pretty cunning fellow, isn't he? I mean, Eddie. Shrewd.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, no. No, he's too cautious for that. With a man, he wouldn't try to pull any fast ones.
Well, he seemed to talk without much pretense.
Don't let it fool you, Randy. Even that has a motive. Everything in his life does. I have never seen a man like him. A man who did everything for a reason he planned out, figured out ahead of time.
Like his story about the bowling?
Doesn't that prove it, doesn't it?
Did you ever check to see if he was bowling?
I don't remember.
A thing that important you don't remember?
Don't pin me down, Randy. Don't cross-examine me. Don't. That's all. Just don't.
Well, I thought you ought to look at his side.
I did. Once was enough.
Maybe it'd be worth another look if you want to get back together.
I don't want to get back together.
Well, you should have said that in the first place.
Oh, it was a hard decision to make, Randy. You know, a very difficult decision to make. Breaking off with Eddie. It was now or never.
Now or never what?
The chance to be young. Oh, I married much too young. And then I suddenly realized I'm almost 30.
And when he did what he did, you figured it was time.
Well, it never occurred to me until Eddie and that other woman. And then I realized He hated our children and me, the whole thing.
Well, that doesn't make sense,
I
Anne.
mean, it was obvious. I could go on like that for 10 years, maybe. And then wake up old and unattractive. And who'd want me then? What man would want a woman with 2 children?
Well, they're wonderful children. They'd be an asset.
You think I'm attractive enough, Randy? Still attractive enough to remarry?
You're a very attractive woman, Anne.
Above average, Randy?
Well, you're very attractive.
You're a very sweet person, Randy, but you don't know how it is. You can't imagine how difficult it is being a mother and father to your children, being both parents.
Well, Eddie must have helped out some.
Oh, he did in his fumbling way, but he was always letting them have their own way, and now they're completely undisciplined, completely.
Well, they seem pretty well behaved.
Oh, that's all you see. But believe me, you can give children too much love. Did you know that? Too much love.
Oh, not real love. It's the phony kind that spoils kids, giving them attention and toys and calling it love.
No, you're a bachelor, Randy. You don't know. You can spoil them. They begin to expect too much. They expected too much ever since they were born. All my time, everything, with no time to do anything else, no time for myself.
Did you really try to make any time? I mean, reasonably.
What for? Why should I have? Just to have their father desert us, have it thrown back at me when he deserted us?
Anne, he didn't desert you. He's here now. You talk like he was in another city. He's in this city. You're only separated, not deserted.
Deserted? Don't you think I know what I'm saying? I know what desertion means. I've been deserted all my life.
Well, you can pick up that phone and call him.
Deserted all my life. Like my mother and father deserted me.
They actually abandoned you?
Well, not that way. There are worse ways. They ran my life like I was a machine or something. Everything was done at exactly a certain time and just so much time to play with me. It was almost as if they didn't want me around the other times.
Or at all?
Funny for me to think of my own childhood when I'm a mother myself. When I have my own kids. I should forget all that. The past is past.
Well, it's past only if you understand it, Anne.
But how can the past be past? And I think about it all the time. How can I forget my childhood when I never really had one? Something always stopped it. Something always kept it from happening. Don't you see, my parents or my children, something always kept me from being young.
Anne, you've got to have help.
The police? Oh, will they listen to what my husband is doing to me, how he threatens me?
No, not him. For yourself, you must.
No one, Randy, no one. I'm alone. You're the only one who can help me, Randy. You're the only one who wants to protect me from...
Have you ever seen a murder being planned? Have you ever seen the potential killer work toward his goal? It isn't with daring do and shadowy doorways. Sometimes it's in a small, neat apartment living room. In an anguished voice, a baffled face of a person who's bewildered by his own hate and sees only one way out. The answer for all irrational people in the world since time began. When something stands in your way, even if you've created that something into being what it isn't, kill it, destroy it, murder it, blow it up. 2 disturbed small children sleeping, safe in their only refuge, their sleep. Who is to stop the mother they trust? Who is to stop her from doing what she doesn't want to do? The police can't act. They can't arrest people for thinking something. Otherwise, we'd all be in jail. As Ann Wilton paced the room, smoking and talking, I knew I didn't have any choice. It would happen tonight, and someone had to be there to stop it, to stop her. She begged me to stay, to sleep on the couch, to protect her from her husband, still saying her husband was the killer. But I don't think she believed it. She went into the bedroom and locked the door. I stretched out on the couch and waited and hoped that I was wrong. I hoped everything I'd heard didn't mean what it meant. Only reality exists. We can't make it what we want it to be. At 3:30, wearing a bathrobe over her nightgown, her feet bare, she glided silently across the floor of the living room into the kitchen. I didn't move. In a minute, she came back, and I saw it glisten. The butcher knife. I saw it glisten in her hand from the light of the street lamp as she came near me. A pause while she made sure I was asleep, and then almost as an absolution, almost as a prayer, she whispered to me,
I'm sorry. You'll understand. I have to. Please, I'm sorry.
And she moved to their bedroom. I leaped up. I had to witness the attempt. It was the only way she could legally be put away, the only way she could be helped. And there, standing over her silently sleeping son, without hearing me, without rush or hurry, as if time didn't exist, as reality no longer did, she raised the butcher knife over his head, and I rushed in. I spun her around. She fought for an instant. She wouldn't let go of the knife, and I had to hit her. And as she fell to the floor, the sound awakened the little boy. And his first words, his only words,
Mommy. Mommy.
That's all. She's getting help. What more can I say? Except for some questions. Did anybody cheat you out of your childhood? Or even steal a corner out of it? Did they? Well, then take a good look. How are you getting even for it? And who are you getting even with? And can you ever get even? Or is revenge just a second-rate substitute for understanding? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Arthur Ross, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Anne was played by Joan Banks. Harry Bartell was Ed. Listen next week at this time, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. This Friday, enjoy music by Mantovani on NBC.
Everybody grab a silk tray.
Man, battle station, torpedo.
My name's Adam Kane.
Cops all over the world know about them. They don't like them, but they can't work without them. We've got them in our shady business too. Men and women who make a sort of living buying and selling. Sometimes taking, but never giving. They deal in our stock in trade, information, and not the sort you get at the public library either. We call them narcs.
Oh, come on, Mr. Kane. It's worth more than that.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's my word. It's worth something, my word.
About as much as your neck, Johnny.
You know how to hurt a bloke's feelings, Mr. Kane.
10 quid, and that's me top whack.
15.
12 and 50p.
Done.
So, what's the story that's going to burn them up in Whitehall?
Birds.
Birds?
Yeah, the tough kind.
Vultures?
Oh, don't be funny, Mr. Kane. Not that sort of bird. The ones with legs and, oh, you know.
I'll get the drift.
You know about this women's liberation cobblers?
Yeah. And that ain't worth $12.50.
Wait till you hear. If you blokes don't do something sharpish, this lot's gonna take over the bleeding world.
Revlon, the creators of That Man and Puff, essentially male grooming aids, present Adam Kane in
The Aviary.
There's a fragrance that's new today, and they call it Charlie. A whole new fragrance
fragrance that thinks your way, yeah, they call it Charlie. Kinda young, kinda now, Charlie. Kinda free, kinda wow, Charlie. Kinda fragrance that's gonna stay, and it's here now, Charlie.
Charlie by Revlon, a most original fragrance.
Pub. The Silent Persuader. Rugged grooming essentials. Created for men, real men. Pub.
I suppose I could have written it off to expenses. $12.50 wasn't much, and petty cash could stand it. I didn't have to say how I'd spent it. I didn't have to make a fool of myself. I could just see Devenish's face. Got the latest here for you, sir. The women's liberation movement is about to take over the world. Got it on the highest authority, sir, in Hyde Park, just this morning from Johnny the Narc. And he ought to know. Devenish had split his sides after he'd thrown me down the stairs. But I'm a thrifty bloke, and I didn't want to kiss that money goodbye without making certain. Silly me.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
I don't know.
Was it something you wanted to buy? A present, perhaps? For a young lady friend?
Could be. You own this place.
The shop isn't for sale, sir.
And you? What about you, mate?
I beg your pardon?
Are you the owner?
I really don't see you.
Simple enough question.
No, I am not. Now, can I show you something?
I'd like to speak to the owner.
Is it on business?
Yeah, my business.
I'll see if she's free.
You do that. It was what you'd probably call a boutique in the best part of Oxford Street. Small, quiet, and bleeding expensive. I could tell that by the carpet and the wallpaper and the fact that nothing had a price tag on it. They didn't want their customers to get heart attacks before they signed their checks.
Yes.
She was expensive too. There wasn't a price tag on her.
My assistant said you wanted to see me.
That's right.
Is there something wrong?
Should there be?
I hope you're not here to waste my time.
You own this place?
If it's any business of yours.
That's not a nice way to talk to customers, lady.
Are you a customer?
I might be.
Then I'll let Mr. Phelps deal with you. As I said, I am rather busy.
You heard of a place called the Aviary?
The what?
You heard. It's a place where they keep birds.
Who are you?
Then you do know about the place.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. Good morning. Mr. Phelps, will you see this gentleman out?
Now, look here. I think it would be better if you left immediately.
Oh, don't threaten me with violence, mate. I've got a weak heart. So, I left the boutique in Oxford Street and wandered into a nearby cafe to think. The tall bird who owned the place was something else. Tall, elegant, and tough as old boots. Johnny the Narc had mentioned a place called the Aviary, a club, not listed in any guide to London. A political club, he said, for militant feminists. The chairman, or chairperson, or whatever, was someone called Martha Treadgold, who owned a boutique in Oxford Street. So far, he was dead right. And I was beginning to get a tiny bit worried.
Amy?
Yes?
Are you busy?
Not so you'd notice.
Someone was in the front room a moment ago, a man. Phelps says he's just gone into the cafe on the corner.
A policeman?
No, I don't think so. Not the police type at all. Small and cockney and rather full of himself. I think he's trouble.
For the store or for us?
I couldn't care two hoots for the store, dear.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Pop into the cafe, see if he's still there. I want to know more about him.
Like that?
However you feel like, dear. Just find out.
I should have chosen another place. It's hard to think when the milk's warm and the tea's cold and stewed.
Is this seat taken?
And when the customers look like she did.
I'm sorry, did you hear me?
Yeah. I mean, no, help yourself.
Oh, thank you. You shouldn't have had their tea.
I'm beginning to work that one out.
They make very good coffee. They're Italian, I think. We never drink their tea.
We?
Oh, my friends. The people I come in here with.
Oh.
I haven't seen you here before.
That's because I've never been here before.
Do you really like tea?
Yeah.
Well, there's a much nicer place across the road. They make good tea. In fact, that's what I feel like. It's so crowded in here.
Yeah. Isn't it?
I'd better lead the way. I know where it is.
Well, I'm not stopping you. They weren't wasting time, whoever they were. That was the neatest pickup since that time in Hamburg. She was smooth and confident. Too confident. I wasn't surprised when we got to where we were going.
This is it?
Well, this ain't a cafe.
I know. It's my flat. Go on in, it isn't locked.
You trusty little soul, you.
Not really. I have a flatmate.
I can't wait. What is he, an Olympic wrestler?
No. Go on in there. Make yourself at home. I'll put the kettle on.
Very nice. Very neat. Like a doctor's waiting room, but no magazines. And no fish tank.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you Amy's friend?
Well, I don't know. Is Amy the tall bird with the long dark hair and boots?
Yes.
She's in the kitchen, putting a kettle on. Who are you?
I'm June.
Well, hello, June. My name's Adam. Adam Kane.
Please sit down.
So? What about you?
Well, you are Amy's friend, aren't you?
Well, that doesn't stop you talking to me.
Amy doesn't often bring friends home.
No?
No.
What do you do?
I beg your pardon?
For a crust. Don't you work?
Oh, yes. I'm a model.
Yeah, that would make sense. And Amy?
The same.
Yeah, it's very nice for the two of you. Funny, this place. I wouldn't have thought...
What?
Well, it doesn't seem as if two dolly birds lived here.
Here we are. Tea. Oh, you've met June then.
Yeah,
How do you like it?
as it comes.
Help yourself to milk and sugar.
Didn't anyone tell you to put the milk in first?
Oh,
They say you drown your love if you pour the milk onto the tea.
do they really? What a terrible risk to take. June?
No, thanks.
What's it like?
Well, give us a chance. I haven't tasted it yet.
It's a new brand. It was a special at the deli.
Not too bad. Better than the Italian cafe.
Oh, we never drink tea there.
Yeah.
What's the matter? June, take his cup. He's going to drop it.
What? Would it... In the... Oh.
He's out.
That stuff works like a charm, doesn't it? Ring Martha. Tell her to collect the remains.
It was the flats who'd given it away. Nobody lived there, I was sure of it. A sitting room like a doctor's waiting room. One or two pictures on a wall, like pages torn from a calendar with frames around them, and chairs and a sofa. Nothing else. Just clean and polished. The pickup for two dolly birds, both of them. I was a sitting duck.
Careful now. Who is he?
Here's not to reason why, Grover.
Poor bloke. Took bad, was he?
So it would seem. On to the bed. Now the chains.
He should have known better, shouldn't he?
Feet and arms, one each.
I've done it before.
This is a special one. Martha doesn't want us to take any chances.
Yeah. If I can get out of that lot in a hurry.
All right, Grover. You've done your bit. Off you go.
Who is he?
I have no idea. It's none of your business anyway. Go on.
He looks, sort of tough, don't he? I bet she's going to have fun with this one. She's a right old tiger when she...
Thank you, Grover. Off you go.
Right, ma'am. Oh, I was only finishing it off. He's very secure there, ma'am. No trouble from that one, ma'am.
You too, Phelps.
Yes, of course.
I don't want to be disturbed.
No, of course
I want
not.
to close the door after you.
Oh, yes.
Ah, then. Yes, exactly right. It's coming round. Can you hear me? You? You can hear me. Open your eyes.
Who?
We've met before.
Yeah. In a shop.
Well?
Where am I?
Let me ask the questions, please. To start with, I'd like to know who you are. You're securely locked up. Now, Amy says you gave your name as Adam Kane. Who do you work for, Adam Kane? Oh, it isn't the police. You carry no identification. It's the Secret Service, isn't it? Mr. Kane, it won't help you to hold anything back. I'll find out in the end. It will just make your passing a little more comfortable. You are going to die, you see.
Revlon meets the fashion challenge of yesterday, today, and tomorrow with the total look that says now. Whatever the trend in this ever-changing world of fashion, Revlon is there to meet the challenge, creating a kaleidoscope of colors, shades, makeups, and fragrances to match your every mood with a look that says now. This is the wonderful world of Revlon. Never out of date, way out ahead. Revlon.
Moondrops Perfume Plus, a fragrance that spells compulsion, creating an aura of supreme sophistication and an awareness that is unforgettable. Its promise lingers on and on from one midnight to another. Moondrops Perfume Plus, the most magnetic fragrance a woman can wear. Revlon says it in two seductive ways, Cologne Plus and Spray Mist. Moondrops Perfume Plus by Revlon.
There are some days when you start out by making a basic mistake. You wake up and get out of bed. It only gets worse from there. I was chained up like a scarecrow, spread-eagled on a bed, chains on me wrists and ankles. And she was sat there staring at me, smoking and staring, the bird from the shop, the boutique.
Well?
You got a way of giving a bloke confidence, you know that?
It's only fair that you understand. I didn't force you into this situation. You came into the shop asking for trouble.
Look, it was all a mistake.
Quite so. And you made it. I'm afraid you've given me no alternative. You seem to know about us. Before you die, I shall have to know about you.
I'm just the meter reader.
The strong, silent type. You're about to prove just how much braver you are because you're a man. I'm not impressed. Oh, there's no hurry. I'll leave you for a while to think about your situation.
Who's there?
Here, Grover, it's me.
Oh, hello, Johnny. What you want?
You brewing up in there?
You can't come in here, boy.
Why not?
She's here. She finds you in my office, she'll blow a fuse straight, she will.
Oh, come on, Grover. Cup of tea never did any harm.
Well, you stay out of the way, here?
What's she doing here at this time of the day? She don't come to the club until dark.
She's got business to attend to.
The club's not open, is it?
Look, Johnny, you're too bleeding nosy for your own good. You're not even supposed to know this place is a club. It's secret.
I don't say nothing to nobody.
You better not, mate.
Just our little secret, eh?
Right. shouldn't let you near the door. The bloke gets lonely, watching this place night and day. Here you are.
Oh, Tar Grover. Just her up there, is it?
Yes.
Oh, right, old giggle, innit?
What is?
Like the old days my dad told me about. Suffragettes. Women jumping in front of racehorses.
They pay me, that's all I care.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. What are they doing there, Grover?
Ask no questions, mate, that's my motto.
But you said last time, you said about the meetings and the papers and everything about women taking over the...
Belt up!
Sorry, I was only... I mean, you said...
I never said nothing about what goes on in there, you understand?
Here, Grover, you're scared of them, aren't you?
So would you be, mate. So would you be if you... Blimey, it's her. Hey, get out. Oh, no time. Into the broom cupboard, quick.
Grover?
Yes, ma'am?
Are you alone in here?
Of course, ma'am.
I thought I heard... Well, I'm off now.
Yes, ma'am.
He's quite secure. You did a very good job.
Tar.
I don't want you going up to him, do you understand?
You don't get nothing to eat, then?
Nothing. I'll see him this evening. As far as you're concerned, there is no one chained up in that room. You have forgotten everything you've seen.
Oh, yeah, of course, ma'am.
I'll be back at the usual time. Good morning, Grover.
She gone? Yeah, and so are you, mate. Go on, clear out.
Why, it's safe enough now. I've still got my tea.
No, you ain't. And do me a favour, go and sponge your tea off someone else.
All right, if that's how you feel.
Here, just a tick.
What is it?
In there. In the cupboard just now. You hear anything?
Yeah?
Did you hear what she said?
Me? In there? Couldn't hear a bleeding thing, mate.
You sure?
I said so, didn't I? Cheerio, Grover. Thanks for the tea.
She knew what she was about, that Martha Treadgold. Leave a bloke chained up on his back, mouth like the bottom of a budgie's cage from the drug. No food, no water, and the prospect of an early demise. It was beginning to work on me. So, I fought. I fought hard. Curzon Street, Devonish, and the rest didn't know what I was up to. I was out on my own, and in dead bother. And then I thought about them, about the birds. Amy, the tall, tough one. And June, the small, soft one.
He was rather nice. Don't let her hear you. They're not all bad, Amy. Oh, I know. That Adam Kane, there was something nice about him. In his eyes. Did you see it? He was dangerous for us. You don't really believe it, do you? All that Martha says. Of course I do. We all do. Oh, Amy, it's a bit of fun, that's all. Make the men sit up and take notice. It won't go further than that. I think it will. Oh, no, don't be silly. Listen, June. You'd better get your ideas straight. You've got to understand.
Girls, what's keeping you?
Don't you knock before you walk into a change room.
Oh, dear, listen to her. Isn't that just what you're trying to destroy, sweetie? Sex distinctions?
What do you want?
Martha's waiting.
We're coming, Phelps.
There are customers waiting. They want to see the whole range.
We know. Come on, June, do me up. Let's go and show the lady how to be ladies.
It's a gentleman, actually, buying for his wife.
Martha's going to love that.
I was really near the end of my mind when the sound came. At first, I didn't know what it was. It was so quiet. Like a small animal in the room. But not in the room, somewhere outside it. And then, not an animal. A metallic sound. I knew it. Someone picking the lock.
Yeah. I thought it was you, Mr. Kane.
Johnny?
That's right. Oh, you got yourself into a bit of a fix, didn't you?
You weren't having me on.
Do I ever? My word, Mr. Kane.
How'd you find me?
Oh, anyways, I thought, poor Mr. Kane. I can't leave him up there. Those birds can get nasty.
You aren't joking, mate.
Got you chained up, have they?
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a tricky one, getting those locks off.
Now, you can manage it, Johnny. You've done it before.
Yeah, I suppose so.
We'll get going then.
Mr. Kane, I know this is a terrible time to bring up the subject, but...
How much?
You aren't really in a position to argue, are you?
How much?
4 locks, let's say 50 quid.
50, yeah, all right.
Per lock.
Oh, you're taking a chance, Johnny boy.
Not with you, Mr. Kane. You're a gentleman.
We'll get moving in.
Ooh, nice locks, these.
Move it, Johnny, move it.
There's no hurry. She's not coming back until dark.
Now then, I think it's time we talked.
What about?
I think you both know.
The man, Adam Kane.
Yes. He's obviously from the Secret Service. They know about us.
They can't.
Well, what else can it mean? He came into the shop and asked about the aviary. No one knows about the aviary except us.
And Phelps and Grover?
They wouldn't talk. They dare not.
That means?
That one of you, one of the members...
No.
I don't see how else they could have known.
What are you going to do, Martha?
I've told the man that I'm going to kill him.
Kill him?
It was a threat, of course, to make him talk. I've left him chained up in the aviary to think about it. It may work. He should be frightened enough to talk when I go back in a moment. If not...
You can't kill him.
We agreed at the very beginning, did we not, that our movement was going to be a militant one. Any means to achieve our ends. They're joining every day. Soon we'll be strong enough to make our first move.
Martha, look, shut up.
Thank you, Amy. Now, if this man poses a threat, then he must be removed. We can't hold him prisoner forever. His superiors at Whitehall must know about the investigation.
Won't he do as a hostage?
I wonder.
But he knows about us. He's seen all of us. He knows the addresses.
Yes. Pity about that. I think we find out what we want from him, get rid of him, and move our operation. And I think we do it tonight. Come with me, Phelps.
Yes, Mom.
And Amy, you stand guard at the door.
All right.
June, yes, June, you'd better come into the room with me. I want you to see this.
No.
June, open the door, Phelps.
Yes. He's asleep, I think.
No, he isn't. June, go and slap his face.
I can't.
You will. Wake up, Mr. Kane.
Hello?
As you see, I have come. Now, you're going to talk to us. Phelps, hand me the gun.
Gun?
Here. It's loaded. You can see that, can't you? We are a militant organization. Our aim is complete equality for women.
No, it isn't. You want women at the top. You want to run the place. That isn't equality.
Quiet. If you don't tell me who you represent and how much you know, then I shall shoot you. It's as simple as that. Now talk.
No.
Very well. No! I'll kill you, fool! Let go of my hand! Ow!
She's dead! Amy, Martha's dead!
All right, love. I'll take the gun.
What?
Your friends have all scarpered, darling. It doesn't look like you're taking over the world today.
Revlon meets the fashion challenge of yesterday, today, and tomorrow with the total look that says now. Whatever the trend in this ever-changing world of fashion, Revlon is there to meet the challenge, creating a kaleidoscope of colors, shades, makeups, and fragrances to match your every mood with a look that says now. This is the wonderful world of Revlon. Never out of date, way out ahead. Revlon.
There's a fragrance that's new today and they call it Charlie. A whole new fragrance that thinks your way, yeah, they call it Charlie. Kinda young, kinda now, Charlie. Kinda free, kinda wow, Charlie. fragrance that's gonna stay, and it's here now. Charlie!
Charlie, by Revlon, a most original fragrance.
I didn't think she meant it. I thought it was a bit of fun.
No, she was a nut.
They won't charge me with murder.
Nah, won't even get as far as a call.
Amy, she ran away.
Yeah, and your mate Phelps and the rest of them.
Was she mad? Mother?
Mad? I don't know. She made the one big mistake, though. She thought there were enough fanatics like her to join her cause. She didn't make allowances for the ordinary people, the ones who want to be like everyone else.
Like me?
Yeah.
And you?
Nah, not like me. I am a fanatic.
About what?
I thought you'd never ask. Move over, darling. The light switch is right there, behind your head.
My Name is Adam Kane is broadcast each week at this time with Don McCorkindale as Adam Kane. The series is written by Dale Cutts, produced by Margaret Heel, and brought to you by Revlon, the world's leading fashion color house, makers of Moondrops, Natural Wonder, and the Revlon cosmetic ranges.
Now, screen actor Frank Lovejoy comes to the NBC microphone as reporter Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me tell you about some of our other mystery features heard on this station of the NBC Radio Network. This Sunday, the Falcon brings you mystery, adventure, and intrigue as he investigates the case of the Helping Hand. Later Sunday, make a date to hear Lloyd Nolan as he brings you thrill-packed listening as Martin Kane, Private Eye. And every Monday evening, you're invited to tune to this NBC station for Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy. Now there's Adventure with Frank Lovejoy, starring on Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Christmas Eve. Jingle bells, silent night, boughs of holly. Yeah, they say there's a warmth about Christmas that spreads out like a fan and touches everyone. The holiday spirit, it's called. But right at the moment, I'm thinking of one character who was nearly left out in the cold last Christmas. None other than yours truly. Me, myself, Randy Stone. It started out like any other Christmas Eve. An exchange of gifts, a few drinks, some off-key caroling, everybody killing time until the going home nod from the boss. Everybody, that is, but me. No, I wasn't going home, because as far back as I can remember, Christmas has been another work day for Stone. I waited around for the noisy holiday gang to leave so I could settle down to work. And then Sam Bullock, the big boss, sent for me, and I walked across to his office.
Oh, come in, Randy, come in.
How are you, boss?
Sit down, Randy.
Oh, such politeness can mean only one thing. I'm fired.
No, this is even more embarrassing, Randy. I'm going to give you a little something in the way of a present.
Ah, I'll come back when you're sober.
When's the last time you had Christmas off, my boy?
I can't remember why.
Well, you're having this one off. 5 days of it to spend with your family.
Well, what family? Boss, you know better than that. What'll I do with myself?
Well, a man who knows as many people as you do, that'll be the best thing in the world for you.
Hey, yeah. Yeah, it might really be something. Say, I could call Alex Stevens. He's been bothering me for 8 years to spend Christmas with his family.
Sure.
Or maybe Alice over in Classified. You know, I'm beginning to like the idea.
Okay, well, you'd better beat it before this noble impulse of mine evaporates.
Well, you hang on to it. I'm leaving now.
And, Randy.
Yeah?
Merry Christmas to you.
Right back at you, Chief. And thanks for the break. The revelers had gone now, and the office was empty except for one man. Old Ed Collins sat watching the teletype machines. He looked up when he saw me.
Thought you'd gone, Randy.
No.
What are you looking so smug about?
Oh, boss gave me 5 days off.
Swell. What are you going to do, go home?
Home is a bachelor apartment on 7th Avenue. No, Collins, I'm going to call my old pal Alex Stevens in Decatur and tell him to meet the morning train.
Good idea.
Long distance? I want to call Decatur. The Stevens residence. Alex Stevens in Decatur. I'll wait. Phone's ringing all right.
Good.
Oh, this little floor, Alec. 8 years he's been after me. Must have an old maid sister-in-law or something.
Careful, Randy. Tried to marry me off once when I was younger.
Should have answered by now. Oh, what's that, operator? Oh, no. No use ringing anymore. He must have gone out of town for the holidays.
Gone out of town, eh?
Yeah. I guess I'll have to settle for female company.
Not home either?
Well, that was a screwy idea. I don't know why I went for it. Phoning people at the last minute like this.
Guy, with the friends you have...
Oh, sure. The friends I have, millions of them till I go looking for one.
Oh, there's a Christmas card for you on my desk. Keep forgetting to give it to you.
I'll get it later.
Hey, my folks only live 40 miles out. Boy, would they be glad to have you spend a few days with them. I could call them.
No, Ed, forget it. What's a guy like me want with a holiday on Christmas? I'm shoving off, Ed.
How about that envelope on my desk?
Later. Looks like I might be back to play a little pinochle with you.
Now, my ma, all I've got to do is phone her.
No, I'll make out all right. See you later.
And have yourself a time. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas. I didn't want to make any more calls in front of Collins, so I headed for the nearest phone booth. Well, I made another 3-4 calls. No dice. Randy Stone, a guy who couldn't walk a downtown block without saying hello to half a dozen people, couldn't find one lousy bum would be his friend tonight, Christmas Eve. I went back to the office hoping some big story had broken so that I could put myself to work. Nothing come in, Ed?
Not a thing. Even the thugs are home tonight.
Anybody phone me?
No. Here's that letter I was telling you about.
Oh, thank you.
What's that, money?
It's a 50-cent piece.
What's he want, your autograph?
It just says, God bless you, Mr. Stone, signed Catherine Malloy. I don't know any Catherine Malloy. Hey, this is all the earmarks of an office gag, and a pretty poor one at that.
It's $50.
Yeah, it'll buy a drink.
Say, Randy.
Yeah?
I thought maybe you'd change your mind about going out to my folks' place.
No, thank you, Ed. No, thank you.
My ma, she...
No, I said no. Ed, no, thank you. Outside it was snowing, light and fluffy, like it had been specially ordered for the occasion. And the people went about their business humming and singing little snatches of song. You know, oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Yeah, there was warmth and good feeling everywhere. But my mood was more than a match for it, and I was beginning to feel sorry for myself. Like an unwanted cat, I took my mood out to get it drowned at Bobby's bar.
Randy, how are you, boy? How are you?
Wow. What's with this place? It's like a morgue.
Well, haven't you heard? It's Christmas.
Yeah, I've heard. Will you put a dime in that thing, get something snappy?
Okay. There we are. Hey. You lonely, Randy?
Get me a whiskey sour.
Yeah. That's the way it is with me, too. I don't need nobody. Nobody needs me. It's all right, I guess, only 2 or 3 times a year you wish it was different. You know when it hits me? Christmas, Easter, and May 17th. That's the date my mother died. But Christmas and Easter was a big time in our house. You know, we had 11 kids.
Look, why don't you write a book?
You act like this was something new to you. To me, it's like this every Christmas. You know, the important thing is don't be alone.
How much do I owe you?
50 cents.
Here.
You know, when you try and fight it, you gotta lose. Randy, are you going into a new business?
What do you mean?
Well, I thought maybe you might have gone into manufacturing.
Manufacturing what?
Coins. But, brother, if you are, you got a lot to learn. This is about the phoniest $50 I ever saw.
Phony?
Yeah.
Give it to me. Yeah, That was somebody's idea of a gag. Some half-wit in the office.
Ain't much of a joke, I'll tell you.
Mrs. Malloy, huh? I'll fix those guys.
You gone?
Yeah.
Hey, well, what's your hurry? You ain't gonna leave me here alone, are you? Wait till somebody else comes in.
So long, Bob.
Well, you ought to stick around so we can talk, Randy.
You're wasting it on me.
Okay, Randy, but remember what I said. Don't be by yourself. Whatever you do, don't get to be alone.
I stopped at the corner drugstore and bought a couple of magazines and went to my apartment ready to spend a quiet holiday. 7:00. Great. Nice, long evening ahead of me. Lots of time to hate the world and feel sorry for myself. I poured myself a quick drink, and then somebody rang my doorbell. Yeah, just a minute.
Hi.
A 10, 11-year-old kid stood in the doorway looking up at me. His face was clean, but his clothes were patched and ragged. He wore a red pullover sweater at least 5 sizes too big for his skinny frame.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Wow, what do you want?
Don't you remember me?
I remember 10,000 of you. What do you want, a handout?
I'm Jerry Malloy. Remember Mrs. Malloy?
Who sent you up here? Whose idea was it? McFarland's, the office-wise guy?
My mother sent me.
Well, you go back and tell your mother not to send phony coins through the mails. And if your mother happens to be McFarland, tell him that...
She said for me to give you this letter. I'm to wait for your answer.
Look, kid, take your letter and beat it. Enough is enough.
She said maybe...
Will you take the letter? Now, come on. What are you waiting for?
I'll leave it with you.
No. Here's 2 bits for you. Now, go tell McFarland the joke is over. Now, beat it before I get mad.
Mother said to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Beat it. I no sooner slammed the door shut when I began feeling like a heel. And I opened the door half hoping I'd find him standing there. But he was gone. But resting on the mat in front of my door was the quarter I'd given him. I picked it up and I stood there with the coin burning my fingers. I knew I wouldn't feel quite clean again until I'd found that kid and made it right with him. Somehow. I had to get to the kid, but how? The logical starting point seemed to be the newspaper office. I put my coat on. I was about to leave when a sharp knock sounded on my door. I opened the door and a policeman came in.
Mr. Stone?
Oh, yeah, come in.
Thanks. I'm Lieutenant Saunders. Know anything about this?
Well, this envelope's addressed to me. Where did you get it?
Do you recognize it?
A kid came in here about 15 minutes ago and wanted to give it to me.
You sure this is the same letter?
Well, the writing's the same as another letter I got at the office. Why? What happened?
The boy who brought you this letter. What's his name?
I don't know. He said it was Malloy, but I don't think it is.
Give me a description.
Oh, he's, 10, 11 years old. 95 pounds. Light brown hair. Wearing a faded red sweater, patched trousers. What's this all about?
Hit by a car. Driver picked him up and took him away.
Hit? How bad?
Nobody knows. Woman who saw it from a window thinks the kid was dead.
The car got away?
Yeah. She didn't see the license number. When we got there, we found this letter on the street.
And the kid may be dead?
Yeah, it looks like it. Said his name was Malloy, huh?
Yeah, that's what he said. Can I see that letter? Maybe there's something in it.
Sure. What's it say?
It's kind of hard to read.
Looks like some kid wrote it.
Dear Mr. Stone, we're hoping that you'll come out to have Christmas dinner with us. I've told Jerry not to leave till he brings back your answer saying yes. It's signed Mrs. Catherine Malloy. I don't know a Catherine Malloy.
Well, maybe they mistook you for somebody else.
I thought it was part of an office gag, and I still think so. Let me go back there and check. I'll call you later.
Where do you work, Mr. Stone?
Chicago Star.
Oh, you're that Randy Stone. Well, look, if you get any information, phone it into the precinct.
Hi, Randy. What's the matter with you? Look like you've been run over by a streetcar.
Well, that's how I feel. Collins, you gotta help me.
Well, if I can, sure. What is it?
Now, first of all, tell me. Did anybody in the office plant a phony coin in an envelope and send it to me in a Christmas card?
Well, not that I know of. Who'd pull a crazy stunt like that?
I don't know. I gotta find out about that kid.
What kid?
Well, he came to my apartment with a message, and on his way home, he was hit by a car.
Bad?
The driver picked him up and took him away, and the cops think that he was dead.
And you don't know the kid?
No. He said his name was Jerry Malloy. He said it like it should have meant something to me. But it doesn't. I've never seen him before.
Well, maybe it's someone you've forgotten. A guy meets a lot of people in this business.
Yeah, that could be. I want you to do something for me, Ed.
What?
Check with as many of the boys you can reach at home. Find out if they know anything about the kid, and then phone the police and see if they've found him. If you want me, I'll be in the library.
What are you going to do there?
Well, something that makes me shudder, but I'm going to do it anyway.
What's that?
I'm going to dig back through all my stories for the past year and see if I can find a Mrs. Malloy.
Maybe you didn't use her name.
Well, I'll see what I can find. You get busy on that phone. Collins left me alone, and I went to work. It's funny how inane some of the stuff you write seems after it's been buried. Only 3 of the bits offered any idea of who Mrs. Malloy might be. One about a woman who'd refused to leave a cat in a burning house. Another about a middle-aged lady bookie. And the last about a woman and her family who were being evicted from a slum apartment for lack of rent money. The story was about the bystanders and how they dug into their pockets and raised $40 so the woman could get back into her place.
How you doing?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think I've got something.
Well, I called the boys. They don't know anything about the kid or the letter.
You phoned the police?
Yeah.
Well?
They want you down to headquarters.
Me? What for?
To identify the kid. They think they found him.
Dead?
Not much chance to live.
Where is he?
State hospital.
It's a pleasant chore for Christmas Eve, isn't it?
Dandy.
Well, then I guess they want me to go and see his mother and say, guess what I brought you for Christmas?
Oh, snap out of it, Randy. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah. I phoned headquarters, and they sent a radio car to get me. From there, we went to State Hospital. Lieutenant Saunders was there waiting for me. A nurse led us down a long hallway.
Severe concussions and possible internal injuries, the doc said. Doesn't think he'll live. In here. This is the boy. Go on, Stone. Take a look.
All right.
Well, is that him?
No, that isn't Jerry Malloy. For a minute, I felt a sense of relief, but I knew I was kidding myself. Sooner or later, Jerry's body would be found, and until then and after then, I'd feel the guilt to be mine. You see, by now I knew the kid was on the level. He'd been sent to me with a message offering me a home for Christmas, and in my blind stupidity, I sent him away. Nice guy, this Randy Stone. The cops dropped me off at the paper and told me they'd keep in touch.
Well?
No, it's not him.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to find Mrs. Malloy.
That 50-cent coin, that's what makes it interesting. Why money in a Christmas card and a phony coin at that?
Well, maybe she didn't know it was phony.
All right, then. She didn't know it was phony, but why was she sending you money? You lending the stuff out at 15%?
What? Hey, wait a minute. You got something there. Maybe she did owe me some money. That woman that was tossed out on the street, $40 we raised for her, she took my name and said she'd send me my $5 back.
Well, can you remember where she lived?
It was on the south side. I remember the building. Yeah, I can find her. Collins, I can find that kid's poor mother.
Well, isn't that what you wanted?
I don't know. You know what I really want? I'd like to start this whole evening over again. Think you could arrange it for me? I suppose I could have let the police handle it, but I'd developed a burning need to tell her myself. I hopped into a cab and went scouting for the building she'd lived in. I hoped I wouldn't find it, and yet I knew I wouldn't stop until I did. I found it all right where it had always been, pressed between the ugliness of 2 warehouses. I hung around outside for 10 minutes before I could find the courage to go and face her. Apartment 6 she'd lived in. I stood in front of it and listened to the muffled sounds of a radio playing dance music inside.
Well, hello.
May I come in? I've got to talk to you.
Oh, I'd like very much to have you come in, but my husband, he's a bouncer in the nightclub. Maybe some other time. Huh?
Look, Mrs. Malloy, I've got to talk to you.
What about Christmas Eve? Go away. Hey. What Mrs. did you say I was?
Malloy, Catherine Malloy.
I'm not Mrs. Malloy. I never was, never will be. My name's Mrs. Manty. Carol Manty. You know, the more I look at you, the more I wish I was your Mrs. Malloy. But I'm not. I'm really not. How do you like that?
Well, I like it a lot more than you'll ever know. You know where I can find her? She lived in this apartment 4 or 5 months ago.
Never heard of her. Maybe if you ask the caretaker, he'll know.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll do that. I was glad this woman wasn't Jerry's mother. I'd built a picture of Mrs. Malloy that didn't jive with a slightly tipsy frump staring at me out of hazy eyes. I called him the caretaker. Yes, Mrs. Malloy lived here, but she'd moved a couple of months ago, and he didn't know where to. He told me to try Kozlov's grocery store. The storekeeper there was a living city directory. Mr. Kozlov?
None other. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a Mrs. Malloy who used to live in the Elkin Apartments. I was wondering if you knew where she'd moved to.
Malloy?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, I remember her, but I don't know where she moved to. A good woman. Didn't owe me a penny when she left.
I've got to find her.
She was working steady when she moved. Wages every week makes difference.
You think some of her neighbors would know where she moved to?
Oh, they do a big turnover in some of those places, but with wages coming in regular, I think I know how you can find her.
How?
It's a pattern people follow. When things can't be worse, then they live in places like the Elkin Apartments. But when they're working and a little money is coming in, they move up a notch. That's the way it works.
Where is this notch, this step up?
It's a gamble. But if I was you, I'd try Blake Avenue, somewhere around 20th. That's the way it goes, from Elkin to Blake. Sometimes back to Elkin. Sometimes not.
Sometimes 3 hours can be an eternity. It was 10 o'clock now. 3 hours since the kid had knocked on my door. The streets were full of happy, smiling people, and the snow made everything look like a Christmas display window in one of the big stores. I'd have given 10 years' salary to be like the people rushing into the stores for the last-minute presents for Aunt Agatha. I went into the stores all right, but to ask them if they knew where I could find a dead kid's mother. Took me about 15 calls to locate her. A druggist gave me her address, 1461 Burkell Street, apartment 9. Before going there, I called the office.
Hello?
Oh, Ed, anybody phone?
Nope. I guess I haven't found him yet.
Well, how about the mother, Mrs. Malloy? You think she'd have called the police by now?
Yeah, you'd think so.
Well, maybe she didn't phone because she thought the kid was in good hands.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Randy.
Well, I've located her. And now comes the pleasant part of the job, telling her about it. How will I start? Merry Christmas, Mrs. Malloy, and a Happy New Year. May the New Year bring you...
Why are you going off the deep end like this, Randy?
Yeah, I know. It wasn't my fault. I was just an innocent bystander. So long. I made another call, police headquarters. They had nothing new on it. The kid would turn up, they said. He'd be pretty dead, but he'd turn up. I told him I was going to see the kid's mother, that I'd located her. Lieutenant Saunders thought that would be a swell idea. I walked down the street to Mrs. Malloy's apartment house, and I stood there a minute. From where I was standing, I could see the sign on top of the Chicago Star building. Mrs. Malloy lived only 3 blocks from my smug little tower. From Star to empty apartment to Malloy and back to the Star. But that's the way it looked geographically as well as symbolically. Another 20 minutes wouldn't matter much, I thought. So I walked the couple of blocks it took me to get back to Bobby's Bar and Grill.
Hi, Randy.
You're not making the rounds of the bars, are you?
No. Make it a double bourbon. Water.
Double bourbon?
Yeah, double. Not much trade tonight.
Ah, later they come. Randy, why is it hitting you so hard?
You scratch a little of the veneer off, and what do you find? A sentimental slob.
What's bad about that?
Well, then you find that you can't do things that have got to be done.
Like what? What needs being done tonight?
Like telling a woman that her young son is dead and that I had a lot to do with it.
You're kidding.
I'm not. How do you go about a job like that?
Well, how did it happen?
Does it matter?
No. You think whiskey will help?
Close the place up, Bob, and come with me. You don't have to say anything. Just stand there with me.
No.
It's a one-man job, huh?
As far as I'm concerned.
Well, maybe you're right. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
I climbed up the creaky old stairs. It was no better than a tenement house. Only one thing distinguished it from a slum, and that was a cool, clean smell. The walls were torn and the woodwork was scarred and marred, but it was clean. I know it's crazy, but I got a lot of courage out of that feeling of cleanliness. I stood in front of apartment 9, listening. And then I knocked on the door.
Who is it?
It's me, Randy Stone.
Mr. Stone, how welcome you are. Come in.
Thank you.
I'll close the door to the children's room. They are only fallen asleep, and if they hear us, they'll be sure you're Sunday.
She walked away to close the door, and I wondered how I'd ever come to forget Mrs. Malloy. Her face was overflowing with a deep spiritual beauty that lighted up the whole room. She came back and sat down near me.
I'm so happy you hadn't forgotten me, Mr. Stone. I was afraid you might have. Then when I was able to make a small payment on that loan, I thought I would ask you to come to see us. God will never let me forget what you did for us that night, Mr. Stone.
Mrs. Malloy, I
don't mean to embarrass you, really, I don't. But I knew if you possibly could, you would share some part of Christmas with us. I knew that the old and shabby furniture would make no difference to you. This humble home...
Well, Christmas began in a humble home.
Yes, that's what I told Jerry.
Mrs. Malloy, about Jerry, I don't know how to say it.
Say what? What is it, Mr. Stone?
Well, about Jerry not being home.
I don't understand.
The bedroom door opened and a boy walked out. I caught my breath and held it. It was Jerry. Jerry!
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Jerry Malloy, go back to bed this minute.
Oh, no, please, let him stay. Jerry, I heard that you were hurt.
Oh, that. I was just shook up a little. The man drove me home.
Jerry, you didn't tell me about that.
It was nothing.
Jerry, when you knocked on my door...
I told Ma all about it. About the way you made me come into your room and have some fruit and candy. And how glad you were when you read that letter.
That's right. And he told me how you said you would get down to our house tomorrow night if it was the last thing you ever did.
That's what you said, wasn't it, Mr. Stone?
I tell you, Mr. Stone, this boy of mine is uncanny. Do you know what he told me? He said he shouldn't be surprised if you came down to visit us tonight.
Did you say that, son?
Didn't you, son?
Yes.
Tell him your exact words, Jerry. Go on. Mr. Stone is no stranger.
Say it, Jerry.
I said I wouldn't be surprised if he even comes to see us tonight. He needs us that bad for Christmas.
In those 3 little rooms on the edge of the city's slums, I learned that human beings can find happiness. And don't listen to what your banker tells you. It's a thing of the spirit, not of the pocket. In that shabby little apartment with a cracked linoleum and a threadbare sofa, I learned the magic of the words. Merry Christmas. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis, edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Warren Lewis and Lou Rusoff, with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Kate McKenna, Sammy Ogg, Ralph Moody, Jan Arvan, Bill Conrad, and Gail Bunny. Don Rickles speaking. Our star, Frank Lovejoy, and all of us on Night Beat wish you a very Merry Christmas. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday morning, hear Mind Your Manners, and later the Somerset Maugham Radio Theater starring Peggy Ann Garner. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Tonight, Night Beat returns to the air for a special broadcast honoring the men and women of the working press, who day in and day out find and write the newspaper stories that keep us informed and entertained. And so, to them, this special Night Beat salute. Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began in a nightclub with jazz music and laughter, and ended in a church with organ music and death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
On my job, you sort of come to terms with the night. You have to, because that's where you learn the lessons of the day. Lesson 1, the night is for sorrow, the day, regret. Lesson 2, you can't hide in the darkness, for the night has 1,000 eyes. Lesson 3 to 100, don't go looking for the dawn with a gun, because it might come up like thunder and leave you dead on the doorstep. Sob stories fill the night. Unhappy love affairs, girls gone astray, bookkeepers who stole from their tills, men who died drunk and friendless. Last night I decided to pass them up and stroll under the bright lights and listen to laughter. So I picked out a couple of fancy bistros on the Gold Coast and started the rounds to watch champagne flow and eavesdrop on the happy stories of success, promotion, love, and friendship. But it didn't work. Like an iron filing, I was drawn to the magnet of unhappiness. It happened in the Pelican Club. He was sitting alone. Tall, gray-haired, rugged, a face full of some 50-odd years, I guess, and full of some other things no one could guess. There were 3 drinks at the bar before I made out who he was. A man who was once big in a way that only prohibition made them big. Mind if I sit down?
Who are you?
Randy Stone, Chicago Star, Mr. McMasters.
Well, you're the first one.
What first one?
Who's recognized me?
Oh. Well, only from your pictures. It was a long time ago.
Time? I know more about time than you or that old guy they always have around on New Year's with a beard and a hay cut in.
I just thought there might be a story somewhere.
Sure. Sit down. I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a guy who had everything. Money, friends, a future. Then a bunch of old women made a law called the Volstead Act. You remember it?
Yeah, but I wasn't thirsty at the time.
Well, a lot of people were. Everybody, in fact. You see, the law was always supposed to be for the other guy, not for them. But there were no other guys. So this fella I'm telling you about got on the bandwagon. He bottled millions of violations of the Volstead Act, made a lot of money, and a lot of trouble. Am I boring you?
If you are, I asked for it, but you're not.
Well, the trouble got him a lot of jail. 19 years old. Started in 1931, ended just 2 days ago.
I see.
Now this guy's out, and he's going to stay clean. And they can pass 1,000 stupid laws, and he's not going to fall for any of them. He's going to do everything the way it says in the books and live happily ever after. How's that for a story?
There's a good moral, but no drama, no suspense.
Good. I hope it's real bad, because I don't want you to print it. Stone, I'm flattered that you recognize me, but I paid back 10 days for every one I took. All I ask is that you just let me alone in the papers.
Okay, McMasters. As far as I'm concerned, you made your last copy in 1931.
Stone, it's nice to come out of prison and have the first guy you meet turn out like you. Let me buy you a drink.
He tried to be happy and gay after that, and I tried to help him. But there was a sadness about him that stood in the way. I wanted to ask more questions about times and places, but I didn't. Why is it when you come across the best stories, you fall all over your conscience? I know I couldn't print anything about John McMasters, yet I was still thinking about him an hour later at police headquarters while batting the breeze with Lieutenant Curly White. The lieutenant was on his way out to cover a hotel shooting, and I went with him. It was a showy place with glass doors and ebony handrails. The night manager was staining his alpaca jacket with nervous sweat.
Please be as quiet as possible. I don't want it to sound like an Elks convention in here.
Just tell us what happened. We'll pussyfoot through our business.
I don't know where to begin exactly. Somebody phoned down. It happened on the 5th floor. Said there was a shooting, so I went up there, but I couldn't hear any shooting or see any.
You really can after it's over.
That's rather obvious. What I meant
Just tell us, was there a shooting or wasn't there?
Well, did you think I'd call you men all the way out here if there wasn't? You think I'm a crank or something? That I like to have loud policemen stamping through the lobby exciting...
Where was it?
Where was what?
Look, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to answer in a single declarative English sentence. Now, you ready?
Now, look here, I'm not a child, and you mustn't treat me like one.
Where was the shooting?
In room 521.
All right. Come on, man.
Don't you want to know who it was?
Who?
A man named John McMasters.
We found McMasters lying on his bed. The rumpled silk counterpane was slowly changing from chartreuse to a bright crimson. 2 bullets had ripped ragged holes in him through flesh and bone. His face was a shade paler and a line sadder. But when Lieutenant White questioned him, he was just as self-contained as ever.
Hello, John. A long time.
Yeah, Curly. You were just a flatfoot then.
I was only a small fry department. You were strictly stumped for the commissioner.
He did a good job.
Yeah. How'd it happen, John?
This? Cleaning my gun.
You lose it, John. You're not supposed to have a gun.
Oh, you know me and the law, Curly. We sometimes didn't hit it off.
Where is the gun?
I swallowed it.
You don't want to say, huh?
No, I don't want to say.
Yeah, I don't know what makes you guys like you are, but I know it won't do any good to try and beat it out of you. Hey, Doc.
Yeah?
Get the ambulance ready. We'll take him to the police hospital.
No, you don't, Lieutenant. I've served my time and I'm clean. Being shot at even in this state doesn't make you a criminal. Now take me to a general hospital.
John, I can get a warrant.
And when you get it, come and see me. Bring me some ice cream, Lieutenant. I've always liked ice cream. English coffee, huh?
I didn't have a chance to exchange a word with McMasters, so I followed him to the hospital. They put him in a room. While I was waiting for them to set up an emergency operation to take the bullets out of him, Lieutenant White let me slip in alone for a couple of minutes.
Well, Scribe, you got yourself a story after all, didn't you?
Well, not much of one, McMasters. A good reporter should find out a lot more, like who shot you and why.
Oh. Well, I shot myself. And just for something to do.
Look, McMasters, I'm not as old as you or as informed in the ways of crime, but I have a fair idea of how tough it is to come out of prison and start all over. I want you to know I'd be willing to help you if there's any place that you need help within the law.
Just to get a story?
I have a job that says I'm supposed to bring in stories, sure, but that isn't what I mean.
Stone, it's just the way I said earlier tonight. It's a pleasure to meet someone like you. And if there was anything I could tell you or any way you could help me, you'd be the first to know. Let's put it this way. I have nothing to say to you now. Come and see me tomorrow. Maybe I'll have a story for you then.
Was a riddle. His way of life, his long prison term, had equipped him with a certain stoicism that was almost impossible to penetrate. I could only stand and wait. At least I thought so at the moment. Lieutenant White was standing in the corridor when I came out.
Find out anything, Randy?
Nothing, Curly.
Now, look, Randy, you're not pulling professional immunity on me, are you?
I'm telling you the truth, Lieutenant.
Say, do me a favor. Hold my badge and my ID card.
Now, what's this for?
Well, I'm carrying those on a policeman. When I don't have them, I'm just a citizen. Now, this isn't for print, but in that room, on that bed, there lies quite a man.
You couldn't fight it. Everyone who had contact with John McMasters felt the same way. Despite his background, despite his code, despite his record, there was quite a man. It occurred to me I should know more about him, so I went back to the Star offices and poked around in the morgue file. His folder started 1912 and was fat with yellowed clippings all the way through 1931. The clippings didn't mention a family or much else except a lawyer associate, a man named Julian Glass. When I found out all I could from the clippings, I went back to his hotel to see if I could wangle another once-over of McMasters' room.
No, I'm sorry. Reporter or not, it simply can't be done. The police left explicit orders.
Yes, I know, but is there anything you need these days, like a new sport coat or a couple of golf clubs?
Mr. Stone, do I look corruptible?
Well...
Excuse me. Yes, madam, what did you want?
Mr. McMasters' room, please.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Mr. McMasters was taken to the hospital shortly ago.
What happened to him?
Somebody shot him.
He's still alive?
I wouldn't know. Why don't you call...
Oh, pardon me, ma'am. I can tell you about John McMasters.
Who are you?
Mr. Stone is a reporter.
He is still alive at the county hospital, and as far as I know, he's under excellent care.
Thank you.
Would you mind telling me what your connection is with McMasters?
I have no connection. Goodbye.
Oh, just a minute. You must at least know him.
Young man, you either get out of my way or I'll call a policeman.
And she could do it, so I stepped aside and let her walk out of the hotel, but I followed not far behind her. She was middle-aged, gray-haired, and well-dressed, and she got into a good-looking car, and I got her number. Then I called one.
Lieutenant White.
Randy Stone, Lieutenant. Can you give me a rundown on the license number?
Oh, no, not this. The files are all locked.
But you know where the key is. How about it?
Oh, what's it for? Can't it go until tomorrow?
It's for a story I'm working on. If you help me tonight, maybe I'll help you someday.
What would your reporters do without us? All right, give it to me.
It's Illinois 137596.
Illinois 137596. All right, call back later, Stone.
I knew it would take some time for White to run it down, so I made my way back to County Hospital for a checkup on McMasters' condition. The reception desk seemed reluctant to talk about him and referred me to the head nurse, who sent me to the surgical OD, who took me to the chief doctor. He told me to look into a crystal ball.
He's gone, and we have no idea where.
How could he be gone?
Well, we started to give him a transfusion. He jumped up suddenly, knocked down two male nurses, grabbed his pants, and ran out of the hospital. Simple as that.
I thought he was in a critical condition.
He was. Now he's in mortal danger. Running around town hemorrhaging from 2 bullet wounds. Well, all right, give him an hour, maybe 2 at the most to live. John McMasters is a walking dead man.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Take it from me, cats aren't the only animals who have a corner on curiosity. Consider also the species Randostonus, reporter-type animal. The test? When the next big shot of the roaring 20s, minus a quart or 2 of blood from bullet wounds, walks out of a hospital bed in the middle of the night, reporter walks too. Well, call it curiosity or just say I liked what I'd seen of the guy. All I know is I didn't want Big John McMasters to bleed to death walking around town, so I went out looking for him. And because I thought he might go to a friend's, I looked up his only known friend, another man of the same period, Julian Glass, attorney at law. He lived not in a glass house, but in Cicero, in the crummier half of a yellow duplex.
Young man, the drugstore delivers what I need most. The telegraph office, what I dread most. Obviously, you represent neither concern, and therefore you are no concern of mine.
Wait a minute. Are you Mr. Glass?
I am he, and I am drunk and disheveled, and it's 3:00 in the morning.
I'd like to talk with you. May I come in?
You may not.
This isn't exactly the hour for making calls, but I did stop by and pick up something to take the edge off.
Eh?
It's bonded.
Oh, inside.
Thank you.
Your apology.
There you are, Mr. Glass.
Ah. Now then, we'll make a bargain. As long as this lasts, you will last. Speak.
I'm looking for a man.
The entire world is looking for a man. Just one man. A man they so blindly presume who will break off these shackles that bind us and lead us forth into eternal justice.
Yes, sure, but that's not the man I'm talking about. I'm a friend of John McMasters.
You? You come from that place? Signs are not on you. The pallor's not with you. No. Oh, you lied.
I didn't say that I was a convict. I'm a reporter. McMasters is out of prison.
I'm aware of that.
But did you know he was in an accident tonight, or he was attacked? I don't know which. Anyhow, he was shot, and an hour ago he left his hospital bed. I thought he might have come to you.
What made you think that?
You're the only man I know who might be his friend. Has he contacted you tonight?
He has not.
Is he here?
He is not.
Mr. Glass, if he isn't hospitalized soon, he'll die.
Why is the phenomena of death so persistently alarming? So he'll die. They all die, usually from a bullet.
Well, Mr. Glass...
You've impressed me with the urgency of his situation. But John McMasters is not here, nor has he been here, nor has he contacted me.
Well, I was just trying. I believe you.
Your concern for him is a distressing irritation. What's the reason for it?
As I said, I'm his friend. I like him. I think he deserves to live.
You? His friend? Now, his friends, for the most part, are gone, like the years, like Homburg hats and the Charleston and Lime Ricky. Ones who are left are broken and tired with old faces like mine, like his, and they should be gone, too. Another age is here.
Are you sure you're his friend?
I once thought so. He once thought so. But now, I haven't enough strength to be his friend.
Oh, Mr. Glass,
Hello, people. Who's your friend, Julie?
Mr. Glass to you.
All right, Mr. Glass. Now, tell me, who's this?
This is Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone, this is Mr. Engel, Marty Engel.
I'm an associate of Mr. Glass's. Mr. Stone, I haven't seen you around before. Obviously, you just met Mr. Glass. Or you'd never offer him a drink.
I wouldn't?
No. You see, I sort of look after Mr. Glass. We're old friends. I was his office boy once, then in No Republic. And when I finally got my degree, I became his partner. More or less. Isn't that right, Mr. Glass?
Marty, you don't have to do this in front of Mr.
And
Stone.
since Mr. Glass has fallen on some bitter days, shall we say I've undertook to assist him. Perhaps, I can help you?
I don't think so, Mr. Engel.
Then would you be good enough to leave?
Marty.
Shut up. Mr. Glass, give Mr. Stone his bottle. Go ahead.
Here.
There you are, Mr. Stone. You were just leaving, weren't you?
Julian Glass stood helplessly by, watching. The look in his eyes held the same sort of sadness I'd seen in McMasters' eyes. But they were different, too. They held a weakness. The strong, sad eyes were somewhere else in the city, walking alone. And the lifeblood was slowly draining from the body that sparked them. I wanted to find McMasters more than I wanted anything in my life, so I went to the only other source I knew, the license number that belonged to a gray-haired woman with a kind face. Lieutenant White had done his duty.
Randy, I shouldn't do this sort of thing.
Now, come on. Tell me about the license number.
Pleasure plates. Car owned by a pony named Constance Gardner, age 22, this city.
Address?
Lives in the 900 block at Sheridan Road.
What number?
Look it up yourself. I did what I'm not supposed to do already.
I drove out there with a feeling that I was racing death. I was in the 900 block right in back of the Shawnee County Club, a nice big colonial house in a nice neighborhood. The sky was beginning to quiver and shake off the blackness of night. I parked in front, wondering whether or not I should ring the bell, and then I saw a light in the back at the kitchen. Everybody seemed to be staying up that night.
Oh, come in. You must be the man from the floor.
No, I'm afraid not. My name is Randy Stone. I'm from the Chicago Star.
Oh, you reporters do work all hours. But we aren't being married until 7.
Are you Constance Gardner?
Yes, but you want to talk to Bob, not me. He's the one who's rich and famous. I'm nobody.
I think I want to talk to you, Miss Gardner.
Well, all right, Mr. Stone, but I have so many things to do this...
Hello, bride. Say good morning to your bride.
Bob, you shouldn't be here. It's bad luck or something. Oh, Mr. Stone, this is my fiancé, Bob Meredith. Bob, Mr. Stone's from the papers.
Hi. Mr. Stone, I want to interview you. Now, looking at her, wouldn't you say I'm the luckiest man in the world?
I'm glad to meet you, Meredith, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Constance, you simply must hurry. Why, Bob, what are you doing here? You know it's not right.
Mother, I want you to meet Mr. Stone. He's a reporter. Mr. Stone, this is my mother, Mrs. Gardner.
How do you do, Mr. Stone?
It was the same gray-haired woman I'd met in the hotel a few hours before, and I had to hand it to her. She looked right at me like she was meeting me for the first time. When we shook hands, hers was steady and firm, and her eyes didn't leave mine, but there was something in her look that pleaded, don't.
Mr. Stone, perhaps Mother can help you. Excuse us, please.
Surely.
I'll have to get rid of Bob and get some things done.
Why, of course.
So that's my cue. So long, Mr. Stone. Gonna cover this wedding?
Well, if I don't, one of the other boys will. Nice to meet you.
Bye.
You look like a real nice pair of kids, Mrs. Gardner.
They are. But I doubt if that means anything to you and your newspaper.
Well, you were trying to reach John McMasters at his hotel tonight. You obviously have some connection with him. I don't care about that or the story that goes with it, Mrs. Gardner. I'm only looking for him. Is he here?
Of course not. He's in a hospital. You told me that yourself.
Well, he left the hospital. He walked out. He's wandering Chicago somewhere right now in a serious condition.
Oh, no.
He must have had a good reason for doing such a thing. I want to find him and take him back to the hospital. Now, Mrs. Gardner, if you know where he is or what he's doing, tell me. I only want to help. Please, he may be dying.
I believe you, Mr. Stone.
You have any idea where he could be?
There's something you should know. Something that shouldn't be written in the papers. Please. That lovely girl who just walked out of this room is John McMasters' daughter. In 1931, I adopted her and raised her as my own. No one knew about it. John promised he would never write us or bother us in any way, and he's kept his word.
But you were trying to see him tonight. Why?
2 days before he was released, a man came here. He said he knew Constance was not my real daughter. He said he wanted money to keep it quiet. He'd expose her.
Did you pay this man off?
No, I contacted John and told him. He said not to worry, that he'd take care of it.
He got shot tonight trying to take care of it, and he's out right now still taking care of it. Who was the man?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Stone. I never saw him before. He just said that John would know who he was.
Oh? Was he big, tall, short?
Oh, he'd been drinking heavily. It seemed cultured.
Julian Glass. The lawyer, he'd know about the trust fund and the adoption. He probably handled it all. Julian Glass was a drunkard, true, but he didn't strike me as a blackmailer. I was thinking of his friend, Marty Engle, as I drove out to Cicero as fast as I could. 3 squad cars were already there, and then I noticed with a sinking heart that a hearse was also there. I was too late. The milkman filled in the details.
It was awful. It happened so fast.
Suppose you tell it fast.
I'm delivering my milk when I see this tall guy with a gray hair come staggering up to the steps, sort of pale. He pounds on this door here.
Mr. Glasses?
That's right. A young guy with a briefcase opens the door. The police say his name is Marty Engle.
Yeah, go on.
The young guy, sort of wise-like, says, "Hello, you come to pay off, huh?" And the big guy says, "Yeah, Marty." And he opens up and Engle goes down. But he ain't dead yet. And then Julian Glass reels into the picture, and he falls in front of Engle's gun, just as he pointed at the other guy. Glass stops 2 slugs, and he goes down.
Then what?
The big guy finishes off Engle. Then he goes over and looks at Glass. He sort of sighs, maybe a tear, and then he walks out.
You try to stop him?
You think I'm nuts? With 2 guys dead already? It was terrible. Terrible. I need myself a drink. That's what I need. I need myself a drink. And I don't mean milk.
It was pretty obvious that Julian Glass did have the strength to be John McMasters' friend after all. He died for him. The police had already thrown a cordon around the neighborhood for the man 3 witnesses had described as the killer of Marty Engel. As for me, I got out of talking distance right away. It was easy to see it had taken McMasters half the night and most of his strength to get to Marty Engel, but I was certain he still had some strength left. The sun was up by the time I drove out past Evanston, around the lake, into Wilmette, and stopped at St. Vincent's Church. The ceremony was just about over. I stood in the back as Constance Gardner and Robert Meredith were made man and wife.
In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, I now pronounce you man and wife.
They turned around and started down the aisle. That was when I noticed the tall, gray-haired man leaning quietly against the door.
Hello, Stone. What are you doing here?
Covering your daughter's wedding, McMasters.
I knew you were a smart guy and that you'd find out about everything.
They don't like murder in this state, no matter what the reason.
Marty Engel was trying to buy that kid of mine out of her life. He found out who she was when he worked for Julie Glass. I had to stop him. Poor Julie. He did all he could, but...
I'd better get you to a hospital.
No, I want to... Stone, hold me up. Don't let me fall right here and ruin a wedding.
Thank you.
Hold me up, please.
Sure.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Oh, Bob, there's Mr. Stone.
Oh, yes. Hello, Stone. Thanks for covering it yourself.
You can tell all of your readers I'm the happiest bride in the world. And quote me, please.
I'll do that.
Oh, Mr. Stone, do I know your friend? He seems familiar.
No, you didn't know me at all. I'm sort of an associate of Mr. Stone's. I was glad I could be at your wedding.
Oh, I'm glad, too.
Hey, we've got to go now.
Bye.
Well, I told you you'd have a story this morning, Randy. You're going to print it?
Nope.
Thanks, Stone. Like I said, you're the kind of a guy I'm glad to meet.
Big John McMasters died in a taxicab on the way to the hospital. And there's no maybe about whether it was better that way or not. So I'm writing a story. It's all about laws that made criminals and laws that made them not criminals. It's kind of a wandering piece of copy that doesn't really get anywhere and never really solves anything. But it doesn't mention any names because I don't think that'd solve anything either. Maybe Julian Glass was right when he said, they're all gone now, and the ones who are left are broken and tired with old faces, and they should be gone, too. I wonder what he'd have to say now that he's gone with them. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by John Michael Hayes and E. Jack Newman, with music by Frank Worth. John McMasters was played by Bill Conrad. Frank Lovejoy may soon be seen in Warner Brothers' I Was a Communist for the FBI. And now, here again is our star, Frank Lovejoy.
Someone once said, a guy meets so many interesting people in the newspaper business, and somehow they all turn out to be newspapermen. Well, in portraying a reporter on Night Beat, I've met my share of the press, and I'd like to double that quotation in spades. Tonight, I want to congratulate the new president of the National Press Club, Carson F. Lyman, and salute Frank Rogers, Washington correspondent of the Los Angeles Daily News, who was elected secretary of that organization. They're a great bunch of folks, these guys and gals of the working press, and I'm proud to be permitted to portray one of them. Good night.
Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. In 30 seconds, hear Marlene Dietrich in A Foreign Affair on NBC.
Oh, that must be it. Then answer it. Yes, of course. Latham?
The Wing Commander?
Yes, Wing Commander Latham.
Good. This is Manners. I believe you're expecting my call.
Yes, they did say something.
You know what this is about, then?
Yes.
Good. I only need to know one thing from you now.
Yes?
Will you do it, Latham?
Yes, I'll do it.
Ah, excellent. My man will see you in the morning. He has all the details.
Yes,
Bye, Latham.
Goodbye. Oh, that was Manners, the man from DI-6. You were quite right, Bjort. They want me to work for them. I said I would.
Splendid. They will be very pleased with you in Moscow, Hugh.
My name's Adam Kane.
Springbok Radio presents Adam Kane,
Eagle One.
Close that window, Adam. There's an awful draft.
I'd rather that than be poisoned by the fumes.
Fumes?
Paint. When did this lot happen, then?
Oh, goodness, I hadn't even noticed. They painted my office.
And you didn't choose the colour?
I did, as a matter of fact. Don't you like it?
Well, it's a little, green, isn't it?
They didn't give us an awfully large choice. I thought this was the nicest colour, called Sherwood.
Yeah, it would be.
They came round with a colour chart last week. I had no idea it would happen so quickly. Must have done over the weekend.
I hope they had security clearance.
Security? Oh, they must have had. Surely.
Good morning, Spencer Dickens.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Don't mind if I camp down here for a bit, do you?
I beg your pardon?
In your office. I've got the painters in mind.
Oh, of course, sir.
Morning, Kane. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. My secretary's bringing the file down. We can all have a little talk about it.
File?
Yes. I'll explain when it gets here. I think a little conference on the subject will clear the air a little.
What's it all about, then?
It's all about a nasty Russian agent, Kane.
Here, sir?
Here, indeed. Apparently, he's been feeding the KGB with information for several years. We don't know who he is yet, but, we do know his code name at last.
What's that?
They call him Eagle One.
Is that you, Hugh?
Hello, darling.
You're back early.
Yes.
There was a call for you.
Call?
A man. He didn't leave a message. I told him to phone later. Sounded foreign.
It must have been from one of the embassies.
I expect so. Here, let me help you with... Oh! Goodness, this case is heavy.
Yes, I brought a bit of work home.
I might have known.
Got to catch up, dear. The first few weeks in the new job are never easy.
Tonight?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, dear. I was rather hoping we could... Doesn't matter. If you have to work, you have to work.
Well, I'll be in the study if you want me.
Dinner will be at 8.
I'll be down.
Don't worry, dear. I'll come up and call you.
No.
What?
I'll be down. Don't come into the study.
Why on earth not?
It's, secret papers, that sort of thing.
Oh, all right, dear.
I'll be down at 8.
Ah, there we are. Put it down on the desk, Miss Walsh.
Oh, Miss Walsh. See what you can do about tea. It's after 4, you know.
I think she knew what time it was.
Well, I mean to say, it's supposed to be here at 3:45.
Can we talk about Eagle One, Spencer Dickens?
Oh, of course.
Our man at the Moscow office has sent me this.
As you see, it's a report on an agent the Russians call Eagle One. From the report, it seems that this gentleman has been operating on behalf of the KGB for the last 6 years. Some pretty outstanding results.
Yeah. They rate him S150.
It's for Spiona.
Right. Colonel Abel only got 120. He's important.
I've already worked that out, Kane. Our Moscow man was able to get some of the information he's been sending over. Yeah. Look at this.
It's not very nice, is it?
Detailed plans of our rocket radar-linked defense system. I say, that's a bit steep. We'll have to change the lot. Not much point until we catch Eagle One. He'll simply relay the chain system to Moscow.
If he has access to this sort of information, he has to be pretty high up.
Quite.
Probably a serving officer. Air Force, I guess.
I came to the same conclusion. For that reason, I've enlisted the services of Wing Commander Hugh Latham.
Who's he?
Oh, rather a useful fellow, actually. He's been a lot of help to us in the past. Oh, he's a very bright man. Served as air attaché at most of our major embassies. He's been recalled as diplomatic liaison. Oh, you'll find that he has a nose for spies.
So what do I do then?
Well, have a word with him. See if he has any ideas. Then go out and catch Eagle One. It shouldn't take more than a week.
A week?
It had better not take longer.
The one smell I hate, really hate, is fresh paint. Especially the cheap gloss rubbish they keep in the PWD warehouse. Viv had closed his window again, and the fumes from the bright green bubbles was turning my stomach. So I said all the nice, polite things and walked out for a breath of air. Go out there and find Eagle One, he said. Wonderful, isn't it? The confidence other people have in you. I wished I could share it. If this bird had been so bleeding clever for 6 years, why should he suddenly get stupid? All right. Now we knew he existed. But that didn't mean he didn't know we knew.
A splendid evening.
For the time of the year?
You think it's cold here? Huh? You should spend the winter in my city.
You forget. I already have. 2 winters, in fact.
Ah, yeah. Here, a bench. Let us sit a while.
Bit unusual, this?
I needed to talk. The usual communication methods were not possible.
I could have been followed here.
But you are not. You gave me the all-clear sign.
Yes.
Yeah, nothing could be safer than here, comrade. We face the river. Not even a parabolic microphone will be of use.
What's it all about?
You have brought me the films.
Yeah.
Only 2?
There wasn't a great deal to copy this time. It's all quite valuable. They should be pleased.
Of course.
But you didn't call me out here to collect the film.
No.
What then? What's the matter, Piotr?
Perhaps nothing. I hope so. The diagrams and statistics of the defense system. The radar rocket system that you sent.
What about it?
That was a considerable achievement, Hugh.
You said they were pleased.
Oh, indeed. A hero of the Soviet Union. That is in the world not given lightly. I myself have still to be so honored. Huh? They were pleased, but not quite satisfied. They want more details.
But I give them everything, the lot.
Apparently they don't think so. The rockets themselves, what do you call them?
Gnomes.
Yes, with the silent G, gnomes. They need the firing mechanism, the fuse.
I don't think I can do it.
You are a senior officer. It must be possible.
It could be the final straw. I've been lucky for 6 years because I've been careful.
There is also a rumor.
Rumor?
That Eagle One is known to the DI-6.
What?
No, not you, my friend, but your code name. The fact that you exist.
Then I can't possibly do more. It'd be suicide to try anything now. They, the DI-6 people, have asked me to work with them. I'll be under their noses. They'll find out.
You don't know what it is that requires your special services?
Not yet.
Yeah. Do not fear, Hugh. You are a senior officer of the KGB, are you not?
Yes.
If you think you are getting too close, then you will only need to defect. You will be in no danger. But if we do not get the information on the fuses, if Moscow is displeased with you and DI6 discover who you are, just where will you run to, you? Huh? Think about that.
Yes?
Mrs. Latham?
That's right.
I'd like to see your husband.
Is he expecting you?
Sort of. My name's Kane. Adam Kane. You can tell him Manners sent me.
Well, you'd better come in. I'll see if he's busy.
So,
Through here. I won't be long.
so.
Yeah.
Well, you don't do too badly, do you, Latham? Air Force must be paying better than it used to. Nice. Very nice. Solid silver. Even got an award mark.
Mr. Kane?
Oh, yeah. Wing Commander Latham?
I see you like the ashtray.
Very nice. Unusual.
My wife picked it up in Germany, and being in the diplomatic service has certain privileges. You said Manners sent you.
That's right.
Well, make yourself comfortable. So, drink?
Scotch and water, no ice.
Oh, that's easy enough.
Not too much water.
I must say I was intrigued to be approached by your people. I take it this is something specific.
Yeah, exactly that.
Well, then, how can I help you? Your whiskey.
So, we're looking for someone.
Oh?
Does the name Eagle One mean anything to you?
What was it again?
Eagle One.
Eagle One. What is it, a new aircraft?
One that you haven't heard about.
Believe it or not, I don't know the name of every plane that flies. The Americans are making dozens every day. At last count, half of them weren't even flying.
Eagle One isn't a plane. It's a man.
You'll have to explain that little paradox.
Manners says you're pretty good at recognizing foreign agents.
I've been lucky once or twice. We get more than our fair share in the embassies.
Eagle One is a Russian code name for an agent operating here in England. We think he's a senior officer in the RAF. As far as we can judge, he's been in business for over 6 years.
You'll have to tell me more than that.
We don't know any more than that.
You want me to help track him down, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Mr. Kane, I can't promise anything, but I'll be delighted to help. Quite delighted.
It's going to take time.
Could he was suspicion or two?
We've scratched out a couple of thousand names.
Oh, that's something.
And we've only got 400 to choose from. Always assuming he is in the Air Force. He could be in the ministry.
Would you like a cup of tea?
Not yet. It's only 3:30. Viv, would you say this Eagle One character was a top boy?
You know his KGB rating?
Yeah, S150. The very top.
Which makes him all the harder to find.
Or does it?
I know what you mean.
Have we got the embassy files here?
Biographies and pictures, you mean?
Yeah. I want the rations.
No, they'll be at Central Records. The Russians chop and change so much Central Records are the only ones who can keep up.
Be a pal and get me a pass to Central Records, will you?
I suppose it's important.
Nah. Just fancied a bird at the desk. She was 45 with gold teeth and steel glasses. She didn't fancy me either. It took me nearly an hour to find him, but I did. I cross-checked 3 times to make sure. Pyotr Pavlovich Malin. Could be a coincidence, but I didn't think so.
Who?
Pyotr Pavlovich Malin. There. Have a look at him.
It says here that he's a special trade attaché specializing in farm implements.
Unless they ploughed up Red Square.
Muscovite, eh?
Colonel Malin, head of the 2nd Directorate of the KGB.
Now you come to mention it, he does sound familiar.
Your Eagle One is a top boy. Recently he's been sending out top material. That means he's being controlled from the top. You can't get a lot higher than Malin.
Here in London, eh? They've got a nerve. Well, we'll soon settle that little game.
What are you going to do, Mr. Manners?
Have him declared undesirable and sent home, of course.
With respect, I wouldn't do that.
But why not?
Because it would send Eagle One straight home to his nest.
Oh, what do you propose, then?
Leave him to me for a bit.
How long is a bit?
2 days.
Very well. You have 48 hours.
Me and my big mouth. Moline wasn't anybody's fool. If he was controlling Eagle One, he was being very bright about it. We hadn't tumbled in 6 years. I wasn't sure how I thought I'd manage it in another 2 days. Still, he could always make a silly mistake, couldn't he?
Latham?
You?
Oh, morning.
You haven't contacted me.
I'm having trouble with the eggs.
You do not have to be devious. I have used the scrambler on the embassy telephone. No one is listening.
I haven't called because there simply isn't anything to report.
No fuse?
It isn't going to be easy.
But we have every confidence in you, Hugh. What of our friend from DI6?
An incredible coincidence. They want me to help them find Eagle One.
What?
You were right. They know about Eagle One. They think I can find him for them.
But that is quite wonderful.
I thought you'd like it.
Who is their man on the case?
A rather rough gentleman called Adam Kane.
Ah, that one.
You know him?
Rather too well. He is clever and dangerous. You'll have to walk very carefully, Hugh.
You might help me a little.
In what way?
What about a little of the wet stuff for our friend?
Oh, Kane? You want him killed?
It would upset them a little, don't you think?
Did you turn it off? Yeah. I've got a scrambler of some sort.
Really oughtn't to tap embassy phones anyway.
Why not? They tap ours in Moscow.
I suppose so. It's a terrible row if anyone found out.
Much good it did us. We know that Moline made a call out. We heard Moline talk to that switchboard, and the scrambler came in. Does prove one thing, though.
What's that?
He's not talking about agricultural implements. Now, all we need to find is another phone, somewhere in London, with the other end of the Russian scrambler in it.
Not more than 5 million phones in London.
Yeah. I think I'll have another word with Latham. You never know. He might have a bright idea.
It's Mr. Kane, isn't it?
That's right. Is your husband here?
Well, not at the moment. Oh, he shouldn't be very long. Would you like to wait for him?
Yeah, if I may.
Come in. I'm afraid you had to go out suddenly.
On business?
Yes, poor dear's on duty 24 hours a day. Please, sit down.
Tom.
Would you like a drink or something?
Yeah. That would be nice. Here, let me do it. I know where it all is.
Thank you.
Would you like something?
Oh, perhaps a small whiskey. That was Moscow. And I said to Hugh when we stood at that terrible aerodrome that I never see another snowflake as long as I live. It'll be far too soon. Oh, the glass is empty.
So is yours.
Be a love and fill him up, will you?
All right.
Mind you, I will say they treated us like kings. Far more polite than those terrible Americans.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Have you ever been to Washington, D.C., Mr. Kane?
Once or twice.
I think it must be the most expensive city in the world. Poor Hugh. I'm not very good with money. If he didn't have all those extra allowances and things, we'd never have been able to live there. Do you know that he speaks fluent Russian?
No, I didn't know that.
Absolutely fluent. He's terribly clever. You wouldn't think he had time for a hobby.
Hobby?
Well, I told you, didn't I?
No.
Cameras and things. He does. Spends hours in his studies with his camera. Must be where all the money comes from.
Yeah. Cameras, you said. I'm quite interested in cameras.
Are you? You must ask Hugh to... No, there's not.
What's the matter?
Oh, he wouldn't like it. He doesn't like anyone to know. Was there any time he ever raised his voice to me, you know?
When was that?
You've got such a sympathetic voice. You know that, Mr. Kane? What's your other name?
Adam.
It suits you. Adam.
He doesn't like people to know that he has a camera, huh? Is that what you said?
I don't think we should talk about that. His friends wouldn't like it either. I know they wouldn't.
Friends?
I am the chatterbox hunter. People would be furious if they heard me going on like this.
Can I fill your glass?
I think I'm just a little bit tipsy. Do you mind?
Not a bit.
I do like you, Adam.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Look, it's getting a bit late. Do you mind if I use the phone?
Please, it's Avery in the hall.
Oh, don't get up. I'll find it. Now then, Adam. You've just got a nasty, suspicious mind, haven't you? One in the eye for manners, if you're right, though. Where's that phone? Now, for appearances. Now, just where would they put it? Can't be too big. The handset? Wouldn't be that small. Or would it? It would have to be in the... I don't believe it.
You were right, Piotr. A very clever man. Rather lucky we came in when we did.
How long have you known about Eagle One, Kane?
Quite some time.
But you didn't know it was me, did you?
Yeah, of course we did. Why do you think we fed you all that fake stuff about a rocket radar defense ring?
You're lying. That wasn't fake.
How long have you known about Latham?
I told you.
I'm going to shoot him. Shoot him right where he stands.
Very well.
It won't matter, Kane. You're too late. You're going to... Yeah!
Now, I've got the gun.
No.
And...
No, you... No!
Silly man.
Oh.
It's all right. He ain't dead. He's going to have a stiff leg in the morning, that's all.
You are arresting me too, Mr. Kane.
You can go.
Go?
Yeah. You aren't going to do much good about the place without your eagle, are you? I imagine they'll send you home to explain about the rocket radar planes.
You are lying, of course. They were quite genuine.
You'll never be quite sure.
Can't say the Russians without a certain irony. That's code name, Eagle One.
What about it?
Well, Latham was grounded for incompetent flying over 10 years ago.
He's a lot more grounded now. I believe they're building a special cell for him on the moor.
Yes, we've always made rather an elaborate show of locking staple doors, haven't we? Manners was quite pleased, though.
Great. You can give him this, then.
What is it?
Take it. Read it.
It's the Manners.
Here, put your glasses on.
Don't need my glasses.
Yes, you do. Your arms aren't long enough.
Well, Adam, a leave application?
Right first time.
3 weeks. I didn't know this Eagle One thing had affected you so badly.
It didn't.
I don't know that you're entitled to leave at the moment.
I'm not.
Then for heaven's sake, why...
I just don't fancy an overdose of Sherwood Green, that's all.
My Name is Adam Kane is written by Dale Cutts and directed by Margaret Heel.
My name's Adam Kane.
Now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Sometimes the best stories a reporter gets are the ones he can't print. The off-the-record conversations with people in high places. I knew Robbie wouldn't be talking for publication when I got his wire saying he was checking in at a small residential hotel on the north side for a few days. Robbie was a guy I'd gone to school with. He was also Maynard Robertson, Far East specialist for one of the big foundations. I knew he'd talk plenty and that I couldn't print a word of it. The lobby of the hotel was small and gray with a desk clerk to match. He smiled when I approached him, but there was something in his manner that strongly suggested Horatius at the bridge.
Yes, sir. And what may we do for you?
A friend of mine's supposed to be registered here. Maynard Robertson.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Can you give me his room number? I'd like to go up and see him.
Mm-hmm. I imagine you would. Just supposing Mr. Robertson is registered here. You're a friend of his, you say?
Yes, I'm a friend of his. Is he here or isn't he?
I don't imagine you'd have any way of proving you're a friend of his.
Well, look, call his room and tell him that Randy Stone is here.
Now, we won't be hasty, will we? Randy Stone. Now, where have I heard that name before?
I'm a reporter for the Star.
Aha, I thought so. A reporter. Well, Mr. Stone, we have no Maynard Robertson registered here, and good day to you, sir.
Oh, now, wait. Just hold on a minute. Robbie's really a friend of mine. He asked me to come and see him.
Oh, Robbie, is it now?
He sent me this telegram.
Mm-hmm. It's signed Robbie. Of course, it scarcely says Maynard Robertson.
It scarcely would. Now, look. You've done a good job. You've screened me. I've got no concealed weapons, not even a typewriter.
Mr. Stone, as you may or may not know, Maynard Robertson is just as sought after as he can be, particularly by gentlemen of the press, now that he's just returned from Korea and everything. I can assure you he has nothing to say for publication.
Well, just call his room and tell him my name.
Can you look me straight in the eye and swear you're a close friend of Mr. Robertson's?
I can look you straight in the eye and swear.
All right, we'll see. Mr. Robertson, please. Hello. I'm ever so sorry to bother you. This is the desk. There's a gentleman here, a Mr. Randy Stone. All right, sir. One moment. He wishes to speak to you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you. Hi, Robbie.
Randy, you old son of a gun, get the heck up here.
Right away, Robbie.
I hope you understand, Mr. Stone. I was simply following Mr. Robertson's own orders to me.
That's okay.
Room 412. The elevator's to your right. It's self-service. Just punch the 4 button.
I've been wanting to punch something. I'll settle for the 4 button.
Hey, can I hook a ride?
Oh, sure. You can even drive if you want to.
All right. Face the front of the elevator. Name your floor, please.
4. Just punch the 4 button.
Ever get stuck in one of these?
No. It sounds like fun.
I did once. Believe me, it depends entirely on who gets stuck with you.
Yeah, that was my point.
I'm going to 4, too.
It's a small world. She didn't fit the modest surroundings of Robbie's hideaway hotel any more than he did. She was tall and tan, the kind of tan you get at spots like Waikiki. Her blonde hair was crisp and natural, and so was the mink tossed over one arm. And the brown eyes she directed at me were either soft and warm, or she was nearsighted. Unfortunately, the elevator powered its way straight to the 4th floor without mechanical failure.
I'm looking for 412. I suppose it's down this way.
Well, that's where I'm going.
Oh, do you know Uncle Maynard?
I know the guy in 412.
Is he expecting you?
He was.
Oh, well, look, would you do me a big favor? He isn't expecting me. He hasn't any idea I'm anywhere near Chicago. I'm really just between trains. I called Mother, and she said Uncle Maynard was stopping here, and...
And you'd like to surprise him, and you'd like me to wait while you do?
Yes. Do you mind?
No. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thanks. I won't be long. If I know Uncle Maynard, he'll fall right on his face when he sees me.
If I know Uncle Maynard, he hasn't got a niece. Go ahead, I'll wait. That was for sure. This doll was nobody's niece. Also for sure was that Robbie could have busted my neck if I'd horned in on that deal. I found an uncomfortable chair back by the elevator, sat at attention, and smoked 3 cigarettes while Miss Tan and Terrific was making Robbie say uncle. I began to wish I'd brought a good book, or maybe a good set of books. Just when I decided to come back a day or two later, she came beaming down the hall.
I'll I'll bet you thought I'd never come back.
I had time to think a lot of things.
I'm really a lot more grateful than I can say. And Uncle Maynard said the most wonderful things about you, Mr. Stone. He seems very fond of you.
Yeah, I got a lot of charm when you get to know me.
Yes, I'm sure you have. Well, goodbye, Mr. Stone. I guess I'll have to run the elevator without my co-pilot this trip.
Just punch the 1 button. I should have such a niece.
Now, look, kid, I've said all... Oh, Randy. Man, it's good to see you. Come in, fella.
Some surprise, huh? Seeing your niece.
Some shock. And she's not my niece.
Really? Oh, you could have fooled me.
You know her, don't you?
No, and I probably won't. She saw you first. Let's forget about the doll. Tell me to sit down, buy me a drink, and... What's the matter with you?
You don't know her?
No, I don't know her. We never shared anything except the same elevator.
Ooh, you'll kill me.
I doubt it.
Maybe I'd better tell you to sit down. Sit down.
Thanks, I will. Now, how about that drink?
Now, here, take the bottle. Either drink it or hit me with it.
I'll let you know what I decide later on.
Randy, she's not my niece. She's also not what you think.
Okay. An old family friend.
She's Kit Gaynor.
What? A dame reporter?
The same. She's fearless, lethal, covers the world, and most recently covered me.
No reporter looks like that.
7,000 miles I travel from Korea to Chicago with my lips sealed. I talk to no one. I hide out in offbeat hotels. I do everything but wear a disguise so I can get to New York and give my secret report to the Foundation directors. Brother, when Kit's story hits the press...
You talk to this dame for publication? I will kill you.
Randy, did you see her? Really look at her? Sure I talked. I'd have slipped out the window onto the street, too, if she'd asked me to.
Uncle Maynard. Oh, fine.
Well, I guess it's too late to give you an exclusive for the Star, isn't it?
I left after a while. I planted myself at the press club bar and thought dark thoughts about Kit Gaynor. Sure, I'd heard of her. She was one of those first women. First to fly in a bomber, first in a jet, first to slip unnoticed onto a troop ship at the canal locks and go to the South Pacific. And most of all, she was the first dame reporter to make a real chump out of me. I had a drink to each of her blue ribbons.
How did you find Uncle Maynard?
Oh, on the ropes. How did you get in here? We got a rule about women.
I'm a newspaper man. I hold press club cards all over the world, even in Chicago.
I wish you were a newspaper man. I'd flatten you.
I don't blame you. But when I got the scoop Robbie was in town, I knew it was my last chance to catch him before he hit New York. I really ought to buy that hotel clerk a drink. If he hadn't given you that G2 routine, you couldn't have led me to Robbie.
Where were you hiding? In the clerk's carnation?
You're really teed off, aren't you?
There's every chance I'll live.
Well, that's all I was trying to do, Stone. After all, the girls got to eat and drink. Speaking of drink, I've earned one. That was a good story I filed on Robbie.
Yeah, remind me to read it.
You know something, Stone? You're sort of cute.
Oh, it's the soft light in here. It does things for me. She began having the drink she said she'd earned. Swallowed them down like there was so much fruit juice. And in between swallows, she'd talk. Gave me the stories behind the stories I'd read under her byline for the past 8 years or so. Kit Gaynor was a lady trailblazer who got her kicks getting signatures on short snorters, talking GI, and hopping jets for anywhere. I matched drinks with her for a while.
The camera was no bigger than a cigarette case, so I was the only one who came up with the pictures and the story. Tito was furious at first, but... Stone, are you listening?
Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. Tito was furious, and then before that, Churchill confided to you that he had nothing to offer but blood, sweat, and tears.
Toil and tears. I had it a week before he gave it to Commons. Stone, are you sure you feel okay?
I'm fine. I think maybe... I just put my head down for a minute or so.
I thought you'd like my rum, vodka, and slow gin blockbuster. One night in Seoul, Colonel Bransford had a few belts of it and began to act just like you are. Pretty soon he passed out. Whammo. Just like that.
When I came to, I was cozily settled in my own apartment. I had on my pajamas and a robe Aunt Tilly had sent several Christmases ago, which I'd never worn. There was a steaming cup of coffee at my side, and someone was making homey sounds in the kitchen.
So, baby, slug the coffee down. You look like the underside of a fish.
You'll turn my head with talk like that. And if it turns, it'll roll off and break.
Oh, drink the coffee. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, that's not bad.
There's a steak coming up.
Look, kid, I don't want to press, but there are a few things that aren't exactly crystal clear in my mind. Like, what am I doing in my pajamas, and how did I get in them?
The taxi driver was a perfect doll.
Oh, he was?
Your landlady was a little touchy, though.
How did she get into the act?
Well, we could have made a quieter entrance than we did. And I don't think she fell for my story, either.
What story?
That I was your niece, and you had a touch of ptomaine.
Oh, well, you ought to write. You mentioned something about a steak.
Right away, Stone. You know, you really should feel pretty good. You've slept for hours.
What have you been doing?
Oh, I managed to keep busy. For one, it isn't easy to come by a steak at this hour. I had to go practically to Cicero.
Uh-huh. Oh, that looks good. I don't think I'll be able to stand it if you can cook, too.
Remind me to tell you how talented I am sometimes.
Oh, hey, this is good.
Of course it's good. Oh, that reminds me. While I was out, or perhaps I should say while you were out,
Big joke.
I bought a copy of the Star and read your column. It was good. Really good.
I'd curtsy, but I'm sitting down. Column? Holy Toledo.
Did I say something wrong?
You said something right. I've been acting like I had the night off.
I'll just clear up these dishes.
Chicago Star night desk.
Randy Farley. What are you doing there this time of night?
I love my work.
Oh, swell. Look, Farley, I've been hung up.
So your niece told me.
Oh, she did. Well,
We could have used you, boy. That is, we could have used a reporter.
Yeah. Well, I'll be down shortly.
Don't rush on our account. The worst of it's over.
The worst of what?
Oh, little items like $1 million fire at the stockyards, a gang killing in Cicero, and count 'em, 12,437 eyewitness reports of a flying saucer.
All that happened tonight?
What did she do, plow you under?
Why?
Stone.
Kid, come back here.
Your niece take up powder, chump?
Yeah. I'll be right down.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Tonight, the big holiday starts. Busy bus stations, crowded trains, cars lined bumper to bumper as the city empties into the country. It's the 4th of July, and a big weekend ahead. And out to the weekend fun, to picnics and parties, will go Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Yes, friendly, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon, to make good food taste better. There's one item to put right on top of your grocery list for your 4th of July picnic. And to complete that list, listen to this.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans, Armour's Treat,
Borden's Cheese,
Ritz Crackers, Swift's Frankfurters, and, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that foods taste better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor, finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Yes, be prepared for this big 4th of July weekend. Get ready for your parties, picnics, and good times with plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the smoother, more refreshing beer. Order a money-saving case of 24, or pick up several convenient carry-home cartons of bottles or cans. How about it? What'll you have? Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a 10-second pause for station identification.
WNBC, AM and FM, New York.
now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I didn't understand Kit Gaynor's departure any more than I'd understood her arrival. By the time I got to the office, I was all set to write the whole episode off as experience. Experience I didn't need. A couple of hours after Farley and I had exchanged pleasantries on the phone, I spread out the final morning editions on my desk. The stockyards fire, the gang killing, the flying saucers bit got quite a play in all the Chicago dailies. The Star's coverage looked okay. But I'd picked a great night to sit on the sidelines.
Well, my, if it isn't our night-blooming Jasmine.
Hi, Farley.
Old too little, too late himself.
Looks like you did okay without me. You got good coverage on all the stories.
Most of the boys are pretty loyal. You didn't happen to buzz by any of those saucers last night, did you? Or weren't you flying that low?
Oh, knock it off, Farley. I don't miss many times.
You want to know my real beef with you, boy? It's on page 1 of the News-Telegraph. Right there. Read it.
Far East Specialist tabs next red move. Maynard Robinson reveals Foundation report on new communist threat.
I thought this Robertson was such a buddy of yours.
Well, he is.
So he gives his exclusive stuff to this Kit Gaynor. What kind of a buddy is that?
What are you trying to get me to say? That she's a better reporter than I am?
She's a devil of a good reporter, I'll say that for her. She got the only eyewitness story on a Cicero gang killing.
Eyewitness?
Also page 1, the News-Telegraph.
She was supposed to be buying a steak.
Huh?
Skip it. It's a local joke.
Well, I'm calling it a day. But for my dough, this Kit Gaynor's a real newspaper man, even if she is a woman.
No. Nuts. Hello.
Is this Mr. Randy Stone?
Yeah?
New York calling. One moment, please. Ready with Chicago, New York. Your party is on the line.
Stone?
Yeah.
It's Kit. Are you teed off at me again?
I can just barely remember you.
Oh, I miss you, too. How's your toe mean?
It comes and goes. Look, I'm glad you're in New York. Makes me feel more secure. Only didn't you get there a little quick?
Darndest thing, Stone. When I got back to my hotel, I ran into an old friend in the lobby. It's sort of a long story, but he just happened to be a jet pilot, and it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Oh, that's good. You stay there. You'll like it.
I may run over to Europe. The Air Force says they'll fly me.
You just keep putting miles between us. I'll be the best friend you've got.
I'll come back someday and hold you to that.
Kid, please, do me no favors. I've got a job, just barely. Now, you go out and reconquer the world. Only leave Chicago to me, huh?
You're a funny guy, Stone. And I miss you. I really do.
Goodbye, Kit. I'll be reading you.
Don't forget me, Stone.
I had a fat chance of forgetting her. Night and day, at home, at the office, at the press club, every move I made, she covered. One particular overseas operator and I became old friends.
London, England, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Yeah?
Elizabeth and Philip are a couple of dolls, and they're so in love. Oh, Stone, I miss you.
Paris, France, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Paris?
Nobody else in Paris dreams of Chicago. I'm staying on the left bank. Picasso's really divine. Do you ever think about me, Stone?
Rome, Italy, calling Mr. Randy Stone.
Oh, this gal gets around.
I warn you, Stone, if you're fiddling while I'm away, I'll really burn.
Berlin calling. Geneva, Switzerland calling. Vienna calling Mr. Randy Stone.
I think I'm in love with you, Stone.
In between times, I kept track of her with headlines like this. Ridgway's in shape for shape, a Kit Gaynor exclusive. Tito talks exclusively to Kit Gaynor. Pope plugs for peace, a Kit Gaynor exclusive. No, I didn't forget her. And after a while, I didn't even try. At first, I was amused, then amazed. And finally, I began to think it was a good idea for her to show up in Chicago again. And she began to think so, too.
I'm coming home, Stone. Stone!
Hi, Kit.
Oh, I didn't really think you'd be here. Honest to Pete, I didn't.
I didn't think I'd be either.
And roses. Oh, Stone, baby, you brought me roses.
Yeah. I didn't think I'd do that either.
Did you miss me?
I don't know. Look, don't plan on anything. I just happened by an old flower lady. She needed dough. And besides...
Stone, I'm trembling like a schoolgirl.
Well, I don't have to work tonight. I told Farley that my niece was in town. And, don't look at me like that. I'll probably ask you.
Go on, Stone. Please ask me.
Well, that look of yours, is it really that soft and warm? Or are you nearsighted?
And, of course, the first thing Tito did was to give my cigarette case a going-over to be sure it wasn't another camera.
Yeah, that get-up of yours, that dress, that from Paris?
The only one I could afford. I dropped most of my take making transatlantic calls.
Yeah, you did, didn't you?
I got a money-back guarantee on the dress. The designer said, if it does not drive your lover mad, I will, refund your money. Well, I can't tell, Stone. Do I get my money back?
I'll let you know.
Maybe I could work a trade deal with him. This creation for some house dresses and a going-away suit. Or should we just dance or something?
Let's just sit here and talk about your trip.
The trip was wonderful, and it's over. I'm glad it's over.
Oh, you'll be off again soon. I'll put dough on it.
I doubt it. It's sort of like the itch, Stone. When I get it, I've got to get up and move. But I think I'm cured this time. I bucketed all over the world because there wasn't anything or anyone to keep me at home.
Maybe we better dance or something.
I'm going to be around, Stone. And you're going to know it.
But she was around, and I knew it. After a week or so, I didn't figure her too well. Or maybe it was me I didn't figure too well. Kit was giving me the home cooking treatment, and every time I started feeling cozy about the pipe and slippers routine, a small, still voice within me told me to take to the hills. I kept my own counsel about it, though. Outwardly, no one knew anything was up.
Hey, lover boy. What's with the new suit?
Oh, well, I've had it a while. I just haven't worn it to the office yet.
Well, la-di-da. A nice, sincere, dark blue suit.
Well, I got an appointment. A guy is coming through town. He's loaded, a very well-tailored gent, and I figured I ought to look sort of shined up myself.
Uh-huh. What's in that box?
Oh, nothing.
You're going to take the box to the guy, huh?
Yeah, that's it. Hey, oh, come on, take it easy.
Ah, the fella. He likes red roses, does he?
Give me the flowers.
Well-tailored gent. You've been wearing white shirts every day for a week. You got 2 haircuts this week. Every day shoe shines. Also every day roses.
I'm doing my work, aren't I?
Oh, sure. And if it gets any cozier, I'm switching you to the home section.
I carried the roses out in the open so everyone could see to Kit's hotel. She was my well-tailored friend. We were supposed to have lunch together. I started to stride past the desk clerk, but he shoved a note at me through the roses. It was Kit's handwriting.
Couldn't reach you by phone. Leaving Flight 23, 1 p.m. Hurry, darling.
Oh, excuse me, please. Let me through, please. I'm sorry. Excuse me, please. Oh, Robbie, I'll see you later. I'm trying to catch up with someone.
You're too late for Flight 23.
Too late?
Yeah, out there, just clearing the runway.
Oh. Yeah, I see.
That's funny.
Is it?
I mean the roses. She said you'd be carrying roses, but I didn't believe her.
What are you doing here anyway? Last I heard, you went to New York to face the foundation director.
Yeah, I faced them. They liked Kit's story so well, they almost gave me a citation.
Oh, swell. Where's she off to this time?
Korea.
Korea? Robbie,
I didn't have a thing to do with it. The Army arranged it. I just ran into Kit here at the airport. She said the whole thing came up in a hurry.
Yeah, things do with her.
She's a wonderful girl, isn't she?
Yeah, I guess that's what she is. Well, I better head back to town. Can I give you a lift?
No, thanks. I'm waiting for a flight out.
To Korea?
I'll end up there after a while. But don't worry. I can't give you any trouble, I'm sorry to say.
Oh?
Kit left a message for you. I believe her exact words were, I love you, Stone, but I got the itch again. She said you'd understand.
Yeah, I understand. Well, thanks, Robbie. Oh, here. You win the roses. I made straight for the press club and loaded up for a long summer and a cold winter. And this time, although I didn't wake up at home in my robe and pajamas, I sure had me a touch of ptomaine. Of course, I'm getting better all the time. What the heck, I wasn't cut out for sitting and rocking. I never even think about Kit much, except once in a while when the telephone rings and an overseas operator announces one of the world's capitals. And then I know I got a jet by the rudder all over again. But that's strictly off the record. You can't print a word of it. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Height with music by Frank Worth. The part of Kit was played by Joan Banks. Others featured were Jay Novello, Marvin Miller, and Joe Gilbert. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Tomorrow, join us for comedy with Bob and Ray on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a girl fighting for her life in the rapids of a rushing stream and ended in the quiet depths of a poisoned cup.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
A guy in my business has to take his vacation whenever he can get it. And the best I could get was a string of short weekends at a little resort town called Paradise Lake. It's only a few hours' drive from Chicago with lots of woods and streams. It's a lovely spot located just outside my income. It was after one of these weekend, if you'll pardon the expression, vacations, that I was heading for Chicago in time to get back on the job that night. I checked out of my rented cabin and had just crossed the bridge over Rocky Creek when suddenly I saw her. I jammed on the brakes. The girl lay on the edge of the road unconscious, my front wheels almost touching her. Hey, you, what's the matter? I got out of the car and ran over to her. The late afternoon sun gleamed on her wet, disheveled hair, and she was soaking wet. I could see tracks where she'd climbed up from the rapids below to the edge of the road. I chafed her wrists and slapped her hands a little. Hey, wake up. Can you hear me? What happened? Come on, baby, snap on it.
Oh.
That's the girl.
Oh. No.
You look like you've been half drowned, beautiful. Well, she's still out. Well, better get you into my chariot before you catch pneumonia or some other car finishes you off. Up we go. Funny how silk clings when it's wet. I went back to my cabin. I got her inside and put her on the sofa. Then I started the fire in the fireplace and got the oil stove going in the kitchen. Eagle Scout Stone was doing his good deed for the day. I'd be late for the office tonight, but she looked as though it might be worth it.
Who's in there?
I came out of the kitchen and saw that she was sitting up, her big gray eyes wide and a little dazed.
Who are you? Where am I?
Her name is Randy Stone. Drink this.
What?
Go on. St. Bernard would have brandy, but on my salary, you'll have to settle for this. Drink it down.
How did I get here?
We'll exchange questions later. All right, now, down the hatch. That's the girl.
Oh, I'm soaked.
Better pull this blanket around you. There.
I'll be warm in a minute.
No, you're shivering. You better wrap it a little tighter.
You can let go.
Oh. Oh, yeah. I'll put some more wood in the fire. What's your name?
Pat Torrance.
What did you do? Slip and fall into the creek?
Fall?
Now, don't tell me you were in swimming, or is that a new style in French bathing suits?
No, I didn't fall.
All right, easy now. Now, what happened?
I was pushed.
You were what?
She pushed me. She tried to kill me.
The girl got up, one hand at her throat, her eyes wide with frightened memory. The blanket fell away from her shoulders, revealing a lovely outline all the way down.
I remember. I was standing on that high bank overlooking the rapids.
Yeah? Well, who did it? Who was she?
I'd better go. Thanks for...
Whoa, now, wait a minute. Whoa, now, take it easy. Get warm first. You'll get sick.
I really must go. Francine's probably worrying about what's happened to me. I've got to get back.
Francine?
Francine Moore. We have a cabin on the lake.
Oh, I must have been blind to have missed you all the time I've been here.
We just got in today.
Oh, I see. Well, whoever pushed you in certainly didn't lose any time, did she?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Maybe I better drive over to your cabin and get your girlfriend to bring over some dry clothes and then round up a cop on the way back.
Oh, no. No, please, not the police.
What's everybody got against the police? Why not?
Not right now, anyway. I want to talk to Uncle Ben first. Her father.
Uncle Ben?
Well, he's really not my uncle. I mean, well, he raised me when I was a kid. I owe him an awful lot.
Ben who?
Mason. He runs the hotel here, Paradise Inn.
Wait a minute. You mean Ben Mason's daughter, Margaret? Why would she want to kill you?
Because she hates me. Oh, I shouldn't have listened to Francine. She said I might get a chance to rest, to straighten things out in my own mind. Then when we get here, I find Marge already on the scene.
Yeah, but, Pat, what makes you think it was Marge who pushed you?
Oh, it was her, all right. She's broken up my marriage, stolen my husband, and now she's tried to kill me.
Well, beautiful, all I can say is that any man who'd pass you up for Marge Mason is the kind of a guy who would marry Hetty Lamar for her money. Just what did happen?
Well, I'd been walking along the creek.
Mm-hmm.
Francine was busy getting the cabin fixed up, and I was going to the store. When I got to the little footbridge, I suddenly saw Marge standing there. I had no idea she'd be here at Paradise Inn.
Why, Pat, darling. Dad said you were here, but it didn't seem possible. You and Francine together. Ed's old girlfriend sharing cabin with you.
Francine Moore was never, as you put it, my husband's old girlfriend, and you know it.
Really, dear? Hasn't Francine ever mentioned it? Well, no matter. There comes a period in every man's life, but she was just a comma in his.
Why, you unscrupulous.
How naive can you get? Ed's played the field all his life, and he always will. You never really understood him.
I thought I understood you. I looked on you as if you were my own sister. I trusted you.
That's what Grace used to say about you.
Grace?
Yes, dear, Grace Rainey. Another member of Ed's harem. She's here at Paradise Lake, too, you know.
Grace Rainey? What do you mean?
Oh,
why
Dad
is she...
gave her a job as a hostess at the inn. The same big blonde cow. But you know Ed. He always did suffer from high blonde pressure.
Ed was never interested in Grace.
Wasn't he? Don't play innocent with me, darling. It's really jolly. You, Grace, Francine, and I, together once again in the old hometown.
Old home week.
All we need is Ed on the scene. And I shouldn't be surprised if he weren't on his way.
What? You mean he's coming here?
Come now, Pet. How corny can you get? Cut the act. You must have known he was planning to spend a few days here. Why else did you come?
To get away from him. From everything that reminded me of him.
Oh, please. Why don't you do the decent thing? Call it quits. Give him his divorce.
Why? So you can profit by what you've done to me?
I've tried to be patient with you. I've gone a long ways to try to reason.
Keep right on going. Don't ever let me see you again.
All right, Pat. If that's the way you want it. But if you insist on clinging to him like a spider just to spite me, you've only yourself to blame if anything happens.
What do you mean? Is that a threat?
Take it any way you wish. Any way you wish.
And Marge just walked away and left you there?
Yes.
Then how could she have pushed you?
Well, I don't know. She must have come back. There was no one else around.
Well, she had the motive, I suppose, but
It's
still.
like a bad dream. To think Marge could do a thing like that. We used to be so close. We were even brought up together when we were kids.
All right, now, all right. Everything will be all right. Use my shoulder if you want. You want a handkerchief?
Thanks. What did you say your name was?
Randy Stone.
Oh, you've been very sweet, Randy. I must be a sight to behold.
Well, on the contrary, you're a sight to be held.
Oh, I'll bet.
Oh, that's a lousy pun, I know.
Anyway, this fire's nice and pleasant.
Yeah. Say, maybe I better fix up something to keep you from catching cold.
Oh, I'll be all right.
No. I got some stuff left in the kitchen and in this bottle. I'll fix you a hot toddy.
Oh, don't bother, Randy.
It's no bother at all. After you drink this, I'll drive over to your cabin and get your friend Francine.
All right.
Where is your cabin?
Just past the inn across the road.
Uh-huh. I'll have this ready in just a few seconds.
Swell.
So we had some hot toddy together. I hadn't had all the ingredients, maybe, but at least the essentials were in it, and it wasn't too bad. I got her to tell me something about herself. Her struggles, her dreams, her telephone number. Suddenly I realized how late it was getting.
Late? Oh, golly, it is at that. Francine will be frantic.
Yeah, not to mention my boss when I get back to Chicago tonight.
Your boss?
Yeah, the night editor.
You mean you're a reporter?
Any objections?
Yes, you'll put this in the paper.
Oh, why not?
Oh, you mustn't. It'll hurt Uncle Ben. If he finds out what's happened between Marge and me, he'd be terribly upset.
Yeah, well, now look, dollface, you just watch your step and make sure you don't get any free publicity yourself in the obituary column. That'd really upset dear old Uncle Ben. Now, you sit right here until I get back. If Marge or whoever it was who pushed you in catches you alone, there's no telling what might happen. I guess I just never could understand the feminine psychology. Bunch of dames trying to bump each other off over a guy who was never any good to begin with. Give me a nice, clean, masculine murder any time. At least it makes some sense. I drove back toward the inn, following the road along the course of the stream. And then suddenly ahead of me, I saw a couple of flares burning in a car parked across the road with its headlights focusing on the rushing stream below. I pulled up. A big white sheriff's star was painted on the car's side. Some men were working along the edge of the stream, and a small crowd was watching. I got out, walked down the bank toward the edge of the creek.
Oh, now, Grace.
There were two girls standing at the edge of the crowd. One was a tall blonde who was crying softly, and the other was Marge Mason. Hiya, Marge.
Oh, Randy Stone.
What's going on?
They're dragging the creek.
Dragging it? What for?
They're trying to recover the body.
The body? Whose body?
A friend of ours. A girl named Pat Torrance.
I see. What happened?
Grace says she jumped in.
Yes, I saw her.
Oh, you did? When was this?
Just a short time ago. I was on my way back to the inn from the store when I heard her cry out. For a moment, I could see her face through the trees as she fell in. It was Pat.
Randy, this is Grace Rainey. She acts.
Yeah, I noticed.
Randy Stone, a reporter from Chicago, Gracie.
Oh? A reporter?
Couldn't you get help? Wasn't there anyone else around?
No. It was so dark. I didn't see anyone. And she couldn't swim. I knew she couldn't swim. She couldn't swim.
Grace can't either.
Can't act either. What makes you think she jumped?
This wasn't the first time she tried to commit suicide.
That's right.
How do you know that, Marge?
Why, her husband told me, Ed. Just a week ago, he tried to persuade her to go to a sanitarium and take treatment.
When did he tell you that?
Why, just this afternoon.
This afternoon?
Well, I was talking to him on the phone. I ran in and told her what had happened. It was awful.
You mean talking to him long distance to Chicago?
Why, no, Mr. Stone. Ed Torrance got here this morning. He's right here in Paradise Lake.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Gloom becomes a thing of the past on Tuesday, September 19th over most of these NBC stations when genial Art Linkletter returns to prove once again that people are funny. Check your blues at the door because there's no room for them in the merriment when the fortunate prize-winning contestants go through a wide variety of mad antics on People Are Funny. That date, September 19th. And it's important for another reason. It's the day that Fibber, McGee, and Molly and their delightful guests at 79 Wistful Vista will be back where the chimes are. NBC. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Well, the police started dredging the creek at Paradise Lake for the body of Pat Torrance after her friend Grace Rainey said she'd seen it jump in. We stood around watching them search for the body, Grace and another of Pat's one-time gal friends, Marge Mason. So many girls involved in this mix-up, I was beginning to feel like a lone male at a ladies' seminary tea. I wondered if I should tell the gals that at this very moment Pat was sitting in my cabin alive and kicking.
Poor Pat.
Marge kept talking as we watched them drag the stream.
Complex. Ed said she even thought drivers were trying to run her down in the streets.
Well, why isn't Pat's husband here? Ed knows what's happened, doesn't he?
Yes, Marge told him on the phone.
I don't know why he isn't.
Say, which one of those officers is the sheriff?
You'll probably find the sheriff in their car up there, Mr. Stone, with a white star on the door, see?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Grace. Promise or no promise, I figured it was time to bring the law in on Pat's story that Marge or someone had tried to murder her. There was a solitary figure sitting in the sheriff's car. A heavy-set old dame built like a battleship and a voice to match.
Yeah, what is it?
I'm looking for the sheriff. Have you seen...
I'm the sheriff.
You?
Pick up your chin, mister. What do you want?
Well, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm not the only woman sheriff in the world, Buster. There have been others. You're a stranger here, I take it.
Well, yes. My name is Stone from the Chicago Star.
Chicago Star, eh?
Yeah.
By thunder, every time you turn up a wet rock, you find a Chicago Star reporter underneath.
I don't understand what you mean.
Oh, you don't, eh? Now, look, Bob. I don't know how you got here so quick, or why you think a suicide in this county is important enough for the high and mighty Chicago Star to send a reporter out.
Well, it's past...
But I don't care, see? And what's more, as far as I'm concerned, you can skedaddle right back to Chicago.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I'm just confused.
Oh, you get no cooperation from my office, do you understand?
Well, frankly, no.
I haven't forgotten those stories your paper printed about me during my campaign for office.
Well...
So I was a joke, eh? Ha! I didn't have a chance, did I?
Well, now, look, I'm sorry, but I personally didn't have a thing to do...
Go back and tell those morons who run your paper that Dolly Maynard was elected, in case they haven't found out yet.
Well, maybe it's caught up with
I'm their machine politician, and as long as I'm in office, none of their hack reporters will get a single story out of me.
Yeah,
and
well,
what's more, you go back.
What kind of a hen house had I gotten into here? Dames. Well, I left her there sputtering, her fuse still burning. If the sheriff of Paradise Lake indicated the local level of sanity, maybe it was just as well I kept my mouth shut as Pat had asked me to. So I drove on past Paradise Inn to Pat's cabin across the road. The light inside shone through the drawn blinds. Pat's roommate, Francine, was apparently still there. I got out, walked across the road, and up the short gravel path to the cabin door. I could hear voices as I approached.
Oh, how awful. How utterly awful. I know, Francine. It's hard for me to believe myself.
It was Pat.
Oh, I'll get it. Randy.
I thought you said you'd stay put at my cabin.
Oh, forgive me, Randy. I just couldn't. I got so nervous there all by myself. Come in, won't you? Oh, Francine, this is the man who rescued me, Randy Stone.
Oh?
This is Francine Moore, my very best friend.
How many best friends can a girl have?
Oh, I'm so grateful for what you've done, Mr. Stone. Pat's my dearest little old friend, and if anything had happened to her...
Well, everybody else thinks something has happened to her.
What do you mean?
Well, when you hiked up the road, didn't you notice the crowd by the creek?
The creek? No.
Well, they're dragging it for your body.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. How could you miss seeing it?
I didn't come over the road. I cut through the meadow. I didn't want anyone to see me all wet.
Oh.
Well, what makes them think that Pat is in
the police?
No, not me, baby. They're already looking for you. When I came by, everybody thinks you jumped in.
Jumped in?
Yeah.
Pat, you didn't.
Of course not. I told you how it happened. I was pushed.
Oh, Mr. Stone, did anyone see her? How would they know?
Well, Grace Rainey says she saw her.
Oh, Grace.
You mean she says she actually saw me jump in?
She seems to think she did.
Pat, darling, couldn't you have just slipped and thought
No, I tell you, I was pushed. I didn't just imagine it, Francine. Why do you look at me that way? Someone did push me deliberately.
Oh, now, darling, why don't you go to bed now? And in the morning, I'm sure we'll all have a more sensible outlook on everything. Listen, I'll fix you a cup of hot chocolate. Go on, dear. Go to bed.
Oh, Francine, you're a love. Good night, Randy. You've been wonderful. Thanks so much for everything.
Yeah, send me a medal. Good night, baby.
Poor dear Pat.
What does that mean?
What?
The way you said that.
Oh, come into the kitchen. Oh, the poor darling has been under an awfully severe nervous strain the past month or two.
Did you know that Ed's here, too?
No.
Yeah, the Don Juan husband of hers, Marge, was talking to him.
Here? At Paradise Lane?
Yeah.
Well, why would he come here?
Well, he probably heard it was open season on dames.
Oh, no. Now, seriously.
Well, Pat seems to think it might be on account of Marge.
That's strange. Oh, would you like some hot chocolate?
No, thank you. I better be on my way now that Pat's in good hands. Nice to meet you, Francine.
See you again sometime, I hope.
Well, you never can tell. Good night.
Goodbye, Randy, and thanks again.
I went back to my car. I got in. I lit a cigarette. I sat there for a while, wondering where Ed Torrance had been when Pat was pushed into the creek. There are a lot of things I began to wonder about Ed. What kind of vitamins did a guy have to eat to get into his league? I was about to turn on my lights and start back to the inn to find him when I saw the dim figure of a girl stealing around from the back of the cabin. It was Pat. I opened the car door quietly. The dim figure halted suddenly, tense and looking my way. I couldn't see her face, but there was something about her that was different. No, it wasn't Pat. It was someone else. I jumped out, and as I did, the girl fled toward the trees, a filmy scarf streaming behind her. Wait! I ran across the road as she disappeared. I started running down the road after her, but she crossed it and disappeared into a grove bordering the inn grounds. I thought I saw her go up the veranda of Paradise Inn, and I bounded after her. There was no one around except a couple of elderly dowagers in rocking chairs. They stopped rocking when they saw me, and I asked them, did a girl just come in?
A girl? Which girl, young man?
A girl, any girl.
Not very particular, are you?
Oh, never mind. And just then, over the side railing, hurrying up the garage driveway, I saw her. I turned and ran down the steps. It was just a glimpse, the lights from the inn glinting on her reddish-brown hair as she hurried past, heading for the guest cottages and back. Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
What? Marge, it was you.
Why, Randy. Who did you think it was?
Didn't you just come from behind Pat's cabin?
Whatever are you talking about? What would I be doing there?
I'm sorry. I thought I saw you. Well, never mind.
What's the matter?
You seen Ed tonight?
Ed?
Yeah.
Why, no. Why do you ask?
Well, I just wondered why he came here today.
Well, he must have found out Pat had come here, I suppose.
He phoned you said.
Well, yes. Why are you asking all these questions?
I'm a reporter, remember, dear?
Grace is fixing some coffee at the cottage we're sharing here and back. Why not join us before you go?
I wouldn't miss it.
This way.
So you're bunking with Grace?
Yes, the inn's so crowded I had to move in with her in one of the guest cottages. The one right over there, with the lights on.
Oh, yes, I see. Looks like she forgot to draw the blinds.
Yes, and the window's wide open. I hope she isn't under...
Well, it's a warm night. Looks like she's curled up in that easy chair for the evening. She and that telephone.
That woman. She simply monotonizes the telephone. Right around this way, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you have to leave without at least telling?
Wait.
At least
What's the matter?
Quiet.
Marge put her fingers on my lips, and we stood there by the cottage door motionless.
You're on your way back.
Grace Rainey's voice came through the open window clearly, and with every word, Margaret Mason grew more tense and strained, and her eyes more stormy.
But Ed, darling.
This Ed again, this Superman.
Yes, I know, dear. Margarita was a bit stuffy. I can imagine how surprised you were when you called the cottage and she answered the phone.
Why, of all the...
Yes,
Steady.
Yes, I know, darling. Well, Francine's here, too, but what of that? All that's water in the creek, you might say. There's nothing to stop us from getting married.
Married?
No, dear. Well, they haven't found the body yet, but Pat's dead. How do I know? Well, you see, darling, I saw her pushed in. Yes, that's right. Pushed.
She did it.
Well, let's face it, darling. We both wanted her dead. So, now our wish is granted. We're free to marry.
Free, is she? So, you're free, are you? Not for long, you won't be, you two-timing, double-crossing she-Judas.
Easy.
You'll be in jail within 24 hours for murder.
Just again, dearie. You see, I know who killed Pat Torrance.
Oh, goodness. What's all the commotion?
Francine. Francine Moore. Little Miss Dixie stood in the doorway that opened on the little back porch. When I saw her standing there, a long silk scarf trailing over one shoulder, I knew at once it had been she who'd come from around back of the cabin, hoping not to be seen.
What are you doing here, Francine?
Oh, I thought I'd drop in to straighten out a few little things for both of you and Marge.
Francine, what do you mean?
If you thought Ed had any intention of marrying either of you, I'm terribly sorry. Because you're wrong.
What?
Ed and I are being married as soon as his divorce is final.
Oh, you are you?
Yes, Grace, we are.
Well, congratulations. How many of you is he marrying?
I'd say those congrats if I were you, Randy. Because she isn't marrying anybody. Little Miss Moore is going to the electric chair for murder.
Grace.
Now, wait a minute.
I saw Francine push Pat in the creek.
Oh, how very amusing. So I murdered Pat. Well, do you know where she is? At our cabin, asleep in her own bed.
How long do you think that story will stand up?
Ask Randy.
Well, I left Pat at their cabin, all right, just a few minutes ago.
So, she's got you to lie for her, has she?
Well, I shouldn't have left Pat alone, Randy. She's not well. No telling what she's liable to do, but I felt I owed it to these ladies to set their minds at rest, if they have any minds left.
You're not getting away with it, Francine. I'm going to the police right now.
Come back here. Grace, come back. I'm warning you.
Francine, drop that gun.
Let go. Take your hands off.
Drop it. Do I have to break your arm?
Oh, stop
So you came here to find out how much Grace really knew? Now you know the game's up. Killing won't do you any good. You're finished. You're through.
Oh, stop.
All right, drop it. The gun exploded as it hit the floor. Francine's soulful brown eyes widened in an instant of horror, and then suddenly she slumped. And I know that little Francine had caught one of her own bullets. Marge and I bent over her.
Randy, is she...
Get on the phone quick. Get a doctor.
Yes.
Francine, do you hear me?
Randy.
Mary,
Go to
Marge.
the cabin.
I'm in the cottage.
Pat.
To bring a doctor over here.
Pat, what about Pat, Francine? Is she all right?
Pat mustn't drink the hot chocolate. Poison.
Poison? I didn't bother with a car, but covered the 100-plus yards between the inn and Pat's cabin in an unofficial world speed record. I yanked open the cabin door, rushed through the room, and into Pat's bedroom.
Randy, get out!
Oh, I'm sorry, honey. I came for some hot chocolate. Did you drink any?
Hot chocolate? Have you gone crazy? Of course not. Can't you see I've just come out of the tub?
Yeah, I didn't mean... I'll wait outside. Get your clothes on, beautiful. You're having more company.
What? Who?
Well, the sheriff. She'll want some of that hot chocolate, too, so don't touch it until she gets here. You understand? Well, it's 4 a.m. in Chicago again, and tonight's story is full of women as a sultan's harem. As the French say, cherchez les dames. And on this trip, I found plenty of them, with a moral to go with each one. For Marge, hell hath no fury like a woman tripped up trying to skip with another woman's husband. And for Gracie, gentlemen prefer blondes, on the theory, no doubt, that where there's light, there must be heat. For little Francine, well, she tried to take life cheerfully, the life, that is, of anyone who stood in her way. And as for Pat, well, you don't need any moral for her. A girl with a map like she has can usually find somebody to read it. Yep. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. In tonight's cast were Barbara Fuller, Rose Hobart, Shirley Mitchell, Eileen Prince, and Martha Wentworth. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Sunday marks the return of Theater Guild on the Air, with Rosalind Russell and Charles Lawton as first guests in Edward, My Son. A week from this Wednesday, that's September 13th, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman resume their popular roles in The Halls of Ivy. And please remember, this weekend, 400 Americans have a holiday date with death. Stay off the list. Be careful. This is NBC, the national broadcast.
NBC microphone is Randy Stone on Night Beat. But first, let me take a moment to tell you about 2 of Sunday's great shows on NBC. This Sunday, the big show will feature Joan Davis, Fred Allen, Georgia Gibbs, Johnny Johnston, Gertrude Berg, and your charming hostess, Tallulah Bankhead, with Meredith Wilson directing the orchestra and chorus. Then later Sunday, Theater Guild on the Air presents James Hilton's famous story, Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Stay tuned to NBC, the leader in radio programming. Now it's Night Beat on NBC. NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Now, imagine this scene to yourself. You're sitting at the typewriter in a city room. There's nobody around. You're just finishing a real good yarn about an old lady and how she pioneered in the Middle West. The typewriter's clacking merrily on its way when a guy walks in. A fellow reporter, slightly tipsy, overcoat, tie, collar unfastened, and he flops down beside you. He throws his hat on your desk. And his hair looks like it had just come back from a Florida hurricane.
Hello.
Ben, you look awful.
Peculiar, I feel awful.
Ben, what's the trouble?
This is Hilda's great moment.
Hey, no kidding.
I just came for her.
Well.
Yeah, I wasn't even home. She called the hospital herself. You know, I wouldn't feel so nervous, only nothing like this ever happened to me before.
Well, why aren't you down at the hospital?
Oh, not for me. All those guys walking the floor, reading magazines upside down, smoking. Besides, I'm a jinx.
A jinx?
Las Vegas. She was playing blackjack. She was winning. I sat down beside her. She started to lose. I left the table. She came away winners. I better stay away. Jinx like me.
Oh, that's batty. Having babies is a natural sequence of things. Women and babies.
From here on, I'm daddy. Father. Papa. Look at me, Randy. Do I look old enough to be a papa?
How long has she been at the hospital?
Oh, about a half an hour. What are you doing?
I'm trying to get out some copy.
No, forget it.
4 o'clock deadline.
So have I.
I'll take care of your copy. You go on to the hospital.
I'm driving myself crazy. I just came from there. Guys pacing the floor, reading magazines upside down, smoking. Give me another cigarette. This tastes lousy.
Here.
Thanks. Listen, come on downstairs to the bar, huh? Wait a minute. Sit down.
Thought you wanted to get a drink.
No, I got to make a phone call. Can I use your phone? Thanks. My finger's like a thumb. 7, 9, 0, 8. No, I can't dial this thing.
All right, give it to me. What's the number?
Never mind, I'll get the operator. Hello, operator. Get me Anderson 79082, please. 82. Yeah. Thanks. You got a paperclip?
Paperclip?
Paperclip.
Well, sure. Hey, what for?
Kill me. I like to bend paperclip. Hello? Dr. Weiss, please. W-E-I-S-S, Weiss. Thanks. Stupid woman. She's been here for 10 years and she doesn't know. Yeah? Give me the floor nurse. I don't know what floor. I wasn't even at the hospital when they brought her in. I don't even know the room number. Milton Weiss. Dr. Milton Weiss. What? Not on the staff. Now, look, what's the pitch, lady? You crazy or something? He's not on the staff. What hospital is this, huh? I'm sorry. Wrong hospital. I looked on the hospitals in the phone book. They got little black dots from the names to the number. I guess I must have followed the wrong.
All right. Now, calm down, will you?
I'll calm down when either I get a drink or a baby.
What hospital is she in?
Michael Reese.
Give me the phone.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Who?
Never mind, I remember. Hello. Dr. Weiss, please. Yes, thank you. Wrong hospital. I've heard of nervous fathers, but I never... Oh, hello. Yes. In delivery. Oh, I see. I just wanted a report on Mrs. Ben Troy, please. Oh, I see. Well, thank you. Now, they can't ring the room.
What do you mean?
Well, they can't ring the room. There's no phone calls. That's the order. And Dr. Weiss is in delivery.
Well, what's he doing in delivery with Hilda sick like that?
Maybe he's in with Hilda.
What? Is that what they said? He was in the delivery room with Hilda? Is Hilda having the baby?
That's not what they said. All they said was they couldn't ring the room, and the doctor is in delivery. Then they're going to come and get you with a jacket if you don't calm down.
Let's go down for a drink. What are you sitting around for?
You're the one who wanted to make a phone call.
Don't argue with me.
I'm coming.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hand me a paperclip. It wasn't my idea.
It was somebody's idea.
She wants a family. I can't blame her. I want a family, too. I wish I were having a baby. I wish we could trade places right now.
Have another drink.
That's a good suggestion. Hey, Bill. One more over here, huh? Both of us?
I give you 2-1. It's a boy.
That's only even odds. Are you kidding?
Well, let me be a sucker. 2-1.
That's no deal.
Why not?
I'm not betting against myself.
You boy crazy?
You know why I want a boy? So I can keep him out of this business.
What does Hilda want?
Hilda wants a girl. Naturally.
They're nice, too.
Give me a nickel.
You just called. Relax, will you?
Relax. So what? So your wife's having a baby. Relax. Take it easy.
Your worrying about it isn't going to do any good.
If she dies...
Don't talk silly.
Randy, so help me. If she dies...
She won't die.
If she dies, so help me, Randy.
An hour from now, you'll sit back and laugh about what you're doing right now.
Yeah, an hour from now. What time is it?
10:35.
Exactly?
10:36.
10:36.
Get yourself loaded.
I can't get loaded. I could drink 50 of these and never get loaded. Nothing could load me up right now. Nothing. Randy? Did you ever meet Hilda?
Once she was down here looking for you. We had a little talk.
She's a pretty nice girl, huh?
Oh, very.
You know how we met? We met on a blind date. I called for her, and we went out, and we stayed out all night, dancing, eating, drinking. I was drunk. I was so drunk, I asked her to marry me.
That drunk?
I don't mean I wouldn't have asked her to marry me if I weren't sober. I mean, the first night I meet her, and all that, you know? Love at first sight. Talk about fast decisions. What do you say?
Drink up.
Are you trying to get me drunk?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to know.
You look better already.
Randy? You realize she could be dead now?
Listen.
She could have died just a minute ago, 30 seconds ago, and me sitting in a bar getting stiff.
Ben.
Give me a nickel.
Here.
Come on.
What for?
I can't operate the pay phones. It's too complicated. Come on. If she's dead...
Will you stop talking like that?
You remember the number?
No.
I'll get information.
Hold it.
What for?
Well, somebody is using the booth.
Oh, that's nerve.
All right, let's finish up the drink.
Sauce probably talking to a friend about a woman. And my wife is dying.
Your wife isn't dying. Come on.
How do you know?
Sit down.
All I want to know is how do you know she isn't dying? She could be dead right now, and how would you know she wasn't?
Ben, sit down, will you?
You know something, Randy?
What?
Hilda and I fight sometimes.
Oh, everybody has tips.
Tips? This was a lot more than a tip. We had a real out-and-out drag-out fight. I don't mean with fists, with words. Bitternesses were exchanged. I called her names. How low can a man get after a woman slaves for you for so long and you turn around and you call her every name in the book?
Quit beating your breast.
It would serve me right if she died. It would serve me right.
Ben.
Give me a nickel.
He's not out of the phone booth yet.
Good love. This is an emergency.
Ben, come back
If
here.
he doesn't know an emergency when he sees it... All right. You talk long enough. Come on, out. Out, I said.
I can't look.
Get out of there. This is an emergency. My wife is dying. I'm trying to call a hospital. Get out the phone. What's the idea of keeping the phone so long? You crazy or something? It could be an emergency. All right. You don't need to get excited. Take it easy. Take it easy.
He's big.
Yeah, with one hand, brother.
You and who else?
Bully. He uses his size to lord it over everybody.
Yeah. Finish your drink.
You're trying to get me drunk.
Anything.
I'm not going to get drunk.
Well, you must have had 3 before you came to the office.
I mean, I'm not going to get any drunker. Randy?
That's the name.
Make it a boy.
I'll do my best.
You know, I came this close to being on the first string of the football team at school. Some guy beat me out.
Oh, he'll be on the first team, though, huh?
A backfield man. No lineman. No, not a lineman to get his brains beat out.
Maybe it'll be a girl.
To marry some slob who can't make a living?
Or a millionaire.
A rat of a millionaire? A spoiled playboy? Oh, no, not my daughter.
The guy just got out of the phone booth.
No, give me a nickel.
Your pockets are full of my nickels.
Well, come on. I need a good diver.
I'm coming.
Oh, I'm drunk.
Hang on.
You know, it's the dizziest bar I've ever been in.
Well, I'll hold the door.
Small room.
Give me the nickel.
Oh, wait a minute. Almost got it. There. Yeah.
I'll do it.
Where's the dial?
Right here.
Thanks. You're a good guy. How can you see all those blurred numbers?
I'm remarkable.
You better close the door. Come on.
It's tough enough, 2 of us in a phone booth without closing the door.
No, wait a minute. Be quiet. I think somebody answered. Hello? What hospital? Hold the wire a minute. What's the name of the hospital?
Michael Reese.
Oh, that's what she said, Michael Reese. You check. Hello? Get me Dr. Weiss, please. Thank you. Polite.
Oh, swell. I'll see you.
No, we'll stick around.
It's getting hard to breathe.
Quiet, will you? Hello, doctor? Doctor, this is Ben Troy. I'm calling about my... What? What? Are you kidding? No, say it again. No, I don't believe it. No. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Well?
A drink, quick.
Tell me.
A boy.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
What's the matter? You look sick.
There's one more to go.
What?
One more to go.
You mean?
Twins.
Let's get out of the phone booth. I need a drink.
He needs a drink. Twins. That calls for a double.
My friend Ben was a new father of twins. One twin born, the other on the way. Ben kept ordering one drink after another, and I couldn't find it in my heart to dissuade him. After a while, the bar cleared of all but us and the bartender.
What is life?
It's a good question.
Life is an ebb and a flow.
True.
I feel philosophic.
But don't be philosophic. You're a father. Be proud.
Proud of what? A baby I never met? I'm worried about Hilda.
Oh, everything is going to be.
I shouldn't have done it.
Done what?
I'm a louse.
Well, if you want to sit here and knock yourself out...
Randy, I got to tell you something. If I don't tell somebody, I'm going to go nuts.
Well, tell me.
Never mind.
Okay, forget it.
All right, I'm a rat.
Does she know?
Oh, well, she has an idea. Randy, I don't love her.
What's that? Say that again?
And something else, I'll be frank with you.
What?
It sounds terrible, but Randy, I don't want to be a father. I've been talking myself into it, but I don't want to be a father.
Well, it does a lot for two people to have a couple of kids around the house.
If I wasn't so loaded, I wouldn't be telling you this, you know?
Well, spill it out, then.
Like I say, Hilda and me, we fight. We always fight. Now, that's crazy, because Hilda's a wonderful girl, and when I get away from the house and look at the whole thing objectively, there's nothing to fight about. It's just that we don't get along. No, you don't. You think you do, but you don't. And when I have words with Hilda, I want somebody to talk to. So I go to this other woman. You see?
This other woman? Ben, maybe you better go over to the hospital.
No, it's my conscience is killing me. I shouldn't have got married. I never should have done this to her. Give me a smoke, will you?
I'll buy another pack.
Oh, well, here's a quarter.
Oh, save it.
I got to call her.
You can't. She's still in the delivery room.
Oh, yeah.
Ben.
Yeah?
You're all mixed up.
I am, huh?
Yeah.
Expert, huh? Randy Stone, advice to a loved one, huh?
Oh, sit down, Ben. People are looking.
Well, let them look. Don't get so understanding with me, Buster. See, I'm just the same as you. I got problems, too, so don't get so big and understanding. It's no business of yours.
Okay, Ben. The drink's spilling on your shirt.
Well, it's my shirt, and let it spill. What do you know about me? Nothing. You haven't got the slightest idea what I feel inside here, do you?
No, none at all. I was sitting at my desk trying to write a few words.
Yeah. Well, let me give you a small idea of what I feel deep inside. Now, I want you to get this picture. My wife is always home, waiting for me to get home. Got to be home by 6 o'clock on the schnozola. Well, you know, sometimes I don't like to get home by 6 o'clock. Sometimes I like to have a couple of beers and get home later than 6 o'clock.
Sit down.
I'll stand. If you don't mind. Now, where was I?
You were coming home late.
Well, sometimes that's what a man wants to do, is come home late. Oh, and she's so smart, this Hilda. This great wife of mine. She's real smart cookie, you know. She knows better than to give me a big lecture, so she just looks at me with a big smile and serves dinner to me. But I know what she's thinking. And she knows I know what she's thinking. And she makes her point. But I can't say anything because she won't argue with me.
Uh-huh.
You know what?
What?
I'm a bachelor type.
Well, maybe the boy will make a difference. Thought about a name for him?
No.
Oh, come on, Ben.
Something wrong with me, huh?
Now, you're loaded. Now, think of a good name for the boy.
I'll name him Zilchman. Now, there's a good name. Zilchman Troy. He'll be out playing with the boys, and Hilda will get on the back porch, and she'll scream, Zilchman, supper's ready, Zilchman. And the kids will nickname him Zilchi. And in class, the teacher will call the roll Zilchman Troy, and the kids will laugh. And in the Army, in the 9th World War, the sergeant will call out, Private Zilchman Troy, front and center. A good name?
What about Philip?
That's too common. Nothing common from my kid.
Well, name him after me.
Randy Troy? Lousy. Come on.
Where to?
Hospital, of course.
All right, come on.
Never mind. I don't need nobody. I can make it.
You'll fall flat on your face.
I can make it.
Okay. See you later.
So long.
You're hurt, Ben.
I slipped.
You're all right.
I'm drunk.
Give me a hand.
Yeah. Thanks.
Up you go.
Yeah. Wow. That floor is deep.
And getting deeper. Come on.
Zilchman, Zilchman, give me a great big kiss. I'm half crazy over the love of you. Hospitals. Look at the magazines they got in the father's waiting room. Vogue, 1928.
Yeah.
Hey, Randy, look at that guy. He's nervous. He's biting his nails.
Nasty habit.
Yeah, give me a cigarette.
That's 2 packs, even.
You know, I think I'm beginning to sober up.
That's good.
I feel sickened before. That's how I know.
Good.
Randy?
Yeah.
You hate me.
Hate you?
You know, despise me, think ill of me.
Well, not particularly.
Do you like me?
I like you, Ben.
I like you, too. Shake.
Fine.
Yeah. You're all right.
Thank you.
Listen, you won't tell Hilda anything about what I told you, huh?
That's not my job, Ben.
Yeah, silence. Mom's away, huh?
Well, I'm not keeping your secrets, Ben, and I'm not blabbing them either.
That's right. It's very proper. Just stay out of it.
Just what I intend to do.
Hilda's lovely, isn't she?
She's very nice.
She's refined, calm, never gets excited.
Mm-hmm.
There's the house phone. I'm going to call the doctor.
Go to it.
Dr. Weiss, please.
Don't you want to light your cigarette?
Oh, yeah. Hello, doctor. How is she? Transfusion. Well, doctor, let me. Well, sure, we got the same type blood. Why not? What? A blood donor. Well, listen, Hello? He hung up on me.
How about that?
He wouldn't let me give her blood. He said that there's too much alcohol in it. I can't even give my own wife a little blood. Why? Because I'm too weak to stay sober.
Well, don't worry about it, Ben.
We got the same blood held on me. H4. Or is it R6? Oh, yeah, that's right. R6. Well, something like that.
Come on for a walk, Ben.
Transfusion. She's dying.
Come on.
Don't figure that at me. Let me alone. I'm miserable.
All right, you win.
I wonder who he is.
Who?
The blood donor.
Some guy.
I don't like the idea.
What?
Some strange guy. His blood in my wife. I don't want some strange guy's blood in my wife.
Ben.
Yeah.
How about some coffee?
Randy?
Yeah.
Randy, I'm going to be different. I'm going to change. You'll see. You'll see a changed guy. No more drinking, no more smoking, no more coming home late. I'm going to make myself over right now. And, about that woman. I'm going to tell Hilda everything. Total confession.
Fine.
Yes, sir. Now give me the phone.
What for?
Don't argue. Give me the phone. I'm sorry. I wasn't a gentleman. Please, Randy, would you mind handing me the phone? Thank you.
A pleasure.
I'm going to... Which end do I... Oh. That's going to be hard to do, but it's willpower. From here on, a brand new man. Brand new. Hello, operator. Get me Lincoln 90576. Thank you. You know, I feel different already. I suddenly realized, Randy, that I love my wife. Oh, the truth is wonderful. For the first time in my life, Hello? Hello, Margot. Oh, all right. No, I'm with a friend of mine. In the hospital. No, I'm all right.
Yeah. It's, my wife. Yeah, you heard me, my wife. Well, I lied to you. I am married. Yeah, well, I wouldn't blame you if you never saw me again, but I want you to know that I just couldn't go on lying like that to you, and I want... Well, now, wait a minute. Now, wait a... Listen, would... Hey, She told me that... You heard me?
Very good.
I feel better.
Ben.
Yeah.
What about the others?
What?
The rest of them.
Well, isn't that enough for one night?
You're asking the question.
It's enough for one night. You can't do everything in one night.
Uh-huh.
Okay, give me the phone.
It's right there.
Operator, give me the YWCA.
You're quite a boy.
Call me a rat.
To err is human.
You're thinking it, say it.
Let he who is without sin hurl the first stone.
I feel better already.
You should.
You realize what I did? What I sacrificed?
I think so.
For the sake of a permanent relationship with a good woman?
Right.
You come home at night, tired, 6 o'clock. She meets you at the door with a great big kiss, and there's dinner on the table. Rib roast and apple dumplings, and the kids are there, the twins. And you take them in your arms, and you give them a big hug, and you sit down to eat and talk about the day's happenings. It's a wonderful life.
Yep.
Yeah. Better than the Rolling Stone bachelor life.
That's the ticket, Ben.
Nah.
What's the matter?
That's movie marriage.
All right, what's marriage?
I'll tell you what marriage is. You come home at night late, and she meets you at the door, and you say you're late. She pecks you on the cheek. The dinner's cold, the kids are there, and the food's missing in the mouth.
Oh, no,
I'm
Ben.
trapped, Randy. I can't get out of it now. Before the babies, I could have got out of it, but not now. I'm trapped. I got twins. A baby's in her for the rest of my life. I can't face it, Randy. I can't face it.
Ben.
Yeah.
The nurse. She's waving at you.
Huh?
She wants you.
Me?
You.
Me? Well, come on.
I'll wait here.
No, come on.
He followed the nurse to a door. She opened the door and stepped to one side, and he stood there for a moment, looking in. He walked over to the bed. She smiled at him, and two wrinkled, red-skinned babies lay beside her, snuggled close to her cheek. And Ben stood there. He stared with wonderment.
Twins. How about that? Twins. Hey, Randy, how about that?
Yeah.
Not bad, huh? Pretty good, huh? Hey, Hilda, that's okay. That's okay, honey. That's very good. Twins.
She gave him her hand, and he bent down to kiss her. I walked out and closed the door, and I went home. End of a story? No, not by a long shot. That was 2 years ago. Ben still comes home late. He still likes beer. You can see him around the office teasing the girls we keep around the city room. There are poker nights and stag parties and conventions in the lodge. But if you pass by his desk, you'll see the family portrait. A man and a woman holding a pair of twins. One boy and one girl. My personal opinion? Well, Ben and Hilda are going to be together a long, long time. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis, edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's transcribed story was written by David Ellis with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Ben was played by Bill Conrad. Don Rickles speaking.
Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring with Doris Day and Danny Thomas in Warner Brothers' I'll See You in My Dreams. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Saturday morning means Mind Your Manners, the program designed to bring teenagers tips of dating, manners, and morals, and presided over by Alan Ludden, young America's favorite advisor. Then later enjoy drama on the Somerset Maugham Radio Theater. And starting Saturday, January 5th, Vaughn Monroe joins NBC. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents, transcribed, Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. How would you like to be driving down a city street in this year of the atom bomb and the flying saucer and suddenly find yourself transported over 2 decades back in time, smack in the middle of a gangland war? Well, tonight, that's what happened to me. In one moment, it seemed as if I had left this year of grace, 1952, and was back in the torrid 20s. My life threatened by the ghosts of gunmen long since dead. It was one of those quiet, dull nights with the fog rolling in and nothing of interest for it to hide. I just stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A man jerked open the door and piled in beside me.
Get going. Oh, please, they're after me.
Who's after you?
Shiv's healed. He's got a gun. Get going, I tell you.
Friends of yours?
Huh? What?
These people that are after you. Who are they?
Abby and Shiv trying to kill me. Yeah, but they won't get it. Never.
Get what? What did they want?
This is what they wanted.
He opened a fist and showed me. The dashboard light shone on a figure of dark blue wax lying in the palm of his hand. A crude image less than 3 inches long. As crude as though molded by a child. It began to dawn on me that this Skid Row character was as crazy as a pink hearse. I pulled up at the curb. So they wanted that, eh? What is it?
Their lives. Their lives in the palm of my hand. They know that as long as I have it, they'll never get away with it. Oh, no, sir. They kill them. It's very useful.
Yeah, sure, Pop. Like a glass eye at a keyhole. They must be a pretty crummy pair to be picking on an old guy like you. We'll find a cop.
No cops. I don't need favors from no cops.
But if...
I ain't talking to them. No cops, you understand?
Okay.
Cops. They ain't gonna make no deals with Jake Strand. No, sir.
Deals? What kind of deals?
20 years I did for it, and it's mine. Mine.
Jake, he'd called himself. The name, the face now rang a clearer bell in my memory. 20 years, of course. Jake Strand. A news item only a few weeks ago with the picture, Jake Strand, kingpin hoodlum of the thirsty 30s, now free. The story had said something about him being released following a nervous breakdown after serving 20 years for murder. Well, the part about the breakdown was obvious. Jake Strand, kingpin hoodlum, was now playing with little wax dolls.
They get near my door, it'll kill him. See, it'll kill him.
It? Oh, you mean that hunk of, what's that made of anyway? Sealing wax?
You don't believe me, do you? Well, you think I ain't got no dough, huh? Just 'cause I need a shave, maybe, or my pants ain't. But you think I'm a bum, huh? Well, I got it. See, $100 grand. You hear me? Listen.
Sure, Pop. When money talks, everybody listens.
You think I'm nuts, don't you?
Well, of course not. Perish the thought.
Yeah, that's what you think. You and them sky pilots who run the mission. Gave me a job sweeping up, and they think they're doing me a favor. Me, Jake Strand. I could buy 'em and sell 'em.
Oh, you live at the mission?
Yeah. Where are we going?
Oh, I'm taking you back there. It's late.
No, please don't take me back. They'll get me.
Who will get you?
Shiv and that big gorilla.
What gorilla?
Gabby.
Now, Jake, when you jumped into the car, I looked back. There was no one following you.
There was. I tell you, there was.
Okay. Have it your own way. I'll say that you get inside the mission house safe.
No. They sleep there. Don't you understand? They sleep there. They'll get me.
Now, Jake, here's the mission.
Don't leave me, mister, please.
Oh, Jake, now I've got work.
Look, buy me a drink, will you?
But
There's Lippy's place across the street. Come on, set me up, will you? I'm busted.
Oh, yeah? Well, what about all that dough, that $100,000 that you were talking about?
What $100,000?
Oh, fine. Come on. Lippy's is one of those low-rent joints with sawdust on the floor, a piano player banging out ragtime, and unwashed clientele. Jake pressed the front of his dirty shirt against the bar while I strolled over to a phone booth near the door. I called the Star, got the librarian, had him check on the files of the case that had sent Jake Strand to Joliet.
Yeah, here it is. I got the story right here before me, Randy. He was convicted of the murder of Tank Daniels and Ed Morelli. Sentenced 20 to life.
A double murder, and he got off with 20 years?
One moment more. It says here, he claimed Morelli tried to take him for a ride in one of his trucks. He broke away, grabbed Morelli's gun.
Strand must have hired a high-priced magician to make a jury believe that.
Not according to this. The court had appointed a public defender to handle Strand's case.
What?
That's right, Randy. Strand took a pauper's oath. He was dead broke. The case goes back quite a few issues. Shall I look?
No, that's all I want to know. Thanks, Mickey. What kind of a guy had I gotten myself mixed up with? The poor devil was riding a dreamboat loaded with a mixed cargo of rainbows and nightmares. The convoy he needed was a man in a white coat, not me. I walked out of the joint. Strand followed me.
Listen to me. You gotta help me.
All right, Jake. I'll see you home.
No, you don't understand. I can't find it. I've been looking and looking.
For what?
My dough. My $100,000.
Oh, yeah, I know. You told me.
I've been going crazy. Every chance I get, I've been riding the bus looking up and down Lakeshore Drive. It's changed, Randy. Everything's changed.
Well, streets are like opinions, Jake. In 20 years, they're liable to change, too.
Oh, you don't understand. It's disappeared. The houses, the trees, the road, the whole place.
What place? What place, Jake?
Caliban.
Caliban?
Yeah. You know where it is. You know, eh? You know? Now, come on, tell me.
Now, Jake, you're wrinkling the suit. Now, let go my lapel. Relax, will you? Now, come on, let's walk. I never heard of any place called Caliban. There isn't any such place.
You're lying. I went back there. I know I did. After we ditched Morelli's truck, I had the case, a leather briefcase with the $100,000 inside. Caliban, it was there. I know it was there. I went back.
Come on, let's cross the street. Of course, in 20 years, the name could have been changed. What sort of place was it?
Oh, quiet, trees. It was down there mixing the cement.
Cement?
I went there by myself, see. I didn't want the others to know.
To know what? Watch the curb, Jake.
And the smell of peaches. Peaches.
Peaches?
Well, that figures. But just where, I don't know. No question about it. Jake Strand had spent too many years behind bars. He'd lost his buttons, but completely. I got him to the door of the midnight mission and pushed him toward it. Go on in, Jake.
Oh, Randy, please. I don't want it. They're laying for me.
Okay, Jake. Okay, I'll go in first. One side, The place had been a store, now converted into a dingy chapel with a few crude benches and a section of counter used as an altar. A bare bulb hanging from an overhead cord shed a sickly light. I looked around. I was hardly surprised to see what I did see, which was nobody. The chapel was empty. I stepped back into the street to get Jake, and he was gone. And the street was empty, too. And that sound was coming from the alley alongside the mission. Jake! That you? Halfway down the alley, light glimmered dimly from the frosted glass of a side door, but it revealed nothing. I walked into the alley, peering into the darkness. Jake! Where are you, Jake?
Don't get me!
There were two of them struggling with Jake.
All right, pal. Get him up.
As I raised my hands, it became frighteningly clear that Jake Strand's fear had been based on more than just a sick imagination. These two goons were real enough. And so was that gun pointed at my head.
We return in just a moment to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. A warm summer evening, a pleasant breeze, you and your friends enjoying yourselves out on the porch with snacks and Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. There's a summer scene played many times, in your home and many homes all over America. Smooth, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon is your hospitality carried on a tray, your friendliness brimming in a glass. Yes, for summer indoor and outdoor fun, you'll always want to include Pabst Blue Ribbon. And by the way, for some wonderful food ideas to go along with friendly, satisfying Pabst Blue Ribbon, listen to this.
Here's a list of foods to choose for picnics, parties, barbecues.
Campbell's Pork and Beans. Armour's Treat.
Borden's Cheese.
Ritz Crackers with Frankfurters. And, of course, Pabst Blue Ribbon.
You'll find that food tastes better by far if you serve them with foaming PBR.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
What'll you have? Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Smoother flavor. Finer beer that millions favor. Taste that smoother flavor.
Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
Tomorrow, pick up several convenient Pabst Blue Ribbon Handy 6 cartons, packed with 6 space-saving cans. Or get the money-saving case of 24. Any way you enjoy it, it's the same famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Act 2 of Night Beat will continue after a brief pause for station identification. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Experience, they say, is what you have left when everything else is gone. And Shiv's gun staring me in the face was an experience that convinced me that whatever delusions Jake Strand may have had, the two Skid Row bums who were after him were certainly real enough. I stood in the alley, my hands raised, while Jake struggled against Gabby's arm around his face. Oh, for the love of Pete, let him go. Can't you see he's smothering?
All right, Gabby, ease up. I want him live, you dope.
Okay. All right, boys, all right. Take the $6 in my wallet and let us go. You needn't waste time on him. He hasn't got a dime, I can tell you that now.
He hasn't, huh? $6.
Honest, Shiv, I told you before. I don't know where the dough is. I don't remember. Honest, I don't. I just don't remember.
Oh, sure. It's just $100,000. You stuck it someplace and forgot about it. Could happen to anybody.
If you mugs believe that pipe dream about $100,000, you're nuttier than he is.
Ah, so you know about it, huh? He told you, huh? Real kibitzer, ain't you, pal?
Shiv, I didn't tell him nothing.
Shut up! All right, kibitzer. Turn around. Yeah, that's it. Just keep those mitts high.
All right. The only deadly weapon I'm carrying is a fountain pen.
I'll take it. And your wallet. All right, you can let him down. Turn around.
Thanks.
$6 lousy bucks.
Well, that's what I said.
What's this? Randy's...
It's my press card. Don't strain your eyes. I'm with the Star.
Reporter?
I didn't know it, Shiv, honest. He just gave me a ride. I didn't know he was...
Keep your mouth shut, big shot. You'll talk when I tell you to, not before. I'm giving the orders now. You ain't nobody. You understand? Shut up! You, newsboy. That's your car out in front.
It's an old model. You can do lots better.
I ain't fussy. All right, both of you, get moving. To the car. And don't try to be no hero.
Jake sat beside me as I followed orders, driving past Lincoln Park and cutting through a wooded section for several miles. Finally wound up near a clearing used as a Boy Scout campsite, now abandoned.
This'll do. Pull up.
What are we going to do here? Get our merit badges?
Real funny boy, ain't you? All right, spill it.
Do you mean to say you believe any old guy who comes along babbling about millions and living on handouts?
No, pal, I don't. But this ain't any old guy. This is Jake Strand.
I bet you told him. I bet you Jake told him.
Will you shut up? Look, newsboy. Maybe you don't know who Jake Strand is. Maybe you're too young, huh? Maybe you wasn't old enough to read. What are you trying to hand me, anyway?
I'm trying to smarten you up, that's all.
Oh, you are?
This stuff about $100,000. I don't care who Jake used to be, but right now he's living in a dream world. That money never existed.
Yeah, it's funny how everybody in Stir knew about that dough Jake hijacked off of Morelli. They were talking about it when I was there. I bet they're still talking about it.
I see. You and Jake did time together.
For a little while, pal. A long time ago. How about it, Jake? Did you give any of the boys a tip before you left, huh? I'm your pal, too, Jake. Remember me? I used to keep bar for you. Remember?
Yeah.
You remember, huh? Then you remember where you stashed Morelli's dough.
No, I don't, Shiv. Honest, I don't. I can't.
You sure you can? Try. Think hard.
We'll give him a share, won't we, Shiv?
You bet we will. Fair and square. We'll divvy it 4 ways.
4? Well, thanks for cutting me in.
Why not? We ain't hogs.
Yeah, with all that loot, we won't have to work no more, Shiv. We'll sleep in flop houses.
You bet we won't, Gabby. Nothing but the best. Swell hotels, fancy restaurants. How about it, Jake? Remember them nightclubs you used to own, them $200 suits you used to wear? We can all wear them. Where'd you hide it, Jake, huh? Where, huh? Tell me, go on, where is it?
I don't know.
There never was any $100,000. He was bankrupt before he went to trial. He didn't have a dime.
So you know about that, huh, newsboy? What else do you know?
That you're wasting your time.
You don't say. Smart operator, this Jake Strand, wasn't he? He knows he can't beat the rep, so he doesn't tell nobody about Morelli's dough. Nobody knows, except all his pals. Look at him. You'd think he'd appreciate having pals, that he'd be willing to share. All right, Jake, out of the car.
What do you want? Shiv, please.
You heard me, didn't you?
I don't know where it is, so help me.
I said get out!
Don't hit me, Shiv. Don't hit me.
Why, don't you move, Stone.
I had to play for time, for that one unguarded moment when I could make a break. I know that if I didn't, I had a shorter life expectancy than a balloon in a baby's hand.
Jake, listen. Listen close. Let's go back. It's 1932. You're waiting for Morelli to come along in his truck. You fix the gate at the railroad track so it's down when he comes round the curve. He stops, you blast him.
Yeah, I know, huh? I know, but I don't know what I did with the money, Shiv. It's no use. I can't remember.
You can, huh?
Wait a minute, will you? You ever hear anything about peach trees growing around here?
Peach trees?
He said something to me once about peaches. A place called Caliban.
Caliban?
Yeah.
What is it, Ship? Huh? What is it?
The club. Club Caliban.
Club Caliban?
Jake, is that where you hid the dough? The Caliban?
But it ain't there no more, Shiv. The club is gone. I can't find it anymore.
You can't find it. You can't find it.
What is it, Ship? Huh? What is it?
Jake's old headquarters. He lost it.
Well, it sounds hilarious. I never heard of the place.
No. All right, newsboy. Back in the car. We're taking a little ride up Lakeshore Drive.
I headed northwest, putting the miles behind us. At one point along the way, Shiv made me stop where the road was being repaired while Gabby got out and stole a couple of oil lanterns hanging there. We continued on. Just where is this Club Caliban?
Just shut up and keep driving.
I looked all over for it.
I'll find it, Jake. Don't worry. You see, they moved the road.
Huh?
A couple of years after you were sent up to Joliet, Caliban was on that big curve, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
Curve ain't there no more. They straightened the highway and left your joint a mile out in the woods.
Are you sure we turned off at the right spot? This road doesn't look like it was...
You talk too much, Stone.
There. Over there, between those trees. The Caliban.
Yeah. That's it, Jake. Many a drink I mixed there. Looks good, don't it?
Why ain't there no lights? I never closed. Those new neons I bought. What happened to them? Where's the sign?
All right, Jake. You and the newsboy. Out. Light those lanterns, Gabby. Give me one. We're going in.
We crossed the rickety veranda. The door was gone, the windows broken, the building a shambles. We paused a moment inside while Gabby held his lantern high and we looked around. And suddenly Jake sprang forward, bounding into the darkness of the building. Gabby went after him and I followed down the cellar stairs with Shiv behind me pointing his gun at the middle of my back. Shiv raised his lantern and there, cowering in a corner, was Jake.
Oh, Gabby, please, don't, please.
All right. Where is it, Jake? Spill it or so help me.
There. There, over there.
He was pointing at nothing at all. Nothing but a concrete wall.
Where? I'll kill you.
Let him alone. Jake, the cement. The cement you said you mixed down here. Jake, do you remember?
What is this?
Was it the wall, Jake? Was it the wall?
What?
He means the wall. The cracks, look. You can put your fingers through them.
It's hollow, Gabby. Kick it in.
A small area of the wall disintegrated, revealing an opening about 5 feet square and 2 feet deep. And in it, 4 cases of liquor piled on top of each other. The topmost case had been opened, the broken boards lying across it. And beside them, eaten with decay, was a bulging briefcase. Gabby snatched it, knocking the loose boards out of the way, and handed it to Shiv.
The dough, huh? The dough.
Yeah. Bundles of 20s, 50s, and 100s.
All there, huh, Shiv? 100 grand, huh?
Yeah, more maybe. Yeah, keep your eye on them.
You betcha.
This looks like stuff you added to the Morelli loot, Jake. Yeah, a nice little nest egg, eh, boy? Take a look at it, newsboy. So it was a pipe dream, was it?
Well, it's going to be a little embarrassing when those old-fashioned gold reserve notes start hitting the banks and they ask you where you got so many of them.
I wouldn't worry about it, pal. Because I don't think you're going to be around when that happens.
Shiv, you got a corkscrew, huh? You got a corkscrew?
What?
It's scotch, Shiv. A case of scotch open on top. It says here on this box.
Give me that. You don't need a corkscrew. Just knock off the neck. Just like this.
They drank from the broken bottles, the liquor running down their chins. Jake sidled over to where I stood and squatted down beside the lantern. One of the bottlenecks had fallen near the light. Jake reached out a finger and touched the hard smears of wax that had sealed the cork and ran down the lip of the bottle. I stared at it. The wax was deep blue.
Real smooth, eh, Shiv? Real smooth.
Yeah, it's lousy.
It don't taste too bad.
Can't you smell it?
Yeah. Kind of smells pretty, like peaches.
Peaches. The vague, almost imperceptible fragrance of peaches that began to add up as I remembered something I'd once read. I stepped backwards, dragging Jake with me. Invisible centipedes crawling up and down my spine.
Don't try it, Stone. Where do you think you're going, pal?
They want a drink. Give him a drink. Here, take my bottle. Go on, take.
What's the matter, Gabby? Look at him. Couple of drinks in the big box.
Jake, stop it.
You see what I can do?
What?
This.
Yes, it was that crude voodoo image, the doll of wax. The same blue wax Jake Strand had used 20 years ago when he'd opened and then resealed every bottle in that top case. I dragged him up the cellar stairs, away from the fragrance of peaches and out into the open air. There's only one poison that smells like the stuff you put in those bottles, Jake. The stuff they use in the gas chamber at San Quentin. Where'd you get it, Jake? Where'd you get it? In an hour or so, the sun will rise, alarm clocks will ring, and dreams will end. But for Jake Strand, life is now one endless dream, a fantasy to be lived to the end of his days in a padded cell. As for Gabby and Shiv, their dreams are over. The $200 suits, the fancy restaurants are canceled out in an endless sleep. Their last testament, a coroner's report, and their final honors, a prison autopsy. Well, life rarely uses rose-colored ribbons to tie up a story about people like Jake and Shiv and Gabby. Too often the loose ends are just left dangling. So let's tie it up. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi, with music by Frank Worth. The part of Jake was played by Don Diamond. Others featured were Shepard Menken and Raymond Burr. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen co-starring in Warner Brothers' The Winning Team. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Every 20 seconds through the year, a fire breaks out in the United States. Fires in the home, your home, can and must be prevented. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. Attend the Democratic Convention on NBC.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a crash on the highway and ended with a whole city fighting for its life.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Joe's Diner is located about 10 miles out of town on the highway going north to St. Paul. Joe caters to the truck drivers who wrestle those big 20-ton diesel jobs. You know, the ones that scare the pants off you when you have to edge over to the side of the road so that they can pass. It's strictly a man's spot. The steaks are juicy, and the conversation even juicier. I stop in there once in a while myself to take on a little of Joe's home cooking and improve my vocabulary, like tonight.
All right.
They still alive.
I'm going to get my truck rolled.
Oh, how many hands you think I got? Like enough to push?
I grabbed a stool at the counter and waited for Joe to catch up with me. Joe, scrambled eggs when you get to it.
I'll be with you in a minute, Mr. Stone.
Fried and butter, Joe. Lots of butter.
How else?
Good. I'm starved.
9 o'clock. You ain't had your supper yet?
No, that's breakfast. I'm just starting out.
Oh. You're as bad as one of these truck drivers. Here, this'll hold you.
Joe banged a cup of coffee on the counter in front of me, and then it happened. There was a desperate shriek of brakes and a terrific crash out on the highway. In 5 seconds, a dozen men were on their feet racing for the door. Holy mackerel, call the cops, Joe. Tell them to send an ambulance. It was almost a quarter of a mile away, but long before I got there, I could make out the shape of a big semi-trailer truck, and jammed into its rear end a brand-new sedan. We still had about 100 yards to go, and the truck roared up and started pulling itself loose from the wrecked car. Get his license number, somebody! But the guy on the truck hadn't put his lights on, and he pulled away before anyone could get close enough. The sedan was there over on one side, and it was a mess. The boys got the car right side up and dragged the driver out. He was soused to the gills. In a little while, the cops were there working him over. And then I saw this other guy over by the ditch across the road. Hey, you all right?
Run out.
Who ran out on you? Are you hurt?
Look, mister, I gotta get away from here.
Oh, I see you were in the truck.
Yeah, I was in the truck. Look, I gotta see a doctor, this hand of mine.
Cops will take care of it for you until the ambulance gets here.
I don't need no ambulance.
Here's another one over here, Sergeant.
Okay. I tell you, I can make it okay.
Well, hello, Stone. How did you get here? Fly?
How are you, Sergeant?
This fellow in the wreck?
He was in the truck.
Yeah? What's your name?
Harry Waldo.
Driver's helper?
No, I just bummed a ride. The guy gave me a ride about 100 miles back.
Where do you live?
Here, Chicago.
You get the license number of the truck?
No, I didn't pay no attention.
What was the driver's name, Waldo?
I didn't ask him.
Who was he driving for? Was there a sign on the truck?
No, it was dark when he picked me up. I didn't notice.
What was he hauling?
What should I know? I just bummed a ride. Say, who is this guy, officer? Do I have to answer his questions?
It won't hurt any.
Was it a refrigerated truck?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the first thing you seem sure of. How come?
Well, it was kind of all beat up, and... Well, it just didn't seem like no icebox, that's all.
This guy's trying to play hide-and-go-seek with you, Sergeant. That truck was a cooler, and he knows it.
How come you're so sure?
Ammonia gas. Can't you smell it? It's all over the place, including your overalls. Hose connection must have broken in the crack-up.
Look, wise guy, whoever you are...
Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
This officer wasn't
Come on. None of that now.
Okay. I'm in the truck. There's a crash, and I get out to see what hit us. And while I'm on the ground, a truck driver pulls out on me. So what does that make me? A suspect in a murder case? Or just paperboy just looking for a story?
Oh, sure. I'm always looking for a story. Brother, this sure has the makings of one. A fish story. The sergeant got a few more vital statistics on Harry Waldo and then let him go with the usual business about keeping in touch in case the police wanted him for further questioning. After the mob cleared, I went over the area again in the dark. There was nothing. In the ditch, I noticed a battered-up wooden box, the kind they ship butter in. There was nothing there. So I went back into Joe's and phoned the story into my paper. I told the city desk where I could be reached, and then I got busy on that much-delayed order of scrambled eggs. Oh, they're good, Joe.
The others got cold. I made them fresh. Lots of butter, the way you like.
Thanks, Joe.
I can't get over that truck running out on the crash. What do you want to do that for? Must have known it wasn't his fault.
Well, who knows, Joe? Maybe he had a date.
Yeah. Hello, Joe's Diner. Joe's talking. Yeah. Hold on. It's for you, Mr. Stone. Take it in the booth.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Andy, this is Mac on the desk.
Oh, well, that figures.
On that crash story you phoned in, is that all you can give us?
What else do you want?
How about the truck? What was it hauling?
I'm sorry, Mac. All I know is what I phoned in.
Did you ask around?
Well, of course I asked. Nobody knows. If you'd like to send out one of your better men for a follow-up...
funny stuff, Randy. Could the truck have been hauling butter?
Butter? Why?
Something came in on the wires this afternoon. I thought we could tie it in with the truck running out.
Oh.
I'll read it to you. It's Dateline, Emerson, Manitoba, Canada. This city, hard hit by recent floods, reports theft of 21 tons of contaminated butter, which was being removed from the Ajax Creamery for disposal.
Contaminated?
The condemned butter, bearing the trade name of Dandy D, had been submerged for 3 weeks in stagnant sewage water because of recent flood conditions. Health authorities have expressed fears the butter may become the cause of a widespread typhoid epidemic.
Typhoid?
You think there could be any connection, Randy?
20 tons of typhoid fever in Chicago?
It makes sense, Randy. It's only a little over 900 miles from the border, 2 days by fast truck. And it's a cinch they'd have a tough time getting rid of it any closer. Randy, you still there?
Yeah. I'm not feeling so good, but I'm here.
What's the matter with you?
Just feeling that I'm on the verge of a story, one that I can do without. I ran back out to the ditch where I'd seen the wooden box. It was there all right. My heart sank when I lit a match and read the words, #1 Creamery Butter, Canada. Then I kicked the box over and saw a couple of greasy packages. There was some sort of a wrapping on them. When I read the words Dandy D, I began feeling bugs crawling down my throat. I went back to Joe's and got all the newspaper I could find and a pair of cotton gloves to boot. Then I picked up the box, put it in my car, and drove down to the Star. Mac's eyes popped through his glasses when he saw it. He got some Board of Health official out of bed and gave him the story over the phone. By the time we were through taking pictures, they had a crew of experts there to haul the stuff down to the lab for analysis. In the meantime, I helped Mac fix up a spread for the morning paper in the biggest, blackest type we had.
Well, does that make you feel any better, Randy?
That sure does. That warning ought to make a suspect out of every pound of butter in town. Nobody could possibly buy the stuff now. They'll have to ditch it.
Randy, there's over $10,000 worth of butter on that truck. Typhoid or no typhoid, those guys are going to try to sell it.
But how can they?
No trick to change the wrapper. Only one way to stop them. Find the truck.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell them that down at police headquarters.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All right.
Close that door. City desk. Yeah, Mac talking. Oh, you did? You sure? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do all we can. Yeah, thanks for calling.
Who was it?
On your way down to police headquarters, Randy, you can take a little time out to pray. That was the lab man from the Board of Health.
Well, what was the verdict?
That butter is crawling with pestilence and death.
Typhoid?
Pestilence and death. Those were his exact words.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. The NBC chimes are laughing, but they're not keeping the reason a secret. They want everyone to know they're laughing in anticipation of the mad and merry antics in store with two NBC fall favorites, Bob Hope and Groucho Marx. Hope returns to the air over most of these stations on Tuesday evening, October 3rd, just 1 week from tomorrow. Groucho Marx brings his laugh-filled quiz game, You Bet Your Life, to NBC beginning Wednesday, October 4th. Listen when you hear the three chimes for laughs and more laughs with Bob Hope on October 3rd and Groucho Marx on October 4th. And now back to Night Beat, and Randy Stone.
At first, the police treated the typhoid butter story like it was a circulation builder for the Star. But bad news travels fast, and by the time I got in to see Police Chief Captain Sorensen, he'd heard all about it. He was a very worried man.
Hello, Randy. Come down to help me word my resignation?
Oh, it's that bad, huh?
Haven't got a thing.
What about that Waldo fellow who was on the truck? Have you picked him up?
He forgot to arrive home after the accident.
Well, that truck's got a hold up someplace.
I've set up roadblocks. I've sent out patrols. There's not a back alley in this city that won't be searched tonight. But we still have no real description of the truck.
Well, have you checked all cold storages and creameries?
First thing, nothing's come in.
You know, Mac thinks they may change the wrappers on the butter. Maybe if you call the printers...
No good, Randy. You can buy wax butter wrappers in any paper supply house. This thing has been pretty well thought out.
Well, no use my adding to the confusion around here. I mind if I go down to this Waldo's place and have a look around?
Of course not. It's a boarding house over on St. Mary's Avenue. But look out for the old lady who runs the place. She'll talk you into a corner and keep you there.
Don't worry about me, Captain. With little old ladies, I come out fighting all the time. It was 11:30 when I pulled up in front of Harry Waldo's address. It was one of those sad-looking houses that seemed to be held together by memories of what they used to be 40 years ago. Now there was a sign in front that read, Furnished Rooms, Mrs. Angela Barr. I rang and waited. Someone had drawn the curtains apart a little and was giving me the once-over.
Yes?
Mrs. Barr?
Yes, what is it?
Can you open the door, please? It's urgent.
Goodness gracious, you police are the most persistent...
I'm not with the police, Mrs. Barr.
Not with the police? But you must be. They've been coming and going all night long.
No. I'm a newspaper reporter on the Star. My name is
A newspaper reporter? What a pleasant surprise. I declare I'm so excited. You must come in the kitchen and I'll make a cup of coffee.
No, thanks very much. You're very kind, but I really
What
must...
did you say your name was?
Stone, Randy Stone.
Oh, yes, of course. You sure you wouldn't like some coffee?
No, nothing, thank you.
Mrs. Barr. Oh, goodness, she's awake.
Mrs. Barr, who is it?
It's all right, Nancy. It's just a visitor. Go back to sleep, dear.
Is Mommy home? I'm scared.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. Your mother will be home in a little while. Just go back to sleep like a good girl.
All right.
That's quite a cough.
Yes, the child has had such a cold. Poor Ellen is worried sick about her.
Ellen?
Her mother, Ellen Spencer. She's one of my tenants.
Oh, yes. Look, Mrs. Barr, I wanted to ask you some questions about another of your tenants.
Oh, yes. Mr. Waldo. The police have been bothering me all night. Whatever has he done? The police wouldn't tell me.
Well, he's done plenty. He's stolen a truckload of butter from the flood area up north.
Stolen?
Well, that's not all. That butter is contaminated with typhoid. If it ever gets into circulation, we'll...
Oh, how dreadful. How very dreadful.
Mrs. Barr, I have a favor to ask.
Now, how could I possibly do you a favor, Mr. Stone?
I'd like to have a look at Mr. Waldo's room.
But the police have already been through his room.
Yes, I know, but you know how it is when you've got to write a story. There's nothing like seeing it firsthand.
But at this time of night, do I have to let you in?
Well, legally, no.
Well, then,
You mean you refuse?
not exactly. Only surely a rich and powerful paper like the Star. Now that Mr. Waldo has disappeared, I'm sure I'll never get the rent he owes me.
Yes, I see. Now, how much?
Oh, dear. Money is so hard to come by when you're old and alone. Now, if I had the $50, Mr. Waldo...
It's worth 10.
So little.
Oh.
Oh, but then, you're such a nice young man. And I do enjoy your newspaper so much. I'll take it.
Her bright little eyes glistened as she took the 10 spot. Well, I guess it's like that when you're old. You can't eat too well. You can't sleep too well. You see life slipping by, but a 10 spot is something you can smooth out, put away, and look at again and again. Mrs. Barr followed me around as I went through Waldo's room. For a change, she had very little to say. I opened the drawers in his dresser. I looked under the bed. The kid in the next room was coughing again. I opened the closet door, and the smell that hit me was sharply familiar. Ammonia. In the corner, I picked up a pair of overalls that was saturated with the stuff. My friend Waldo had been home and changed. The phone downstairs started to ring.
Oh, dear, the telephone.
Want me to get down and answer
No,
it?
it's probably Ellen. She's so worried about the child. Will you come down now?
Just another minute.
Oh, dear. You won't be long.
I'd like to borrow these overalls if it's all right. Probably covered with germs.
Hello.
Wow, hello.
What are you doing in Mr. Waldo's room? Are you a burglar?
No, of course not. I'm one of Mr. Waldo's friends.
Then can you tell me when my Uncle Jim is coming back? He was going to bring me something from his trip.
Well, that's nice. Where did Uncle Jim go?
He went away with Mr. Waldo in the truck. But Mr. Waldo is back and not Uncle Jim.
Oh, does he drive a truck, your Uncle Jim?
He doesn't drive it. He owns it. And he gives me a ride in it, too.
Mm-hmm. Your Uncle Jim live here?
Oh, yes. Uncle Jim is my really real uncle. He and my mommy are brothers.
Oh, yes, I see.
Nancy, you naughty child.
Mrs. Barr.
The idea of getting out of bed.
I heard a noise.
Back to bed with you, child. That was your mother on the phone.
All right, Mrs. Barr. Good night, Mr. Burglar.
Good night, Nancy.
Imagine that child leaving her bed. Was she with you long, Mr. Stone?
Oh, no, she just told me she had an Uncle Jim.
Oh, yes. That's Ellen's brother. He's one of my other roomers.
I understand he owns a truck.
He's someplace in Ohio now, I believe. Been gone almost a month.
Couldn't have been Canada.
Questions. You'll simply have to excuse me. I must give that child her medicine. Good night, Mr. Stone.
I'd used up my $10 worth of welcome, so I drove over to police headquarters and filled in Captain Sorensen on Harry Waldo's overalls and little Nancy's Uncle Jim. It was his first lead. He called motor vehicles and ordered a fast check on the truck owned by Jim Spencer, and then he started briefing me on the more recent developments.
The city's in a panic, Randy. Warnings have been going out on the radio every 15 minutes. We've been flooded with calls from the mayor down.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone with a gut ache is sure it's typhoid and wants us to send down a doctor. Come in.
Here's the dope on the truck, Captain.
Now we're getting somewhere. All right. Broadcast this and keep repeating it every half hour. Get it?
Yes, sir.
We'll get him now.
Well, you might try and sound a little more convincing. I left Sorensen chewing his upper lip. Then I headed for the Blue Angel and a little talk with Jim Spencer's sister, Ellen. The Blue Angel wasn't meant to lure the better-class citizen away from his hearth and home. It smelled of stale beer and looked as if it were being lit by half a dozen fireflies.
You'll find your happiness lies right under your eyes, back in your own backyard.
I found an empty booth and asked a waitress if Ellen Spencer worked there, and after a while a girl came over. She was attractive in a tired sort of way.
You asked for me?
Will you sit down, Ellen? I've got to talk to you.
I brought you some drinks. It's the rules here. If we sit with a customer, they got to buy us drinks.
That's okay.
What'd you want?
To talk.
What about?
Your brother Jim.
You a cop?
No.
What about Jim?
Where is he?
I don't know. What business is it of yours?
When did your brother and Harry Waldo leave on their last trip?
A week ago.
Mrs. Barr said Jim was in Ohio.
Ah, that old hag. She's in his second childhood.
Mm-hmm. Jim hasn't phoned you tonight?
No. What's all the noise about anyway? The kid gets scared and runs out in a traffic accident, so they'll catch him and give him 30 days. He'll be back.
Who told you about it?
I heard it over the radio.
Really? How did you know it was Jim?
Well,
You spoke to Harry.
Yeah. He phoned me to tell me Jim was all right.
Did he tell you they were hauling a load of stolen butter? Did you listen to the warnings over the radio about that butter? It's loaded with typhoid, that stuff is.
Oh, that's a lie. Just a smart police gag to get the butter back.
Harry tell you that, too? We got some of that butter, Ellen. It's been soaked in sewer bilge for a month.
Jim wouldn't touch anything like that. He's a good kid.
Maybe Jim thinks it's a gag, too. Might even get to eat some of the stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about. Look, mister, I I'd better go back to work.
Ellen, you wanted on a...
I'll have to leave now.
If you hear from Jim, tell him what he's up against.
Yeah. Yeah, I will.
And tell him to wash his hands. Good. I followed her to the phone booth or whatever the call was. It was brief. She hung right up, so I went outside, watched her through the door. In a few minutes, she came out wearing a coat. I slipped around the corner, watched her climb into a cab. I jumped into my car and followed. The cab stopped in front of her house. I parked my car half a block away, waited until all the lights went off, and then I got out and walked around to the back of the house. Somewhere inside were the directions to that missing butter. It was easy raising one of the kitchen windows. I climbed in. I stood for a minute, getting used to the dark. And then suddenly a switch flicked on, and the place was flooded with light. Randy Stone, Esquire, standing there, stupidly blinking his eyes. Ellen walked a few steps toward me. She didn't scream. She didn't holler.
Isn't this carrying your job a little too far?
I knocked on the door, but nobody answered, so I turned the knob.
Oh, turn it again and get out.
Somebody phoned you just before I left the Blue Angel. Was that Jim?
That's none of your business. Now get out.
If I go, Ellen, the place will be swarming with police in 15 minutes.
What do you mean?
Just this. You know where Jim is. If you won't tell me, you'll have to tell the cops. And when you do, you'll be involved. They'll make you an accessory.
Well, let him.
Where's the old lady?
Out for a drive.
At 1:30 in the morning?
She's the one who phoned me. She said she was going batty with cops hanging around. She had to get out of the house.
Ellen, for the last time, where's Jim?
I told you before, I don't know.
They're closing in on him. You'll be doing him a favor if they get him before he's sold any of that stuff.
Oh, are you still working that typhoid gag?
It's no gag, believe me. You want the lab report on it?
No.
All right, then listen to it this way. Maybe you'll understand it. The kid sits down to eat, and his mother hands him a piece of bread and butter, only it's not butter. Something that's been lying around in the filthy sewer water for a long time. 10 or 11 days, the kid gets sick, like your kid. He's burning with fever one minute, and the next minute he's as cold as ice. His tongue is thick, and his guts feel like they're bursting. That's what typhoid is like.
Stop it, will you?
If a good doctor gets to him, the kid may live. Lots of kids may not be that lucky, Ellen. Also, you can keep your kid brother out of jail.
Look, I don't know where he is.
When did you talk to Walter?
He phoned me at the club. He laughed about that typhoid
Where
stuff.
did he phone from?
I don't know. Someplace in town. Now, let me alone.
Would that be...
I'll take that.
No, you won't. Ellen made a grab for the phone, but I beat her to it. She clawed at me. I had to get rough, but I got the receiver. Hello.
This is the long-distance operator.
Yes?
On your call to Elwood, we are unable to contact Mr. Jim Spencer. Shall we continue to try?
No, thank you. Was that Elwood?
Yes, sir. Elwood, Illinois. Thank you, sir.
That was it, so they'd gone on to Elwood. I called Captain Sorensen. He picked me up in a squad car with two of his best men. It was a 70-mile ride to Elwood, and we made it in a little over an hour. It was after 3 a.m. when the clerk at the only hotel in town showed us his register. There was no Waldo and no Spencer. Then Sorensen got a bright idea. He asked the clerk if there was a creamery in town. There wasn't. No cold storage plant either. Just old Mayor Hoskins' ice house down the road. We jumped into a car and drove over. That's nothing but an old barn.
Oh, there's a light around the back.
Randy, you come with me. You two cut around the other side of the building.
Right.
Oh, there's the truck. You see it?
Yeah.
All right, give me a lift, Captain. I'll see if I can get a look in through the window. It's Waldo.
They got the butter?
Yep. There's the other one. That must be Spencer.
Well, get down. We'll take them now. All right, Spencer, get him up.
Jim, the law.
Keep those hands up, Spencer. You're covered.
You too, Waldo. Don't try anything.
Who's trying anything?
Hold it, Captain. Hold it. Somebody else is coming.
Kill the lights. Don't make a sound, you two, if you want to live.
We pulled the big door shut, flicked off the lights, and waited in the dark. Guns pressed into Waldo and Spencer. A car had pulled up outside. Whoever it was seemed to be having a time with the door. And then finally it opened and the lights went on. Mrs. Barr.
Oh, goodness. How you startled me. Why, it's Mr. Stone. Have you been waiting long? And here I thought my lazy boys had gone to sleep.
No, they haven't.
And I suppose Harry Waldo has told you all about me. I just know he did.
Well, not everything. That is, not yet he hasn't.
I just knew that boy had no character. And now I suppose you want to take me back to the city. But I hate Chicago in June. I don't think I'll go with you. Don't come any closer.
Drop it, lady. Okay, Mother. Randy, get the gun.
Yep.
Lady, Don't you know these things explode?
Now, wasn't that foolish of me? I was going to try to get away. But where could I have gone? Where could an old lady go and hide? I do believe I'm getting senile. Isn't that a horrible word, Mr. Stone?
Mrs. Barr, this is no joking matter. Don't you understand that butter could have caused an epidemic?
Why, of course. Isn't it terrible?
Yet you were willing to sell it?
You didn't think I was going to eat it myself, did you? It was all I could do to look at the horrible stuff. But $10,000. That's such a lot of money to a poor old lady. Such a lot of money.
"10 a.m. and it's all buttoned up. Oh, brother, what a nightmare if a thing like that had ever happened. And all from ignorance and greed. What's that old wheeze about money being the root of all evil? Well, it's not just money. There's got to be a touch of insanity sprinkled in along with it. Like that poor old lady. Poor? When the cops ran a make on her, they uncovered a fascinating record of over 50 years of criminal history, not to mention a dozen bank accounts. Guess she didn't trust banks any too much. Such a sweet old doll. Well, at least I got to see the sun come up this morning while we were driving back, climbing up into the sky like a great big yellow ball of butter. Oh, no, what am I saying? Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Lou Rusoff and Russell Bender with music by Frank Worth. The part of Harry was played by Don Diamond. Jane Morgan was Mrs. Barr. Others in tonight's cast were Joan Banks, Nestor Paiva, Peter Leeds, Ann Whitfield, and Tudor Owen. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in Milton Sperling's production Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. And now here again is the star of our program, Frank Lovejoy.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, here's important news about Night Beat. Next week, we're moving to Friday evenings over most of these stations. That's beginning 1 week from this Friday on October 6th. You'll hear Night Beat at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on Fridays. So would you listen then to our next adventure 11 days from tonight? I'll see you on Friday, October 6th. Good night.
Listen on Friday, October 6th, and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Friday, October 6th means the return of Chester A. Riley, played by William Bendix, in the hilarious The Life of Riley. Mom, Babs, Junior, Digger Odell, and the entire cast will be on hand to join in the fun. Saturday, October 7th is the day when Dennis Day and Judy Canova will be back on the air. Make a listening date now.
Lunch. I trust you will have a pleasant flight.
Did you hear that? The captain positively ordering us to enjoy the flight. Didn't say expected time of arrival either. We will arrive in Munich at 12:30.
And we will. Isn't it nice to know that we're being protected by a confident pilot?
I didn't like the heavy sense of humor much. It's raining over England.
You're in a very disagreeable mood, Jason.
This isn't a pleasure trip, my darling.
I know.
Can you see them from where you're sitting?
Relax, Jason. They can't get off before we reach Munich.
I think you're taking this far too lightly.
Nonsense. When the time comes.
Yes, when the time comes.
The man's getting up.
What?
The man getting up and coming this way. Don't look up.
I see him.
He's rather nice.
You don't know anything about him, do you? He's deadly, my love. Deadly is Adam Kane. My name's Adam Kane.
Springbok Radio presents Adam Kane.
Tailspin.
Some things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on springbokradio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on springbokradio.com, contact Dave Dupree on Johannesburg 011 678 5176. Or for outside South Africa, 2711 678 5176. Or email Dave at springbokradio.com.
Die volgende klassieke advertensie van Springbok Radio se verlede kom met die vergunning van die Springbok Radio Bewaringsvereniging van Suid-Afrika.
Wat jy in die lewe wil hê, doen dit nou. Jy bereik net wat jy wil, as jy daarby hou. En suiker is die regte ding, verhoogde energie. As jy na die soet hoogtes reik, doen dit nou met suiker energie. Suiker is die regte ding, verhoogde energie. As jy na die soet hoogtes reik, suiker is energie. Energie.
I don't see why we need to fly an whole army over there.
Hardly that.
It's a courier's job, Viv. One man, much safer.
Perhaps.
But that's not the way you're going to do it.
That's not the way you're going to do it. They can't afford to risk one man. It's too important.
Yeah, that's what you keep saying. A list of agents. Why couldn't they just pop it into the post?
Should I suggest that to Devonish, do you think? It's a list of 2. Not just one, but 2 communist spy networks in Western Germany. The agent who managed to get his hands on it is a frightened man. He'll hand it over to our courier tomorrow afternoon. That's you. You bring it back here. Quite simple.
So why do I take a bird along?
Clever that. 2 lists, 2 couriers. That way at least one list reaches Curzon Street.
And one probably doesn't.
They don't know yet, Adam, that our agent has the list.
They know. They always know. They probably know that I'm the poor Burke you're sending to pick it up.
Clever topso, don't you think? Using the girl as the other courier? They won't suspect that.
They will.
You're getting older, you know that?
What do you mean?
You didn't used to be quite so pessimistic. It's a sign of old age.
Who's the bird?
That's another sign of old age.
What is?
It's taken you over 20 minutes to ask that question.
I've heard about you.
Yeah?
The whole of DI6 has heard about you. You're a famous man, Adam Kane.
That's a pity. A spy don't like being famous much.
As long as we keep it in the family.
Yeah. You never know who's in the family these days.
They said you were a cynic.
And they were dead right.
This is my first operation, you know.
That makes me feel a lot better.
I have to start somewhere, don't I?
Yeah, well, I'd rather you weren't starting with me, that's all. Nothing personal, of course.
Of course.
Right then, that's settled. You do what I tell you the first time I tell you. Got it?
Oh, yes.
And we don't know each other on the plane. Going there and coming back.
Fine with me.
And I say who carries which list back.
Of course.
Are you sending me up?
Whatever gave you that idea?
Nothing. Come on, we've got a plane to catch.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Don't be put off by the build.
Muscles of steel around that thin little chest, you mean?
Nothing thin about it. He has special suits made to hide it. He's built like an ox.
Oh, dear. That's a disappointment. Do you think he's alone?
It's hard to say. He likes working alone, but they've probably sent another agent on this trip. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a girl.
Why do you think that?
No good reason. That's what I would have done, that's all.
Make it easier then, won't it?
What do you mean?
You take care of the girl, and I'll settle Adam Kane.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look below you on the right-hand side of the aircraft, you will see the outskirts of the city of Munich approaching. We will land in exactly 15 minutes. It might interest you to know that we are exactly 30 seconds ahead of schedule.
What do we do now?
Nothing.
Oh.
He contacts us. It's safer that way. He can see when it's safe.
I see. He knows what we look like, does he?
I hope so.
You hope so?
Yeah, because if he doesn't, then we might as well catch the next plane home.
Wouldn't you like to buy me a cup of coffee?
Didn't they give you an allowance?
Just an expression. I'll pay if you like.
Come on, we go Dutch.
My, you are clever, Jason.
It's obvious.
But it must make you feel so superior. Being right, I mean. The girl's very pretty.
You think so?
You hadn't noticed, of course.
She's a target, my love, nothing more. I have no feelings for her, or Kane.
Hardly.
What's that mean?
You have feelings for Kane. I know you do. You hate him.
No.
You hate him. Why?
No, I don't hate him. Not anymore. I might have done once, but not now.
Then why the change?
Because now he's totally in my power. Now I'm going to kill him. He's as good as dead. And I don't hate dead men.
I don't really understand why we have to be strangers on a plane, and yet now that we've landed, it doesn't matter.
Neither do I.
Oh, I see.
You don't, but it doesn't matter. Have a coffee?
I don't think so.
You know, you're a nice-looking bird.
How kind of you to notice.
How'd you get into this business? What's so funny?
You lovely old-fashioned thing, you. What's a nice girl like you doing in a horrid business like this?
It's not a line. I'm just interested, that's all.
It's my business, Adam Kane.
Fair enough.
We're being approached.
Yeah, I saw him.
You've got your back to him. How on earth
There's a mirror behind your head. That's why I picked this chair.
In uniform?
Yeah. He's the pilot that flew us in.
You don't think he's the one who's...
Why not?
The restaurant is very full today. Is this chair taken?
Help yourself.
Thank you.
You flew the Bavarian aeroplane, didn't you?
You were my passengers?
That's right. Very nice trip.
Oh, thank you. A charming compliment from a charming lady. You have eaten? Perhaps you will join me.
Just coffee, thanks. We're going home again on the next plane.
Oh, but so am I.
You're flying back again? Straight away?
And then back here again. It is a routine trip. 4 times across the English Channel. We call it the yo-yo. He cannot meet you.
What?
Your contact cannot meet you. He's been watched.
And now?
I have the lists. One in the briefcase at my feet. I shall leave it there when I get up. And then another in the folded newspaper on the table.
What's happened to him?
They found him.
I thought they would.
For all I know, he's already dead. I don't know what happened to him. He gave me the list this morning.
Before you flew into Heathrow?
Of course.
Then why didn't you hand him over in London and save us a trip?
Because this is the way it had been arranged.
You just got to obey orders, haven't you?
He isn't the only one. Where are you going?
To see a man about a dog. Take care of the lady, Heinrich.
Klaus! Klaus Faber.
I know. You told us on the plane.
Adam, everything all right?
Oh, yeah, lovely. The bloke's been burnt.
What?
Shopped, blown. They're onto him.
Dear heavens, what are you going to do?
Come home. I've got the goodies.
But I thought you said that...
Yeah, I know what I said. His friend brought them.
Friend?
The pilot.
Oh, you mean Weber?
No, Weber.
Yes, Weber. He is genuine.
Then I wish he was a bit brighter.
What do you mean?
He had them with him at Heathrow, but he brought them to Munich to deliver.
Did he really? Well, you know what the Teutonic mind is like. No harm done. You have them, do you?
I said so.
Jolly good. I'll be waiting for you. See you in a couple of hours.
I was worried. If the original agent had been grasped, then they were close behind us. In fact, they should be breathing down our necks already. Curzon Street was in a flap about the lists. That meant they were pretty important. So the KGB wanted them back, badly.
There he goes.
Are you quite sure that he made the drop?
One list in the briefcase. He left it on the floor next to Kane's feet. The other one is in the rolled-up newspaper on the table.
We can take them now.
No, we can't. Kane's too good. We take them the way we decided.
It's risky, Jason.
Far less risky than an open fight in the airport cafeteria. I don't know that girl, but Kane certainly won't go down easily.
You're the boss.
Exactly. I haven't followed those blasted lists across the channel twice to lose them now.
All right.
Lovely, thank you.
Can I fasten your seatbelt for you?
Would you like to?
You know something?
What?
I think I might fancy you.
How lovely.
If you stop being so bleak and sulky.
I can't help it. It's the relief.
We're taking off.
That's what I mean. Relief. It's been a bit of an anticlimax, really, hasn't it?
It ain't over yet.
Yes, but here we are, on our way home. Job's done and not a shot has been fired.
It was all wrong. They couldn't be that stupid. I'd never underestimated the KGB, and it had kept me alive for longer than I deserved. But the girl was right. The plane lifted from Munich and set a course for Heathrow, and not a bleating thing had gone wrong.
When, Jason?
Over the channel. We're still crossing Germany, then the Dutch coast. We take them over the sea.
Yes, much better.
The German Air Force is trigger-happy. I don't want to be shot down in flames.
No more do I, Jason, darling.
And we operate exactly as planned, and precisely when I give the word.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're now crossing the Dutch coast. If you look down to your right, you will see the Hook of Holland passing below us. As you see, there's a heavy cloud bank gathering. It is still raining over England. We will arrive at Heathrow Airport in exactly 25 minutes. I trust you will enjoy the rest of your flight with us.
Excuse me a second.
Where are you going?
To have a word with our friend Weber.
They won't allow you in there.
I think they will.
They're very fussy about people on the flight deck, what with all the hijackings.
How do you know?
I used to be an air hostess on Air Britannia.
I've seen you before.
Hallelujah! I thought you'd never remember.
All right. Wait here. I won't be long.
Jason, he isn't there.
Who?
Kane, the girl sitting alone.
And he's in the toilet or something, just as well.
He would have had to pass us.
No, he wouldn't. They're at both ends of the plane. Come on. This is it.
I'm frightened.
Too late for that now. You know what to do. Come on!
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilansberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park and much, much more. Call now to make your reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000 or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
There's nothing to worry about, Mr. Kane. England will soon be below us.
Yeah? How can you tell?
Heavy cloud, yeah? There's always heavy cloud over England. I remember from the war.
Which war?
Last war. The 110 fighter bombers.
Hello. But you're not old enough.
Thank you, but yes, I'm old enough. I was 16 in 1944.
16? And they let you...
No, not let. They made me fly. Was that or going to the Russian front? I was a good pilot.
Well, let's hope you still are.
Yes, I think so. 47 is not old.
Well, you don't look it.
Again, thank you.
How did you get mixed up with the BND?
German intelligence? No, I was never with the BND.
Then, I mean, how did you...
Come by the lists. I work for you, the English. Yeah, it's quite safe to talk. So the co-pilot is wearing earphones. All he can hear is the radio.
DI-6?
Correct.
Why?
Very hard to explain. I told you I flew bombers, fighter bombers. It meant that I had to drop my bombs from a very low altitude. I frequently saw the effects of my work. I think 16 is a very impressionable age, huh?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Small token of recompense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right then. Now I'll leave you to fly your aeroplane.
Oh, no, excuse me, sir. I'm afraid you cannot get.
Who are you?
Doesn't matter. Please raise your hands, both of you.
I know you.
Again, it doesn't matter. Captain, I'm taking over command of your aircraft. You will do exactly as I tell you.
You can't let him back.
You have no hope, my friend. One man armed with a gun against all of us.
I'm not that stupid, my friend. My assistant is outside this door. She, too, is armed. If you offer me any resistance, she will start to shoot your passengers, one by one.
What do you mean, delayed? I see. You mean you can't trace it. Now, listen to me, whoever you are. That aircraft is vital to Britain. Vital, do you hear? I want it found and brought back to Heathrow immediately. I don't care how difficult it is, and I don't care how you do it, but I want that plane, and I want the people in it, all of them. I want them alive. Now, get to it.
Right. That'll do for a start. Now that the radio is totally smashed, you can't call for help, can you?
And you cannot radio your demands to the authorities.
I have no demands that the authorities need to know about.
Yeah, I didn't think you had.
Clever man, Mr. Kane. I have never underestimated you.
You're Jason.
I didn't think it'd take you long to remember. Jason, yes. And I have a little score to settle with you, but it can wait. I want those lists, please.
And when you've got them, what happens to the plane?
That'll be taken care of.
If we go down, you go with us. If we land at Heathrow, you get nicked. You can't win, Jason.
Oh, but I can. Captain Weber, do you know what this is?
It looks like a chart.
Exactly what it is. A chart. A chart of Eastern Europe. You will find an airfield marked on it.
Yeah, I see it.
Good. It's a deserted wartime airfield. You'll take us there and land.
That will not be possible.
Why not?
I have no way of knowing the condition of the field. This is a large aircraft. The runway is not long enough, then we will crash.
It's long enough. It's all been worked out.
Europe is under heavy cloud. I will need a radio beacon to follow.
There are enough beacons marked on that chart. Use the one nearest the field. When we get there, we go down under the clouds and you can see where you're going.
It's too dangerous.
Right. Then I will start shooting your passengers, one by one, until you agree. Well, Captain Weber?
You'll have to do what he says.
You see, Kane is the clever one. Listen to him, Weber.
I thought it was too good to last.
Yeah, so did I.
The passengers are being very good, I must say.
That's because they don't know that anything's up yet.
They suspect. They always do. There's an atmosphere.
How do you mean?
When you've flown as long as I have, you feel it.
Yeah, well, I'll take your word for that.
I'm sorry we had to hand over the lists. I felt safer with those. We still had something to bargain with.
Yeah.
You're very calm.
I've got a feeling, that's all. Klaus Weber's up to something.
For all our sakes, I hope it's something good.
Do be careful, you two.
That's the lady with the gun.
I don't think I like her very much, Adam.
Jason told me about you, Mr. Kane.
Has he?
In fact, he's told me exactly what to do with you.
And what's that?
If there's any sort of trouble at all, then I shoot you first.
That's a relief.
And then your lady friend. So you two had just better behave, hadn't you?
Hello. Now listen carefully and don't interrupt me. What? I said don't interrupt. This is Spencer Dickens. I want G7 emergency. That's right, G7. We are picking up the emergency transmission from that aircraft. We assume that it's been hijacked, but the emergency transmission is giving us a very uneven flight pattern. He seems to be flying in large circles over Essex. I've cleared all traffic from the area, and I want you people to stand by. That's right. The moment he looks like landing, then we move in. And for heaven's sake, don't make a mess of it.
How far?
We're getting close to the beacon now.
Good.
Soon I will have to descend below the cloud. If it is too low, then we shall probably crash.
If it's too low, you can get clearance for one of the commercial airports.
No, that is impossible.
Why?
Because you've broken my radio, that is why.
He's going down.
How can you tell?
I can feel it in my ears.
Yeah, I think I can too.
Down into East Germany.
I hope not.
That's where he wanted to go.
Yeah, only...
You two, sit quite still and shut up. Do you hear me?
Oh, yeah. We hear you, darling.
Funny. Jason said you were tough, Adam Kane. Right at this moment, you don't look very tough to me.
Cloud is low.
Keep going down.
I haven't been able to get a barometer reading. I cannot trust my altimeter.
Keep going down. The cloud has to break sometime.
It may not. It may be right onto the ground.
No, it isn't. There, I saw a break.
Yeah, break.
You can see the ground now. The airfield should be to your left somewhere.
Yeah, I can see it.
Where?
There, those trees. There's the boundary.
Then get down onto it and don't waste time.
I must pass over once.
Why?
I want to see for myself the condition of the strip, the wind direction.
No, you don't. No more chances. Put the plane down now.
We're landing.
Yeah, even I can tell that.
But where?
Look out the window. What do you see?
Trees. They could be anywhere.
Right. That bird's not sitting down and strapping herself in.
I noticed. She's going to be off balance when we touch down.
Right.
Coming up.
Now, I've got your gun, sweetheart.
It won't do you any good. We've landed. We're in East Germany.
Yeah?
Look, you can see the cars coming across the fields towards us.
Yeah.
Adam, cars. Dozens of them all round the plane. Someone coming up to the hatch. The hostess is opening up. Shall I stop her?
No, let them in.
Adam Kane, where the devil are you?
Over here, old love. Come and collect the bits and pieces.
It was quite simple, really. The heavy cloud, he had no way of telling where we were going. It simply flew in circles.
Yeah, but just how did you find that old airfield in Essex?
I told you. During the war, I used to fly Messerschmitts. That was one of my targets. Even in the cloud, it was easy to find.
Jolly well done. Those radio messages helped too.
Radio? But I thought they smashed the radio.
Yeah, they had, the main radio. But since all the hijacking, we have had an emergency reserve radio that broadcasts the identification of the plane over and over. A continuous message on tape.
We were able to plot you from the ground. We guessed which field you were heading for. Now we have the lists and Jason and his girlfriend nicely locked up.
And you didn't need me at all, did you?
Oh, Adam, what a sad thing to say. Of course we needed you.
Viv.
Yes?
This bird's too bleatin' sulky for her own good. Better send her back to being an air hostess.
My Name is Adam Kane is written by Dale Cutts and directed by Margaret Heel.
My name's Adam Kane.
I.B.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My world is neatly divided into two parts, day and night. Part 1 you can have, with its fume-laden sunshine and noisy peddlers selling everything from eternal youth elixirs to slightly used atom bombs. Part 2 I'll stick with. The neon signs that have just been turned off. The cop trying the door of Sam's We Pay Cash for Everything second-hand store. Yes, I'm happy to commit the merry sunshine hours to sleep. Therefore, my phone ringing at 11 o'clock in the morning can constitute a dissonant, irritating, and annoying sound. No, wrong number. What do you want?
This is Billy at the paper. That you, Randy?
Yeah, it's me, Randy.
Lucky I found you home.
Sure.
Special delivery letter just came for you.
So, who's it from?
It doesn't say on the envelope.
Well, open it if you haven't already.
Well, it's signed Dolly Graham.
I'm booked solid for the next 2 weeks.
It's that Dolly Graham, Randy. I'll read it to you.
Look, Billy.
Dear Mr. Stone, you're always looking for a story. I've got one for you. I can prove that I was not responsible for Mrs. Thompson's death, that I have been framed.
What Thompson did?
There's more. Please come and see me today, signed Dolly Graham.
That's great. Now maybe you'll tell me who Dolly Graham is.
Try reading the Star once in a while, Randy. Dolly Graham is the girl whose car crashed into Paul Thompson's and killed his wife. She was convicted last week on a manslaughter charge.
Which Thompson? The guy running for the state senate?
That's him. That's why I called you, Randy. The boss thought there might be a story in this.
Oh, fine. Well, tell him to break up a canasta game and send one of the day boys over to see her.
As long as she sent you the letter personally.
Oh, I ought to take this phone and rip it off the wall. 11 o'clock in the morning.
Look, Randy, Paul Thompson's news these days. If the paper could hit the street with something hot.
Where is she?
Women's Detention, California Avenue. Might be a good idea if you came down here first and read up a little on the trial.
Did I say I was going?
You're fighting it, Randy, but you're losing.
Okay. I'll be right down, but I'll hate myself for it. I adjusted my perspective to daytime living, and a couple of hours later I was down at the paper's library reading up on the trial of the People versus Dolly Graham. The Graham girl hadn't had a chance. According to witnesses, she'd driven her car out of her own driveway at a dangerously high rate of speed and had run straight into Thompson's car. To cinch the case against her, the DA pointed out that the girl had 2 previous reckless driving citations. And at the time of the accident, her driver's permit had been suspended. Public sympathy had all been with the Thompson family. From the facts, any guy in his right senses would have forgotten the whole thing. But then nobody's ever been able to prove that I am. So I went over to Women's Detention for a visit with Dolly Graham. The matron I discovered was an old friend of mine.
Randy Stone, glad to see you. Draw up a chair.
I got a pass to see Dolly Graham, Nellie. I'll visit with you later.
Graham, what do you want to see her about?
Well, confidentially, doll, I've got a little steel saw for her.
All right, come on. I hope you're not going for that malarkey about her being innocent.
Well, I got an open mind, Nellie. You know that.
Those wild, irresponsible kids put him behind the wheel of a car, and it's murder, plain murder.
Well, that's just what the DA said.
Do you know her license had been suspended?
I read that.
What do you want to mess around with her for? There's an open and shut case.
I don't like open and shut cases.
Cheesecake.
That trial read like a bad play written for the star performer only. In this case, Mr. Paul Thompson.
You're crazy, but I love you anyways, Randy. Maybe if you shave regularly. Hey, you got a visitor, dearie.
Who is he?
19 years old. She might as well be 90. 10 minutes, Randy.
Okay.
If you need help, just holler. And I wouldn't be too surprised. Well?
I'm Randy Stone.
What does that call for? 3 cheers?
Well, I'm the Randy Stone, Chicago Star, the one you sent for.
I sent for you? Oh, you must be nuts. Got a cigarette?
Yeah, here. Keep them.
Thanks. What are you staring at?
You're just a kid. A frightened kid trying to hide it behind a cloud of cigarette smoke.
All right, so I'm scared. What do you want?
I got this letter from you this morning, special delivery. This was your idea.
I didn't write any letter. Let's see it.
Here.
It's my name, but I didn't write this letter.
Well, read it.
I am.
Make any sense to you?
Just this about George Saunders. He was in the car with me when it happened.
Not according to the testimony.
I beat it before the police got there. I told them about it at the trial, but they didn't believe me.
Why'd he run out on you?
Broken parole, I think, in Kansas or Wyoming, someplace like that. They tried to make a deal with me.
Who did?
They told me if I pleaded guilty, to be treated just like any other traffic accident. But I told them, no, it wasn't my fault. So they made it manslaughter. A politician's wife was killed.
Well, your record made it a cinch to convict you.
Thompson's car crashed into mine, I tell you.
Car has always been sort of a mechanical toy to you, hasn't it?
Oh, not another lecture coming up.
I'm sorry, Dolly. That's the good citizen in me. Keeps coming out every once in a while. Go on.
My lawyer told me not to try and buck Paul Thompson. He said Thompson couldn't afford any unfavorable publicity on account of his running for the Senate. So, here I am.
I'd like to know who sent this letter.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Stone.
Well, you keep talking. Try to... Well, tell me anything that you can remember.
I was waiting for this car to pass. My car was standing still in the driveway. I swear it. Then his car started weaving like he was drunk or something. Next thing I know is the crash.
Well, the Thompson car rolled over on its side. You remember that?
First thing I saw was her, his wife, lying on the street, dead. I heard someone trying to get out of the other car, so I ran over to see if I could help.
And by this time, your boyfriend had disappeared, I take it.
Mr. Thompson was helping his daughter out. He said something to her, and she started running down the street.
What did he say to her?
I heard it, but I don't remember exactly.
Well, he testified in court that he told her to go and bring a doctor. Is that what he said?
No. There's nothing about a doctor. He told her...
What?
I'm trying to think. Something about home.
The words. Try to think of the exact words.
Go on home, I think he said. Go on home, Anne. I'll look after things myself. That's all he said to her.
This friend of yours, George Saunders.
And Mr. Thompson kind of staggered over to where his wife was, and he fainted. Then the people started coming around. They started shouting at me and blaming me. And Mr. Bell told everybody he'd seen me do it.
That's the next-door neighbor?
He lied. He told them it was my fault. I don't know why, but he lied.
I'll have a talk with him, Dolly.
Oh, it's no use. What did the DA call me? An irresponsible, wild-eyed lady of the night? You should have seen the way the jury's eyes lit up when he said that. I knew it was all over then.
You haven't told me about Saunders. Where can I find him?
He played clarinet at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. Know where it is?
Yeah.
They wanted me to plead guilty to just the accident. Well, I guess I should have. Yeah, there's something screwy about Thompson helping the girl out of the car, but I can't think what it is.
Time's up, Randy.
Okay.
Do you believe me, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, I believe you, but what does that mean? Nothing. I'm a notorious screwball about such things. I believed her. Maybe it was intuition. Maybe it was just a frightened, pleading look in the girl's eyes. I went back to the office and read the trial records again. If ever a conviction had been prefabricated, Dolly Graham had gotten it. The evidence had been flimsy, the witnesses unreliable. And several times the jury had been reminded of Mr. Thompson's fine record as a citizen in the community. I worked myself into a belligerent frame of mind and went looking for Mr. George Saunders at the jazz bar on Higgins Avenue. A waitress told me he hadn't worked there since the day after Dolly Graham's accident. By 2 a.m., I was convinced that George Saunders wasn't in Chicago. So I went back to the office and wrote a nice vitriolic column about trials and courtroom procedures. Nothing specific, you understand. Just a poisonous bit about how many people are railroaded into jail sentences because of a willingness to find a person guilty before the trial. Then I went home, set the alarm for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I went to bed. The mechanical monster did its work, and by 2 o'clock I was climbing the few steps to Mr. Bell's porch, Dolly's neighbor, the one who'd sworn he'd seen the accident take place. Mr. Bell? That's me. What do you want? It's about that Thompson accident case.
I ought to start charging for all the talking I've been doing about that.
My name is Stone. I'm with the Chicago Star.
I read it all the time.
Well, we're thinking of doing a feature story, pictures of you and your wife, the works.
As soon as she moved into the rooming house next door, I knew what kind she was.
You saw the actual crash take place, Mr. Bell?
I was sitting right here. She came shooting out of her driveway. She was doing 40, I bet. Reckless. Murderous reckless.
Your chair was right there where it is now?
Same spot. I told the missus the day that girl ran over my dog, she'll kill a person someday. And she did. She killed that poor Mrs. Thompson.
Well, maybe you just heard the crash, Mr. Bell. Could that be?
I seen it, I said. She ran over and killed my dog. And did it deliberate. And you think she was sorry? Not her.
Mind letting me sit in that chair for a minute?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
What do you want to do that for?
I'm just trying to figure out how you could have seen the driveway from here. All I can see is a brick wall and 2 big trees.
And you wouldn't make me have to be a liar, would you? I seen it all.
You must have yourself a trick set of eyes, then.
I told them in court I seen it, and they believed me.
Well, maybe you saw it because you wanted to see it. You weren't exactly fond of that girl, you know.
It's nothing to do with it. If I hadn't seen it, I'd have said so.
You'd have had to be hanging a foot over the railing before you could have seen the accident.
Well, maybe that's what I was doing then. You can't make no liar out of me. You go talk to Miss Marks. She lives in the same house as that Graham girl. She's seen it, too.
Uh-huh. I'm going to. Oh, is it all right if I send somebody around here later to take some pictures?
Why, sure thing. And, see, if you're writing something in the paper, don't forget to say that the missus is a fine dressmaker. Oh, she's one of the best in this section.
Well, we'll headline that fact.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. This is a call to service for 50,000 young women. That figure, 50,000, is the number of student nurses needed this year, and the need is acute. Women trained in the nursing profession are wanted because of increased requirements in serving the armed forces. And there is also a greater demand for nursing services for the civilian population. Hospital admissions throughout the country have increased from 10 million in 1940 to nearly 17 million yearly. It is estimated that 1 out of every 10 girls graduating from America's high schools this year must enter nursing schools if the 50,000 student nurse quota is to be met. Student nurses pursue interesting, vital subjects in well-equipped classrooms and laboratories. After completing their training, they can choose between work with the armed forces, work in hospital service, private duty, research, teaching, public health, or some other interesting field. Now, to qualify as a student nurse, a young woman must be a high school graduate or college student of good health and character. To answer this call, go to your nearest hospital or collegiate school of nursing or talk with your school advisor. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
This thing was beginning to scare me. Mr. Bell couldn't possibly have seen that accident. Yet the Supreme Court couldn't have shaken his testimony. The girl had killed his dog, and since that day he'd carried around enough malice in his heart to be able to send her to prison on a phony charge. I went next door to the rooming house where Dolly had lived. Miss Marks, another one of the witnesses against the Graham girl, lived in one of the upstairs rooms.
Yes?
I'm a newspaper reporter. I'd like an interview with you.
Oh, come on in. I'll turn the radio off. You sit down.
Thank you.
Care for some wine? Sherry?
No, thank you.
Sherry's good for you. The other stuff's poison.
So I've heard.
Makes you feel better if you're ill. And it helps time go quicker. You were talking to Mr. Bell next door about Dolly Graham. I heard you through the window. Do you know Dolly? She had more boyfriends.
No.
She's a good-looking girl. Her hair's just like mine was. Mine was natural, though. Did you think it to see me now? I was very pretty, too.
Sure, and you're not out of it yet. About the crash.
Oh, I'm tired talking about that accident.
You heard her leaving her room?
Laughing. He was kidding her.
Well, in court you said that she came out alone.
I said I wasn't sure she was with somebody else.
Oh. But you heard a man's voice.
Maybe. Oh, there were no long, empty evenings for her. Not like some people have. She used to rib me about it. Said she'd fix me up with a date, stuff like that. It hurt.
You were looking out of the window when it happened?
Yes.
There was nobody in Dolly's car with her?
No. She said he ran out on her. I didn't see him. That's a laugh, isn't it?
That's hilarious.
When it came right down to a pinch, she was alone, too. Even the young, pretty ones are alone. I had a time of it when the reporters and police started coming around. But even that didn't last long.
Did you see... Oh, never mind.
Oh, I'm not much good to you, am I, mister?
Well, thanks anyway. I checked into the office about 3 o'clock. Billy, the managing editor's girl, Friday, collared me.
Randy, come into the office for a minute.
What's the matter, Billy? You look very unhappy about something.
Not me, the managing editor. It's, this morning's column of yours. It's directed against Paul Thompson, isn't it?
Well, generally speaking, yes. Specifically, no.
Well, you know the Star is supporting him in his bid for the Senate.
Yeah. If I insinuated the trial left a pretty foul odor behind, it's because I think so.
A judge tries her, a jury convicts her, but Stone the Avenger thinks she's been railroaded.
Like a rocket-powered express.
Thompson's attorney's phone. The M.E. wants no more of it.
Oh, I see.
As a matter of fact, Thompson wants to talk to you.
Since when is the Star influenced by politicians?
Proof's one thing, Randy. Conjecture's another. Give the boss proof and he'll print it.
The girl is taking a phony rap, I'm sure of it.
All right, get yourself fired.
I sent one of the photographers down to take some pictures from the neighbor's house. Those pictures are going to prove the guy was lying. He said he saw the accident. He couldn't have.
You're going to need something a lot more conclusive than that before you can make a story out of it, Randy.
I know it. I'm working on 2 more angles. First, to find out who wrote this letter. Then to find Dolly's boyfriend, the missing musician.
You believe there was a guy with it?
Yeah.
Let me look at that letter.
A friend of mine, Alf Harriman's on the board of the local musicians union. He's trying to trace this Saunders for me. If he phones while I'm out, will you take a message?
Mm-hmm. This is a girl's handwriting, Randy.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Was mailed from Wilmette late last night. It's about 30 miles from here. High-class residential section.
I live here, remember?
The boss told Mr. Thompson you'd call him as soon as we heard from you.
It's late, Billy.
He said no matter what time it was, he wants to see you.
Well, I'll go see him now. Don't forget, if Harriman phones, take the message.
Harriman?
The guy from the musicians union about Saunders.
Oh.
Now, how about Paul Thompson?
He lives in the Nelson Apartments on Lakewood Terrace.
Good. I'll call you as soon as he's had me bounced out on the street. Half an hour later, a nurse ushered me into Thompson's study. She'd warned me that Mr. Thompson was a pretty sick man and that I shouldn't say anything to excite or disturb him. She closed the door behind me. He looked old and tired, and he waved me to a chair near him.
I'm sorry I can't rise to receive you. I haven't been very well.
I'm sorry to hear that. You left a message. You wanted to see me.
Obviously, we had to meet very shortly, so I took the initiative.
Yeah, I'm told that you were disturbed about my column in this morning's Star.
Both its tone and contents were clearly directed against my family.
I was attacking a series of principles, not any individual.
Running as I am for the Senate next month, your insinuations must have an adverse effect on my campaign. I have learned that you are conducting a private investigation into the tragic death of my wife.
Well, to deny that would be stupid.
In the face of such overwhelming evidence as was presented in the court, do you mean to say that further inquiries could serve any useful purpose?
Well, that remains to be seen. I'm interested in facts only, Mr. Thompson. I think you can help end my investigation here and now.
How?
Well, let me talk to your daughter. Is she home?
She's in no condition to see anyone. Poor child is on the point of a serious breakdown. She's never recovered from that horrible night.
A few words with her, that's all I want.
It's impossible.
Everybody get out of the building, right?
Man battle station, torpedo.
My name's Adam Kane. Cops all over the world know about them. They don't like them, but they can't work without them. We've got them in our shady business, too. Men and women who make a sort of living, buying and selling. Sometimes taking, but never giving. They deal in our stock in trade, information, and not the sort you get at the public library either. We call them narcs.
Oh, come on, Mr. Kane. It's worth more than that.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's my word. It's worth something, my word.
About as much as your neck, Johnny.
You know how to hurt a bloke's feelings, Mr. Kane.
10 quid, and that's me top whack.
15.
12 and 50p.
Done.
So, what's the story that's going to burn them up in Whitehall?
Birds.
Birds?
Yeah, the tough kind.
Vultures?
Oh, don't be funny, Mr. Kane. Not that sort of bird. The ones with legs and, well, you know.
I get the drift.
You know about this women's liberation cobblers?
Yeah. And that ain't worth $12.50.
Wait till you hear. If you blokes don't do something sharpish, this lot's gonna take over the bleeding world.
Revlon, the creators of That Man and Pup, essentially male grooming aids, present Adam Kane in
The Avery.
There's a fragrance that's new today and they call it Charlie. A whole new fragrance that thinks your way, yeah, they call it Charlie. Kinda young, kinda now, Charlie. Kinda free, kinda wow, Charlie. Kinda fragrance that's gonna stay and it's here now, Charlie.
Charlie by Revlon, a most original fragrance.
Pub.
The Silent Persuader. Rugged grooming essentials. Created for men, real men. Pub.
I suppose I could have written it off to expenses. $12.50 wasn't much, and petty cash could stand it. I didn't have to say how I'd spent it. I didn't have to make a fool of myself. I could just see Devonish's face. Got the latest here for you, sir. The women's liberation movement is about to take over the world. Got it on the highest authority, sir, in Hyde Park, just this morning from Johnny the Narc. And he ought to know. Devonish had split his sides after he'd thrown me down the stairs. But I'm a thrifty bloke, and I didn't want to kiss that money goodbye without making certain. Silly me.
Good morning, sir. Can I help you?
I don't know.
Was it something you wanted to buy, a present perhaps? For a young lady friend?
Could be. You own this place.
The shop isn't for sale, sir.
And you? What about you, mate?
I beg your pardon?
Are you the owner?
I really don't see you.
Simple enough question.
No, I am not. Now, can I show you something?
I'd like to speak to the owner.
Is it on business?
Yeah, my business.
I'll see if she's free.
You do that. It was what you'd probably call a boutique in the best part of Oxford Street. Small, quiet, and bleeding expensive. I could tell that by the carpet and the wallpaper and the fact that nothing had a price tag on it. They didn't want their customers to get heart attacks before they signed their checks.
Yes.
She was expensive too. There wasn't a price tag on her.
My assistant said you wanted to see me.
That's right.
Is there something wrong?
Should there be?
I hope you're not here to waste my time.
You own this place?
If it's any business of yours.
That's not a nice way to talk to customers, lady.
Are you a customer?
I might be.
Then I'll let Mr. Phelps deal with you. As I said, I am rather busy.
You heard of a place called The Aviary?
The what?
You heard. It's a place where they keep birds.
Who are you?
Then you do know about the place.
I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about. Good morning. Mr. Phelps, will you see this gentleman out?
Now, look here. I think it would be better if you left immediately.
Oh, don't threaten me with violence, mate. I've got a weak heart. So, I left the boutique in Oxford Street and wandered into a nearby cafe to think. The tall bird who owned the place was something else. Tall, elegant, and tough as old boots. Johnny the Narc had mentioned a place called the Avery, a club, not listed in any guide to London. A political club, he said, for militant feminists. The chairman, or chairperson, or whatever, was someone called Martha Treadgold, who owned a boutique in Oxford Street. So far, he was dead right. And I was beginning to get a tiny bit worried.
Amy?
Yes?
Are you busy?
Not so you'd notice.
Someone was in the front room a moment ago, a man. Phelps says he's just gone into the cafe on the corner.
A policeman?
No, I don't think so. Not the police type at all. Small and cockney and rather full of himself. I think he's trouble.
For the store or for us?
I couldn't care two hoots for the store, dear.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Pop into the cafe, see if he's still there. I want to know more about him.
Like that?
However you feel like, dear. Just find out.
I should have chosen another place. It's hard to think when the milk's warm and the tea's cold and stewed.
Is this seat taken?
And when the customers look like she did.
I'm sorry, did you hear me?
Yeah. I mean, no, help yourself.
Oh, thank you. You shouldn't have had their tea.
I'm beginning to work that one out.
They make very good coffee. They're Italian, I think. We never drink their tea.
We?
Oh, my friends. The people I come in here with.
Oh.
I haven't seen you here before.
That's because I've never been here before.
Do you really like tea?
Yeah.
Well, there's a much nicer place across the road. They make good tea. In fact, that's what I feel like. It's so crowded in here.
Yeah. Isn't it?
I'd better lead the way. I know where it is.
Well, I'm not stopping you. They weren't wasting time, whoever they were. That was the neatest pickup since that time in Hamburg. She was smooth and confident, too confident. I wasn't surprised when we got to where we were going.
This is it?
Well, this ain't a cafe.
I know. It's my flat. Go on in, it isn't locked.
You trusting little soul, you.
Not really. I have a flatmate.
I can't wait. What is he, an Olympic wrestler?
No. Go on in there. Make yourself at home. I'll put the kettle on.
Very nice. Very neat. Like a doctor's waiting room, but no magazines. And no fish tank.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you Amy's friend?
Well, I don't know. Is Amy the tall bird with the long dark hair and boots?
Yes.
She's in the kitchen putting a kettle on. Who are you?
I'm June.
Well, hello, June. My name's Adam. Adam Kane.
Please sit down.
So? What about you?
Well, you are Amy's friend, aren't you?
Well, that doesn't stop you talking to me.
Amy doesn't often bring friends home.
No?
No.
What do you do?
I beg your pardon?
For a crust. Don't you work?
Oh, yes. I'm a model.
Yeah, that would make sense. And Amy?
The same.
Yeah, it's very nice for the two of you. Funny, this place. I wouldn't have thought...
What?
Well, it doesn't seem as if two dolly birds lived here.
Here we are. Tea. Oh, you've met June then.
Yeah,
How do you like it?
as it comes.
Help yourself to milk and sugar.
Didn't anyone tell you to put the milk in first?
Oh,
They say you drown your love if you pour the milk onto the tea.
do they really? What a terrible risk to take. June?
No, thanks. What's it like?
Well, give us a chance. I haven't tasted it yet.
It's a new brand. It was a special at the deli.
Not too bad. Better than the Italian cafe.
Oh, we never drink tea there.
Yeah.
What's the matter? June, take his cup. He's going to drop it.
What? Would it... In the... Oh.
He's out. That stuff works like a charm, doesn't it? Ring Martha. Tell her to collect the remains.
It was the flats who'd given it away. Nobody lived there, I was sure of it. A sitting room like a doctor's waiting room. 1 or 2 pictures on a wall, like pages torn from a calendar with frames around them, and chairs and a sofa. Nothing else. Just clean and polished. The pickup for 2 dolly birds, both of them. I was a sitting duck.
Careful now.
Who is he?
Here's not to reason why, Grover.
Poor bloke. Took bad, was he?
So it would seem. On to the bed. Now the chains.
He should have known better, shouldn't he?
Feet and arms, 1 each.
I know, I've done it before.
This is a special one. Martha doesn't want us to take any chances.
Yeah. Won't get out of that lot in a hurry.
All right, Grover. You've done your bit. Off you go.
Who is he?
I have no idea. It's none of your business anyway. Go on.
He looks, sort of tough, don't he? I bet she's going to have fun with this one. She's a right old tiger when she...
Thank you, Grover. Off you go.
Right, ma'am. Oh, I was only finishing off. Hey, he's very secure there, ma'am. No trouble from that one, ma'am.
You too, Phelps.
Yes, of course.
I don't want to be disturbed.
No, of course
I want
not.
to close the door after you.
Yes.
Now then. Yes, exactly right. It's coming round. Can you hear me?
Oh,
you? You can hear me. Open your eyes.
Who?
We've met before.
Yeah. In a shop.
Well?
Oh, where am I?
Let me ask the questions, please. To start with, I'd like to know who you are. You're securely locked up. Now, Amy says you gave your name as Adam Kane. Who do you work for, Adam Kane? Oh, it isn't the police. You carry no identification. It's the Secret Service, isn't it? Mr. Kane, it won't help you to hold anything back. I'll find out in the end. It will just make your passing a little more comfortable. You are going to die, you see.
Revlon meets the fashion challenge of yesterday, today, and tomorrow with the total look that says now. Whatever the trend in this ever-changing world of fashion, Revlon is there to meet the challenge, creating a kaleidoscope of colors, shades, makeups, and fragrances to match your every mood with a look that says now. This is the wonderful world of Revlon. Never out of date, way out ahead. Revlon.
Moondrops Perfume Plus, a fragrance that spells compulsion, creating an aura of supreme sophistication and an awareness that is unforgettable. Its promise lingers on and on from one midnight to another. Moondrops Perfume Plus, the most magnetic fragrance a woman can wear. Revlon says it in 2 seductive ways, Cologne Plus and Spray Mist. Moondrops Perfume Plus by Revlon.
There are some days when you start out by making a basic mistake. You wake up and get out of bed. It only gets worse from there. I was chained up like a scarecrow, spread-eagled on a bed, chains on me wrists and ankles. And she was sat there staring at me, smoking and staring,
The bird from the shop. The boutique.
Well?
You got a way of giving a bloke confidence, you know that?
It's only fair that you understand. I didn't force you into this situation. You came into the shop asking for trouble.
Look, it was all a mistake.
Quite so. And you made it. I'm afraid you've given me no alternative. You seem to know about us. Before you die, I shall have to know about you.
I'm just the meter reader.
The strong, silent type. You're about to prove just how much braver you are because you're a man. I'm not impressed. Oh, there's no hurry. I'll leave you for a while to think about your situation.
Who's there?
Yeah, Grover, it's me.
Oh, hello, Johnny. What you want?
You brewing up in there?
You can't come in here, boy.
Why not?
She's here. She finds you in my office, she'll blow a fuse straight, she will.
Oh, come on, Grover. Cup of tea never did any harm.
Well, do stay out of the way, here?
What's she doing here at this time of the day? She don't come to the club until dark.
She's got business to attend to.
The club's not open, is it?
Look, Johnny, you're too bleeding nosy for your own good. You're not even supposed to know this place is a club. It's secret.
I don't say nothing to nobody.
You better not, mate.
Just our little secret, eh?
Right. I shouldn't let you in here at all. The bloke gets lonely watching this place night and day. Here you are.
Oh, talk, Grover. Just her up there, is it?
Yes.
Right, oh, giggle, innit?
What is?
Like the old days my dad told me about. Suffragettes. Women jumping in front of racehorses.
They pay me, that's all I care.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. What are they doing there, Grover?
Ask no questions, mate. That's my motto.
But you said last time, you said about the meetings and the papers and everything about women taking over the...
Belt up!
Sorry. I was only... I mean, you said...
I never said nothing about what goes on in there, you understand?
Yeah, Grover. You're scared of them, aren't you?
So would you be, mate. So would you be if you... Blimey, it's her. Hey, get out. Oh, no time. Into the broom cupboard, quick.
Grover?
Yes, ma'am?
Are you alone in here?
Of course, ma'am.
I thought I heard... Well, I'm off now.
Yes, ma'am.
He's quite secure. You did a very good job.
Ta.
I don't want you going up to him, do you understand?
You don't get nothing to eat, then?
Nothing. I'll see him this evening. As far as you're concerned, there is no one chained up in that room. You have forgotten everything you've seen.
Oh, yeah, of course, ma'am.
I'll be back at the usual time. Good morning, Grover.
She gone?
Yeah, and so are you, mate. Go on, clear out.
Well, it's safe enough now. I've still got my tea.
No, you ain't. And do me a favour, go and sponge your tea off someone else.
All right, if that's how you feel.
Here, just a tick.
What is it?
In there. In the cupboard just now. You hear anything?
Yeah?
Did you hear what she said?
Me? In there? Couldn't hear a bleeding thing, mate.
You sure?
I said so, didn't I? Cheerio, Grover. Thanks for the tea.
She knew what she was about, that Martha Treadgold. Leave a bloke chained up on his back, mouth like the bottom of a budgie's cage from the drug. No food, no water, and the prospect of an early demise. It was beginning to work on me. So, I fought. I fought hard. Curzon Street, Devonish, and the rest didn't know what I was up to. I was out on my own, and in dead bother. And then I thought about them, about the birds. Amy, the tall, tough one. And June, the small, soft one.
He was rather nice.
Don't let her hear you.
They're not all bad, Amy.
I know.
That Adam Kane, there was something nice about him. In his eyes. Did you see it?
He was dangerous for us.
You don't really believe it, do you? All that Martha says.
Of course I do. We all do.
Oh, Amy, it's a bit of fun, that's all. Make the men sit up and take notice. It won't go further than that.
I think it will.
Oh, no, don't be silly.
Listen, June. You'd better get your ideas straight. You've got to understand.
Girls, what's keeping you?
Don't you knock before you walk into a change room.
Oh, dear, listen to her. Isn't that just what you're trying to destroy, sweetie? Sex distinctions?
What do you want?
Martha's waiting.
We're coming, Phelps.
There are customers waiting. They want to see the whole range.
We know. Come on, June, do me up. Let's go and show the lady how to be ladies.
It's a gentleman, actually, buying for his wife.
Martha's going to love that.
I was really near the end of my mind when the sound came. At first, I didn't know what it was. It was so quiet, like a small animal in the room, but not in the room, somewhere outside it. And then, not an animal, a metallic sound. I knew it. Someone picking the lock.
Yeah. I thought it was you, Mr. Kane.
Johnny,
That's right. You got yourself into a bit of a fix, didn't you?
you weren't having me on.
Do I ever? My word, Mr. Kane.
How'd you find me?
I had me ways. I thought, poor Mr. Kane. I can't leave him up there. Those birds can get nasty.
You aren't joking, mate.
Got you chained up, have they?
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a tricky one, getting those locks off.
Now, you can manage it, Johnny. You've done it before.
Yeah, I suppose so.
We'll get going then.
Mr. Kane, I know this is a terrible time to bring up the subject, but...
How much?
You aren't really in a position to argue, are you?
How much?
4 locks, let's say 50 quid.
50, yeah, all right.
Per lock.
Oh, you're taking a chance, Johnny boy.
Not with you, Mr. Kane. You're a gentleman.
We'll get moving then.
Nice locks, these.
Move it, Johnny, move it.
There's no hurry. She's not coming back until dark.
Now then, I think it's time we talked.
What about?
I think you both know.
The man, Adam Kane.
Yes. He's obviously from the Secret Service. They know about us.
They can't.
Well, what else can it mean? He came into the shop and asked about the aviary. No one knows about the aviary except us.
And Phelps and Grover?
They wouldn't talk. They dare not.
That means?
That one of you, one of the members...
No.
I don't see how else they could have known.
What are you going to do, Martha?
I've told the man that I'm going to kill him.
Kill him?
It was a threat, of course, to make him talk. I've left him chained up in the aviary to think about it. It may work. He should be frightened enough to talk when I go back in a moment. If not...
You can't kill him.
We agreed at the very beginning, did we not, that our movement was going to be a militant one. Any means to achieve our ends. They're joining every day. Soon we'll be strong enough to make our first move.
Martha, look, Shut up.
Thank you, Amy. Now, if this man poses a threat, then he must be removed. We can't hold him prisoner forever. His superiors at Whitehall must know about the investigation.
Won't he do as a hostage?
I wonder.
But he knows about us. He's seen all of us. He knows the addresses.
Yes. Pity about that. I think we find out what we want from him, get rid of him, and move our operation. And I think we do it tonight. Come with me, Phelps.
Yes, Mom.
And Amy, you stand guard at the door.
All right.
June, yes, June, you'd better come into the room with me. I want you to see this.
No.
June, open the door, Phelps.
Yes. He's asleep, I think.
No, he isn't. June, go and slap his face.
I can't.
You will. Wake up, Mr. Kane.
Hello?
As you see, I have come. Now, you're going to talk to us. Phelps, hand me the gun.
Gun?
Here. It's loaded. You can see that, can't you? We are a militant organization. Our aim is complete equality for women.
No, it isn't. You want women at the top. You want to run the place. That isn't equality.
Quiet. If you don't tell me who you represent and how much you know, then I shall shoot you. It's as simple as that. Now talk.
No.
Very well. No! I can't move, you fool! Let go of my hand! Ow!
She's dead! Amy, Martha's dead!
Dead! No!
All right, love. I'll take the gun.
What?
Your friends have all scarpered, darling. It doesn't look like you're taking over the world today.
Revlon meets the fashion challenge of yesterday, today, and tomorrow with the total look that says now. Whatever the trend in this ever-changing world of fashion, Revlon is there to meet the challenge, creating a kaleidoscope of colors, shades, makeups, and fragrances to match your every mood with a look that says now. This is the wonderful world of Revlon. Never out of date, way out ahead. Revlon.
There's a fragrance that's new today and they call it Charlie. A whole new fragrance that thinks your way, yeah, they call it Charlie. Kinda young, kinda now, Charlie. Kinda free, kinda wow, Charlie. Kinda fragrance that's gonna stay and it's here now, Charlie.
Charlie by Revlon, a most original fragrance.
I didn't think she meant it. I thought it was a bit of fun.
No, she was a nut.
They won't charge me with murder.
No, won't even get as far as a call.
Amy, she ran away.
Yeah, and your mate Phelps and the rest of them.
Was she mad? Martha?
Mad? I don't know. She made a one big mistake, though. She thought there were enough fanatics like her to join her cause. She didn't make allowances for the ordinary people, the ones who want to be like everyone else.
Like me?
Yeah.
And you?
Nah, not like me. I am a fanatic.
About what?
I thought you'd never ask. Move over, darling. The light switch is right there, behind your head.
My name is Adam Kane is broadcast each week at this time with Don McCorkindale as Adam Kane. The series is written by Dale Cutts, produced by Margaret Heel, and brought to you by Revlon, the world's leading fashion color house, makers of Moondrops, Natural Wonder, and the Revlon cosmetic ranges.
NBC presents transcribed Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. I guess any newspaper man will tell you that if you're a reporter, you have to be interested in people. You have to be interested in them to want to write about them, and you have to like people in order to want the facts about them set down straight so that they'll get a fair shake. Yes, you have to want to know about people, all right. Only sometimes a reporter finds out things he wishes he didn't know. And sometimes it's hard to go on liking people after you've found out. It was getting to be a habit, a nightmarish habit, standing beside Homicide Lieutenant Tilson at the morgue and hearing the same report. 3 times in the last 3 weeks we'd stood there, and now, number 4.
This one left choir practice, never got home.
What's her name?
Mary Sims.
Any connection between her and the other 3?
Yeah, they had a lot in common. All blonde, all about 25, all pretty, and all knifed to death.
Same old pattern.
4 young women from 4 different parts of Chicago. Their families say none of them knew each other. Maybe the killer knew him, maybe he didn't.
I don't think he did. I don't think it matters to him who he kills, just so long as he kills.
Yeah, I know. I read your column on it last night. Thanks for not asking for my head like the rest of the press has.
Well, I'd settle for your head if that'd solve anything. You don't have to be smart to catch up with a psychopath. You have to be lucky.
Well, maybe we're getting lucky. Mary Sims had a steady boyfriend. He's supposed to be out of town right now. But anyway, we can at least connect her to some guy. The other 3 didn't seem to go anywhere but the YWCA. You got everything you need from here?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, let's go out to the office. I want to check in with the station.
What's this guy's name, her boyfriend?
Blake. Al Blake. We're checking on him. His landlady said he left on a business trip yesterday afternoon. Mary Sims was killed last night, around midnight, we figure. The body wasn't found until this afternoon.
When did Bug call?
That's just it. Before the other 3 murders, he's always called, said he was about to kill. He didn't call this time.
Wonder why he slipped up this time.
Because he's a screwball. It takes a screwball to do a serious killing like this. It takes one to call the police beforehand. This is Bug, he always says. This is Bug, I'm going to kill her tonight. And then he hangs up. He may be sick, like you said in your column, but in my book, he's off his base. I'll get that. City Morgue, Lieutenant Tilson. Oh, yeah, he's here. Hold on. It's for you, Randy.
Oh, thank you. Hello.
Sorry, Randy. You going to languish down there at the morgue much longer?
You got a better idea?
Yeah, when's your way back to the office? I got some action going.
What kind of action?
It'll keep till you get here. Make it quick, huh?
I'll fly. Got to check into the office, Lieutenant. If you get a line on Bug or the Blake guy, let me know, will you?
Sure, Randy.
Otherwise, I'll catch up with you later. Tilson was on a spot. So was the rest of the police department. So, as a matter of fact, was all of Chicago. We've had our share of psychopaths, but this killer's pattern and method seemed somehow to show a little extra menace. Not the least of which was calling the police before committing each crime. This is Bug. I'm going to kill her tonight. Only this time, in the case of Mary Sims, he didn't call. Maybe the pattern was breaking down. Parley listened as patiently as he ever does while I told him the latest on killing number 4.
They'd better get a lead on this Bug, or whoever he is, or the whole city of Chicago will march in the police department.
Maybe they got a lead when they find this Al Blake guy.
If Tilson can't cut it, get him out of there. But you sit back all serene and philosophical, saying the police are doing the best they can. After all, they're dealing with a sick man.
Yeah. You said you had some action going, Farley.
Yeah, I do. You know Professor Murray Blenheim?
The psychologist? Well, I've heard of him. I've never met him.
No, he's due here now. As long as the Star's attitude in this is going to be so all-fired psychological, I decided to hire a guy who knows the field to do a series of articles.
What do you want me to do? Turn in my badge?
I want you to help him. You know the facts. He can handle the dream stuff. Ought to sell a lot of papers.
Yes, and that's what we're here for, isn't it?
If we don't sell papers, we're not here. It's that simple.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think hiring Blenheim is a pretty bright idea. I don't know how you thought of it.
Oh, you don't you? Well, let me tell you something. I didn't think of it. What do you think of that?
Well, I think that's wonderful. Who thought of it?
Blenheim himself called late this afternoon, said he thought there was a great need for the clinical scientific approach to the problem. Said people ought to know what they're up against, the kind of mind they're dealing with. Said we shouldn't attack problems of this sort emotionally. Said this killer was a sick man and...
Yeah, That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, but when you say it, it sounds like bad reporting. When Blenheim says it, it's true. See the difference?
Oh, sure.
Come in.
Mr. Farley?
Yes?
I'm Professor Blenheim.
Oh, glad to meet you, Professor. This is Randy Stowe.
How do you do, Stone?
Professor Blenheim?
Well, sit down, Professor. Randy and I were just talking about you.
Blenheim was a small man, and yet you could feel a stature about him. His manner was quiet and reflective, but his mind was keen with an intellect that cut through emotion to the core of fact and truth. I told him about Mary Sims and about Bug.
And this Bug chap didn't call the police this time?
Well, it's the first break in his pattern. The police haven't heard from him since before he committed the third murder.
The fellow's insane. Why do you expect him to act in a pattern when you know right off he's insane?
Probably because he has acted in a pattern up until now, Mr. Farley. All insanity, you know, is not that of a raving maniac. How simple it would be if it were. No, Bug has behaved in a specific methodical pattern until the Mary Sims murder. I believe it is highly significant that this pattern has been broken.
Well, this Al Blake, Mary Sims' boyfriend, is the nearest thing to a direct lead the police have had.
Well, maybe this boyfriend Blake and this Bug character are the same guy. That'd make it simple.
I don't think we can plan on a simple solution, Mr. Farley. Blake is so far merely the sole suspect. He may be quite innocent. We must be as anxious to protect him if he is innocent as we are anxious to convict him if he's guilty.
Well, no one wants to convict an innocent man, but everyone seems to agree that this killer is insane.
Generally speaking, yes. But insanity is not black against white, Mr. Farley. Normalcy is an area, not a point. The line between sanity and insanity is often imperceptibly faint. So faint, unfortunately, that crimes of this nature cannot so far be prevented before they occur. Oh, by the way, Stone, I've read your column. I think it's well done. Sensitively done.
Well, thank you. I've heard comment both ways.
I hope you'll feel free to call on me any time of the day or night, Stone. I want to help any way that I can, and now I must go, gentlemen. You know where to reach me if you want me. I'm in the book.
I can expect the first article tomorrow, Professor Blenheim?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Farley. Tomorrow.
Farley left shortly after Blenheim did. I checked through some mail that had come in during the day and was about to call Tilson when he called me.
We got a line on Blake, Randy. I've sent some of the boys out to his apartment. His landlady says he came home in a hurry a while ago, left again shortly afterward. He's running from something.
Has he been gone long this time?
Maybe half an hour. We got everybody looking for him. Broadcast his full description, his cars. We'll find him.
All right, I'll be down, Tilson, right away, and thank you for calling.
Sure. I hope this is it.
And so do I. Hello.
Is this Randy Stone?
Yeah, why?
This is Bug.
Bug?
You know who I am. You've been writing about me. All of them have. Now listen, I haven't got much time. You've got to listen.
Okay, I'm listening, only why call me?
Because if I call the police again, I'll have to talk a while. It'll give them a chance to trace the call. You tell them for me. Tell Tilson.
What'll I tell him?
Tell him I didn't kill the Sims girl. Get that? I didn't kill her.
Have you killed any of them, Bug?
Sure, the first 3. They were mine. I told the police I'd kill them. I did. But this Mary Sims, I didn't kill her. Somebody's trying to make it look like I did. You've got to tell Tilson, I didn't kill Mary Sims. The others, I had to kill, but not her.
But she was killed the same way, Bug. She was knifed. I've seen them all.
Don't argue with me. Just tell Tilson what I said. And listen, I've seen what you wrote in the paper about me, that I'm sick. Look, you don't understand. He makes me do it. It's his fault. I have to do it because he won't. Don't you see that?
Well, who is he? Who makes you do it?
You just tell Tilson what I said. Make sure you do that. And look, maybe I'll talk to you again. You be at the Copper Bar in an hour. Got that? The Copper Bar on Clark Street.
The Copper Bar on Clark Street in an hour. Okay, Bug, I'll be there.
Yeah, and listen, I'll find you wherever you are when I got something to say.
At that point, I didn't know whether Bug would show up at our rendezvous or not. I only knew that I'd talked to a man who sounded rational, a man who was indignant because someone was charging him with 4 murders and he'd only committed 3. I found Tilson at headquarters, reported Bug's conversation with me.
What do you think, Randy?
Well, I think I'll be at the Copper Bar in half an hour from now.
Sure. We'll all be there.
He won't show up if he thinks it's a trap.
It won't look like a trap. You go inside. We'll stake out around the place. What I meant was, do you think the guy was telling the truth?
All I know is what he said. If it was Bug, and he said it was, he admitted he killed the first 3. Now, why would he admit that and deny killing the 4th?
I don't know. Maybe he is telling the truth. Then again, maybe the guy you talked to wasn't Bug. And then, after that, Maybe Bug and Al Blake are one and the same gent. I don't know.
How about Blake? Found him yet?
No, not yet. It's a funny thing, though. That copper bar place you're going to isn't far from where Blake lives. That's what I love about this whole thing. It's full of maybes, and who knows? This could be the beginning or the end or nowhere.
Yeah. Well, you'll be glad to know my boss Farley's got the whole thing licked. He's hired Professor Murray Blenheim to do a series of psychological studies on the crimes for the Star.
Oh, swell. Tell Blenheim to stick around. Either way this thing goes, I'll be in the market for a psychologist.
At H hour, I moved into the Copper Bar on Clark Street. Tilson and some well-placed cohorts had it covered fore and aft, and even I couldn't tell where they were when I walked in off the street and sat down at the bar. There was no one else at the bar. What people were there were at tables or in the booths or draped around the jukebox.
What do you have, mister?
Bourbon, I guess. Water on the side.
Okay.
Hey, your clock there, right?
Well, just about. Yeah, it's pretty close to midnight, give or take 5 minutes. There you go.
Thank you.
You just having the one drink?
Yeah, for now. Oh, look, I might get a message here. Someone might ask for me. My name is Randy Stone.
Yeah. Oh, you already got one call.
When?
A few minutes ago. It was a guy.
What'd he say?
He just asked if you were here. I yelled your name around the joint, and I told him no one here but that name.
How about a message? You leave one?
No. Didn't leave no message.
Well, maybe that was it. Maybe I missed him. Where's your phone?
In that booth over there. Hey, maybe that's your call now.
Yeah, maybe it is. Hello? 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 Hung up on me.
Hey, what's going on out there?
Tilson.
It's okay, Randy. We got him.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Our blood banks are still badly in need of plasma and whole blood to replenish our reserve, which has been almost exhausted, according to reports from our Defense Department. As numbers of wounded continue to increase in Korea, there is a greater urgency for Americans everywhere to contribute blood. There is simply no substitute for blood in the treatment of many battle casualties. Contact your local Red Cross chapter and make an appointment to donate a pint of your blood at once. All types of blood are needed. Volunteer now and save a life. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I left the Copper Bar and its bartender in a state of shock and followed Tilson to the emergency hospital. Tilson and his men had spotted Al Blake's car on Clark Street near the bar. When he returned to the car and they approached him, he took off down the street. Tilson gave chase and winged him. I waited for Tilson to come out of Blake's room at the hospital. How is he?
He's not hurt. I caught him in the shoulder. He's scared stiff, though. Won't say a word. I don't suppose your friend Bug kept his appointment, huh?
Well, the bartender said someone called me there just before I got to the bar. Phone started ringing again about the time you drew a bead on Blake, and when I answered, whoever it was had hung up.
Proves nothing. You don't actually know it was Bug on the other end of the line before he hung up?
No, and I don't know that it wasn't. Maybe Blake's your man. That's what you think, isn't it?
That's what I hope, that's all. At this moment, about Blake, all I know is that he's running from something, and he's got a hole in his shoulder because of it.
Emergency hospital. Just a moment. Lieutenant Tilson.
Yeah, coming. Stick around, Randy. Lieutenant Tilson. Oh, yeah, Bonnie. You did, huh? Sure. Better take him to the lab first. Is that all you found? Yeah. Yeah, I'll be here. Keep in touch. Thanks, Bunny. That was one of the guys I sent out to Blake's apartment. They just found some of his clothes in the incinerator. The spots on him look like blood.
Well, you said this could be the beginning or the end. Could be both.
Yeah. I have an idea that sending them to the lab first is a waste of time. Blake's wound so tight shut in there, I'll bet all I'd have to do is show the clothes to him and he'd crack wide open. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm going to call Blenheim. If this thing is going to break, I'd like to have him in on it, okay?
Sure. Okay with me.
Hello?
Oh, Randy Stone, Professor Blenheim.
Oh, yes, Stone.
I took you at your word to call any time of the day or night.
I meant for you to. What can I do for you?
Well, it looks like a break in the case. The police have Mary Sims' boyfriend. He hasn't talked yet, but looks like something's going to give pretty soon now. I thought maybe you'd want to be here when it happens.
Oh, indeed, I would, Stone. Where are you? I'll dress and catch a taxi as soon as I can.
Well, I'm at the emergency hospital not far from you. Never mind the cab. There's time. I'll come by and pick you up.
Splendid. I'll be expecting you.
I was halfway glad of a chance for a ride. It was cooler along the outer drive on the way to Blenheim's apartment, and it didn't hurt to breathe something besides the atmosphere of the city morgue and the emergency hospital. It was still the dead of night, no tattletale gray of dawn in the east. Most of Chicago was asleep. I wondered what they'd wake up to. Professor Blenheim's apartment building was one of those good addresses on the near north side. He was in the last stages of dressing when he admitted me. His apartment was as quiet and scholarly as he was.
Sit down, Stone. I won't be a moment.
Oh, thank you. Don't rush. We're not in that big a hurry.
I'll get my coat in the other room.
Mind if I look around?
Not at all. There's brandy in the decanter.
Oh, thank you, but no thanks. You do your work here?
Mm-hmm. Some of it. My work's never done, I'm afraid. There are books to write, studies to make, committees to serve on, lectures to give.
And in your free time, you volunteer to write a series of articles for the Star.
Well, there's so much work to do in my field, Stone. Psychology is not exactly a new work, but it's relatively so in the matter of public acceptance, for example. Part of my hope for this series is that out of it may come some intelligent reaction that will one day reflect in our laws.
You're really sincere about this, aren't you? Really dedicated.
Is that so surprising?
Oh, a little. Not many men would find the time or manufacture the time, whatever it is you do, to devote to the work that you believe in.
Perhaps that's why I have the time. I have nothing else to devote my time to.
But there are other things in a man's life.
In my case, Stone, there were other things. If you're interested, there is a reason. A single human reason that drives me.
Yes, I'm interested.
Her picture's there on the desk. Her name was Catherine. She was my wife.
Oh, she was very pretty.
Yes. She's been dead 5 years.
I'm sorry.
She was murdered. The man who killed her must have had the same warped mentality we're up against in this killer.
Must have had? Don't you know?
So far as I know, Catherine's killer is still at large. The crime was never solved.
Professor Blenheim, you all right?
Yes. Yes, I just felt dizzy all of a sudden.
Here, let me help you to the couch.
Oh, it's foolishness. I'm just tired, that's all.
How about you having some of the brandy?
Oh, no thanks, Stone. It'll pass. It happens sometimes when I talk about Catherine. Remember.
Now, you just take it easy. Can I get you a doctor or anything?
Oh, no. No, it isn't that important, really. Besides, we've got to be going. There's work ahead.
No. You stay here, get some rest. I'll let you know what happens with Blake.
I really want to go, Stone. I can't give in to this thing, and perhaps I can be of some value there.
Forget it. I'll call you in the morning. I've seen men kill themselves with work before, driven by all kinds of motives. It didn't seem fair, somehow, that a man who was obviously trying so hard to forget a great grief would, by the very nature of his work, be plunged into the middle of remembering. I wanted to tell Tilson about Blenheim, but when I got back to the emergency hospital, it all seemed a little beside the point.
I thought you were going to miss the whole thing. Blake confessed.
He killed Mary Sims?
Yeah, we showed him the clothes we found in the incinerator. That cracked it. He said she was throwing him over. She'd fallen for the choir leader or something like that. Said he tried to make it look like the other murders.
Well, that was Bugg's point.
I don't know. Blake could have done them all. He says no, but you can't tell. We're going to check in the morning with the parents of the other girls to see if Blake knew any of them. Now, if anybody cares, I'm heading for the sack for a while.
Emergency hospital. Who? Wait a minute. I'll see. You Randy Stone?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a call for you.
Okay, hey, wait, will you, Tilson?
Yeah, but make it quick. I'm out on my feet.
Hello. Hello?
This is Bug.
Yeah?
I told you I'd find you when I had something to say to you.
Yes, that's right, you did. What happened to you earlier?
I was around, but I saw the stakeout. I wasn't ready to walk into the trap yet. Now listen, you've got to help me this time. Really help me.
I waved Tilson to the phone, wrote the word Bug on a slip of paper, and pushed it at him. He and the operator got busy on another line, checking the call, getting a tracer on it. I kept talking to Bug and listening.
You listening to me?
Sure I am.
You better. It's important. You know Lincoln Park?
Yeah, what about it?
The zoological gardens there? There's a big monument not far from it. Can you find it?
Yes, I can find it. Why?
Get there as soon as you can. I'll be there. I'll meet you, see? This time I'll really meet you. I've got to talk to somebody quick, you understand?
I understand. You want to meet me, I'll be there.
Make it quick. It gotta be quick. Or maybe too late. I just seen her. If you don't meet me, I'll have to kill her, too.
Bug, don't do anything. Just go to the monument in Lincoln Park. I'll be there right away. Bug. We better get out there, Tilson. He says if I don't, he's seen a girl, he'll kill her.
Don't worry, we'll have a convention out there.
He ran out on one trap you set.
We'll take our chances. How about it, Bud? You find out where the call came from?
Yeah, it's all here in the paper. It's a phone booth outside a filling station just off Lake Shore, not far from Lincoln Park.
It's right on our way, Randy. Let's go.
Tilson put out the call, and even as we sped toward the filling station Bug called from, we knew that half the police cars on the north side were closing in on Lincoln Park. They knew their business. Tilson told them how to play it. We stopped around the corner from the filling station.
Easy on the door when you get out.
You think he's standing around here waiting to get caught?
I think you're a whale of a lot better off if we can meet him here instead of the park. Come on. Just to the corner of this building now. We can see the station from here.
Yeah, I get a perfect view of a street that's empty and a station that's closed.
Guess you're right.
Anyone for Lincoln Park?
You never made a mistake, eh? Come on.
The night was still dark when Tilson let me out at the park entrance. The black ceiling of a storm coming was fastening itself across the sky from the east. I walked up a pathway toward the zoological gardens and the monument Bug designated. My insides were knotting up tight, even though I knew there was protection somewhere behind every tree and bush in the area. I stopped at the monument and waited.
You took a long time.
Where are you, Bug?
Stay there. Stay right there. I'll talk from here.
What about the girl, Bug, the one you saw tonight?
I'm tired. You don't know how tired I am. The job's too big. I thought I could handle it, but it's too big.
You're right, Bug. You're tired. You need a rest. A long rest.
She won't stay dead. That's the trouble. If she'd just stayed dead once, but she won't. I'm tired. Tired. I can't kill her anymore.
Have you killed her many times, Bug?
4 times. That ought to be enough. But she keeps coming back. I see her. Lately, I see her all the time.
Who is she?
5 years ago was the first time. He wanted her dead, but he wouldn't kill her. He made me do it, and then he let me alone until a little while ago. She came back.
3 times she came back. And I killed her. And then tonight, I saw her again.
Who did you see?
Catherine. It's always been Catherine.
You got him, Randy?
Yeah. Let's have some light on him.
Never seen him before.
I have. It's Professor Blenheim. The schism was complete now, utter and complete. There were 2 people, really. Professor Blenheim and Bug, 2 distinct people, occupied one body. Good and evil, moral and immoral. 2 worlds pulling against each other, each fighting for supremacy. 2 worlds inside one man. That's schizophrenia. As Professor Blenheim, he couldn't accept the guilt of murdering his wife, so he had dizzy spells when he thought of Catherine. And when he gave way to them, fell finally into exhaustive sleep, Bug emerged to do all the evil Professor Blenheim could not do. Like I said, you have to want to know about people to write about them. And you have to want them to get a fair shake. Yes, and sometimes you find out things about people you wish you didn't know. But once you know, you've got to set the facts down straight. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Kathleen Height, with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Professor Blenheim was played by Bill Lally. Featured were Frank Gerstle and Larry Dobkin and Ed Max. Frank Lovejoy appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Miracle of Our Lady of Fatima. Once again, you have heard Randy Stone searching through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. May I again point out that our blood banks are still badly in need of plasma and whole blood to replenish our reserve, which has been almost exhausted. Contact your local Red Cross chapter and make an appointment to donate a pint of your blood at once. Volunteer now and save a life. They're returning soon. Hear Fibber McGee and Molly on NBC.
My name's Adam Kane. People ask me why I never got married. Well, I say it's like collecting shells on the beach. You know, you wander along, and every time you see a decent-looking shell, you think, hang about, there's probably a much nicer one just a bit further along. And before you know it, you're right off the beach.
Just a moment, sir.
Oh, hello.
I'm afraid you can't go in there. That's a fitting room.
Well, it's my wife, you see. She's in there. She's been in there over an hour.
One of the reasons I never got married is the price of women's clothes. I mean, it's ridiculous. Those big bargain houses with the long lines that are ready to fall to pieces stuff are bad enough. But this place wasn't like that. I mean, there wasn't even a counter. Just acres of 3-inch deep carpet and big gilt mirrors. You sat down and waited for the models to show you the range. You had to flash a bank-certified check before they'd even let you inside.
I can't wait any longer.
Your wife?
It's right in there. That one.
I'm afraid you're making a mistake, sir. There's no one in that fitting room.
Well, of course there is. I saw her go in.
That fitting room hasn't been in use today.
Oh, look, I'll show you.
No, sir, you can't.
Adam Kane in Dressed to Kill.
You got the back page?
What?
The back page, old son. The sports section.
This bit.
Yeah, that'll do.
It's gone up again.
What?
Cherry. Up 5p.
You notice the time?
More money for the meter?
4:10. He's been in there nearly an hour and a half.
Goodness. Has he?
Went in at 3:15. Sunny's up, mate.
Well, you don't think that... Oh, no, don't be silly, Adam. It's a dress shop. What on earth could happen to him in there?
Women don't take that long to buy a dress.
It's perfectly obvious that you aren't married.
Do we go and look for him?
Well, he's not supposed to know we're looking after him, is he?
Fat lot of looking after we're doing out here.
It's all right. There he is, you see, coming out now.
Yeah.
He's going to his car. Get us started, Adam.
Where's his wife?
What?
He went in there with his wife. She isn't with him now.
I have no idea. It doesn't matter, does it? He's the important one. Oh, Adam, for goodness sake, get a move on. Look, he's starting his car. You'll lose him.
Who's that? Who are you?
Relax, old son.
Oh, it's you.
Well, I know we're not that exciting, but you don't have to look all that unhappy. We're on your side, you know.
Sorry. You want a drink or something?
Were you expecting someone else, Dr. Manicum?
What?
You came out of that bedroom like you were expecting to see someone else.
Nonsense. Why would I do that? I'm not expecting anyone else.
Not even your wife?
What?
Where is she? You lose her in town somewhere.
What's that crack supposed to mean?
I say, steady on, Manicum. That was a joke.
Sorry. I'm a bit jumpy. You guys breathing down my neck all the time.
The ambassador made it quite plain that we're only performing a service at the insistence of your own government, Dr. Manicum. You're a very important man. They don't want to lose you, do they?
Where is she, by the way?
Not that it has anything to do with you, but we had lunch at the Dorchester. She met a friend there. They went shopping together.
Then she'll be back later.
Yes, of course she'll be back later.
Now, why would he want to lie about his wife?
We don't know that it is a complete lie. She might have met a friend in the dress shop.
Well, it's not a crime to buy a dress. Why pretend that they were at the Dorchester?
I've no idea. And it's none of our business. Our job is to look after Manicum. See that he comes to no harm before the meeting on Thursday. Then he flies home to America. We go back to Curzon Street. Quite a simple little task. Far too easy for talented people like us.
This meeting thing on Thursday, this mini bomb of his.
It's not actually a bomb. It's a mini reactor for power stations. They call it a bomb because it's a fusion reactor, like the H-bomb, you know. Far more powerful than conventional reactors, generates untold power. Wonderful invention. After he's shown it to the cabinet on Thursday, we'll probably order dozens of the things from America. Can't think what it'll do to our balance of payments.
Is it dangerous?
What?
Can it blow up or something?
Oh, good gracious, no. Save us houses. That's why it's so useful.
I just thought, with a PM and the old cabinet in one room with a scientist and a mini reactor...
What are you talking about?
Well, be a bit of a muck-up if something goes wrong, won't it?
Manicum, yes?
Dr. Manicum?
Who's that?
No one you know. You may call me a well-wisher.
You have my wife.
Quite right.
What do you want?
Your wife is in excellent health, Dr. Manicum.
What do you want?
Here, listen for yourself.
Yeah? That is you?
Jill?
I'm all right. There's nothing wrong with me.
Where are you?
I don't...
You see, she is quite well. I'd like a quite private word with you, Annika. I shall contact you this evening. Goodbye.
So, gentlemen, you can see that the Manicum reactor will be a giant benefit to mankind. Not only will the fuel it uses be readily available almost anywhere on Earth, but the kilowatt output could be said to rival installations over 100 times its size. In the right hands, this little fusion device is probably the safest nuclear pile on the planet. In the right hands, it is the safest. Right hands, safest. Safest. Hello? Are you there? Hello?
Having trouble, Manicum?
Oh, yeah.
Got cut off, did you?
Yeah, that's right.
Phone service in this country is terrible.
What do you want?
I came to see if your wife was back.
No, not yet.
Most of the shops shut half an hour ago.
Did they?
You're not worried about her, are you?
Of course not. Will you please leave me alone?
If there's something the matter, you'd better tell me.
There's nothing the matter.
There's no good to try and handle things yourself. You could get in a nasty bother like that.
I told you, there's nothing wrong.
Oh, there you are. I've just had a word with Devonish.
Yeah?
The Americans are being a bit silly about Thursday's meeting. They want full security at the reactor. The full red alert business.
Why?
Well, it is a top security device and all that. And despite what Manicum says about it, something could go wrong.
Yeah. That's what I'm afraid of.
Terrible thing if it blew up in the PM's face, wouldn't it?
Don't forget, we'll be there as well.
Quite right. Between now and Thursday, the only person who is allowed anywhere near it is Manicum himself, right?
Between you and me, old darling, I'm not too sure about Manicum either. I've seen a lot of blokes under tension. Manicum was in a bad way. His hands wouldn't relax. When he held something, he gripped it tight, till the knuckles went all pink and white. He was dead scared of something. Or someone. He told us a lie about his wife. She was no more shopping around the West End than I was. They hadn't been near the Dorchester. I thought about it for a while. I mean, they could have had a bit of a dust-up. She could have walked out on him. But Hank Maynard had said that they were in love. Well, they got married a week before they left America. He was supposed to be mad about her. If someone had kidnapped her, then they could probably get Manicum to do anything they wanted. Even at night, the front of the place looked posh. Gloria et C. Well, that's all it said. There wasn't a light on anywhere, but that didn't mean there was no one at home. There was a little alley down one side. Had to be a little service door at the back. Don't know what I thought I was going to find there, but Viv and I had seen Chad Manicum and his wife walk in, and Manicum walk out again an hour and a half later without his wife. Well, it was the logical place to start looking for her.
Can I buy you a drink or something?
No, thanks. You can leave me alone.
Suit yourself?
You and that little strong-armed ape of yours.
I say, that's not a very nice thing to say about Adam Kane.
Where is he?
I've no idea. He never tells me anything. You quite sure you don't want a drink?
I want to be left alone.
Not a very pleasant chap, are you? Can't imagine what it is about Americans.
Double scotch, no ice, no water.
When the drink comes, bring it to the table in the corner.
What?
I would like to talk to you, Dr. Manicum.
You?
Relax, Manicum. Keep your voice down.
Where's Jill?
I have told you she's perfectly all right.
What do you want?
Oh, just a silly little thing.
I'm not rich. I can pay you something. Anything you want within reason.
What I want, Dr. Manicum, is not going to cost you a penny.
Funny old burglar alarm on the door. Didn't take me long to disconnect. The door was easy enough to open. The corridor, pitch dark. Not a light anywhere. Had to try and feel my way along it. Couldn't risk the torch yet. Had to try and... Blast. Clothes rack right across the passage. Careless Burks. What did they think?
Stay right where you are.
The light was blinding. I stood rooted. Couldn't work out where the voice was coming from.
Just one silly move and I'll blow your head off.
You must learn to relax, Dr. Manicum. You're a very tense man.
Stop playing the fool with me. You've got my wife. I don't know how you did it, but you nabbed her from that fitting room at the boutique.
That's quite correct. You received the note we left in her place?
Don't tell MI6 or she'll die. Yeah, I got that. The message was loud and clear.
And I trust you'd not have been stupid enough to ignore it, Manicum.
They don't know a thing.
Good. Is one of them watching you at this moment?
He was. He's gone now.
Then we get down to business. If you do as we say, your wife will be returned to you on Thursday afternoon. That is the day after tomorrow.
That's the day I meet the Prime Minister and the Cabinet.
Correct. The day you take them to your famous reactor. The day you demonstrate the wonderful potential of your amazing invention.
Oh, I get it. You want the blueprint of the reactor. That's it, isn't it? You're a commie spy. You want me to hand over my plans of the reactor.
It often amazes me to learn how naive a scientist can be. In spite of his great learning, he is still a child in the ways of the world.
What are you talking about?
I would like you to cast your eyes across this little document, Dr. Manicum.
This is
the plan of your reactor. Exactly. They have been in our possession for a number of months now.
That's impossible. The CIA
are probably aware of the situation. Nuclear reactors for peaceful purposes are not nearly as important as you imagine, Dr. Manicum.
Are you a commie?
I don't think I like the nasty way you say that word. It has the ring of the bigot about it. Commie. Rather like dog or pig.
Now you see here.
We have your wife, Manicum. Please do not forget that. That's better. Now, listen to me and listen carefully.
When my eyes finally got used to the light, I could see her. It was quite a shock. Not the great big double-barreled 12-bore she pointed at me chest, no. Her, the woman herself. She was wearing a black dress, but wearing, know what I mean? Like it was a second skin, elegant beyond belief. A tiny strand of matched pearls around her neck. Neat little black shoes under neat little nylon-covered ankles. Not an hair out of place. She was a fashion plate. Tremendous. I like the way she held the shotgun, too. Efficient.
Who are you?
The gas man. I come to read the meter.
You're not a burglar.
Well, that's nice to know.
In which case, you must be from MI6.
From where?
Hank thought you might drop in. Are you armed?
Come and have a look.
Keep your hands way above your head. I can fire this thing quite easily with one hand.
I believe you.
3/8 under the left arm. You're quite conservative, aren't you? Now then, what are we going to do with you?
What about a cup of tea and a chat?
I think we'll keep you on ice until Hank gets back. I think we'll let him decide.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
Don't sound too happy. He doesn't like MI6 at all. He'll probably ask me to kill you.
I can't do that.
Don't be silly, Malcolm. Our scientists have studied the plans. They have told me exactly what you can and cannot do with this reactor.
The built-in safety devices.
They can be short-circuited.
You can't mean it.
Naive. Just as I said.
It'd be devastating.
Exactly. A nuclear explosion in a tiny place. Everybody will be blown to little atoms. Just this big, right?
I'll be there as well. I'll be in that room.
You can time the explosion to suit yourself. You can give yourself time to get away. Our scientists have assured me it can be done.
It's impossible.
Consider the alternatives very carefully, Malcolm. Either you do as I say. Either you destroy the British Prime Minister and his cabinet, or I destroy your wife. In the most brutal fashion I can imagine.
It was dark. Just a tiny streak of light under the door. I couldn't see what sort of prison she jumped me into.
Who's there? Who are you?
But I wasn't alone.
Look, keep away from me.
Mrs. Mannequin?
Please, stay away.
Are you Mrs. Mannequin?
You know who I am.
Believe it or not, I'm on your side, Mrs. Mannequin. I'm in the same spot you are.
Who are you?
Well, it doesn't matter. I come looking for you.
Did Chad send you?
Yeah, that's right. One from your husband. I came to let you out.
Oh, that dreadful woman caught you.
Yeah.
Oh, she's quite terrifying.
Oh, I noticed.
Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you, Mannequin. Mannequin, what's the matter?
I'm tired. I'm up to bed.
I haven't seen your wife yet.
What? No, she's staying with a friend.
You might have let us know.
Excuse me.
Who were you talking to a moment ago?
No one. I was talking to no one. Excuse me.
What a very rude man.
What? MI6, I'm sure of it.
What did he look like?
Quite short, well built, good looking in a rough sort of way.
London?
What?
Does he have, what do you call it, a Cockney voice?
Oh, yes, very pronounced.
Adam Kane.
You know him?
Yeah, I know that one. You've done very well, Gloria. Very well indeed.
Thank you.
The most dangerous man in MI6. We can take no chances with that one.
Do you want me to kill him?
Not yet. Not until Thursday.
Now, the reactor's in that building over there. Mannequin, are you listening to me?
What?
I said the reactor's in that building over there.
I know where it is. I set it up.
Oh, yes, of course you did. I shouldn't be driving you there today. The meeting's not until tomorrow morning.
I told you I have to adjust it. It takes time.
What sort of adjustments?
Routine things. It doesn't run itself.
I thought that was the beauty of the thing. Fully computerized and all that.
This one's still experimental.
It is quite safe, isn't it?
What do you mean?
I mean, it won't blow up in our faces or anything like that.
Don't be ridiculous.
I'm sorry, old man. I was only asking. I wish Adam was here. I can't think what's happened to him.
I know what this is all about.
Then I wish you'd tell me, love.
They're communists. They admitted it to me.
Go on.
They're terrible people. They're going to blackmail Chad into blowing up his reactor.
What?
Tomorrow, when your prime minister's there. They want to kill the prime minister and the cabinet. You don't believe me?
Oh, I believe you, all right.
What are you going to do about it?
At this moment, sweetheart, I'm not quite sure.
Right, Kane. On your feet.
What?
You heard me. Are you getting up, or do I come in and fetch you?
You gonna shoot me, then?
It's none of your business. Where's the girl?
What girl?
Where is she, Kane? Where's she hiding?
Right behind the door.
Now!
Look out for the gun!
Adam? She's...
Don't look at her. She's dead.
She's...
Let's get out of here.
The PM's just got in, Mannequin.
Yeah.
They're waiting for you.
Yeah.
You better go in and get it over with.
Yeah, I'd better do that.
You couldn't help it. She was going to shoot us both anyway.
Oh, that terrible face.
Now the other one, the bloke.
Oh, he's a Hollander, I think. He had an accent.
Hank Fennick, I guess it's his sort of style.
Where is he?
But I guess he's going to watch the bang.
We're going to stop them. And we're going to get there on time, aren't we?
Just a moment.
I beg your pardon?
Not in there. That's restricted.
I'm a journalist. I have a card.
Press through here.
Oh, thank you.
Stop him, Pete! Get that man!
Where have you been? Oh, please, tell me what's going on.
Which way to the reactor?
Through there. Manicom's in there with the PM. Adam, no, you can't go through there.
Come on over.
Oh, who said that? Mrs. Manicom. Come back, Adam.
Manicom, don't do it. I've got your wife.
Jack, I'm here. I'm all right.
Much on at the moment.
Not much. Why?
I wondered if you could spare me for a couple of hours.
Why?
Thought I'd take Mrs. Manicom shopping.
Shopping?
For some clothes. I thought we owe her that much.
Oh, yes, that's fine. Here, just a moment. You don't mean we're going to pay for them?
That's right. Petty cash can stand it.
Don't be ridiculous, Adam. Have you any idea what women's clothes cost these days?
Yeah. And do you know the going price on a new Prime Minister?
My name's Adam Kane.
My name is Adam Kane. Is broadcast each week at this time with Don McCorkindale as Adam Kane. The series is written by Dale Cutts, produced by Margaret Heel.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Chicago was known as the Windy City, and for good reason. The winds blow by the hour and the week and the month. Off Lake Michigan, up from the plains country, and down from the heavy timbered north. If you cock your ear, you can hear 27 languages whistling in from the suburbs. Lift your nose, and the breezes will fill it with the scent of foreign cooking, the perfume of the shop girls, and the aroma of businessmen's cigars. Push your hand into the wind, and you can feel the dampness of the tears. And if you really tilt your head the right way, close your eyes, hold your breath, and listen hard, you can hear the moans of the dying. It was a busy Wednesday night. Barnes on the city desk asked me to lend a hand, and I filled in on rewrite for a couple of hours. I just finished taking a leg man's notes over the headphones when the switchboard buzzed me on a personal.
Randy Stone?
Now, speaking.
My name's Richards. I'm a doctor on a receiving ward at Cook County Hospital. Stone, an accident case just came in asking for you. A fellow by the name of John Smith.
That's a familiar name.
He was hit by a car on a Damick Street about an hour ago. We've done everything we could. He hasn't got long.
That bad?
The chaplain just administered last rites.
John Smith, huh?
Yeah.
Tell him I'll be right over, Doctor. In my day, I've run into maybe 100 John Smiths, all of them with a story to tell, a piece of news to peddle, or a lie or two they just give away. But I wondered what kind of a story this particular John Smith wanted to tell me before he died. Dr. Richards met me at the desk. We shook hands, and he walked me down to the end of the hall.
Poor devil, he's really all cracked up.
Well, what happened to him exactly?
Accident report says he crossed a Damick Street in front of the Singer Hotel. Taxi was passing a truck. It was dark.
Uh-huh.
A man in good health might survive such an injury, but not this man. He's at a dangerous point of debility. Hasn't eaten properly for months. A lot of drinking. Terribly neglected.
Oh, I see.
Here we are. He's in there.
Hello. I'm Randy Stone.
Yeah, I know. You don't remember me, Randy?
John Smith, I'm afraid.
Bend down, Randy. Take a good look.
No, it can't be.
John Smith for the obituary columns, Randy.
Frank Lyons.
Yeah, that's right, Randy. What's left of it. You were just out of the cub ranks in my day.
Frank, how did you get
It's
it?
a long story. I'm afraid I haven't got time to tell it.
Oh, what's on your mind?
A guy named Felix Henderson, Randy. Ever hear of him?
No.
Not many people have. But he's a real story. I asked you to come here because I thought maybe you...
I'd write it for you. Sure.
When I got out of Northwestern, I said I was going to be the biggest newspaper man in this town.
You were once.
Yeah, but it didn't last. In 1940, I met Cora, my wife. She was sleek and smart, and just as ambitious as I was. Maybe it doesn't fit in with the general idea, but we got married on one condition. That we both go right to the top and stay there. It worked, too. But this one night when I met Felix Henderson, Cora and I were having cocktails.
Did you get the news, Frank?
Can you stand me for another 5 years, honey?
Well, that depends.
Well, I just signed up for a 5-year renewal with the paper. My own time, my own stories, and my own column. I'm going to climb all over this town, and both of us will wind up right on top.
Frank and Cora Lyons against the world.
Yeah.
Oh, darling, tell me we aren't doing it wrong, playing it this way. Winners or nothing. It is right, isn't it?
Well, of course it's right. We've come this far together. What's the matter? Is the pace too much for you, kid?
No, Frank. You would walk out if I failed you in any way, wouldn't you?
You know it, baby. Same way you would walk out on me if I slipped. So, here's to no slips, honey. You know, I like being with you.
And I like being with you.
Mr. Lyons? Oh, yes. My name's Felix Henderson. Could we talk? I've got a story for you. Well, sure. Sit down. This is my wife.
How do you do?
My car is parked out front. Could we talk out there? Well, I do. Okay. Sorry, darling. Business.
I'll wait here.
Okay, Henderson, what is it? Lyons, I looked you up because they tell me you're a reporter. I always want a story, Henderson. Well, this isn't just a gift. I'm not offering you a rumor or something. This is my car. Okay. Well, I'll give you just 3 minutes to interest me. It's about old Stan Callahan, the big contractor. They're going to get him on an embezzling charge. Stan Callahan on an embezzling charge? Well, you're crazy, Felix. Yeah? I've got the proof right here in this briefcase. 500. Okay. Let's have it, but it better be straight. In a nutshell, it's this. Here's his bookkeeping records. It's all down here in fine print, how he did it. Oh. Can I borrow these? You cannot. You can sit here in the car and make a longhand copy of anything you want. Well, these look like IOUs. They are. Old Stan Callahan's daughter, Patricia, lost a lot of money to a gambling syndicate. Wrote them these IOUs. Callahan refused to come across it first, but the gamblers put the pressure on him. So old Stan stole the money from the company and paid off for his daughter. Where do you fit in, Felix? I'm a private detective. A certain gambling interest asked me to keep an eye on Patricia Callahan just in case she tried to leave town or something. Okay, Felix, this is a story, and you'll get your 500. So I wrote the story. My paper printed it. The Banner was sued for libel, but Callahan was never indicted. All that stuff Felix Henderson had shown me was so much junk. I was bounced and blackballed and washed up overnight. I tried to tell everybody that it was a frame, but nobody would believe me. What about this Felix Henderson? I never could break it because Felix Henderson vanished. Whoever wanted me broken, whoever it was, hired him to frame me. Never had the satisfaction of seeing me run out of town with my tail between my legs. Easy. I've hung around here every day since then. Letting this happen to me. Waiting to get hold of something that'd put me up there again. And today I saw it. What? Felix Henderson. Walking down the Damick Street. I tailed him, and when he crossed to go into the Singer Hotel, I followed. Only, with my luck, here I am. A loser again. I'll go and see him for you, Frank. Thank you. Thank you, Stone. Frank, this wife of yours, would you like me to... No, forget her, Randy. She kept our agreement and divorced me a long time ago. She's with a new winner now. Henderson, that's who I want you to see. Just Henderson. The clerk at the Singer Hotel told me Mr. Henderson was out and that he wouldn't be back for 2 hours. So I went back to the Star Morgue file and pulled out the clippings on the old Callahan story. Everything was just as Frank Lyons had said. That is all one could see on the surface. Stan Callahan had died 2 years ago and left his daughter Patricia as the only heir. I got her address, a Gold Coast apartment, and I went over to have a talk. She was pretty as a postcard and as innocent looking as your sister.
Frank Lyons? Oh, the reporter.
Yes, that's the one. He's in a hospital right now. I wanted to look into his story a little.
Well, after what he wrote about me and my father, you can't expect him to care, can you?
He's dying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look, Miss Callahan, it doesn't make any difference now what happens. It's all over. There are no witnesses here. Tell me, did Lyons ever do anything to your father that would make him want to get even?
Frankly, that's what's mystified us. We never met the man before in our lives.
I journeyed back to the Singer Hotel to see Felix Henderson. They said he was in the bar. I found him. A tall, lanky, gray-haired guy with a hard face.
Yes, I'm Felix Henderson. What's on your mind?
Frank Lyons. He told me about the old Callahan story. He told me that you framed him with those papers that you gave him.
Well, that wasn't very nice of him. I didn't give Frank Lyons any papers. He made all that up.
It's kind of strange you left town at the same time, isn't it?
There are a lot of strange things in life.
Uh-huh. Here's the way I see it, Felix. Pat Callahan is clean. You were hired to frame Frank Lyons, probably to keep him from printing some other story.
That's how you figure it, eh?
I said it.
Tell me, how are you fixed for money?
Well enough.
All right. I'll level with you as much as I can. I'm broke. I need money. Nothing makes any difference anymore. It's all over. So if you've got a couple of bucks, I'll give you what I know.
And the way you gave it to Lyons?
No. But you can take it or leave it. I'm not making any apologies for what I'm selling.
All right, where can we talk?
Up in my room.
So we finished our drinks and climbed up the stairs to his room. He looked nervous and a little scared, and frankly, I didn't know what to expect. I walked behind him all the way. He unlocked the door, and we went in.
I never can find that light switch.
Should be on the right over here.
They've got the dumbest reporters in the world in this town.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Here's a program note. Be sure to hear the new adventure series, Martin Kane, Private Eye, featuring popular stage and screen actor Lloyd Nolan, beginning this Sunday over NBC. And remember your two Friday evening favorites, The Amazing Mr. Malone and The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. Yes, Friday evening means top mystery entertainment with The Amazing Mr. Malone and The Man Called X. And beginning Sunday, hear Martin Kane, Private Eye, all on this, your NBC station.
And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
Death is the most intense drama of all. And no matter what the decorations, gunshot, disease, drowning, or old age, you're never quite prepared to cope with this single spectacle that all men have in common. Maybe that's why I made my promise to Frank Lyons as he lay dying in the Central Receiving Hospital. What did I get out of it? A crack on the noggin by a professional bully boy named Felix Henderson. When I came to, a fuzzy glance around his hotel room told me he'd gone. And with him, he'd taken my story for the next edition, and Frank Lyons' story for the next eternity. I was going through the shaking head cold water routine when his phone began jumping around on the hook. Hello.
Felix?
Yeah, this is Felix. Who's this?
I'm told you were at my office today. Obviously, you're in town hoping to collect more money from me. Felix, 3 years ago, I explained you were to stay away from Chicago.
Well, a guy gets lonesome.
You were paid quite well for your service at that time. There will be no more.
I sold a story to Frank Lyons once. Maybe he'll be in the market again. I think he'd like to know some things.
No doubt. But your return was for nothing.
Yeah?
Frank Lyons was critically injured in an accident today, and at this moment is on the brink of death. Understand me. Get out of Chicago, Felix. Get out before I have you picked up.
The nameless voice on the telephone obviously belonged to a man who had engineered the frame-up of Frank Lyons. There was no way to find out who he was, even though that was my job and my promise to a dying reporter. So I beat it back across town to Central Receiving Hospital, praying all the way that Frank Lyons would still be alive.
He's hanging on, Stone. Been conscious on and off since you left. I don't know how, but he's hanging on.
Can I talk to him, Doctor?
Sure, why not? As far as he's gone, it doesn't matter.
Come on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Stone. I'll stand by.
Thanks, Doc. Hi.
Randy?
Yeah, it's me again. I'm like a cub, Frank. You gotta steer me a little nearer to the story.
Did you talk to Henderson?
Yeah, but I got nothing out of him.
Randy, I'm hanging on here waiting for it. You've got to get it.
I'm doing my best. Don't try to talk right now. Just listen to me.
All right.
Frank, what did you have on the fire then? What story was so big that somebody'd want to frame you out of the business? Frank. Frank.
What's that, Stone?
Is he gone?
About an inch away. His lapsed again. This time it may be for good.
I hung around the hospital for another half hour, hoping he might come to long enough to answer my questions, but he didn't. And then I remembered he'd been married once. It occurred to me that most guys talk to their wives about things, so I decided to look up his ex-wife. She'd married a lawyer named Palmer, and they lived in Glencoe. Took me 3/4 of an hour to get out to her address. A big brown house that was a shade smaller than Soldier's Field. I was asked to wait in the library.
I'm Addison Palmer. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Stone. Mrs. Palmer and I have guests tonight. Please sit down.
Thank you.
Stone. Forgive me, but I don't seem to recall your name.
You don't know me, Mr. Palmer. I'm a newspaperman.
Newspaperman? Oh, really?
I asked the man who answered the door if I could speak with Mrs. Palmer.
Oh, I must have misunderstood. I thought you came to see me. Are you an old friend of my wife's?
No.
I asked because Mrs. Palmer's former husband was a newspaperman also. Wait here, Mr. Stone. I'll get Cora.
Addison Palmer went through the double doors at the far end of the room, and 3 minutes later, Mrs. Addison Palmer came in. Neat, trim, groomed, self-assured. And she was tailored for the kind of house she lived in and the kind of life she was obviously living.
My husband said you came here to see me. Mr. Stone, is it?
Yes, that's right. Randy Stone, reporter. I'm on a story. I thought perhaps that you might help me.
Well, in what way?
You were once married to a man named Frank Lyons.
Yes, that's true. What exactly do you want, Mr. Stone? We're entertaining tonight.
Well, Frank once had quite a reputation for getting stories that no one else was ever able to get. He stepped on a lot of toes. He incurred a lot of anger around the state. You remember any story he was working on at the time he lost his job that might have caused someone to want to ruin him or shut him up?
Mr. Stone, Frank told me nothing of his stories. I seldom inquired.
Oh. Well, I just thought you might have something that would help.
Why don't you ask him? I hear he's still in Chicago.
Oh, Frank was hit by a car today. Right now, he's dying at Central Receiving.
Oh. That's too bad.
Is that all you have to say?
Look, we were married for 6 years. Some of them were good years and some of them were bad years. We finally parted and that was that. Do I make myself clear?
Clear enough, I guess.
Just what do you expect me to do, Mr. Stone?
Well, just, go down to the hospital, maybe to hold him in your arms or look at him and talk to him or do anything that would make his dying like this a little easier, that's all.
Very well put, Mr. Stone. I'm moved.
Oh, that's great. Mrs. Palmer, I'll see you around.
Wait, I am moved, Mr. Stone. From my point of view, I wouldn't mind crying for all the good days and all the good years Frank and I had together. It's just that the bad ones keep getting in the way. Both of us arranged that. We wanted more excitement, more sophistication.
Cora, dear, our guests are waiting. Cora, you look miserable.
It's nothing, Ed.
Mr. Stone, I don't know what you've been saying, but I request that you leave my home.
I was just leaving, Mr. Palmer. It's sort of cold in here.
Wait a minute. What hospital did you say he was in?
Central Receiving, under the name of John Smith.
I'm going to see him. I hope he's still alive.
Cora, what is this?
Frank was hurt in an accident today.
Oh, so this is the news you brought in, Mr. Stone.
I've got to see him, Ed.
Well, Mr. Stone, I don't believe you and I have anything further to discuss.
I don't think so.
Oh, what paper are you on?
Chicago Star.
I dislike having my evening upset. I'll do my very best to have you fired, Mr. Stone.
Addison Palmer didn't mean anything to me at the moment, and I didn't pay much attention to what he said. All I wanted to do was get out of there as fast as I could. I was whipped. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. I wasn't going to be able to keep my promise to Frank Lyons after all. I was sitting in my car across the street from the Palmers, smoking a cigarette, when my first real break showed up. A tall man in a dark suit and coat climbed out of a cab, paid the driver, and headed for Palmer's front door. He didn't see me, but I saw enough of him to recognize a familiar face. It was Felix Henderson. I hurried to the phone booth of an all-night drugstore and put in a call to the paper. I got Poby in the file room.
Hello.
This is Stone, Poby.
Oh, yes. Still working on the Frank Lyons thing?
Yeah, I just got something that's got to be checked.
Sure.
Can you tell me who handled the Callahan libel suit?
Hold on. Still got the clips out. Yeah, two attorneys. Fellows named Martin Jessup and Crane Killard.
Oh.
If you want to talk to them, they're part of legal firm of Granger, Jessup, Killard, and Palmer.
Did you say Palmer?
Yeah, sure. Anderson Palmer. Richard's Criscos, that one. Lives out in Glencoe in a 20-room bungalow.
I know, Poby. And you ought to see who's on his guest list tonight. I drove back to Palmer's place, and even though all the lights were out and all the other cars were gone, I pulled on the doorbell. No one answered. Then I noticed the door was open a crack, and I just walked in. There was a light on in the bar, and a man swaying behind it with a glass in his hand. Then before I could get to him, he pulled half the bar down as he fell.
No, Felix. No, please.
This isn't Felix Henderson.
Let go of me.
I'm just trying to help you up. Now stop fighting or I'll hit you with a beer mug.
Oh, it's you, Stone.
Yeah, and I should have left you there. Now, come on, I'll walk you over to the sofa. Now, what was that for?
I just don't like you. Now get out of here. I don't need your help.
If you weren't half dead already, I'd break every bone in your face. Now, don't swing at me again or I'll do it. Now, sit down there. I'll make this short. My paper tells me you were part of the legal firm who advised Callahan to bring up the libel suit that ruined Frank Lyons. That means you hired Felix to work the frame.
I won't admit anything.
You did it to get Frank's wife. Although why you'd want her, I don't know. You knew she'd never leave him while he was on the top, so you kicked him to the bottom.
I never had to kick anybody to the bottom. Let them alone and they'll find their own way.
Well, that's the way it's going to be in the paper tomorrow. You see, I met Felix Henderson earlier tonight myself, and I also met you on the phone when I was in his hotel room.
Oh. Well, you need better proof than that, Mr. Stone. I broke one man for libelous statements. I'm capable of breaking you. Mr. Henderson's testimony, if you should ever locate him again, would be of no value without documentation. There is no such thing. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I follow you. I had Frank's story, but I couldn't print it. Nobody could ever print it. So I went back to the hospital to tell Frank about it if he was still able to listen. Dr. Richards met me.
What, about 5 minutes ago, Stone? Sorry.
Oh, I had something to tell him.
If it's any comfort, he died with a smile, Stone.
Yeah?
His ex-wife came in and held his hand. You have anything to do with that?
Oh, I talked with him.
Oh, here she comes now. I'll see you later.
Oh. Mr. Stone. It's all over. I did what you asked me.
So I heard.
You see, I was moved, Mr. Stone. Buy me some coffee or something, will you, please?
I bought her some coffee, and that seemed to help. And after that, I told her what I'd found out and how I'd found it out. She listened good and hard, didn't ask any questions, and a look in her eyes didn't tell me anything either. When I finished, she sighed and made one comment.
So Addison Palmer actually went to all the trouble of wrecking Frank's career so he could marry me.
Yeah.
Oh, don't blame poor, ridiculous Ad too much. Blame me. I wanted everything all the time. Always took, never gave. It's no way to live. Why did I do it, Mr. Stone? Can you tell me why?
Well, probably because you loved yourself more than anything else in the world. That's common.
Loved myself? I despised myself. I could see myself in the mirror, watch myself wrecking not only my own life, but everybody else's. Somehow I couldn't seem to stop.
Uh-huh.
The biggest laugh, though, is on Addison Palmer. Wanting me. That bad. It's like wanting to get smallpox.
I won't argue with you.
I wish I'd get hit by lightning or something.
Well, you're not the type that attracts lightning.
No, I guess not. I don't know why I talk like this in front of you.
Maybe I'm just the voice of your conscience.
I don't have one. I can't change myself, Mr. Stone. I am what I am. Well, thanks for the coffee.
Oh, sure. As I said before, I don't know what to say to a woman like you.
Don't say anything. So long, Mr. Stone. See you in the papers.
And there it was, a story I found and I couldn't print. But I made a promise to myself. The next time I ran into a story, a good big one, I'd print it and slug Frank Lyon's byline on it as a sort of going-away gift. Well, I don't know if you can see a moral in it, but I can. The moral? Well, life has so many little ways of catching up with you, of balancing the budget. Right when you think you got it licked, and right when you figured you've outsmarted the whole world, out of the blue you come face to face with yourself. Copy, boy.
When I left school just after the war, they just brought in those clever American things called aptitude tests. You know the kind. If you had a choice between being a tinker, a tailor, or a steamroller driver, and your father was an Irish boilermaker, how much is a yard of sausages? Well, they added up my score and told me I had an aptitude for simple manual labour. That I should do the sort of job that involved travel. Nice. I've been travelling ever since. Some places are nice, Most of them are downright nasty.
You'll need to wrap up warm, old chap. They say it's one of the coldest places in the world. Adam? Adam, you're not paying attention.
I'm pretending you're not there.
Oh, come along. It's not as bad as that.
It couldn't be much worse.
I mean, the job itself is easy enough. The journey might be a trifle uncomfortable.
Blimey.
But it's the in place. It really is. Dozens of very nice people do the trip for the fun of it. It costs them thousands. Think, you're getting the whole deal for nothing, getting paid, in fact.
Viv, old son, the one trip that I wouldn't break a neck to sign on for is a long train trip. And this one's the bleating end.
A friend of mine did it last year. He said the Trans-Siberian Railway was fascinating. Quite fascinating.
My name's Adam Kane.
Springbok Radio presents Adam Kane.
The Iron Road. Why, Viv? Why not any old courier?
Well, you know what they're like, the ministry. They consider the undertaking to be vital, most urgent.
They always do.
Well, perhaps then this one's more than most urgent. They practically made poor Devenish sign a guarantee that we won't fail.
It's a bit dicey from the start.
I couldn't agree. Not your bit of it, of course. It couldn't be simpler.
You've said that before.
Well, it's true. The agent takes the pictures, makes all the notes. He passes them to you, and you take them all the way to Sovietska and catch the steamer for Japan. Practically a holiday.
You don't think the Russians will be a bit touchy about someone taking photographs of their strongholds on the Chinese border?
That part of it doesn't concern you, Adam. We've entrusted all that to a highly trained man who knows exactly what he's about. Naturally, he'll be under suspicion and probably in extreme danger. That's why he must pass the information to a reliable courier. And who more reliable than you?
How kind.
Joke if you must, Adam. But Devenish told me in the utmost confidence that the minister positively glowed when he was told that you would be the courier. Positively glowed.
He the bloke I see about a raise, then.
Adam.
You sure there's something exciting enough out there to photograph?
We're pretty sure there is. The American spy plane picked up a lot more radiation than normal near Irkutsk. And that's on the shores of Lake Baikal. You know where that is?
No. But you're going to tell me.
Baikal is about halfway along from Moscow and Vladivostok. Of course, you won't be going to Vladivostok. It's a naval base. They don't let foreigners anywhere near. You hop off the train at Sovetskaya, less than 100 miles from Japan. Couldn't be simpler.
Can you get on with it?
I think the whole trip is fascinating. In fact, I envy you the journey.
I'll pop over to Tom Cook's and get you a ticket.
Anyway, the thing about Lake Baikal is this. It's right on the northern Chinese border. Manchuria, actually.
And you think the Russians are setting up missile bases?
We don't know what they're setting up, lad. That's what you're going to tell us.
Lovely. And I don't know who the other agent is, in case I compromise him. But he knows who I am. Not fair, is it?
Nothing to do with fairness at all. It's the most secure way to run the operation.
According to the Chapter 17 of Spying for Boys, the large type edition.
Devenish planned the whole thing. It's a major operation.
You've forgotten one thing.
I doubt it.
You bleat will have. Half the KGB have seen me or seen my mugshot on the files. That's not very secure, is it?
Miles, over here. Please stay with me and pay attention.
Can't we go inside or something? I can't take this much longer.
We will go inside when we have completed the survey and not before. Surely you are not discommoded by this brisk spring weather?
I'm perishing, mate. I've never been so flipping cold in my life.
Cold? This? My friend, I was born in Siberia. This is not cold. Believe me, it is not cold. You must see the winter through in Irkutsk when the pine trees explode with the sap freezing in the trunk. Then it is cold.
Yeah, it must be lovely. We've seen all this. There's nothing more to see.
Perhaps I wanted you to see the situation of the missile emplacement. Now we can go indoors.
Lovely.
That, and hurry, man, move swiftly. It will pound the blood through your veins. Straight to the stove. You are foolish, man. You will make yourself very ill. The body is not built to withstand such extremes of temperature.
Speak for your body, mate. Mine's feeling a lot better already.
What do you think of the missile site?
Looks all right.
And the security?
Now, that's another story. Here, where'd you keep the coal? This bleeding thing's going out.
It is a wood-burning stove. In Russia, coal is conserved for the power stations.
So where's the bleeding wood?
It appears to be finished. I must ask Ivan to cut us some more in the morning.
Oh, it's going to be a lovely
The
night.
security of the missile site, Mr. Miles, that is in question.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have to build it right next to the railway line, then, did you?
Unfortunately, there was no other place. That was where it had to be situated. I realize that it is dangerous. Once a week, the Trans-Siberian train passes very close. But we have disguised the site. It looks like a factory.
To a couple of tourists, yeah. What happens when the CIA or the DI6 send a bloke past with a camera? Here, see what it is?
Just so. We expect an agent very soon. This week's train, in fact. If you discourage him, rather permanently, it will probably put an end to spying for the time being.
Maybe, if I find him.
If? It will be your express task to find him, Mr. Miles. I am presuming that he will be an English or American tourist, and for that reason you have been chosen. You will board the train at Novosibirsk. It should give you enough time to find the spy before the train reaches Irkutsk.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. Here, do you want me to do him in?
It will be a lot cheaper than rebuilding the Trans-Siberian Railway.
I shouldn't have brought it up. I could see he'd been waiting for me to bring it up. It was the little gilt-edged trump card he'd been hiding up his jumper from the beginning. Of course, the KGB knew what I looked like, and of course they'd thought about it. Which was why I spent 2.5 hours in the clutches of a weedy little expert in disguises.
Come. Yes? Can I help you?
Yeah, you can call off this old nasty caper.
Adam?
No, his great Aunt Maud. And you can stop that to start it.
Oh, dear. I'm so very sorry. It's remarkable. Astounding. Dear me, what you look like.
I know what I look like. The little queen in disguises at a mirror.
At least you can't complain now. If I can't recognize you, the KGB haven't a hope. Hair! What would you call it? Copper?
So very much. He called it antique bronze.
Oh, by the way, I've got all your tickets and papers and things. You'll need a new set of photographs for your passport, of course. And here's your ticket for the Trans-Siberian. It leaves Moscow on Friday morning.
The Trans-Siberian leaves Moscow's Great Eastern Station at 9 o'clock every Friday morning. It reaches its destination at Sovietskaya on the Sea of Okhotsk, north of the Japanese island of Hokkaido, 14 freezing days later. The in-tourist pamphlet was full of interesting surprises like that. So was my compartment.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I thought this was my compartment.
What number did you want?
Well, I don't know. I can't read this Russian. It looks like this number.
Well, let me see.
Yeah.
Yes, this is your compartment.
You're just visiting then, are you?
No, this is my compartment as well. We're all in here.
Oh.
It's common practice to mix the sexes on Russian trains.
Well, then, maybe they ain't so bad after all.
My name's Gillian Akert. I'm going all the way to Sovietskaya.
Oh, so am I. Since there's just you and me for 14 days, love, I might as well...
And this gentleman is the other passenger in here.
Eh?
Markham. Wendell Markham.
Yeah. I thought it was too good to be true. My name's Andrew Kramer. You can call me Andy.
What is your reason for taking the Trans-Siberian, Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer?
What?
I said, why are you taking this trip?
Oh, interest, I suppose. I've been around. This is one thing I haven't done. It seemed like a good idea. Mind you, I'd had a few when I bought the ticket.
You make it sound like a press gang, Mr. Kramer.
Yeah, well, it's a bit like joining the Foreign Legion, isn't it?
Well, I don't think so. This train passes through some of the most beautiful countryside in the world, apart from the most fascinating, from every possible angle.
You taking the ride to watch the scenery then, love?
Not at all. Mine is a serious purpose.
Oh.
Well, I'm a student, you see. Graduate student at the London School of Economics. The experience will be invaluable.
Yeah.
Mine, of course, is a purely selfish motive.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. The train itself, you see. Old trains fascinate me, especially steam trains. I'm by way of being a train watcher.
Lovely. Anyone for a boiled sweet?
No, thank you.
You, love? What about you?
Oh, not for me, thank you.
14 days.
Yes, that's the usual duration of the journey.
It's a long time, isn't it?
The train will not be long now.
Oh, you said that half an hour ago.
The Trans-Siberian is never late. Except sometimes in the winter when the cold bends the tracks.
Look, can't we wait in the station?
You wish to go inside?
Yeah, out of this perishing gale.
I cannot understand your constant wish to be enclosed, Mr. Miles. Here in Siberia, we take advantage of the good weather the spring brings us.
You said something about a list of passengers.
Of course. We have scanned the list very carefully. Naturally, the spy is not obvious. But there are 3 English passengers.
No Americans?
No. A little surprising.
Well, the English work for the Americans sometimes.
Yeah, that affair in Warsaw. You were involved in that, were you not? The English spy, what was his name?
Adam Blaine Kane.
You did not exactly, how is the expression, cover yourself with glory on that occasion, did you, comrade?
It wasn't my fault.
It never is.
Now listen, Galnicott.
In fact, you are most fortunate that the commissariat have afforded you this chance to redeem yourself. There is natural suspicion of foreigners who work for the KGB. I, of course, do not share it. I have full confidence in you, Mr. Miles.
It wasn't my fault in Warsaw.
Would it not be fortuitous if the English had again sent the spy Adam Kane to conduct a mission against our missile site?
He's not on that train, is he?
His name does not appear on the passenger list.
Pity. I'd really like to meet Mr. Adam Kane. He's got a little something coming to him from Eddie Miles.
Our wait is over. Here is the Trans-Siberian Express.
Funny. I've been working for DI6 for a long time. Nearly all of that time, the place we talked about was Russia. No, I had been to Russia before, to Moscow and Kiev, the European side. I knew the rest of it was big, but I had no idea just how big. The train moved east, past Omsk and into Siberia. I had nothing in my experience to compare it with. Forests of pine that stretched like a sea to the horizon. Cold, deserted stations. Remote snow-covered towns of ancient wooden buildings. And then the capital city of Siberia, Novosibirsk. And the first big shock.
Room for one more.
Are you booked in this compartment?
That's right. It says so right here on my ticket.
You're English, aren't you?
Well, if you count Battersea as part of England. My name's Eddie Miles.
I'd left him lying on the back street pavement in Warsaw. Eddie Miles, the KGB's secret weapon. He had nothing to thank me for. I hoped the little man who made me look like someone else was a genius. I didn't feel all that secure. So I wandered into the corridor and watched the snowfield sliding past.
It's lovely, isn't it?
If snow's your thing.
The whole of it, the vastness of it. Well, isn't it awe-inspiring?
If you mean frightening, yeah.
We'll be in Irkutsk tonight. We stop over there. I'm really looking forward to that.
Nice place, is it?
It's on the shores of Lake Baikal.
Well, that's something special.
I thought at least you'd read the in-tourist pamphlet. The journey's pretty pointless unless you know what you're looking at.
Suppose you tell me about it.
Well, Lake Baikal is the deepest freshwater lake in the world. It has seals on it. Freshwater seals. The only place in the world.
It's pretty close to China, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Manchuria borders part of the lake. During the war with Japan, Russia tried to attack across the lake in winter.
Oh, I thought it had been frozen over.
It was. They laid a railway track over the ice and tried to drive a troop train over.
What happened?
Well, the ice broke and the train sank. You haven't said a word to our new passenger.
No.
Quite a coincidence, the two of you.
What do you mean?
Well, the last thing you'd expect to find on the Trans-Siberian. Two Cockneys in the same compartment. Funny, wouldn't you say?
Hysterical. She was a snotty-nosed blue-stocking from the London School of Economics. But she wasn't bad to look at by a long way. Unless my stance had changed on the trip. The other bloke was a long, careful-looking nut who carried a battered old notebook around, jotting down numbers and names and facts. Every time he saw a steam engine, he'd go into a state of ecstasy, scribbling away and boring me with boring stories about boring steam engines. One of them was the DI-6 photographer. I hated Viv for not telling me which one. And now, Eddie Miles was with us, and we still had a long way to go.
Anyone for a fag? No? Well, nobody mind if I do. Lovely. Cosy, isn't it?
Beg your pardon?
Like the overnight to Manchester. 4 Englishmen in a Russian train. Yeah, it's like an old joke. How's it go? There was an Englishman, an Englishman, and an Englishman, and a bird on a Trans-Siberian Express. Blimey, wasn't that bad?
I thought it very amusing.
Oh, yeah. And, you? What did you think? What's the matter? Something wrong with him?
He was all right a moment ago. What's the matter, Mr. Kramer?
Losing my voice.
Hey, that's pity. It is pretty cold.
It's perishing.
I think it's rather bracing.
Did you say Kramer? Is that your name, Kramer?
Andrew Kramer, isn't it? He's also from London. Aren't you, Mr. Kramer?
Ah. Haven't we met before? Somewhere? Don't think so. Funny, there's something about you.
I say, Mr. Kramer.
Yeah?
This is rather a nice hotel.
Yeah, nice enough.
Isn't the view quite splendid?
I don't know about your view. My room looks out over the shunting yard.
So does mine, but it's a wonderful view. You know, I've recognized and annotated 5 steam units that I thought I'd only see in museums.
Yeah, that must be nice for you.
You're not taking the official tour of the city?
No, I've got an headache.
What a pity. But your voice seems to be better.
Yeah, now if you'll excuse me.
Oh, do you think I might pop into your room for a second? Have a look at the yards from your balcony? You never know.
Now, look, mate.
Please, Mr. Kane. The room's bagged, of course.
Of course.
They can't pick us up out here on the balcony. That man Miles, is he?
Yeah, KGB, and he knows me from another time. He hasn't recognized me yet.
Here are the films. Did you see the complex?
No.
Unmistakable. Factory buildings on the lake shore about 15 miles before we reached the town. I managed to get some very good shots of it.
Good.
I must give you the film. That man Miles watched me. The camera was hidden, but if he's good, then he'll see me taking the pictures. I've abandoned the cameras. Should be safe enough. Rather a pity about him knowing you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you think he'll recognize you?
I don't know. Let's hope he don't.
Yeah. Let's hope so.
Where's the other man?
Miles?
Yes. I haven't seen him since we left Irkutsk.
Neither have I.
Nice and peaceful, isn't it?
It's a pity you didn't join the official tour of the city, Mr. Kramer. It was fascinating.
I had an headache.
Well, anyway, your voice seems better.
Yeah.
Now, look here. You can't just barge in here.
Do as he says, love.
Are you police?
Papers, lady.
Here. They're all in order.
You. Papers. Thank you. No, you. Papers.
Might as please say please.
Mr. Markham.
That's right.
Come.
Now, look here.
Yes,
please. No. You can't do that.
Thank you, lady, gentlemen. A pleasant journey.
What's going to happen to him?
I don't know.
You must do something.
Like what?
Complain to somebody. Well, the inspector, there must be somebody.
Listen, sweetheart, that lot was from the KGB. You heard of the KGB?
The secret political police?
Right. Our train watching mate is in bad trouble, but if we to try to interfere, then we'll be in the same sort of trouble. Do yourself a favour and watch the scenery.
Hello, you've been saving my seat for me, have you?
It was dicey. Markham was clean, so they probably wouldn't hold him for long. At least I hope they wouldn't. But my problem was the little canister of film hiding in the lining of my overcoat. If Eddie Miles had me picked up, then it wasn't going to be so easy, and I didn't like the way he kept looking at me.
What part of London you from, then?
Chelsea. Ah, not with that voice. Chelsea's where I live.
Yeah, posh. Well, I'm going out for a fag. You coming?
No, thank you. I think you are. What do you think you're doing? Inviting you outside for a fag, mate. You turn me down and I shoot you straight between the eyes. What's it going to be? Bit parky out here on the balcony, but it saves a mess when I shoot you. You've got mad. I don't think so.
There's something about you, Mr. Kramer. You're in with a little bird who was taking nasty pictures near the lake, aren't you?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know you, mate. I don't know your name, but you're wrong. All wrong. I've got this feeling, see? Now, you tell me what it's all about or I shoot you. Got it?
Can I have that tag?
Yeah, if it helps.
Didn't give me time to bring mine.
Here. Have one of these.
McGuff, come on. Come on, Eddie Miles. That's it. Clay, you're Adam. Clay. Right, come on, Eddie. No, let me. No, not the edge. I'll go over now.
Mr. Kramer, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Where's Mr...
He dropped out for some fresh air.
I had to find help. This gentleman was very kind.
What?
My name is Galganikov. I would like to search your baggage if you don't mind, Mr. Kramer. This is the harbor of Sovietskaya.
Very nice.
The end of your journey. We have searched Mr. Markham. He does not appear to be guilty of spying, and he will be released in due course.
And me?
You too, Mr. Kramer. I apologize for the inconvenience. You do not appear to be a spy.
Of course not.
Then you may board your ship for Japan. Bon voyage. And next time, perhaps, you will not be quite so lucky.
We'll be sailing in a minute.
Oh, hello.
I'm very glad they let you go.
Yeah, they couldn't find anything on me. They had to let me go.
You seem surprised about that, Mr. Kane.
Oh, blimey.
Your overcoat is in my cabin, complete with film. I think Mr. Devonish is going to be pleased.
You know about me all the time?
Well, of course. Devonish planned this operation very carefully. He wouldn't risk it with only 2 agents. There had to be a cover.
In your cabin?
That's right. It's quite safe.
Let's go down and make sure, then. What'd you say, love?
My Name is Adam Kane is written by Dale Cutts and directed by Margaret Heel.
My name's Adam Kane.
Lunch. I trust you will have a pleasant flight. You hear that? The captain, positively ordering us to enjoy the flight. Didn't say expected time of arrival either. We will arrive in Munich at 12:30.
And we will. Isn't it nice to know we're being protected by a confident pilot?
I didn't like the heavy sense of humor much. It's raining over England.
You're in a very disagreeable mood, Jason.
This isn't a pleasure trip, my darling.
I know.
Can you see them from where you're sitting?
Relax, Jason. They can't get off before we reach Munich.
I think you're taking this far too lightly.
Nonsense. When the time comes.
Yes, when the time comes.
The man's getting up.
What?
The man getting up and coming this way. Don't look up.
I see him.
He's rather nice.
You don't know anything about him, do you? He's deadly, my love. Deadly is Adam Kane.
My name's Adam Kane.
Springbok Radio presents Adam Kane.
Tailspin.
Some things in life are obvious and easy. If you have a business providing a good service or selling a product, you need to let people know. But how do you do that? Easy. Just tell them here on SpringbokRadio.com. Internet radio is about talking to people in their own homes. Your message becomes part of the sound they've chosen to listen to. To find out more about advertising on SpringbokRadio.com, contact Dave Dupree on Johannesburg 011 678 5176. Or for outside South Africa, 2711 678 5176. Or email Dave at SpringbokRadio.com.
Die volgende klassieke advertensie van Springbok Radio se verlede kom met die vergunning van die Springbok Radio Bewaringsvereniging van Suid-Afrika.
Wat jy in die lewe wil hê, doen dit nou. Jy bereik net wat jy wil, as jy daarby hou. En suiker is die regte ding, verhoogde energie. As jy na die soet botes ry, doen dit nou met suiker energie. Suiker is die regte ding, verhoogde energie. As jy na die soet botes ry, suiker is energie. Energie.
I don't see why we need to fly an whole army over there.
Hardly that.
It's a courier's job, Viv. One man, much safer.
Perhaps.
But that's not the way you're going to do it.
That's not the way you're going to do it. They can't afford to risk one man. It's too important.
Yeah, that's what you keep saying. A list of agents. Why couldn't they just pop it into the post?
Should I suggest that to Devonish, do you think? It's a list of 2. Not just one, but 2 communist spy networks in Western Germany. The agent who managed to get his hands on it is a frightened man. He'll hand it over to our courier tomorrow afternoon. That's you. You bring it back here. Quite simple.
So why do I take a bird along?
Clever that. 2 lists, 2 couriers. That way at least one list reaches Curzon Street.
And one probably doesn't.
They don't know yet, Adam, that our agent has the list.
They know. They always know. They probably know that I'm the poor Burke you're sending to pick it up.
Clever tops, though, don't you think? Using the girl as the other courier? They won't suspect that.
They will.
You're getting older, you know that?
What do you mean?
You didn't used to be quite so pessimistic. It's a sign of old age.
Who's the bird?
That's another sign of old age.
What is?
It's taken you over 20 minutes to ask that question.
I've heard about you.
Yeah?
The whole of DI6 has heard about you. You're a famous man, Adam Kane.
That's a pity. A spy don't like being famous much.
As long as we keep it in the family.
Yeah. You never know who's in the family these days.
They said you were a cynic.
And they were dead right.
This is my first operation, you know.
That makes me feel a lot better.
I have to start somewhere, don't I?
Yeah, well, I'd rather you weren't starting with me, that's all. Nothing personal, of course.
Of course.
Right then, that's settled. You do what I tell you the first time I tell you. Got it?
Oh, yes.
And we don't know each other on the plane. Going there and coming back.
Fine with me.
And I say who carries which list back.
Of course.
Are you sending me up?
Whatever gave you that idea?
Nothing. Come on, we've got a plane to catch.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Don't be put off by the build.
Muscles of steel round that thin little chest, you mean?
Nothing thin about it. He has special suits made to hide it. He's built like an ox.
Oh, dear. That's a disappointment. Do you think he's alone?
It's hard to say. He likes working alone, but they've probably sent another agent on this trip. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a girl.
Why do you think that?
No good reason. That's what I would have done, that's all.
Make it easier then, won't it?
What do you mean?
You take care of the girl, and I'll settle Adam Kane.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look below you on the right-hand side of the aircraft, you will see the outskirts of the city of Munich approaching. We will land in exactly 15 minutes. It might interest you to know that we are exactly 30 seconds ahead of schedule.
What do we do now?
Nothing.
Oh.
He contacts us. It's safer that way. He can see when it's safe.
I see. He knows what we look like, does he?
I hope so.
You hope so?
Yeah, because if he doesn't, then we might as well catch the next plane home.
Wouldn't you like to buy me a cup of coffee?
Didn't they give you an allowance?
Just an expression. I'll pay if you like.
Come on, we go Dutch.
My, you are clever, Jason.
It's obvious.
But it must make you feel so superior. Being right, I mean. The girl's very pretty.
You think so?
You hadn't noticed, of course.
She's a target, my love, nothing more. I have no feelings for her, or Kane.
Hardly.
What's that mean?
You have feelings for Kane. I know you do. You hate him.
No.
You hate him. Why?
No, I don't hate him. Not anymore. I might have done once, but not now.
Then why the change?
Because now he's totally in my power. Now I'm going to kill him. He's as good as dead. And I don't hate dead men.
I don't really understand why we have to be strangers on a plane, and yet now that we've landed, it doesn't matter.
Neither do I.
Oh, I see.
You don't, but it doesn't matter. Have a coffee?
I don't think so.
You know, you're a nice-looking bird.
How kind of you to notice.
How'd you get into this business? What's so funny?
You lovely old-fashioned thing, you. What's a nice girl like you doing in a horrid business like this?
It's not a line. I'm just interested, that's all.
It's my business, Adam Kane.
Fair enough.
We're being approached.
Yeah, I saw him.
You've got your back to him.
There's a mirror behind your head. That's why I picked this chair.
In uniform?
Yeah. He's the pilot that flew us in.
You don't think he's the one who's
Why
going
not?
The restaurant is very full today. Is this chair taken?
Help yourself.
Ah, thank you.
You flew the Bavarian airplane, didn't you?
You were my passengers?
That's right. Very nice trip.
Oh, thank you. A charming compliment from a charming lady. You have eaten? Perhaps you will join me.
Just coffee, thanks. We're going home again on the next plane.
Oh, but so am I.
You're flying back again? Straight away?
And then back here again. It is a routine trip. 4 times across the English Channel. We call it the yo-yo. He cannot meet you.
What?
Your contact cannot meet you. He's been watched.
And now?
I have the lists. One in the briefcase at my feet. I shall leave it there when I get up. And then another in the folded newspaper on the table.
What's happened to him?
They found him.
I thought they would.
For all I know, he's already dead. I don't know what happened to him. He gave me the list this morning.
Before you flew into Heathrow?
Of course.
Then why didn't you hand them over in London and save us a trip?
Because this is the way it had been arranged.
You just got to obey orders, haven't you?
He isn't the only one. Where are you going?
To see a man about a dog. Take care of the lady, Heinrich.
Klaus! Klaus Faber.
I know. You told us on the plane.
Adam, everything all right?
Oh, yeah, lovely. The bloke's been burnt.
What?
Shopped, blown. They're onto him.
Dear heavens, what are you going to do?
Come home. I've got the goodies.
I thought you said that...
Yeah, I know what I said. His friend brought them.
Friend?
The pilot.
Oh, you mean Weber?
No, Weber.
Yes, Weber. He is genuine.
Then I wish he was a bit brighter.
What do you mean?
He had them with him at Heathrow, but he brought them to Munich to deliver.
Did he really? Well, you know what the Teutonic mind is like. Now I'm done. You have them, do you?
I said so.
Jolly good. I'll be waiting for you. See you in a couple of hours.
I was worried. If the original agent had been grasped, then they were close behind us. In fact, they should be breathing down our necks already. Curzon Street was in a flap about the lists. That meant they were pretty important. So the KGB wanted them back, badly.
There he goes.
Are you quite sure that he made the drop?
One list in the briefcase. He left it on the floor next to Kane's feet. The other one is in the rolled-up newspaper on the table.
We can take them now.
No, we can't. Kane's too good. We take them the way we decided.
It's risky, Jason.
Far less risky than an open fight in the airport cafeteria. I don't know that girl, but Kane certainly won't go down easily.
You're the boss.
Exactly. I haven't followed those blasted lists across the channel twice to lose them now.